cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. 'Cause I was running roads, so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. I was running roads, so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. And this is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. I was running. I know. I know.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said, oh, I know I empowered those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said, oh, I know I empowered those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said, oh, I know I empowered those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said, oh, I know I empowered those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. 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 up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
your eyes I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time. In the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Into my past and I count the numbers of dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. And take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.
Like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return. Something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again.
Let's get it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
darkness black as the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your wave right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Well, that is a absolutely fantastic start. Took a little bit while for my OBS to catch up with everything that's going on, but we are going to be going into our first game of the Road to Rio relatively soon. It is going to be kicking off between Nemiga and OneWin. I'm joined by Jason Kaplan, who I know is very excited to get things underway. How you feeling about the whole Road to Rio, Jason? You looking forward to it?
I'm kind of excited, actually. I think it's nice to see teams who have kind of been coasting from the last major have a chance, will kind of be forced to re-qualify back into it, to kind of hold that standard that's supposed to be held when it comes to playing in a major. So it's exciting to see, of course, and I'm also glad to see some other teams, you know, have that chance to get in there. And of course, it gives us more work and more Counter-Strike to watch. This whole
Yeah, that's always going to be the best part. Like, plenty more Counter-Strike to come. Of course, we are just kicking things off with the tiebreakers. So, this is basically for teams to be able to qualify for the Road to Rio in general. So, of course, we got our CIS teams already linked up. We're going to have, of course, Nemiga and OneWin facing off against each other now. I believe these teams actually did play recently. It was for the CIS qualifier, and actually OneWin with a team to take it home. I have to say, like, I'm surprised by that. Obviously, a team I almost think was kind of formed just to almost play that qualifier, like a kind of weird mix of players. Like, you've got Starix, who obviously in the past has been a coach, then went back to playing, and then went back to being a coach, and then went to playing again. And he seems to manage to pull out teams of like decent players. Davkos, someone who was in Team Spirit for a ridiculously long time, managed to perform again to a fairly high standard. And yeah, it seemed like last time him, Tony Black previously, or the man formerly known as Kabakin, they managed to take it home against a team that basically plays MDL every single season, who normally seems to get to playoffs the majority of time, and they absolutely smashed them.
Can we just say, by the way, or ask why you would change the name from Kabakin, which I think is a phenomenal name, to something like that will never cease to amaze me. I actually want him to qualify just to kind of ask him, you know, there in the audience, whoever's doing that. Like, why did you change your name to that? Because we've all had bad aliases in the past, but Kabakin was definitely not one of them. I'm not sure if we've fully got into what maps we'll be playing as well over the course of this best-of-3 series. We've got Nuke as the first map, which OneWin did win the last time they did play back in March. We have Mirage as our second, picked by Nemiga. And then Inferno, of course, the final map, the map that every team goes to for the best-of-3 finisher.
Yeah, it's a good place to end it if we get there. As said, last time we actually watched these two teams play, it was a 2-0 in favor of OneWin, and a dominant one at that. But I do have to feel like maybe Nemiga just had a bad day. I think they have some decent individual players. I think someone like Lollipop has been around actually for a while. He was one of the players, like, there's a man who, if I look at young CIS talent, if he chooses to pick them up, they have to be good. Like, that's the only way I can ever look at it. And that man is Blade. Now, Blade, just as he was looking towards the sort of later years of his career, he decided to pick up Lollipop for Flipside. So for me, that pretty much gives this young guy the seal of approval. Like, if you have the Blade seal of approval, that means you're good at Counter-Strike. So hopefully we'll see something from him. Speedak on the AWP as well can be a beast at times, but he's going to have to face off against Davkos. Either way, we are going to be kicking things off, Jason. Everybody's loving your mic at the moment, so I'll let you take this pistol round off.
I moved it farther away from my my face. Hopefully that helps a little bit. We're going to see. It looks like Lollipop going to be holding on top of Hut here to kick things off. And it looks like the T is just going to be playing that standard kind of slow style with two players on the outside with Pro Play and Davkos there to kind of potentially look in for the pincer on towards that A side.
Gonna be a fairly heavy setup trying to watch outside for the cross. Molotov's going to be coming over, and Lollipop going to have the majority of the work to do, but already first kill goes his way. He is going to get pincered in from behind. Pro Play actually hits the dink onto the man in heaven, and Speedak under a bit of pressure here. Nice couple of shots coming in from the T's, and they turn it into a 3v2 scenario, leaving JO low, and MDS trying to clutch this one out. 3 versus 1, not looking good at all for MDS. Doesn't have a kit, and basically just needs a mistake. Now, the T's are peeking him quite a bit, which may be a little bit overzealous, but this should be comfortable in the end. And by the looks of it, a bomb now ticking. MDS still able to get a kill. As I said, if the T's do overface her, they have the chance, but Davkos, he's going to be there to finish things off. And importantly, the T's are going to get themselves that pistol round.
Yeah, nice little start for the T side. It's definitely on a map like Nuke. Gonna need every single round they can possibly get here. And it looks like Lollipop actually will be invested into the SMG. So I wonder if he's going to hold on top of the HUD as well, or maybe look to push the HUD while they have a couple of deagles and even a 5-7 bot up for a little bit of a rough start. We see Dapcos picking up the scout, so it looks like they want to play a little bit of a slow style. They still have 3 Galils in the AK, so trying to get the safest round they possibly can without losing too many players would be ideal for them to really kick off their start for that road to Rio.
I will say when it comes to the Deegs, I'm always very much willing to watch when it's CIS players. I feel like they practice with this gun more than any other. I think them and the Swedes kind of lead the way for me. Of course, there's a few outliers, players like Nico, but then again, you don't have that many players coming from his region in general, so I guess you can't really have too much of a pool of players there. Looking to try and wrap around the outside. Smoke in for Mini, just going to leave Box isolated. Someone who you can expect to play around this position quite regularly. He's going to get spotted out. In fact, he plays around that position so much. I actually watched Singularity play versus Nemiga, and they decided to triple nade the front door of Mini at the beginning of one of the rounds from the silo just to wreck him. And they caught him out twice, and it was pretty wonderful play. They actually got destroyed on this map the last time they played them, so there are definite reads that could be coming in. I'm hoping the Starks has got just that. Speedak, there you go. Tasty 1 Deeg is going to get himself another kill. There's plenty of rifles for the T's, so they do have to be careful that none of those fall into the enemy's hands. And you can see Pro Play just going to be watching and waiting.
Yeah, the hardest part is getting the kill is great, but recovering the weapon is more important, and they're not able to do just that. As a good cover comes in from the T side. Jo able to get a kill inside of Hut. Now they know exactly where he's going to be. The bomb could be planted any. But he's still looking to just do some damage. Winning the round, probably out of the realm of possibility, and maybe get another kill could be the start they could need to start to build up some rounds on the CT side when they do kick things off. Going to be opening up that squeaky door, gives his position away, takes down Davkos. That's already a very costly round here for the side of 1Win. But for him to clutch this out, he's got to worry about Travis on top of HUD. He's got to worry about the player below, and Travis will be able to lock that one down and get 1Win up to a 2-0.
Eventually, they do convert, keeping things, well, I wouldn't say clean with only 2 players surviving, but this is a round where there can't really be much investment for Nemiga anyway, so not too bad a situation. 1Win, going to buy up a couple of Mac 10s, which if they don't lose them, they'll likely keep up into the bonus round as well. I'm looking forward to seeing Davkos on the AWP. Like, he's someone who I feel like went missing for at least a bit of time after we saw him in Spirit. That was like a big roster that never really seemed to go quite to plan. But he was definitely one of those players, at least individually, where you go, okay, there's some talent there. He's also been around for quite a while now, so I think him facing off against Speedak is going to be a fairly decent duel. Speedak, someone who was previously in one of my favorite team names, which is Hard Legion. And yeah, I think that he definitely has some talent. But as of yet, we've not really got to see too much. Davkos is going to be able to get fairly close towards the B side. The rest of his team still waiting patiently, but Jo should be able to trade things. Of course, any cost, any damage created in this round is going to be valuable for the CT side, and any weapons they can save as well would be a nice addition.
Yeah, I'm not sure really how they're going to go about getting the retake. They don't really have any armor either, so just the pistols you're looking at potentially saving, or maybe looking for some exit frags to pick up a cheeky AK if possible. You see Lollipop trying to push in through Secret Starks. In the meantime, able to get that first little kill, able to push into a second. He's building up some bank, looking for number 3, but Lollipop will eventually shut him down. The last 2 players on the CT side will be coming from that position, but it doesn't seem like anyone on the T side is looking aggressive towards them. Picking up a Mac 10 now, Travis. Well, easy, quick little 2K for him. And 1Win now up 3-0 in their first game of today. Because if I'm not mistaken, they actually play out 2.
Yeah, they basically get everything done at once. Of course, this is only a 3-team bracket for the qualifier. So if you get 2 wins, you're done. You've done it. You've made it through. You're in the next stage. And yeah, that's pretty much it. It's as simple as that. It's as easy as a bracket could ever be. Just got to win a couple of matches. Obviously, it sounds a little bit easier for me just sat here at home saying that, but, you know, it's nice to make things a little bit more simplistic, especially with all the changes that are going on at the moment. Here we go. Quick push through. Tony Black's going to make his way down the vent. Now, this is going to be an infuriating position to try and defend because the CTs almost have to rotate someone over now because the Ts are just going to utilize this. They're going to try and take control of outside, get their way down secret. They'll already know that it's safe because they've got a man just lurking around the back lines, sneaking through all of the tunnels. And so already you can see MDS has made his rotation. He's just going to be sat on the site, waiting patiently. The rest trying to spam some bullets through the smoke to at least whittle away a couple of these players. And Davkos actually caught as the smoke fade. That leaves him down, the AWP on the floor, and the CTs with an advantage.
I kind of like how Starks actually just sat back there as well. Kind of maybe trying to bait the CTs into thinking that it's actually safe to go down towards the... You can see Speedak with the AWP towards ramp, trying to hold in towards the side. It looks like MDS is going to be under pressure, though. Gets the first kill. It's actually even going to molly off as well to try to buy him a little bit more time for those smokes to dissipate towards ramp. They're pushing into him. Travis going to come around the corner on Silo. He's able to get the kill, and that should be the bomb going down the box. He has something to say about it, but Travis again, he's really starting to step up for his team. That's 4 kills in the last 2 rounds. And now Speedak with the AWP and Lollipop with the M4 looking to retake this 2-on-2.
Wonder though if they'll expect Starix though. Just because of Travis's move to try and run into that corner, it basically screams that there's nobody here and that Starix is going to be somewhere else. And you can see at the moment, they're not really checking this angle. Lollipop should find his prey relatively soon, but he's not ready for it. An easy kill for Starix. He just needs to find the AWP. Speedak, and he's going to get the no-scope. No kit available to him, but he should have the defusal anyway. And Nemiga, they're going to get around on the board, but what? That was a 5v3 where they just about sneak it through, and the T's get a bomb plant and had some spare cash. So this is a real chance actually for one win to just kick them back down into the dirt.
Well, there was also 4 kills for the T side, so that's a massive rebuy-up coming in for Nemiga. Knowing that if you can somehow win this round for the T side, then you're looking at another eco from Nemiga going into the round after. Not a bad start. I did actually, like you pointed out, the little play with Starix kind of baiting him in there, making people think, oh, there's not going to be a second player. He actually catched out the first player, Starix, with a nade in hand, so it actually worked out super well, but Speedak just clutching that round out for his team, being very important to get them that first on the board. And the thing is, we did mention before, this is, you know, a 3-person group, or sorry, 3-team group.
What?
But one win have 2 games today, so if they win both their matches today, they're already through into the main part of the event.
Oh, get out. The first 2 kills of this round have both been through smoke. MDS just spams a FAMAS, which is already gross, just because getting a kill through smoke with a FAMAS should be illegal. And then the AWPer as well, able to do exactly the same. And MDS has already done enough. Starix, in a 1 versus 5 turn 4, has now have to try and clutch this out. This was a round where one win had a chance to kick Nemiga while they're down. Starix. Oh, he didn't get the kill! There's moments in Counter-Strike where, I'll be honest. So, guys at home, I'm observing. I suck at observing. I'm going to put that out there now. I'm going to do my best. But I was like, why on earth is it watching Lollipop here? Why has Autodirector decided to watch Lollipop? And it's because he's going to 180 headshot him with an MP9. That's why. That's why he's done it, chat. So, I like how I've given Autodirector a gender. That's interesting. Either way, 3-2.
I mean, I was watching that from Starik's point of view, and I was just like, you hate to see it, but I think every one of us out there has been in that exact situation, just fluffing your shots on someone not looking.
It's always pistols for me.
Yeah.
Like, I've got a D, I'm behind him, I'm lining up the head, and he turns around and one taps me, whatever gun it is. It could be a PP buys, and I'm still going down to 1 bullet.
It happens. I'm just the best of us.
Been buffed now, though. They did buff the Bison. The movement's finally taken control. I've actually seen a few pro players starting to use it. I saw Chroman pick it up. I saw Bubble pick it up as well. So the Bison's coming back into fashion. I say back, I mean into fashion, because no one's ever used them. I think Makalele used it, like, once. And that's about it. So that gun's being pulled up a little bit. MDS is on 1 HP, being challenged. Box in the meantime has found a kill outside. Of course, this is a round which is basically just a flat eco. 1 win. Just trying to do damage. Bomb plant would be a dream. Ooh, that shot from Box is dirty. And now the last 2 players just trying to pressure onto Speedak. Nice shot at least from Davkos. And with the other player being 1 HP has a chance, but it's not going to matter. AWP will be saved. And only 1 gun lost is not really the end of the world.
As long as you're not Banks talking about how the Silence MP5 is like the new messiah, I'll be happy. You can talk about the Bison all you want. But yeah,
That's
good
a gun
start.
no one uses.
Yeah, and he keeps trying to make it happen, but it's just not gonna happen. Just let it be.
Just like
Either
me
way,
doing
we're just.
exercise. He's trying to make that happen too.
Oh, I mean, I don't even know what I can say after that. I think we're both kind of in the same situation, right? With my good old herniated disc in my back, and right now we're gonna see Nemiga look to take the lead here for the first time in the map and in the series. Speedak going to be holding on the outside with an AWP. We can see the T side play this one cautiously, and I actually want to see what Davcost has because he doesn't know that Speedak's already inside a garage on the right-hand side, and he's going to be trying to counter him with his own AWP.
Slowly sneaking their way out. The Speedak's off angle does mean that they can actually cross fairly easily without him really being able to challenge. He's basically just watching to see if they are going to wrap around in towards the A site. And it's more so onto box. I think if he hears some smokes going down, he's going to take a peek, spam some bullets. But because they don't have vision, he has to rotate a little bit earlier. He has to make his way down on towards the B side of the map, just to make sure that nobody's actually pushing in that direction. Davcost is, however, going to catch out Speedak, maybe leaving a little bit of a gap in the smoke on purpose, I don't know, or just trying to get that left side completely smoked off. They're also going to leave Jayo in a bit of an awkward spot, and this is the second time now that we've seen a player try to sneak through the edge of this smoke, and it's the second time we've seen a player die to it.
Seems like the smokes there have just been the bane of both teams' existence because we've seen so many shots through it already. Speedak was able to get one a couple of rounds prior with the but the hit's going to be coming in towards the A side, and ProPlay able to take down the Lollipop right off the bat, opens up the site completely. And now if you're MDS and Box, you just got to save these two weapons into the next round. One win should be going on 4 here. And more importantly, they didn't lose a single player in this round too, at least at the moment. That's a phenomenal start for them on the T side.
Yeah, I will admit, I really don't like the play from Jayo. As said, I doubt that he knows that, I think it was Box did the same thing like 3 rounds ago, but the T's are just going to wait there. Like, they have the smokes down. They already have another smoke down on Garage. They don't actually need to push down Secret. So the thing that OneWin have been doing quite well is just being patient. They've just sat back and gone, okay, if you want to now try and peek anything, we have all those angles held. And for 2 players to make the same mistake, it's just irritating. And I do understand in a lot of these scenarios that if you're a man down, a lot of the time you're going to have someone attempting to be the hero. Like, oh, okay, I'm going to try and peek through this. I'm going to try and take a risk to get us back into the round. But most of the time, it just makes it so much worse. So we're actually going to see a pause called by a OneWin. I do wonder if this might be of a technical nature, or if they're just like want to make sure that they actually get themselves another round in a row, because obviously, if you can string plenty on the T side, you get 6-7 rounds, you're going to be fairly comfortable going into the CT side. Of course, this map's nowhere near as CT-sided as it used to be. I'm sure back in the day, Jason will remember the basically 13-2 halves that used to happen, and that was dependent on pistol rounds. You could even see 15-0s.
Yeah, no, the good old days. I remember cast team was it like Very Games versus NIP way back in the day. That was like the EMS1 raid call fall finals or something, where it was like Anders, Pansy, Red Eye, myself. I think even Joe Miller was there. I don't miss those days. I don't miss those one-sided map days. I really don't. Because you always knew when the team swapped sides, like if you lose one round, it's basically the game now gone.
Again, Box trying to lurk around the edge of the smoke. Outside seems to be the fully fledged way the T side are going to take themselves these rounds. They've been playing outside almost every single round. I do wonder if Starix will switch things up and just blast into main one of the rounds, just to basically try and throw off the CT side with what they're actually going to be doing. I'm also a big fan of event drop. Just we saw one come in from Tony Black previously. I do find it weird calling him that now, because I used to cast so many of the CIS qualifiers back in the day, and he tried to just change his name in-game to Tony Black and still be called Kabakan everywhere else, but it seems like he's finally got all of the like news platforms to agree that his name has changed. But there's a part of me that still wants to call him Kabakan just for the meme of it, but I guess that'd be a little bit mean. Travis is going to catch up Box again, trying to lurk over the top of the smoke, but the smoke will fade, and there is an AWP watching. However, by the time anything can really be done. The T's have made it all the way down. They're making their way onto the B site. Although there are some CTs here, they've been so good on these entries, and that's another to their name.
It just seems like smokes have been the bane of Nemiga's existence so far, because they've lost so many players through it time and time again. It's given one win such a big man advantage on the T side of Nuke here. Speedak can be pushed in towards window, spots out Davkos, quickly takes him down. That's a second of the round. Still have 3 more players to find, but Jay was able to help out and help carry some weight of this round on his shoulders. He dropped down an event, but Starks is waiting. He gets himself a quick double, turns it back into a 2-on-1 in favor of one win, and Pro Play gonna get the last one. One win up 5-3 now. Great play from Starks, showing he still got it.
I like seeing Starks fragging. It's so enjoyable for someone who's been around this scene for a ridiculously long time, and as said, has gone from playing to coaching. Well, obviously the best CIS team in history, and then they're basically going straight back into playing again, and still being able to style on some of these youngsters. Like, you have to remember that this guy's a lot older than the majority of players in this server at the moment, but hey, he's got the experience, he's got heaps of it for sure. And at the moment, one win have themselves 5 rounds on the board, and I feel like a lot of it's coming down to him.
You can see currently on the scoreboard, Pro Play's at 9 kills, Starks at second, well, technically second on the scoreboard, but 3rd overall in kills for his team at 6, and Travis at 7. I think we've also seen Travis do some serious work. He's been doing a really good job entering towards that lower bomb site in the last round alone. You saw him pick up a couple. And we can see that Nemiga, with just the pistols, are looking for another kill. They're trying to get aggressive. You have MDS pushed up towards Raid. You can see one win. Again, I mean, you already talked about this before in some of the gun rounds. Just playing slow. There's no need to, like, give up a weapon. There's no need to give away a kill to Nemiga at all. And then just take it, you know, inch by inch. Or I guess if you're in Europe, it's centimeter by centimeter.
Well, we have to remember, Old Na'Vi, probably the slowest team in the universe. I think they pretty much took that mantle. So Starix used to be the coach of that side, so no surprise to see him going just a slow lollipop. That's a nice couple of shots with the CZ. I would have shot every single bullet by now and be dead, but he at least takes 2 with him. Speedak as well, coming in on the flank, has managed to do further damage, steal an AWP, and make this a 1v1. Tony Black is actually the only one keeping this honest. That nade is almost perfect, though. And they do know exactly where Speedak is, or roughly, after the kills he managed to get. He's going to look to try and sneak his way into the site, but Tony Black watching, already tagging him down to just 13 HP. This is looking like he's got this one in the bag, and I'm sure his team are going to be breathing a sigh of relief as they almost just lost a round to pure pistols.
Yeah, but still super expensive, right? 4 players going down. Yeah, they had a lot of money in the bank, but that helps start to, you know, really eat away at it. For Nemiga, so they start to claw them back into an acceptable range where they could eventually, if they can win another round here, or maybe like 2 back-to-back, they can almost bankrupt one win and then start to get Nemiga on a nice little train of rounds streak over and over. But that was way too close for comfort for one win. Definitely a sigh of relief being breathed there for that. And Speedak again, like, he's been able to do some serious work. The pistol's able to help, I don't know, make it more plausible to win a round like that, but they still need to win some of these gun rounds. They've been struggling so many times with this. We even see MDS with an AUG since the XG was kind of put more in line with it in a recent update. But when I feel like are forcing Nemiga to play the game they want to play by this super slow pace and using these smokes to their advantage, able to get kills.
I'm interested to see like the weapons that will actually come up throughout this qualifier. As said, I've seen a few PP Bisons. Most people seem to have just gone back to the more standard rifles. The AUG changes were actually really interesting, that it's the unscope that's been buffed. But here we go. It's going to be what looks like an execution, but it's all a bamboozle. They've thrown a lot of grenades into this A site. They've held them there. You can see through the map that there are no players rotating to B at this moment in time. Whereas the T's already made their way down secret, the bomb with them, and Nemiga have absolutely no idea. They have baited them completely. You can see all the counter utility that's been expended. Nemiga think, you know what? I think we've locked this down. We've held them in, right? But now the B side starts to come under pressure. MDS, he's going to drop the bomb though, and the time really is ticking. 20 seconds up and coming on the clock. Pro Play, if he dies, this round is over. And that is exactly what happens. 15 seconds to try and retrieve things. A last-ditch effort coming out from one win, and Davkos, no doubt, is just going to save his AWP.
I mean, considering the bamboozle that worked out for one win, I'm really surprised to see them not actually win the round. I think that all came down to MBS dropping the bomb before they even got in towards. I mean, Nemiga had one player there and one win that should have been a round they were able to secure, and yet the AUG holds steady. It holds strong for them, and they're able to take a gun run here. Now look at the economy out of one win. You know, thinking back to the 4 kills that Nemiga got with just the pistols, now there's really no money for one win to really invest into this round. They're gonna force it up with the armor. Some Tech 9s and a Mac 10. Is it back?
Back! If the CIS team say it's back Jason. If Vega Squadron can win rounds with pure Mac 10s a couple of years ago, I believe that one win can win rounds with Tech 9s. And to be honest, it's some of the online matches I've casted recently, I have also seen other players bringing in the Tech 9. So we'll see if this works. It's going to be, again, this fast execution into the A site. Lots of nades being thrown out. Box hasn't been spotted, and he's going to get 2. He might need more than that, though. Great job from the T side, doing lots of damage. Do they just look to try and escape down the vent? It might be the safer play, but it's actually going to be a battle instead. Davkos connecting the first, and the second goes his way as well. One win. They make it work with Tech 9s, a Mac 10, and an AWP.
That doesn't mean Tech 9's back yet, Tom.
Yeah, I don't think they got a single kill with the Tech 9, but let's move on. I think that was all the Mac 10 in the AWP. Maybe there was one, but I definitely saw 2 Mac 10 kills. So yeah, there is a small possibility that maybe the players holding the Tech 9 didn't get a single kill. But
oh, okay, Davkos.
What did he say?
What's that? I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't want to piss him off.
Starix is just like, I would have got 3 kills with the AWP in that round.
Oh, box pushed up. There's no backup here though, so eventually you can be traded out on. But it has done a lot of damage to the side of one win. Travis down to 23 health. Starix down to 39 with a little bit of help from Davkos. And Davkos sitting on 70. Oh, I think he spots out a player. Yeah, he spots out the foot. Gets the headshot. Speed action to fall, and that's going to be a good start yet again for one win.
He could have just body shot him and killed him, but Davkos like, headshot wallbang. Yeah, I need the headshot wallbang. I need those style points. I've knifed my in-game leader. Let's make everybody forget. And well, there you go. Davkos even getting an assist in this round as well. That's handy.
He just wants all those stats, huh?
Well, but he's doing all right at the moment. He's bottom of the board for his squad, though. Maybe that's what it is. He's like, nah, I can't finish below Starix. Let's knife him in the back a little bit, you know? Get myself up there. We're going to win anyway, you know? We're already 7-4 up.
Finishing below Starix is like finishing with less kills than Banks in a match of CS. It's just, you should probably just quit the game. Oh. No, definitely don't mean that for Starix case or Davkos. We do see a player in for secret, and that's going to be Davkos getting the shot. Jo, no chance there in that round. He had the perfect flank, the perfect drop onto him as well, and Lollipop can be flanking him from behind. He'll have an AK for his troubles, and I think that pretty much should be it, because he doesn't have a kit. The bomb should be going down momentarily, and to take down 3 players on the retake. I know it's 2020, I know it's been a pretty crappy year so far, but I feel like I should be safe to say there's no way he can clutch us out. I don't think there's any chance my commentator's curse could be coming back.
Well, that's the thing. If there's no events, Jason, then you can't cast the curse them. That's what it is. That's the silver lining. That's what they've given you. But
so you're saying everything that's happened in 2020 is my fault, actually?
Sure, I can live with that. That doesn't really affect me that much. But yeah, 8th round already on the T side. I feel like watching Davkos play is like watching that one guy that you remember SSX, where you could just win the race by like playing it normally, but there's that one dude that's like doing backflips the whole way and still wins. That's Davkos.
Wait, is that the snowboarding game?
That is the snowboarding game, yes.
Okay, was that on the Dreamcast?
Oh, I don't even know. I feel like there were a few different versions of it, so it was definitely on like the original Xbox as well, and like PlayStation 2 or whatever. But
I feel like I've seen it in like arcades where you actually stand on like a snowboard.
But if you win just by playing normally, then yeah, you're not doing it right. You gotta get those style points, and the point I'm making is that's Davkos. Like every kill he gets has to have a little bit of style. The rounds they win, he wants to make it a little bit interesting by knifing his teammates.
Headshotting through boxes instead of body shots.
Exactly.
Just needs those 3 scopes. Lollipop in the meantime able to take advantage of the door being blown up prior to one win, takes down Tony Black. But again, all they really have is the AK saved from the last round and a couple of P250s. I mean, One Win did win 16-7 the last time they played against Nemiga back in March on New. And it's looking like it might stand true here. However, Lollipop, he wins his own style points, gets himself a 3K. Now it's down to a 2-on-5.
Yeah, luckily, the rest of the players really don't have too much behind them. I'm interested to know if, yeah, Jayo should be able to get a gun. Like, he's actually fairly close, and he's going to be handed the AK from Lollipop anyway. Juggling this weapon around correctly in my eyes, but, well, Lollipop has got 3 kills already, so his work is done. Travis, the only healthy player remaining on his side of things. I think they're just being patient, hoping that maybe someone makes a mistake, goes peeking, goes hunting for these remaining guns, but props to Nemiga. They're just sitting back. They're happy to hold on to the site, probably looking to play this as a team if it does come down to a retake situation. And this is going to become very difficult. Lollipop, nothing to lose, so he goes peeking in and has Jayo just sat on top of Hut. Really difficult position to clear, and they're not going to be able to do it. A lifeline for Nemiga as they steal around away off the back of some heroics from Lollipop. At the same time, 8 rounds for the T side. That's not bad. That is not bad at all.
I think One Win there, a little bit unfortunate. When they kill a Lollipop and they see they only had a USP, it's like, oh, God, that means the AK is somewhere else on site. We have to clear that with such little time left and such little HP and players remaining. It's a really good job by Nemiga, especially Lollipop there, to win the round that honestly should have been a very difficult one to win on the get-go. It should have been, you know, near impossible. We're going to see Nemiga back on the buy-up here. We got the AWP for Speedak. On the other side for One Win, not really as stable of an economy. However, just seeing one Tech-9 gives me hope, gives me a glimmer of hope here for them to still potentially win this round from what we saw before. And of course, Davkos on the AWP. Like I said, some flashy kills, but he's been, I want to say, like pretty consistent for them so far. He's been hitting quite a few op shots, even a couple of clutches. Only 8 kills, yes, but I feel like his accuracy's been relatively high.
Yeah, I think as well for an AWPer, if most of your strategy has been going down secret and getting a bomb plant on B, they're not really utilizing him every single round. Like, it's useful for clearing a lot of these outside positions, but I also feel like the CT side haven't actually challenged outside that much. Like, the couple of times that Speedak was doing it, he got wrecked. The sneaky plays through the smoke have not worked, so
yeah.
I don't feel like Davkos has had to do that much on the T side, so his stats are not going to be anything crazy. Going on to the CT side, though, that's where I think the big green gun is going to have its impact. Even still.
I think in relation
seconds.
to those smokes, you were saying, every time they did try to play around the smokes, they would like fall from it. So why try to get aggressive and challenge anymore if you're just losing every single one of those fights?
The time is ticking. The Tech-9 of Starix looking like it's about to make a play into MDS. And
my
oh,
God.
he goes down to 1 HP as well. He is going to get traded out. The second player loses his life. Jayo doing work with that AK-47. And well, finally, they are going to put down the remaining players. It seemed like this round, Nemiga have maybe finally found out the way to play versus One Win. Just don't get aggressive. Just sit back, be comfortable within the site, rotate if necessary, and force One Win to go for a late round execution, which they didn't have the utility for. So finally, something from Nemiga. Quite interesting though at the moment. If you look at the scoreboard, it's literally 11, 10, 10, 10, 10 on their side. Everybody just pulling their equal weight.
Oh. A little bit of a failed molly there. I do want to say, by the way, Starix might be old, but damn, his reaction time was pretty spot on there on that flick shot. So they missed the molly into Hut. Luckily, no one actually pushes it. Pro play's just going to wait for the push shot of Lollipop again, using the aggression against Nemiga. And it's the last round of the half, too, so they're able to recover an M4 off of this. They only have really pistols, and Jayo might have some company at the upper bomb site.
Okay. Straight through the smoke. He's still blind, but surviving at least for a moment. Eagle shots, unable to connect onto him. Finally, they'll take him down. There's going to be the trade back and left onto just Davkos, who hits the shot with a P250. Rounds the corner. It's only a pistol for Speedak as well. But Nemiga just about to scrape through that round. It really shows the power of the upper rushes for this E side. But they don't quite manage to make it work. It is still going to be the 8-7 half in favor of One Win, which is a very good T side. Like, you want to be aiming for around 6 rounds. I would say 5, 4, kind of the minimum, but anything more than that and you're laughing, and 8 rounds, winning the half, and then going on to the CT side, It should be pretty good. I will, however, admit that I'm pretty sure I've seen this statistic in the past, which somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. But I think Nemiga actually win more rounds on the T side of this map, which I will say is not necessarily the norm. But I think it's mainly just because a lot of the time this team doesn't necessarily have the best synergy. But when they call, when they have their ideas on the T side, and individually speaking, they seem to play quite well. And I think the testament to that is how close the fragging actually is on their side of things. It's like, there's definitely not a weak link. It's just a lot of the time, maybe the rotations weren't quite there. Maybe the risks taken weren't quite right. And it seems like some of the decision-making from Nemiga is off. Whereas the talent, I don't think there's much of a doubt.
Well, when I feel like on the CT side, when Amiga like didn't get aggressive and didn't try to play around a smoke or try to shoot people through a smoke, they typically would win more rounds than lose. So maybe playing the more passive style for them actually did work out in the end as well. But on the T side, yeah, we'll see how things can break down for them. It's pretty evenly spread across the scoreboard as well for them. I mean, it's between 12 and 10 kills across all 5 players, so a really nice tight crunch between them. But it comes down if they can hit their shots on the T side. If one win can hold on, you know, Davkos, he had some pretty flashy shots before. He's had some consistency in the last round, a little bit unfortunate for him. He's got the CZ, I was called a CZ. I've been casting with you too much. He's got the CZ in hand, so he does have a chance to get a couple of kills.
Going to become more British, Jason.
Oh,
Would you
no.
like some tea?
No. God, no.
I don't even like tea. I don't think I'm actually British. Becoming more Ukrainian by the day. But Pro Play is going to start things off on the outside. A couple of players to battle against. Not much utility for them to actually do too much. Speedak to make his way anywhere near Secret is going to be very difficult because there are multiple players watching. And it does seem like their plan is to head into this B site. Ramp is the next position to be challenged. Although they could still go for the wraparound. The Pro Play already watching. So they've taken map control, but it seems like the CT side is aware of everything that's going on. 50 seconds left, a man down, and they are going to start trying to wrap into hell.
Seems like that passive kind of style on the T side is carried over to the CT side. Look how Pro Play's kind of playing here, just trying to spot out any sort of push in towards heaven. Tony Black from above. He's death, and he gets himself 3 kills. Now it's all in the last player, Speedak, alone against 5. And, well, now he's dead too. Travis gets the final kill, and one win do take the pistol round here and go up 9-7.
And that was completely clean as well. Like, it seemed like everything that was going on, they knew. Every idea that had been had from Nemiga after losing that initial player, they were on top of it. And I have to say, for someone I've not really seen too much of, quite impressed from one win, because I'm not sure they necessarily have the like greatest like young talent. I can't say too much for Travis and Pro. I've seen Pro play a little bit, but I don't think I've ever seen Travis play before. But they seem to be doing work versus some decent Nemiga players. As I said, normally like mid-table playoffs in MDL. Tony Black, well, he's another one. Been around for a while, been in a fair few different rosters. None of them really seemingly working out too well, but he's performing today. 14 and 12, catching up to Pro Play at the top of the board. But this is where things actually get interesting. It's going to be the T side buying themselves up. We are going to get ourselves another pause coming in. This time it is going to be for one win as well. So just taking a moment, maybe having a plan for their CT round. They've still got a scout in play. They might want to take a few risks. Although they will normally in these rounds win the utility battle versus the Ts, who are going to have a few pieces missing here.
I think what's crazy is that Tony Black was on, what, 8 kills before the last 2 rounds, and he gets 2 back-to-back 3Ks. So, like, you know, pushes him right up to 14. And also, I think gets him a lot of momentum, a lot of I can't even think of the right word technically off the top of my head, but a lot of like faith in his own play right now. It's just such a crucial game, right? Obviously, people thought the major was going to be happening in May over in Rio, and then that got delayed because of the coronavirus. And now in November, it's a very realistic chance for teams who, you know, might not have had the opportunity to make it in the first time can get into the major this time for $2 million. So really start to step up for his team when they need it. Again, if they do win 2 matches today against Nemiga and then Prosto later on, they will be qualified through into the CIS region. I don't know what to technically call it, qualifier. It's the road to Rio. You win there, you're into the major.
They don't have the bomb. This is interesting. Like, Box, I'm wondering what the plan is here. If he's about to try a vent dive with the bomb, that is a spicy idea. Starix already going to be getting that first kill. And I wonder if Nemiga have actually made a mistake here. Because this seems like a really weird way to play the round. Get 3 players down secret, send them in to try and battle for B, and then have the bomb just lurking elsewhere on the map. Like, are they going to try and do the classic, like, CIS strategy or matchmaking strategy where it's like, we all go B, I plant bomb A. Like, that's not a good strategy. It's a dreadful one, and that is the plan. That is the plan. Box has managed to get 2 kills. That is one of the messiest rounds I think I've seen in a long time casting Counter-Strike. I have absolutely no idea what Nemiga are doing.
Well, do you think the round started off with, hey, we'll send people B and we'll try to plant the bomb A, or was that like the last minute? Okay, well I'll go A. You guys go B. Let's try to make this work now. I feel like that was not
plan,
intentional.
I'm mad triggered. Like, if that was actually the plan, then I feel like someone was just going, really, Box? That's your plan for this round? Like, we have better guns than them. Why would we do that? No, I think they just left the bomb. I think that's what it is, which, I'll be honest, you can't afford to make that mistake, especially not in your qualifier for the qualifier to the major. Like, sure, it leads back quite a long way, but if you go out here, it doesn't matter. No one's going to remember your attempt to get into the CIS qualifier. This is a big opportunity for a lot of teams, and there's not many like big tournaments nowadays that will give you this much of a qualifier, like going all the way back down to this level. So Nemiga, they've got to try and take this. They've got a lot of rounds they need on the T side, and this is probably not the one they're going to do it, although that is a dirty dig from MDS. Starix is gone. Weapon can't be retrieved just yet, but Davkos is somewhat isolated. Like, if he goes down here, that's an AWP in their hands. All they need is another one of those dirty deagle shots, but might be a little bit easier said than done.
He's actually able to get away back in towards the site. They do recover the AK, though, for SpeedX. Not a bad start for them. Problem is, you got Davkos still worth the op. You got some backup at a pro player who's able to help secure kill into MDS. And, well, the rest of the dominoes will fall here. And one win now going to be up 12-7 in this round. It was a good start with the deagle shot, but, of course, Davkos still holding strong. And, of course, the good rotations as well as out of the rest of the team to back him up. So you were saying before, in recent memory, that Nemiga typically take more rounds on the T side. Well, if they're going to do it, they better start now. It's getting really close for one win for taking this first map and then going over to Nemiga's pick of Mirage.
Yeah, I think at the moment, at least, this is firmly in one win's control. I don't think anybody sat at home at the moment is going to be wondering anything else. I don't think that's the most in-depth analysis you'll ever receive, but yeah, it's looking good for one win here, and already having a reasonable bank built up. Pro play with $9,500. They've got all their utility available, something that you always want to be shutting down fairly early in the match and forcing awkward rebuys. Nemiga have done none of that. And the one round where they did have a buy round, they made a big mistake and left the bomb behind. So it's not looking good so far. This is their second chance, though. This is their opportunity to prove that, okay, that was a slip up. This is where we actually make the play. They're actually making the exact same move, but with the bomb. That's the only difference. But they've been a bit late. SpeedX is actually going to get a kill off of that. Davkos is gone. But you can see the rotation's already there. The CT side, they know what's going on. And the Ts, well, they're going for that rotation back, which I don't necessarily mind. But I don't mind if it's a choice rather than you're being forced in. So the CTs are more than ready for these battles. They're more than ready for the wraparound, because they've forced you into this position.
But Tom, if they left the bomb and spawn, they could have hit upper bomb site now instead of going down lower.
Box could have tried to entry on his own versus 3 players. Yeah, it was a good plan.
Well, Tony's going to be watching the flank in towards heaven, which we do see a couple players heading that direction. Pro play again has the quick rotate backup vent to help out if they need it. And they're trying to clear all these different angles. They spot Tony Black. MDS gets a crucial kill they need to get back into this bomb site. And Travis, though, is actually tucked away in Squeaky using the T side. Pro pushes up, trades a 1-for-1. 8 seconds left. The bomb's got to go down here, and it will be planted momentarily. It's going to come down to the 2-on-2 retake.
Back on the site with that AWP. I wouldn't bet on him missing too many shots here. The push is going to be coming back through. They've got to be careful of Heaven. Starix managed to get in, and they haven't noticed at all. They've completely forgotten about this position. And now MDS, left alone, being spammed through the wall. They're already looking to try and get a player on the defuse, and that is all too easy for one win. They made that retake look like a walk in the park.
Yeah, well done. I'm honestly kind of surprised to see Stark's position. Well, I'm surprised and not surprised because he took a long rotate to get to that spot. So maybe they thought they had a little bit more time before anyone did come from there. But that one position being left open, not being spotted out, just completely cost them the round. And one win get themselves up to 13 now, with only 3 left to go to take the first map. And if you're Nemiga, I mean, they're forcing back into this round. Utility, it's looking all right. But they've just not really been able to have any clean rounds, really, on this T side. They haven't have a single win on the T side.
Yeah, they haven't
so
got a
far.
win. I think that's a bigger
So-
problem.
But I think it's one win doing such a good job of just playing so passive. Like, they're not allowing Nemiga to get really many early kills to get an early man advantage. So they're just playing kind of safe, and it's working out well for them.
It's definitely hasn't been a particularly good half. I will say as well, it even looked like OneWin made a bit of a mistake in the last round. The crossfire from Pro Play running up the vent and Travis almost killing his own teammate while having to kill someone up. Like, that easily could have been a double kill and the T's win the round. They make that mistake, they lose a player, and they still win the clutch. This round, though, has started off well. Jo making his cross into that B site. It is going to be the wraparound, and the thing is, they're trying to make as much noise as they can on that lower bomb site to almost fake this one out. Tony Black is going to kill off Speedak, and Davkos homed in on the angle, will not miss that shot, and what was a man advantage quickly is diminished into a favorable position for the CT side once again. The T's looking like they're about to head in towards Starix, who is ready and waiting for this. The flashbang is going to force him back, but he still gets a kill, and in the meantime, there's a second player looking to rotate in. Davkos will not miss, and now Jo, well, his drop down initially went very well, but he ends up being the last player trying to clutch out a near impossible scenario. Doesn't even get close in the end, and one win, 14-7. This is dominant.
Yeah, and as you said, like, Nemiga, they got the early man advantage, killing Travis off, but then they just keep falling from that one with some good shots out of Davkos in towards the upper part of the bomb site. And then I think you had, was it Tony Black, the kill in towards door as well. So it's just really unfortunate for Nemiga, not able to take the man advantage into a round, and they're looking, you know, into potentially the penultimate round of this first map here with their backs to the wall. They've got one AK, they got some Tech 9s. Okay, so they have a chance because they have the Tech 9s. But even with mount advantages, they're not able to secure these rounds. They're just going to rush straight through Squeaky. They do a decent amount of damage to the CT side. They don't expect Lollipop to come through the door as well. They're going to just train right over Davkos. And now it's going to be a 3-on-2. The retake potential still going to be there for one win. They have some grenades. That's going to do some decent work if it drops, but it doesn't fall down far enough. And Lollipop survives with 1 health. But they do stop the bomb from being planted.
8 things for now. Both players, a bit of an awkward position, but Starix, there's the dunk. He lines his nade up a little bit better. Pro Play, he's got this spot on. Does get dinked in the meantime, but still they're turning this back again. And now Speedak is left to try and clutch this out. He wants to try and bait them in, but now both players playing together. I like this. I almost want to see him try and go towards the B site, and he is looking for that wraparound, but he's not given the chance. One win in these clutch situations are flawless so far. Every single time they've turned things back. A 2v2, they've managed to win. A 2v3, they've now managed to win. And while they're 1 win away from taking the first map. Sorry, Jason, it had to be done.
So you want to solo cast the rest of the day? Is that how it is? No, honestly, I don't think OneWin had any right to win that. I mean, 3-on-2, they had the bomb in towards the site. They could have just planted maybe towards main, and they would have had an easy plant and after plant situation. But again, OneWin just really showing how strong they can be. That gives me a lot of hope for them going into Mirage, because we were kind of unsure of how this whole series would actually go between these two teams, especially with the third one to follow up later on with Nemiga against Prost. Actually, that's tomorrow, sorry, with Prost up against OneWin. But if OneWin get nuke later on today, I think at the rate they're playing, we could see them as already qualifying through at the end of the day.
Pro Play, this is a bit of an off angle. I don't think this is going to be expected at all from the T side. Waiting patiently, and that is a pretty interesting spot. It's high risk. He's just going to be trying to escape. Battle versus Jo and Starix. Keep an eye on B. Jo eventually will win this duel, but again, it's traded very quickly. I think that's something that OneWin have done very well indeed, is just make sure that every time there is a kill going the other way, they're quick to trade it. And with Travis turning this now into a 2 versus 4, I'm not feeling confident. Speedak just, he didn't even look away from the flash. He's like, you know, I'll just take it. I'll take the blinding burning of my eyes.
It's better than seeing his teammates fall by his side.
It's just like, I don't have to see them die anymore.
But yeah, it's 4-on-2, 30 seconds left. Star is gonna spot out MDS. That's the bomb now down as well. He could have potentially gotten in towards
So
vent
close.
because Fidak was waiting for him. But now it's a
That's it.
1-on-4.
It's done. There's no way he gets back up the vent and retrieves the bomb. Absolutely no chance. 16-7. Just as dominant as the last time they played. That is going to be the victory heading into 1 win. And now they're going to be looking to try and clear this out with a 2-0. We'll be back after a short break to bring you map number 2. Make sure you don't go anywhere.
Son intelligence de jeu, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
the way I slide in with the rhymes that make the dimes all close their eyes and fantasize. I'm divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young, black, successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round again. We're so far, but so far from close. It's so hard to find my destiny. Try not to drift apart, 'cause you'll be right back at the start. And I don't wanna keep on falling. I gotta stay recalling memories we've lost and found. Explain to me what it's all about. No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. 'Cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. This baby, feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixes 'cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing love, holding on for life. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away.
Well, we are going to go right into this one as we are into the second map of the series. It is going to be me joined by Jason Kaplan once again.
Did you forget my name?
Maybe a little bit. And as you can see, it's already going to be Lollipop into a 1 versus 3. Apologies, missed the pistol round slightly. Had to retry connecting to the server. Mistakes were made, but we're going to be right back in. Lollipop! Ooh, okay, he's got a chance here. We might catch the clutch anyway if he could just pull this off, and he's going to do it. What a sick start. Lollipop absolutely banging it in the pistol round. 1v3 clutch. Doesn't get any better than that. And damn, that was sick.
Yeah, you didn't miss it when it counted right there. Able to get the 3K. I don't know how the hell they were able to pull that off in that kind of situation. And considering OneWin won the first map 16-7, an exact replica of the last time they met on Nuke. They go in and lose this map, get a little bit too careless in the first, or not the map, the pistol round, get a little bit too careless there. But of course, they do have the buy up again. 3 Deagles, Scout. They got the SMG on the other side. We do have 2 AKs at least, so actually looking to push up aggressively. Somehow Box just sneaks in straight through middle. He gets tagged up by the Scout, but he does get 1 kill either way. Tony Black trying to play inside of the smoke with the help of the flashbang. And Speedak just cross the train right on. He pushes through and directly into a bullet. Speedak takes his head clean off. And it looks like Nemiga's going to have a relatively clean round.
Yeah, the remaining 2 players not really in the best positions here. Nice shot from MDS, not NDS. Pro play. Tasty 1D, but not too much more. I do feel like Nemiga are going to have a better chance in this map. They are actually a team that quite likes to play Nuke, though, so it is interesting that they got banged as hard as they did when it's a map that's one that they probably play more often than OneWin does, but this one, more down to individual skill. I think a lot of the time the mistakes that were made, like the rotations, the bomb position, even just being caught out by smokes and stuff like that, I think that's something that will happen a lot less on Mirage. Like, this is a map that teams play pretty much all the time, has been in the map pool for a ludicrously long amount of time. And while CT side, looking like they're going to stack A completely, and of course that means these are probably going to head straight into B.
Well, let's see, though. I don't know how I'm stuck on a smoke, but I am. So, Tom, you take it away. That's weird.
Gonna be Starix waiting in the corner. Could be these SMGs trying to shut down as much damage as humanly possible, using even the SMG that was handed over to them. Tony Black does still manage to get 1. Pro play. Just looking to hunt down the remaining man. 1 versus 4. B-side, probably just going to try and exit this one as safely as possible. Wanting to keep all they can into the next round, build up a lot of bonus cash, which they've done relatively well so far. Of course, I'm expecting it to be a bonus round going into the next pro play. It would be nice if he could steal that Galil away, but ultimately, he's going to be given a seat. 3-0 to Nemiga.
Let's see, we do have the M4s spot up. Interesting, we do have 4 of the silenced M4s, though, for OneWin. I know it was recently changed around a little bit in the last patch, but I just saw a lot of pros talking about how they wanted to see the ammo capacity up a little bit more to kind of put things a little bit better in line with the unsilenced version, but they're going to be going for it. So, okay, so 1 op, 4 silenced M4s up against the 3 AKs, 1 Galil and the 1 op. It's so weird not seeing the SG anymore. I don't know if you're happy or sad about that, Tom. I'm a little bit sad because that was my go-to weapon. It made me feel good at the game for once.
Like, I can run out and just tap 1 bullet and insta-kill people by accident. My favorite gun.
Hey, it made me feel good about myself, alright? That I could actually frag in the game. And I have to go back to learning the AK again. But we do see them start to push up in connector. They do have that full mid control. We see a little bit of a stack towards A ramp out of OneWin, though. And they don't have anyone actually looking towards connector side. They finally do have pro player that's going to be there to potentially help out. This aggressive hold might work out for them. They might let them push in towards the A site and then kind of flank in from different directions. However, the bomb now for Nemiga rotating back towards the B site. Our 2 players will be waiting. So really interesting hold. They have no real presence on middle. They have no real presence on short. It's just kind of Starix there. But he's still sitting more tucked in towards sight. And they're hoping to anchor on a Davkos to hit these op shots.
Luckily, that's something you can normally rely on. Davkos with that AWP is a menace at the best of times. And he is just going to start wrecking face. 3 kills already. Speedak left all on his lonesome. Davkos is going to close this round out individually. It must be wonderful having a player that can just win you around like that.
Simple. Saiwu. Nico. Jason Kaplan, all those great legends we've seen in the past be able to do that.
One of these is not like the other.
I was hoping to just sneak myself in there. But finally do one win, pick up the first round. All off the back of Davkos on the AWP. Again, it was such a weird hold by them. I felt like, you know, with the 2 players in towards the B site and mid kind of left completely open, but it works out for them. I guess they get the read into Nemiga relatively well there. Now Davkos can be holding in towards a window. Banks running a little bit thin for Nemiga here. Maybe hoping for that Trump bailout to come in yet again. But they do have the op on Speed Axe, so looking to see if he can potentially get a kill as you see him just sitting really far back in towards B.
This round is looking much more like a default from the T side, and that's probably based off the last round. As you mentioned, like, it was a surrendering of mid from one win, but a reaction to take other portions of the map away. And I think Nemiga don't want to allow them to do that again. So they've waited a little bit more patiently, looked for any aggression. Same result when it comes to mid. And this is something that Snappy used to be quite good at doing in the old days of Heroic, where they still had the likes of Yugi in the mix as well. They would just abandon mid and then just force teams to execute. And a lot of the time it works against a lot of these more puggy teams. He used to do it against teams like Imperial, where they had high firepower, but if they didn't get the entries, they really struggled. And at the moment, Nemiga are struggling. They're unable to find a way into the site. They've dropped the bomb. This dirty little crossfire into the connector is completely shutting them down. Davkos has yet to miss a shot. Okay, there we go. And MDS is going to be left in a 1 versus 5. I genuinely think that this setup is intentional from Starix. Don't play too much aggression into mid. Allow Nemiga to have it, and just don't give them the opening picks. Because if you don't give them anything, they have to face into the AWP of Davkos, and good luck.
He's playing like super, almost like JW style. He was over at B in the round before, then he was playing towards the A site now. He actually had a little bit of presence in mid in the beginning, but then did rotate. I wonder if he's going to keep this kind of style, just bouncing between sites and not really allowing Nemiga to figure out exactly where he's going to be. I would assume this round he's going to be playing at least in towards Kitchen or maybe towards the back of the A site, since we're into just the pistol map for Nemiga, since they're saving. And it looks like they're going to barrel in towards middle yet again. A little bit more presence this time out of one win, though, having 2 players in the vicinity. A relatively good start, considering they had a 3v1 in the pistol round for one win, then they lost that one to Lollipop. And able to bounce back after they finally able to get their gun rounds. Poke player able to take down box there. They spots out Lollipop yet again. It just looks too easy for him. And another clean round looking to come up in the books here for 1 win.
I'm starting to wonder if it's like the scenario where if you say Davkos' name 3 times in the mirror, he appears at whatever site you seem to be going to.
God, I looked behind me when he said that. Good old Bloody Mary.
It must be irritating though. Like, okay, Davkos was on B, let's go A. Okay, Davkos was on A, let's go B. And he'll just keep switching. He's just mind reading you. I imagine as well that when you have Starix as your in-game leader, he's gonna have some input there, and obviously where he spawns probably plays a part as well.
If I had the power to say a pro player's name 3 times and they appear behind me, do you know who I'd say?
Sean Gares?
Doja. Yeah.
We went the same way with it though. 2 beautiful men.
Yeah, of course. Equally beautiful.
That's probably the greatest compliment Sean has ever received.
I think so.
He's been compared to Dosia. He has a team at the moment, doesn't he? Like Dosia, I think he revealed his comeback.
Yeah, I would love to see it. I was always a big fan of him.
Dosia on LAN is basically like there's no man that can play with the camera better than Dosia. Maybe Forrest's eyebrows, like his eyebrows seem to just dominate the camera feed a lot of the time, but other than that, no, there's no man. We are back in with the buy. It's not the best. There's a Galil, there's some utility missing. Bot's gonna try and pressure onto the ramp. You can see it though again. The T's seem very reliant on picks at the moment.
Oh my!
And Davkos is everywhere. Everywhere they go, he's watching.
He didn't have a lot of kills on Nuke. They were flashy kills on Nuke, and now he's getting the kills and flashy kills when it comes to Mirage. I am scared for Nemiga if you're up against Davkos like this. He is hitting so many shots. He's 10-3 currently. And look how aggressive he is in towards Palace. He's still looking for the kills, and he takes out MDS and almost able to take down JO as well. The damage has been done. They have the 4-on-3. They have the man advantage. And Nemiga now, with a minute left to go, we're still looking to get this bomb in towards the A site.
Oh, Now know where one of the CTs are. Start to bombard Tony Black with nades. The issue is they've run out. Just a few flashbangs, and the time is ticking as well for the T's to make their move in. They've got to be careful of this crossfire. It's a 3-man hold of the A site that they're slowly walking into. Travis executes Speedak and then looks to try and wrap back in to help out his teammate. Fox already tagged, relatively low on HP, down to just 13, and I think he expects there to be a player in jungle, but at the moment they're both maneuvering in from connector. Starix hoping for the peak, but they don't have to. There's 15 seconds. They've got to go for this bomb plant. They've got to clear one of these players, and ProPlay is going to have the majority of the work to do as he looks to try and peek back in. It's left onto Jo, and he's not going to be able to do anything. Again, these retakes from one win just seem to be on point. This time, of course, they had the advantage as well, and now the CT side are going to take themselves the lead after what was a relatively strong Nemiga start.
I did actually like the way ProPlayer actually played that too, because he could have peeked around the side when he heard the bomb being planted, but then he would have been in a 2-on-2 situation if he did fall without getting a kill, and they would have lost control of CT spawn where the bomb was planted for. So I actually really like that, kind of delay things, wait for his teammates to rotate back in, able to get the kill on the guy who did plant the bomb, and able to close it out in the end with Travis and the final kill. So I'd say really well done for one when it wasn't as clean as it potentially could have. When we saw Dafcos get those 2 kills in towards Palace, but it's still a win nonetheless. And now Nemiga going to be back on the pistols. They have quad deagles and the Tech 9. Not nearly as good as 5 Tech 9s, but you know, we'll give it to him for now. And
Not
one
like
win.
The Rec 9 buy. That's what you go. All 5 Tech 9s.
What's your Tech 9 named? Have you named it anything yet?
No, I never really used it that much, except for in the days where it was so OP, and I felt like that didn't deserve a name. Like it was such a ridiculous weapon. Even I was like, nah, I don't even need to name this. It's its own thing. I only named the fun guns.
Did you ever play it when there was like a decimal point error when they did a patch update and it was like perfect accuracy while running?
Wasn't that just for like a year?
It was a long time ago. No. It was a long time ago, and it was like only there for like a day, but it was.
It was like the R8 day. That was one of the most fun days ever. It was so stupid. It'd be like, you have an AWP? Well, I have a. I think it was like $600 AWP, and it was like it did more damage. Like it was like a one-shot kill. You could shoot through 3 people with the R8 on that first day, and get the kill on all of them in the chest. It was hilarious, but. Yeah, I'm glad it's not there anymore. JW still uses it a bit.
Yeah, exactly. He's trying to make it work still.
So that's JW, the king of the sawn-off. Man who uses many different weapons.
I really thought you said... Go ahead.
No, carry on. What did you think I said?
I really thought you said king of the sauna, and I just imagined him in a sauna with like a towel, and then it's just like arms out, like looking like the boss. I don't know why. My mind went there. Maybe Freudian has something to say about that. We're going back into the fight for Nemiga though, with the 4 AKs and the AWP. The money's still looking really thin for him. They're able to get a couple of kills in the last round, but a couple isn't going to save them really much here. And they've got the full mid control, and you can still see OneWin really just giving up that position. They actually do have ProPlayer back on short yet again, so they've kind of transitioned away from like the 2 players towards the B site. But that heavy presence towards connector is just insane out of them. Tony Black and Travis going to be here.
I am surprised how little the T's have actually been able to do with mid so far. Travis, this is aggressive. Already manages to get a first kill, and he's going to get out of there. That is something that you should never, ever be able to do. Pop flash yourself into a mid smoke, get a kill, do a lot of damage on a second player, and then just leave and not take a point of damage. That is ridiculous. And Nemiga, I feel at this point they've got to be getting a little bit tilted until Lollipop. He's had 2 really high impact rounds. This might be the second. They look to try and get themselves back onto the board. He even just fades back into the palace as quickly as he came out. And now the CTs, like they're a little bit of a loss for words. You got ProPlay just holding in case anybody pushes the spawn. They've completely given up this A side. The only person peeking in is Tony Black, and he's going to get a fadeaway headshot. And this will leave them at least with a possibility for the retake when this bomb goes down. If the bomb goes down. This has somehow gone right back. Tony Black is going to get caught. There's still going to be ProPlay and Starix available. And again, we see a round where Nemiga, they look like they had this one dead to rights. And instead, well, it's just dead.
again, so many times where a player on the T side would die and there wouldn't be a refrag. Like Stark's able to get those 2 kills towards short. First one, okay, not you can count that one, but he should never have gotten the second without being returned on right there. And then having, what was it, Speedak, the last player alive, which is an AWP against 2. You're not really going to win that too often in one win. And a round they should never have really been able to win, I would have thought, considering they had Lollipop with the great entries towards the A side, and even Jo, who was back towards B apartments. And once Lollipop got those 2 kills, he actually peeked out and got a spray down for some damage, but wasn't able to get a kill. But he still had that presence there, and it prevented one win from actually fully rotating back towards the A side. Box this time, just going to walk out of Palace. Will eventually fall to Travis, but still a 1-for-1 trade.
Lollipop, quick to put things back into their favor. Of course, they did a reasonable amount of damage in the last round, but obviously 1 win's previous round has been so clean. They still have a hella amount of cash. The T's, wow, they have the advantage here. Davkos can look to try and take one on the cross. This was where they managed to win the round last time, so I'm hoping the T's won't make the same mistake. And there you go, straight away. Let's just burst smoke there, guys. Let's make sure that we can't get killed. Let's play this one nice and safe. No risks taken. And I feel like the CT side, they could just save here. Like, I feel like they don't really know the weaponry that's on the other side. I'm sure they won't want to be giving away too many weapons. But at the same time, they do have 3 players with $30,000 between them. They're not in any financial restraints. Davkos could just YOLO in with the AWP, but it looks like he is just going to hold on to it. So 6-4, Nemiga, they are able to get back onto the board. I feel like a lot of it seems to be coming down to Lollipop. Like, he's getting some high impact kills, 10-6 at the moment. Every single MVP for his team, although we don't really look at the golden stars too often. It's always something to note. But finally, a round where it seemed like they played it a little bit smarter than anything. Like, making sure they weren't overfacing, making sure angles were covered, and there weren't really too many risks taken.
I also like how they kind of took advantage of the way that one would have kind of been defending the A site. Like, there was one round where Davkos did push Palace. He got himself a double kill before falling. But in the round before this last one, was it Lollipop just pushed out of Palace, got 2 kills, and then they were trying to get the bomb down. They never really did, and they lost the round. But then they kind of just pushed someone through yet again in Palace. They catch a player out, and they start off with an early man advantage. So really trying to use this defensive hold Woodward has been using against them. Problem is, I don't know how often it's going to work out. Pro play, what? MDS even knew he was there, but he's just jumping shots him like Batman, and Lollipop again opens up the A site.
Looking to pincer him, but actually they're not surrounded anymore. They're looking to try and fight out. This is madness from the CT side. They're so aggressive in the way they play, but somehow they've got themselves in a decent position. Look where the bomb is. Is it going to be spotted? Travis might actually just wander past the bomb, although, oh, hello. That's a present. That's something that Travis is going to be keen to keep. I'm pretty sure Jo is even going to expect anybody to be here. He's making so much noise. Smoke going to be going down, and see you later. Easy round for 1 win. I am bemused with the way that they play these rounds. Like, pro play, I feel like is just a loose cannon. I think at the beginning of rounds, Starix goes, pro play, what's the craziest thing you can think of? And he goes, well, you know, I could like try and run all the way down into underpass and then just try and like jump in headshot someone, and then you just hear a whisper in his ear, do it.
It's like Starks is in the room with me right there. That's crazy. Hey, if it works out, why not do it? And the thing is, Pro Play's been able to hit some pretty nutty shots, I think, over the course of this series as well. I think he's been doing a fantastic job. And if you have the confidence after a nuke of a 16-7 scoreline and you're into Mirage with, you know, 6-4 up, why not run with it? Now we're going to see, speaking of running with it, going straight in towards the B side. Some nades, Molly Smoke all being thrown in. Davkos only able to get 1. Gets the second as well as Jayo's going to fall now. Lollipop looking to pick up the mantle. Might wrap around Davkos in the meantime, but he's not even able to get the kill. Davkos gets the quick scope, and Travis is there to help back him up. And now it's a 3-on-1. And again, Davkos comes up big.
He's in the right place at the right time. 3 kills to deny their play onto the B side. And not a bad attempt in consideration. Like, they did only have some pistols. This was basically just a round where they were spending up some extra cash to invest into the next. I have to say, so far, Speedak been pretty disappointing. Like, he's been an AWPer I've enjoyed watching in the past, and in both maps, I feel like he's been quite underwhelming. Like, he's been countered by Davkos the majority of the time. T side is obviously a little bit harder, but I feel like if you don't get going at all on the T side, chances are you turning it around on the CT side is fairly slim, especially with AWPing. It's all about confidence. That's something that I feel like we've had millions of interviews at this point with different AWPers around the world, and like you talk to Kenny, you talk to JW, you talk to any of them. AWPing is about confidence. So if Speedak can't get anything going on the T side, I don't think he's going to go into the CT side and just be like, yeah, you know what? I feel good about this. Like, it's just not going to work that way.
Man, yeah, I mean, I'd agree with you. He had a couple of good shots on him, but a couple of good shots isn't going to win you a map for them. Except, I guess, Box, Lollipop, and Jay were able to get kills just like that. A subtle kind of walking towards the A site looks like we'll get them around here. And if you're Starks and Pro Play, you're probably just going to save these two M4s into the next round. But why can't Nemiga do this every round? I guess they, yet again, were able to penetrate the defense out of one win this time. Kind of pincer move out of Connector and out of A ramp. But they completely overwhelm the defenses. And at least we'll be able to get a 5th round on the board.
I think of the two teams, that Nemiga have a far bigger reliance on individual brilliance. Like, sure, there's a lot of aggression coming out from one win, but I feel like it's more calculated. Ignore Pro Play in that. Like, he doesn't quite count within the the strategy of the team. I feel like it's almost intentional that he is just a loose cannon. Like, again, you look at, like, Legendary Fnatic. Not the comparison of the two teams in caliber, of course, but if you look at the way JW used to play, there was Fnatic and then there was JW. He was a separate entity that would run around the map and kill everyone. I think Pro Play almost plays at that in some of these rounds. Like, it's just a choice that is made sometimes to do something a little bit crazy. And it's annoying to play against. You can't counter... well, not stupidity, but you get my point. Like, he's doing things that you, in the grand scale of things, shouldn't be doing. And thus, it's really hard to play against. And then when they do a more standard round, again, it's difficult. What has been working for Nemiga is their entry kills on the A site. Multiple rounds now, we've seen Lollipop, Box, Jo have these opening picks that have been able to get them the site. And I think that's what they need to go down to. Just grouping up, playing as a team, rolling as like a death ball that just runs into the site. And just forget about like all these defaults where you give opportunities for picks and these silly plays to be made, because they're just not working. Whereas effectively trading, setting up your smokes, getting into the A site, that has been working almost every single time.
They've also been able to really work well when it has gone their way around the way one win kind of stack positions too, because they've had like 2 players towards Connector watching that, and then no one really watching toward, or the one player kind of watching towards Palace and Ramp. They've had like double ramp before as well. This time, Pro Player just doing his own thing, gets the first kill, switches up to the AK as well, gets to the man advantage, gets away in the meantime with the help of the smoke too, and Tony Black providing cover up the A side as the push is coming towards B. Jo is able to get the entry himself. Able to get Travis down low enough so the fire will burn him, so he gets himself a double. The bomb does get planted. But it's still going to be a 3-on-3.
Somehow, there's been some weird decisions in this round for one win, that's for sure. But the round's still going, so we'll mention that afterwards. Pro Play linking up with Tony Black to... a potential opener. Davkos has just ruined Speedak again. He's probably broken at least 4 keyboards by this point. And now Pro Play walking into the site. Box is the last man remaining, and he is going to do nothing. 1 kill is all, and Tony Black will retrieve the AWP. But yeah, again, like, some of the decision making from one win is mental. Like, I think that round from Travis was, okay, the bomb's about to be planted. There's 4 T players on this site. Let me run through a Molotov, get 1 kill and die. Like, well, okay, that's kind of mad. But for the team, the rest of them, fantastic. Like, Davkos using the nade to seemingly just throw off Speedak, although it seems like he's already been thrown off by the way that things have been going so far. And then just a nice little boost up and quick entry kills into the site. You can't really fault it.
You know what's really weird is that Pro Play, like you mentioned, got the kill on short. But then the smoke he threw down, like him and Speedak, I guess, changed positions because Speedak got onto short and Pro Play was coming from T side of mid to short. So he actually gets the kill and he kind of swaps positions and provides him another angle to actually attack back on towards that B site. Really odd. I didn't fully see it happen in the moment, but it works out in the end. And now it looks like one win might be able to pull off the 10-5 first half here on CT side of Mirage. Already up 1-0 in maps, winning out on Nuke 16-7. They still have 4 more players to find to get that solid first half lead. But with the way we've seen these rounds go so far, I don't know if Nemiga can really pull this one back. If they can, it might come off the back of Jo, who is potentially looking to get in towards window, except Travis is going to be there to help protect it. And we've not really actually seen any window play out of Nemiga, now that I think about it. They haven't really boosted anyone up into that position. Nice little flashbangs allow Lollipop to get the entry kill on the daft cost, but still more players here.
Jo mid has done some work, but it seems like the defense is still holding on. Pro players here, but the shots aren't quite enough. And now Starix, the IGL, to a 1 versus 2 to give them the double digits in the first half that they desperately desire. Both players tagged already. Jo is going to be watching. They're yet to actually plant this bomb. I think he's been spotted. Jo is going to close things out with a triple. And we're going to have a 9-6 half. Not the end of the world for Nemiga. Definitely not ideal. But they managed to grind back a few of the last rounds. I think that's going to give them a much better stance than the way that things were going initially.
I'm a little bit worried, though, as you mentioned before. My confidence, AWP, Davcost, I feel like is oozing confidence. And Speedak, only 3 kills in that first half. Having a really rough game for him. But to be fair, I mean, with the shots we've seen Davcost hitting, Travis, I didn't even realize he's on 16 kills till just now. He's kind of snuck his way up there, at least on me. But he's going to have a lot of work to do for Speedak to really kind of claw their way back in. I feel like he's going to need to be able to pick up that op in middle if they do want to go for the mid-play hold. I wonder actually kind of how they're going to go about defending when it comes to these gun rounds, because it just seems to not be working for anyone except pretty much Jo and Lollipop. They're the only ones to really, break double digits. The only ones to really have some decent entries. We saw there, Lollipop entries on the Davcost with the assist from the flashbang. It's just really hard. You can't depend on one player to win you games unless it's simple, unless it's Zywoo, and I don't know if Lollipop is going to be, able to call himself on that kind of tier of player right now in this match.
Yeah, he is the one of like, so he came, I would say, after Electronic, so that was like the run of things, like in terms of players picked up by Blade. And maybe the roster died before he really got any of the, I would say, the brilliance that comes from Blade. Of course, most of the time he does pick up people with raw individual skill and then set them on their way. But yeah, Lollipop's definitely someone that does have the skill. It just doesn't seem to be of the consistency of, obviously, the players anywhere near the top. And unfortunately, he basically went from, I think, this Nemiga team to that Flipside team. Then it folded, and then he went back to Nemiga. So we haven't seen much growth from him since then. I think Jo as well, like the Estonian player, he's another one that there is clearly a decent amount of skill there, but the one that's missing today is Speedak. Like that's the one you look to. Like, they picked up this AWP player. He is a talent for sure, but he is yet to show up in this series. And I think the just sheer level of experience that Davcost have, he's just finding it very easy to counter his opponent. So they're definitely going to need him. But first things first, they need to get themselves this pistol round. Get off to a strong start, gain some confidence there, and it is going to be a straight up execution onto this A site. Every player just bombarding him, but there are 4 defenders here already. Nice start from Lollipop, but it's a very quick trade. They haven't quite cleared underneath. Jo dancing with death, and eventually Starix will hand him exactly that. However, the team have come back strong. Starix left 1v3, needs to pull off some Lollipop magic, but he won't be able to do it today. 9-7, Nemiga bounce back.
That was a full arm revive out of Nemiga as well. No utility, no kit, so they had no way to actually really retake the side. So if they were going to defend, they had to do it in the way they just showed us. They had very quick rotates as well over towards the A site. If there's any sort of fake thrown in out of one win, I feel like that could have easily gone their way. Since
or even if they just went B.
Yeah, that as well. No nades to stop them from getting towards the site. No nades to retake, no kit either. But let's see, now into the second round. They've got, what, 1 P250 and a decoy. So going for that full save for the buy-up into round 3 of the second half. And even Nemiga, I almost want to see them get a little bit of confidence back in this round. At least for, Speedak has got the M4. Get him a couple of kills, get him back on the scoreboard. He was on 3 at the end of the first half. He wasn't able to get any in the pistol round, unfortunately. But I think that's the trick to unlocking Nemiga, as you mentioned before, like how good Speedak is. He just needs to get some of that confidence back. He gets 1 kill. Vox, in the meantime, able to get 3 with the SMG, so that's a lot of extra money in his pocket. And now Davcost, trying to go for the sneaky plan.
I wonder if Box will drop an AWP this round. Like, you don't normally see like a reinvestment in these sort of rounds, but when you do have the ability to buy an AWP, sometimes that's something that you just take the risk and give it a go. But they've got so much bonus cash here. I'd actually quite like to see them just save that extra money, go for this as a risky round. Okay, sure, 1 win will likely get to 10 because of that, but it means in the next round you can buy it with an AWP. You can get rifles. You can try and put the pain straight back on them. In this one, you can take some risks, and that's exactly what they're doing. Jason loves his big control.
I like it. They push middle. They get 1 kill, but 1 and done, unfortunately. At least it was with the SMG, so again, some extra money for him. It wasn't as... He didn't have the follow-through I was hoping for. Nice little play on a pro play to actually take the AK on the map as well. Oh, Speedak. He's got to be careful.
Just not going well for him today. The timing couldn't have been worse, and now that leaves the A site almost completely open. JO's trying to watch it from connector, but well, you can see Travis is more than aware of that possibility. They're going for a safe plant anyway, so the team will be able to comfortably cross and take more map control, and I think MDS might have even gone hunting for that extra rifle, but it's been thrown away, as you mentioned. This has got save written all over it. I don't really know what the plan is here. JO hoping to peek in, maybe steal an extra gun. They do have the chance to actually upgrade some of the weaponry in the next round. JO maybe just holding for some exits here, but I'm not really sure if this is going to work out. Pro play battling versus MDS. That could be an AK going the other way, but MDS had to kill him, and unfortunately he's going to fail at that. Now the CT side, well, going to have to save what they've got. I'm expecting, as said, an AWP to be handed over to Speedak here. If they don't, I would almost worry that this has almost been like such a battering to his confidence that they don't want to give him an AWP, which that would be really worrying. And they have dropped an AWP, so at least that's something.
I mean, I'm just looking at the scoreboard. If he's going to do it, I think if Nemiga have a chance, he's got to get kills here. He's got to really start to step up.
He's got to connect the spawn as well if he wanted to go for an aggressive peek. And he's going to be taking it. So clearly the confidence still there for now. Molotov won't do anything. He had his smoke planned, primed, and ready. And it seems like the T side are once again expecting some aggression here. They're holding into Palace, one of the most common spots for the T's to push, especially with an SMG. Only close range angles available. They're waiting at top mid, another position that's normally taken. And the back of apps. This is looking very structured from 1 win, making sure that there's no real chance for any positions to be taken. JO's spot is so reliant on Speedak that at least he has confidence in his AWP. Like, to take this angle, you basically have to just be going, oh, Speedak's not going to miss. He won't miss, because if he does, both of us are dead. And, well, we'll see. Turns around. Nice work from him. It seems like Speedak might have missed his shot. So that's going to be JO dead. But at least he does get a trade.
Still a lot of time left on the board as well. 50 seconds to go here for 1 win. You can see the CT spread a little bit thin, more heavily towards the A site. B site very susceptible with MDS just being the only sole defender. Tony Black gonna spot him out, and well, MDS will get the kill. They'll try to back away to stay alive, more importantly. Travis Mickley to push in to maybe get the kill they need to open up, and they will be able to secure this one down. Spidik, though, he's got the AWP in towards kitchen. Bomb should be planted here momentarily, but this is gonna be such a tough retake here for the CT side. Nade comes through, takes down Travis, so at least get the man advantage back in the way. They do have a flank coming in from apartments as well, but Davkos can get these shots, and he gets the first, looking for number 2 as he hears Box coming in. He's able to get the spray onto, but not quite able to get the kill, and StarX now alone against 2.
They have the smoke available, and they know roughly where he's going to be, looking to try and peek him together. Smart stuff from Nemiga. Great way to get themselves onto the board once again. And that's sort of what I was talking about when I said they could just break straight back. The only issue is the bomb plant actually sets up 1 win in the exact same position. They can now look to buy back in. They could look to do a lot of damage to Nemiga's economy if they can win this. But at least the AWP was saved, and at least the CTs are going to have plenty of rifles.
Definitely. And the retake, I think, is also going to help with their confidence, too. Considering how their first half went. I mean, that nade coming through on a Travis. I think if Travis didn't fall there from the nade, being already on such low HP, I think that easily could have been around for 1 win. The retake being almost impossible in that situation. But they do have the op for Davkos. You can see him trying to hold in towards that connector position, looking for Speedak to peek him. But we can see Speedak's actually going to be over towards the B side. And he gets the first kill onto Travis as well. So Nemiga, they're off to a good start here. Able to get the first kill in the round and have a man advantage, which is something I feel like we're not really able to say too often.
See if they can actually convert this into a round. It would be the equalization. They're not that far behind in this match whatsoever. It feels like it's more, if I'm being honest. But I suppose that is down to them winning both pistols. Like you take that away, and this is a dominant scoreline. Speedak, this is what we like to see. Starting to gain a little bit of confidence, peeking into some riskier angles, and actually Geo doing the same. Caught out by Davkos in the end. Davkos, as we mentioned, he's been winning this duel 9 times out of 10, and he connects onto Speedak. Actually, both players hit their shot, but nobody goes down. If anything, I would say that that's more beneficial to the CT side, just because they have such an advantage already. Speedak about to come under some pressure. Now, there is another player on the B side, so this wouldn't be a free cross anyway. And more importantly, one win. They're starting to run out of time.
I'd imagine they just have to save it at this point, right? You want to keep this off for Davkos, who's going to retreat back in towards underpass. Believe someone... No one's actually pushed up there to potentially drop him. So they are going to save with the 2 weapons. Speedak able to get 2 kills in the round. Some much needed kills, more importantly for him. Like we're saying, get that confidence back for himself. Able to go head-to-head against Davkos and trade pretty equally there. So Nemiga, they're not really going out just yet. They still have a chance here to easily fight their way into this one. If they did lose that round, as you mentioned, Tom, they would have been hurting on money, and they would have been hurting on weapons, and that could have been 1 win running away with quite a few rounds. And now we can see quite the opposite here. 1 win, just the AWP, just the AK. They could kind of force up pistols and armor behind this if they wanted to, but I'd imagine they're just going to hope that Davkos and Tony can hit something.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward position. I wouldn't even be overly against if they just forced here, just invested into this round. Like you said, maybe just save a bit of cash. But because otherwise, I basically I don't want to see a scenario at any point in this match where they are not having the right amount of money to get Davkos on the AWP or get AKs with all the utility. Like, I don't want to see these like weird buys. I'd rather them just invest here and have everybody buy in another round than half invest here and then have 2 players not buying and then basically just put yourself into weird buys all the time. Especially when one of the people that is likely to take the hit is Davkos, who has been your best performing player this map so far. It's close. Travis is definitely up there as well, but I feel like Davkos has just had such high impact, it's hard not to put him at the top.
Oh yeah, he's had super flashy kills. Speedak, I like this. Can he hit the shot? Well, they expect he's aiming up directly for them to come around the corner. They're trying to go for the boost out towards mid. Davkos, yeah, he got the tag onto him. Davkos looking for the kill, and Speedak hits the shot. There you go, confidence. He's now got it. And they have the 5-on-3 man advantage.
That's what you want to see, especially from him. Of all the players in the server right now, that is what you want to see if you're rooting for Nemiga in this matchup. Because otherwise, well, it was looking pretty bleak at times. As said, they've won both pistols, and it's still a 10-10 scoreline, but this man is now not missing. Plenty of players. He's getting re-peaked after re-peak with the AWP, and he has not missed a shot. 4 kills in this round. The same as he got in the whole of the first half, which really does say something about how this is going from the CT side. Cody Black, hey, that's not bad. 2 kills traded. You have to remember, his team could potentially buy in the next round, so an AK save would be massive. However, Jo not going to allow that. And Nemiga, they take the lead once more.
Wow. That's just insane. What, he had 3 kills first half for Speedak, now he's on 10. He's starting to close in the distance between him and Lollipop. And, you know, speaking of Lollipop, I guess he's been kind of a little bit quiet on the CT side. He hasn't had the opportunity, you know, for those entry frags like we saw on the T side earlier on for him. We are going to see Davkos on the scout this time, so a little bit unfortunate he's not able to get the op. But they still have the AKs, they still have that running gunpowder. It looks like they're setting up for an execute towards the A site, which, as you can see, there's only 2 real players here to defend. One up close on ramp, one up close inside of Palace, but Palace is going to hit the shot. Speedak again, man advantage given back to Nemiga. And now it seems like their flashes and smokes are just all being thrown in. They're just lumping it on this side, and Lollipop is waiting.
Oh, he's going to be left blind, but he still gets the headshot. A second flash, but not a second kill. However, the box is there. Both players left, no head armor. So a single bullet from an M4 or an AWP will do the work. And, well, Davkos, if you win this round, mate, I think you deserve some sort of knighthood. Because this is a 1v4 scout versus the world. He almost gets the kill onto Box, which is impressive with his position. And I think one of the players there was just, oh no, Box actually picked up the scout. You donut.
What? Since when is that an insult, being called a donut?
I don't know. Maybe
just
it's
sounds
just a British
delicious.
thing. Wait, fine. He can take it as a compliment then.
Like, I'm tasty, you know? You donut. I still like that, though. I mean, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, they got to buy up another weapon, unfortunately, but still, they have the op for speed up. They still have the AKs and the M4s as well, and we're seeing one win just on the Deagles. Donut. Where did that originate from?
It's satisfying
are you
to say,
Googling
though. To call someone a donut it feels satisfying. It's just sort of like going, you're silly. Like, it's not really an insult, but it was a mistake.
It does sound satisfying, like saying mate.
Becoming more British by the day.
It's true. It's your fault. The Deagles, though, for one win, have yet to really make an impact in this round. Oh, there we go. Travis gets the 1 Deag. Gets the weapon rescued as well. Some damage being done to Lollipop, who's being pressured from Connector and from A-Ramp. Eventually, he will fall. Now it's just turned into a 2-on-2. Speedak gonna miss that window of opportunity. Starix right behind him is gonna be a player, and he's gonna get the kill onto him. The great USB headshot comes in, and Tony Black's got 2 to find, and he doesn't have the bomb, and he only has 4 HP.
You're not selling the prettiest picture here, Jason. I don't think this is gonna be a round win. Okay. It'd be an impressive one at that. A 1 versus 1 versus MDS. Deag in hand was going for a miracle shot, and unfortunately, the gods didn't look kindly on Tony Black this time. Tease, though, that is not a bad round in isolation. That was just some Deags, hoping to do damage, hoping to force rebuys, and a bomb plant would have been nice, but I think they'll take the 4 kills all day long. And now they come back in with their 4-buy. Davkos back onto his trusty AWP, which is what we like to see. And I'm expecting maybe a bit more of a default round from them here. We saw them go quite aggressively into the A side last time they had a purchase. This time, yeah, they're just going to spread out across the map, go for some peeks into mid, try and take a challenge maybe in towards the B site earlier in the round, as Travis just looking for somebody to take the battle. This time, more passive hold from Speedak. I'm a bit disappointed, if I'm being honest, because I think he's been so good with his aggression. I want to see him continue it, but I guess with the way the T's have been playing, just being a bit careful that he doesn't end up just handing away that initial kill.
He's kind of covering off for Lollipop as well. He's going to be sitting inside a sandwich. Pro play. I don't know if he actually meant to push past the smoke like that when he was flashed out, but now Star's gonna be shot from the back as the smoke dissipates. Box is gonna get that kill, and they execute towards the B site. It's gonna be coming through, but it's gonna be 2 players waiting, only 2 players attacking, and Box is there on the rotate to help out towards short. He spots out Davkos, easy shot comes through, and Nemiga looking to go up to 14 now.
Yes, back to site. That is a freebie of a kill, and it's left on to Travis, and before I can even switch to his POV, he is already dead. Nemiga coming up trumps now. 6 rounds in a row. Only 1 for the T side of 1 win. And unfortunately, they're just getting into a rut of having to go for these on buys, off buys, or mix buys, as we see here. Starix without head armor. Davkos without a rifle, and definitely without his AWP. CT side on the other side, sure, it hasn't been the cleanest of rounds, but we've seen the confidence build in Speedak. He's not really been missing too many shots. We've had some great aggression coming out into middle, and they're going for it once again. Box just trying to lurk on the edge of the smoke, having similar effect to his opposition.
MDS just knifed Speedak. Luckily, it wasn't that much damage. Just flashbacks to Starix on Nuke. Speaking of him, gonna go for the smoke in towards window. Look at potentially rotate back and towards the A site, but I think They're just gonna go for like a 3-2 split towards B, unless they can get a pick somewhere, because they have the quick rotate out of B back towards A. Except they're all gonna be coming from the same angle, and looks like Nemiga potentially gonna rotate a player from the CT back towards B. You can see MDS not quite able to hit too many shots. Eventually gonna be overwhelmed as Travis is able to get the kill, but the Molotov will at least delay the sort of push. 25 goes straight through it to get in towards the van, and Speedak inside the site gets dropped by Starix. Now the site's gonna be taken by one. Can they maintain it? Starix though, gonna push Kitchen and get himself 2 more kills. And when they've had enough, they finally pick up a round after losing the last 6 straight.
A lot of that was based off Starix. He's not really in this team for fragging power, but that was an impressive 3K, a very aggressive one that just took control of the market. And now the CT side become a bit awkward with their buy. You've got a FAMAS, you've got an MP9. This could be the crushing blow that actually puts one win back, at least in the driver's seat for a bit. Because the CT side would be stuck without any cash. We're going to see again this aggression into middle box. Going to push straight through his own smoke. This is risky. He has very little support. It's going to be the peek from Speedak through the window, which at least gives him some cover. I imagine he's watching underpass. He is. So it's just going to be basically this crossfire where the hope is for the CT side, they trade effectively. Chances are Box is dead. That's the way this round is played. That flashbang, though, is spot on. However, he doesn't get a single kill off of it. The whole team was blind for at least a second or two, but all he can do is damage. Speedak also going to go down, and it's on to Jo to at least trade one back, but this aggression into mid has ultimately failed.
Well, he called Box's death, and it came true. Just unfortunately without a single kill and with really not much damage being done. Still 50 seconds left to go, and it's going to be a 4-on-3, so no need for one win to actually rush in towards the site, towards B, as the bomb's rotating back in towards middle. You do luckily have, I think it's the Lollipop pushed up towards ramps. He's able to get some early information, but Travis takes down Jo, so that's the B site left completely open. Now it's left on to Lollipop, MDS towards the A side, and now it's just Lollipop as MDS gets caught rotating. And the bomb going to make its way back towards B. So with 20 seconds left, as long as you can get the bomb down, this should be a done and dusted round for one win to get one step closer to tying things up at 14.
I think MDS is going to be kicking himself for that. Maybe expecting that nobody would be around the connector anymore. Just hands away a free kill and ultimately the round. And as mentioned, this was a big crunch round for Nemiga. That they have no money left. Looking like they're just going to save the AWP. I do wonder as well if that will just be given over to Speedak or if it's just going to be Lollipop taking it because he has the Kevlar. I personally would like to, or would rather see a glass cannon Speedak in the next round. And considering how low their loss bonus is, he could even take a risk and force it. Like, their money is not going to be amazing going into the next couple of rounds, and he definitely won't have an AWP anyway. So if he's going to go for a scout instead, give him the AWP, let him buy Kevlar. He takes a risk this round. Maybe Lollipop gets a P250 or something. And then the rest of the team can still buy rifles. And Speedak will be in a hard position anyway.
He's actually dropped the AWP over to Lollipop. So I wonder if he's going for a quick peek.
But he had it anyway.
Oh, right. Well, okay, he hasn't dropped over to Speedak just yet. Is he going to keep it, though? I mean, he's got body armor.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't want that to happen. I would much rather see Speedak has it, because as I said, he would only get a bare bones rifle in the next round anyway. The loss bonus is not high enough. It's only going to be around the 2400 marker after this round.
Right. That's why you want to see him buy the scout.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he might as well get a scout or something in the next round if they are going to buy. So why not just give him the AWP, he buys Kevlar, maybe he can win a kill round. Also, I think Lollipop is likely to do more damage if he had a deagle or something. This is interesting, though. But Speedak's gone all in. Lollipop has basically gone all in. Okay, it seems like they're just buying now. Not sure I'm completely behind that. Like, I just wanted to see him take a risk rather than the whole team. But I guess they have real faith in him. And I think this round has to be Lollipop basically doing something insane. Like, it has to be him going super aggressive, trying to take map control away, section off a portion of the map. He can't just be sat at the back of A site. He has to be pushing something aggressively.
It's got to be an A ramp push, doesn't it? Or it's got to be A ramp or Palace, potentially. I mean, he's actually going to be going towards A ramp. He's actually holding a little bit aggressively, so get some early information. Speedak already going to be dropped down to 16 HP. Didn't quite see what he got hit by necessarily. But not the most ideal start for Nemiga. Looks like the push might come in towards B. Speedak's already waiting for it, though. Gets the first kill. They need quite a few more than this. That's going to be the Molotov thwarting the push out of 1win towards the B site. And now down a man. They have to rethink where they want to go.
Still got a couple of low players, of course, and it is still an advantage really for the T side, even with current man disadvantage. Like they are going to try and head into the B side. Maybe not the worst idea, considering AWP has been spotted elsewhere in mid. At the same time, it gives far more of an opportunity for these SMGs to make a play. And no one's been spotted around ramp, so they're going to start rotating players back. The timing might work out for the T's, though. Speedak's going to be a little bit late. However, MDS has done a good job slowing them down, and Speedak gets there just in time to take down Tony Black. It's the SMGs doing the work with the backup of the AWP, and that's exactly what Nemiga needed. A big round from them, the AWP stepping up. He's gone from 4 kills in the first half to getting another 13 in the second. Quick maths on air. And it's going to be 15 to 12 now in favor of Nemiga.
Casting, doing production, observing, and math. What can't Tom do?
Grow hair.
I was going to say that, but I don't want to be that guy. But 15 to 12, I mean, Speedak, they had the faith in him with the AWP, and it worked out. Able to get the 3 kills, able to keep them alive, and able to get them basically 1 round away now from going to the final map of this best of 3. And it's not... Well, actually, I think it is Nemiga's only game today. They play again tomorrow against Prosto. And Prosto plays against 1win later on today for like the final CIS match of the day. And if 1win do somehow pull out this this map or this series, if they do win their next match today, they actually will qualify through into the CIS qualifiers. That's a little bit confusing, but it's a 3-team qualifier here. And then they'll be duking it out if they do make it through for a chance to play in the major. But there's still at least 1 round separating Nemiga from taking to that Inferno. And they don't really have much money here either. I mean, if they lose this round, we potentially could see 1win, you know, run it back to an overtime.
Yeah, it's a possibility. That was the case after the last round as well. Like that's why it was such a big win and a huge round coming out for Speedak. That is not the smoke that ProPlay meant to throw, but
I just wonder if you saw that.
He is going to split in behind. Now, he's got the perfect position to actually ruin this round. I feel like there's a realization from MDS, but he didn't communicate that properly. Jo wasn't looking in the right direction. Luckily, it seems like the CT side is still going to make this work. Travis, he is left alone and tries to pull it off, but he can't quite do it. A 16-12 scoreline. It is going to take us to a 3rd and final map. Make sure you don't go anywhere, because we'll be back after a short break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out, you're chasing the light, holding on for life, fading out, chasing the light.
You put me in the perfect light for, and that's when you can see all my flaws. And I could tell you don't mind that, oh no. You said come a little closer, come here and I can show you. So I came a little closer. You said I'll show you how to love you, how to love you. How to love you. I'm reaching over, tell me which way I gotta go. I got no control, show me everything I need to know. Reaching over.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going into our third and final map of the series. We'll be getting to see who's going to go 1-0, of course, if you do win 2 matches in this best of 3, in these tiebreakers, you are through. That is it. That is as simple as it gets. All you need is 2 victories, and it is done. Of course, if it goes to a 3-way tie, me and Jason will decide to hand it over to someone else, aka Michael, who's going to tell us who has got through, because I don't know about you, Jason, but I definitely don't trust myself to make that decision.
I thought you were gonna say we're gonna choose whoever pays us the most money to let them through.
Ooh. That wouldn't be bad either. I do like that idea, although I'm not sure of the ethics of that decision. But I don't know. No one said we had to be ethical.
It's true. You know, coronavirus got people acting crazy, buying up, you know, packets of toilet paper.
Oh, I actually just built a house out of it.
Did you? How much? Okay, be honest. How much
No,
did you
I've
actually
just
buy?
To be honest,
when the coronavirus
in
stuff
Ukraine
happened?
they didn't do that, so I just bought.
I
They
couldn't find
did
toilet
buy
paper for
all
2
of the
weeks.
soap. They bought all the soap. So like, luckily I had some already, and then after a while the stores just went, yeah, we weren't running out of this, so we've just stocked up the shelves again. But it was like, yeah, some people are just like, I need a mountain of soap. It's like, okay, what were you doing before?
Yeah, never washed their hands before. Well, it looks like Nemiga have won the knife round. They've chosen to go on the CT side, so all tied up at 1 apiece amounts. We had a 16-7 scoreline on Nuke, a 16-12 on Mirage. Now going to Inferno, and to reiterate for some of you guys out there who don't understand what's happening, this is just the qualifier. Oh my god. Box had no chance of the nades. This is the qualifier to get into the CIS qualifier for the road to Rio, where the winner of that one will actually go through into the major. So a lot on the line here for these teams. Looks like one win will be charging straight through into the B site. Jo trying to play around the smoke though, doesn't really get much done, but Travis does get knocked down to 21 health.
Bomb is going to be planted, although Lollipop trying to spam a few shots through. Quite going to be able to find anything. Tony Black waiting for that rotation. He's like, they're going to be coming. They're going to make their way in through mid, but nobody there. And instead, it's the T side holding on. MDS left 1v3. He's got a man coming up banana as well. I don't even think he will expect this at this point. He's so far behind everybody else that this is almost just cruelty. And Tony Black now makes his presence known, and it is an easy pistol round in the end for one win. Nice strategy. I enjoyed the nades. And while Nemiga, they got smashed the last time they played them on this map. It was in the CIS qualifier last time. And, yeah, I think it was like 16-6. They got obliterated. So, hopefully that was just a bad day at the office for Nemiga. Otherwise, one win might be about to just take this home and not even break that much of a sweat.
Well, Tom, I'm a little bit worried because last time they played Nuke was for the CIS minor as well. And that went 16-7, and it went 16-7 again today. So if history repeats itself another time, one win could be one match away from qualifying through into the CIS qual. It always feels so weird to say that. Qualifying into the qualifier, but that's what it is. We'll be having the Asian tiebreaker up after this as well. That'll be starting at 3 p.m. CEST. If you're not from Central European Standard Time or Summertime, then I honestly won't do the conversion for you. You can find that out yourself. But about, what, an hour and 20 minutes? So pretty quickly after this match.
Yeah, everything should run straight through, of course. I will do my best to put a timer on the stream, and then if it's not correct, you can shout at me, and I will ignore you.
I'm going to tweet you so many bad things if you're wrong.
Yeah, you can tweet me, and I will ignore them. But nonetheless, unless they're lovely, or if they're interesting, then I'll reply. Here we go. Tony Black, maybe expecting a flashbang. Gonna get spammed at, but he still made his way around the arch side. MDS has had to turn around, but he's taken a dink. And actually, Box is gonna do the work. Now, they've invested heavily into this round. Davkost is there to trade things back. And the T's are gonna start making their way with the bomb back over to B. They've realized, okay, it seems like there's plenty of players on this A site. They've spotted 3 of them, so going to make a way in a different direction. Lollipop starting to push his way back in from behind, looking for the flank, but he's going to get Molotov'd off. And a lot of this seems like it will come down to Jo, who's just hiding in the corner, trying to play a bit of a bait as his teammates walk through. Eventually, he'll spam, and he gets the second onto Davkost. Fantastic double D, and close it is, well, it's going to be the Estonian just smashing through the CIS squad of one win, and they're going to win that second round and get off to a great start.
Well, that didn't go the way I think Woman thought it would. That's a little bit unfortunate. I mean, they didn't clear out the side at B. I guess they assumed that it was a big stack over towards the A site, which technically it was, since it was only just one player towards B, as we saw. But if they didn't get the double kill as well, whoever that was that jumped over him towards oranges and like didn't finish him off, that was probably the linchpin of the round, what cost the round in the end. Really aggressive Molotov usage, though, to really get this early control out of Nemiga, though they're not actually taking the control towards middle at all. And they're not really taking too much control towards banana as well. However, the nades coming through do net them a lot of damage. And then the Lollipop pushing out apartments does take down Travis. So the early man advantage and the early damage advantage going the way of Nemiga.
I'm never really a fan of when your Catalyst rifle is a Galil. It's just not good. Like, to try and win a round based off that gun alone is... I wouldn't like to bet money on that. Of course, the rifles on the other side are mostly Galils as well, so I guess it's fighting fire with fire. The CT side B players about to come under pressure once again. Tony Black just on the deagle now after taking so much damage initially, and they've still got utility available, and that's going to make things really irritating now for the T's. They don't even have a flashbang to get themselves through the smoke. They could create a smoke tunnel, just throw another one down on the other side, but I don't think that will help them too much. And they might just have to wait for it to tick down, and the CTs, they put another one up. David threw it early, so there was no window for the T's to make it through. So they're just going to go through. They're going to run straight through it. They still get the kill. And actually, Pro Play's found 2. That is decent considering they had no utility to get them past. Now with a bomb plant, a 2v3, they're going to look to try and cling on.
Oh, and they're all coming from CT side as well. They were lined up for a second there. Pro Play, talking about the Catalyst Galil. It's actually working out for him so far. I'm going to get the first 3 kills. He's got 2 more to find to close out this round. The pressure's on, so charging straight into him and eventually be able to clean that one up. But that's a lot of damage done. And that's also a bomb plant to boot. So that's a lot of extra money for a 1-win side, making that all too close for Nemiga. Really well done right there, too. Jumping through the smoke. I mean, they had to, right? Nemiga played that basically perfectly by delaying as long as they possibly could. They didn't expect Pro Play to just pop off like that.
Yeah, this is one of those maps, or this is the map where utility can win you rounds. And I think in that case it did. It was very close, though. And I like the fact that there was a definite argument for even forcing up in this round for 1 win because they got a bomb plant and they killed 3 players. But they're going to play it safe. And I don't really blame them. They've been so good in the Byrons. You have to remember, the last map was 16-12 and they lost both pistols. I mean, they got off to a poor start in both halves and still made it competitive each time. They're going to go for the double nades. I always like to see further investment into utility in these rounds rather than just buying up 1 deagle onto someone or something like that. Like, invest into the flashbangs, invest into the nades. You can do a lot of damage, and they have. However, the CTs are more than happy to just throw out all their counter utility. That's what they have heaps of. That's what the majority of their investment has gone into. And the T's are now in a bit of an awkward spot because they threw all their nades. They used both their flashbangs. Now all they've got left is those few pistols and the dirty deeg. And in all honest, I don't think there's going to be too much in it.
I will say, though, I'm getting a little bit worried that Lollipop is able to push out like this so many times. That's 2 rounds in a row he gets aggressive in apartments and 2 rounds in a row that he gets himself a kill. That's going to really put some extra pressure on 1-win, really delay the map control for them. They are leaving 1 player back towards A, though. It looks like the hit will come towards B unless, you know, Travis can kind of suss something out towards the A site. But even he's backing away. So with 37 seconds left, they're going to be looking to hit B yet again. And we've seen so many smokes in the last round to prevent them from pushing through. But I don't believe we're going to have one yet again. Jo and Box going to be out. It's going to come down to just the raw aim battle. If Dazkos can hit the deal shots like he was hitting op shots, 1-win could have a chance to get this bomb planted.
So, Box going to combine along with Jo to close that down without too much of an issue. Sure, they lose 1 player, but they've got plenty of cash for that rebuy. Now we're finally going to get a proper buy for the T side. First one in this match. It really shows how detrimental losing to the force buy in the second round can be, when it takes till round 5 for you to actually get a purchase onto the board, and even then, you're yet to get the AWP onto Davkos. Of course, it's T-side Inferno. It's not necessarily a must to have that AWP, but he is a man that dons the gun the majority of the time, and with someone like Speedak consistently trying to get aggressive onto your side of things, I would expect that eventually we're going to see the AWP on Davkos, unless things start going swimmingly from here on out. And well, that's not the start you want.
The amount of nades thrown in from Banana is insane. They had 3 players that to stack up in the beginning, of course, to make sure to get that early control and that early damage. It's paid off yet again. This time, Lollipop not going to be getting aggressive over towards apartments. Looks like they are setting up a couple of smokes. That one's going to be going towards long. Molotov's going to be thrown out of MDS to delay any sort of push. Speedak's kind of by himself at the moment, looking to actually get aggressive towards short. A minute left to go, and 1-win are actually just going to back away from this. I think Box with him, actually I was assuming with him pushed up right there, might stop them heading back towards the B site, but it looks like B will be in the cards here for 1-win. But again, with the time they have left, they get a pick towards A, they maybe could rotate back in.
Lollipop knows there's at least 1 in mid, but I think he's heard Travis back away. He's got to be careful because Tony Black is still there, but he's going to start following. And now footsteps will be heard. They actually line up. He gets them both to 2 HP, but not a single kill. That has got to be tilting, but there's some massive assist potential here. MDS Looking to wrap around. He gets wrecked by Davkos, though. What a shot from him. Tony Black pincers in, and now they have a genuine chance here, but Box looks to try and end that. He's heard the bomb planted. 2 HP and 2 players to find for Davkos. This is a tough clutch, but he's already managed to get 2 kills. He won't get anything more, though. 4-1 now for Nemiga and AWP to be retrieved, but it still came a little bit too close for comfort.
Did you actually see that shot at a Davkos?
I saw who he hit, but I didn't see it from his point of view.
He basically just did like a fadeaway shot that I think he even thought would never have hit anything, but he connects on the guy library. Ridiculous shot out of him. Fortunately, it wasn't enough in the end to win the round, but they still got the bomb planted, so again, some extra money. But they're still hurting. They still don't have really enough to buy up into this round. They have some, head armor, they have some pistols, but this T side has not been working out for them. And I think you said it was a 16-6 the last time these two teams met on Inferno. Well,
yeah, they've already got
that
4.
was to 1 win, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
But it might be Nemiga's time to go for a 16-6.
It seems like Nemiga as well have started to wise up to those nades that they're investing into in anti-ecos. Barely hitting Jo this time. Speedak. He gets 1. He's looking to stick around. He's got to be careful he doesn't get caught with a nade in hand, and I think spots cross coming through. It does actually isolate the bomb alone, at least for a second, and Lollipop going to be waiting patiently for Starix to make a re-peek. Has positioning to try and spray down the remainder. And it's going to be just trades eventually going firmly in the favor of this CT side. Couple of shots hit for Travis, but he will fall as well. Again, 4 players surviving. More money built up for Nemiga. This leaves the T's once more hoping for a purchase. I think with the amount of extra money, I'm going to assume that this will be where Davkos gets his big green. And that could be a difference maker, because Speedak has had a few rounds now where he's been a little bit aggressive. I don't think he's played anything too risky just yet, though. And also with some of the aggression that's coming onto Banana, maybe Davkos can get a pick there. But I feel like in the grand scale of things, Nemiga have actually been fairly passive. And as I say that, somebody runs down mid. Okay.
Yeah. I feel like you have the commentator curse more than I do this year. But I'm wondering, like, kind of the same thing as, like, where will Davkos stop? Because with the heavy utility being used from Nemiga towards Banana, there's no chance to do it early on there. Towards A, they're really not giving him too many opportunities, minus, what Speedak did just in this round. But then again, their speed wasn't really working for him either, like rushing in towards one of these sites. The great utility usage out of Nemiga to delay with the Molotovs, to delay with the smokes time and time again. One would just really haven't had an opportunity, bar, someone popping off and hitting some ridiculous shots like Pro Player was earlier on with the Galil to really even get in towards the site comfortably. Hell, in that last round alone, 2 players had 2 HP. And they're able to get the bomb down.
I think the Nemiga might be doing this intentionally, though, with the way that they're playing. It's something that we saw Tyloo when they first burst onto the scene do, where they just play so ridiculously passive that you have to execute. And it's not easy to do. Like, this is one of the maps where it's not like you can just smoke off absolutely everything. Sure, on the B site you can, but normally you have to take risks when it comes to the A site. Like, where do you choose to clear? Do you go for the graveyard? Do you just try and take control of the pit? Do you smoke off the side of Arch and then just try and rotate in through short? It's tough. Whereas on the B site, hey, you can Molotov a lot more. Now, Box, this position, normally 1 and done. He gets the first. They actually don't clear him. They're too busy looking at Jo, who's just popping off. 3 kills for him. Eventually, Box chimes in with another. But this duo of the B site has completely shut out 1 win. And eventually, it is going to be another round where they lose nobody.
Yeah, like, what did the op do for 1 win there? Absolutely nothing, unfortunately. It looks like we will have a quick little technical timeout here. Getting word from our admins that Nemiga having some communication issues in the client they're using, so I'm just going to fix that momentarily. But it doesn't seem to be having any problems because they're up 6-1, and honestly, they're playing like a completely different team. Like, where was this Nemiga on Nuke? On Mirage, it was a little bit quiet. We saw Speedak at like, 3 kills at the end of the first half. He's only on 2 at the moment because Jo and Box are getting them all. But this team has just pulled a complete 180 here, and they're looking very strong on the CT side of Inferno.
It's been quite B heavy, and I think the stats prove that. Like, you're not going to have 20 kills between two players within the first few rounds of the game if they're heading into A all the time. Like, MDS plays A, 1 kill, speed out. Okay, sure, when they have gone, it's Lollipop who's done the majority of the heavy lifting, but I don't think Speedak's going to be down in the dumps like he might have been in the first half of the last map, because he hasn't really had to do anything. When he's had a shot to hit, he's hit it. Other than that, I think he's died maybe once since having the AWP. It's not been anything that they're really going to care too much about. And with a 6-1 scoreline, while they say they're having communication issues, that's kind of mad. Like, if you're having issues and you're still wrecking your opponent, I think that pretty much says it all. It could also have been the classic, I forgot to go to the toilet, so let's call a pause and call it a tech issue. But I'm not pointing any fingers. Like, it's just a possibility, and I'm sure that teams have done that in the past.
Are you telling me that the teams don't have bottles next to them like we do?
That is disgusting.
Wait, is it just me?
I actually only cast from the toilet.
I was just gonna say something like that. Hey, you're most comfortable there, right?
Yeah. Got to get the heated seats as well, of course, though. Don't want anything getting cold.
Well, when there's a hype moment, you know, we know exactly why. A little boudet action going on. Again, the nades being thrown out. Look how aggressive, though, Box is this time. So they have so much information for Banana so early on, too. And the second they start to push in towards the A side, he could flank around behind, which he's actually going to be going for now. Box going to swap them out, gets the first kill. That's actually a big smoke going down as well. Pro player was lining up for one for the execute towards the A side, and they've lost out on that now. Trying to wrap in towards our side. Jayo's waiting, and Jayo's going to get one, but one and done, unfortunately. It's going to be Travis able to break his way through, but he's lost so many teammates since then. It's all on him and Davkos now.
Davkos has been spotted as well, and that's the bomb. So they have so much information at this point. You can see, just in case, Box is starting to move into a position around the church, just so if anybody does make a rotation through Arch side, he should at least get a kill. Like, they might expect him there, but you'd expect a kill, and in a 3 versus 1, you would bank on the CT side every single time. But with 30 seconds left, it looks like they're going to commit into this A site, and oh, that's as easy as it could get for Nemiga. I have to say, I'm impressed. 7-1, barely losing any players every single round. The gambles they've been taking have been paying off. This round, they basically hadn't challenged for Banana once. Like, it's just been nades, and they'd sat at the top. This time, after the pause, they go, okay, let's take the whole of Banana. It's ours now. And they rotated a 4th player in. It seems like at the moment, 1win are looking very flat indeed. They've invested into these 3 grenades again. I'd quite like to see them switch up where they're throwing them. Sure, at the top of the Banana, you can do a lot of damage. But you can see that the CT side are just avoiding them at this point. But
well,
I thought the T's were going to push. That would have been better. If they pushed them off the angle and then went and took control, I could understand it. But instead, they just fall back again. They're just a waste of money.
I do want to touch on the fact that you mentioned about the clean rounds. It's like, look at the T side. You got Tony Black on 1 kill, Travis on 1 kill, and Travis was one of the top fraggers in the last map. But if you look at Nemiga, I mean, they have, what, 4 rounds of 4 players surviving, 1 round of everyone surviving, and then, like, the other rounds were 2 players. Like, they're just being so stable in the way they've been playing. They've been able to build up a pretty decent economy, and they're really, I think, forcing women to just kind of, oh, that's a little fortunate for Lollipop. They're just running into a wall. It's so tough for them to, I think, now to overcome this on the T side, because everything they seem to do just isn't working for them.
Time ticking down once again, and still a fair amount of utility available. Even invested into a double AWP setup. I'm not the biggest fan, but it can work. MIBR do it quite well. And Jayo, he's going to get a double with it. Box helping out his teammate a little bit, and leaves just Tony Black remaining. It's looking like another opportunity for at least a cleanish round. Tony Black does take down 1. He's got 10 seconds, though. What can he really do? What can a man do with 10 seconds? Well, the answer is nothing. 8-1. Nemiga already victorious in the half, and another 4-man survival. Like I said, I want to see a change from 1win. I think the nade idea is not necessarily a bad one. I've seen, again, it was Tai Lu in the past, nade stack pit from apartments. Of course, you need to gain apps control, but I guess you need to gain banana control to do the nades they've been doing anyway. Why not try nade stacking into pit? If you clear that position, you have a way onto the A site. Or even just try and apps play in general. Like, I think we've mostly seen an attempt to split through mid and then a push up banana. That's been basically it. And once again, they're just going to try and fight for banana, and they've lost the duel. It's been going the way of the CT side, the majority, but that's over aggressive. Jo tried to take the peak. Box is even going to go back. I'm quite surprised by that. But it's given a 3v3, which, in all honesty, is something we haven't really seen much for the last few rounds.
I almost think that was like disrespect coming through. I mean, they got a nice little trade. They had the man advantage. There's no need to peek back into that. But I guess they wanted also that full control banana. And the note about, you know, nading into pit, it'd be nice if they were able to, you know, to bank their round on something like that. It's worked out with the teams in the past. You think of like Fnatic, Roland plays pit every single round pretty much. And he's a guaranteed kill if you just nade it through. But Tony Black, though, in the meantime, gets 2 kills, opens up the A site. And now Box is alone against 2 players. He's smoked out. He has the AWP. It's not the most ideal weapon in this situation. And Tony Black has just covered his angle. He's walking straight to the smoke, and it doesn't even seem to matter. Davkos is going to hit the kill in the end. And 1win finally do pick up a round. Only 2 people surviving, but it is a round nonetheless. And they need to start to pick up some more here if they want to have a chance going into the CT side.
The only issue with that is I feel like once they got into the 3v3, sure, give props over to 1win for taking that round away, like getting the entries onto the A site. They did well. They shouldn't have even been in that 3v3. Like, if Jo doesn't peak banana after already having the initial battle, that's a 4v3. Chances are, well, who knows what happens, but I'd have bet on Nemiga there. So I feel like maybe that's their own mistakes. It's going to be those nades up the top of banana again. This time far more successful. It's more of a stack here from the CT side, at least initially. Gonna hand box the AWP once again, and while Lollipop goes scurrying back to the A site as nobody really took that control for the T's.
Oh, must be that. Oh, Tony not able to get the second though. MDS able to get the refrag. I always wonder if Nemiga see, or sorry, if one would see that Nemiga are throwing 3 nades from, you know, banana every single round, why not just rush in towards the A site where they don't have 3 players there? Maybe go in towards Arch so you can sneak into CT and play from that position. Oh my God, what? Travis? Hello?
Oh, okay. Lollipop's done a decent job as well. The double spray down has given them a chance. Jeho's going to go running straight through the smoke, so no time really bought there. It's going to be up to whether or not Starix can catch him. He's in a strong position, and he's caught him just like that. Round, it's over. He's got to save. Box shouldn't be going for this anymore. They've already done enough damage in this round that the T's are going to be having some issues. And with the amount of money that's there, if he drops this off over to Jo, this is a perfect buy. So, easy decision. Run away. Save the gun. It's still 8-3. You're still in the lead, and you still have a buy in the next round.
What was that shot, by the way? Towards Arch. Oh my God.
Do you see it from the CT's point of view or from his?
No, from his.
I saw it from the CT's and it looked even weirder. Like, he looked the wrong way and then just snapped back.
He straight, like, it was just complete reaction play. He didn't aim that at all. He just literally swiped his hand and shot. Yeah, and even talking about it, saying nice shot. Insane stuff. It does obviously help get them another round win here. The fun's looking a little bit light, though, on Nemiga, considering how many rounds they've won and how clean they've won these rounds. But 1-win. There we go. This is the road they need to get a little bit closer.
Like, their money, they only had 1 player survive the last round thanks to the exit kill that came in off the AWP. The CTs are going to go back to the tried and true with just investing into the rifles on the B side, which I definitely prefer. I think Jo got a little bit overconfident when using that AWP, took too many risks, and it cost them. Box still trying to peek around this angle, but I'd like them to go back to the passive style they had before. That was working. They're really trying to fight banana now, and I just don't think it's working for them too well. That was something that they weren't doing before, and they were winning rounds. Now they're doing it. They seem to be losing rounds, and I think it's good to see them actually fall back towards the site. But this definitely isn't a set-in-stone strategy just yet for 1-win. They've taken banana control, maybe taken a little bit longer than they would have liked. But now they can look to actually set up and make their mid-round call. And with their money also in a bit of trouble, they need to make sure that this mid-round call is spot on.
Well, they're able to get out a boiler. 47 seconds left to go. They have to pick the bomb back up again. The 2 players towards B, we've got Box and Jo. They do have 1 smoke left to help delay this, and with 35 seconds left to go, putting this down the next few seconds could be exactly what they need to hold on to, because the bomb is heading in this direction. You see Tony trying to cause a little bit of distraction over towards the A site. The smoke will go down. Flashbangs as well, and this could be perfect. You see delaying even further. The rotations eventually come in. Box hits the first shot, and able to get the second though into pro play. JO's there, and Jo, he actually took the silencer off the M4. He gets himself 2 kills. I heard that sound. I was like, what is happening? Dafkos comes around the corner for the quick scope. And they should be able to get the bomb down with 8 seconds left. Oh!
That might have actually helped them out, though. Like, Davkos is just doing work with the AWP. It's the trade back from Speedak. Looking for the rifle, and he will find it. Into the 1v1 versus Tony Black. Who's watching around the side of the church, wrapping in, and he hits the shot as well. Great work from him to save the round, but it's mainly Davkos with the AWP. There's a reason you always want to see that gun in his hands. He's T-side of Inferno at the moment, and he's top fragging on his team.
Yeah, amazing stuff out of him. Was that shot was through the smoke, right? Behind Crips? The first one he got?
Yeah, it was a spam through, so he could see the tracers hitting his teammate,
right.
So.
Yeah, because MDS was spamming, I think, onto the bomb planter there, onto Tony. Well done. And again, that's, I think, 3 rounds straight now for 1 win. I almost thought it was over. The smoke's being thrown down, the flashes as well, like last second to prevent that from coming through. Oh, and
oh my god.
That's not good. Coming around the corner with a Molotov in hand, they get 2 kills with just the pistols. They rescue an AK as well. An MDS. Oh my god! Just like crab walking around the corner while spraying down, and gets the final kill as well with 1 clip. He gets himself a 4K, all headshots. Amazing round from him.
He's gone from 4 kills. He just doubled his kills. Just that round. There was a CZ into an AK, spraying around the corner. He didn't even reload to go for that final kill either. That was just all 1 clip. Wow. That's a big one for them. That they were just reset, and now they've done it straight onto the T's instead. They've just sent them packing, put their finances back in the dirt just after they started to win a few rounds and lower their loss bonus. They couldn't have timed it better. Now looking to edge their way closer to the 11-4 half that, to be honest, they deserve. I don't think there's anything else to really be said. Like, Nemiga have been the better side so far. Well, Hero AK... See if Tony Black can do a simple. Not been his best performance, that's for sure. 6-9 at the moment. But we have seen players just go from having a mediocre to quiet game to just pulling out a round from absolutely nowhere. Looking like he's about to peek into Speedak though, which is risky. But he'll probably just pre-fire, and I like that. They actually use one of the pistols as bait. I think that's something you don't necessarily see enough. Speedak, however, is not going to go down. In fact, he actually has support. Is he going to go pushing? He must know that there's pistols on the other side. Luckily, Box is just going to mow them down. 3 kills already. AK retrieve for Travis, but he doesn't have any armor. Another rotation even comes in to make sure that if there is going to be an attempt through CT, Lollipop is watching. Never mind.
Oh, now it's Jo to defend the side, gets the first. Davkos again has the AWP, picks it up from Speedak. He's gonna be able to get the bomb down, and he has honestly a very realistic chance for pulling this off. Both players coming from Banana, it seems. He's not gonna know obviously where both players are gonna be. Here's at least the first. That's gonna be Box. We expect MDS to be there as well, and you can see Box just pushing so fast as well, and Davkos has so many angles to check before he can actually lock down any of these kills, but he's playing it slow. They know exactly where he's going to be. They get the spray down to him initially, down to 15 health, around the corner, and Nemiga will be able to pull that round off, but that was honestly too close considering what 1 win had in that round, just the 1 AK and the pistols.
I actually quite like the way the Box plays that retake. He was so low on HP, he basically just went out as bait. just made as much noise as possible. He was jumping up and down behind the boxes. Just to make as much noise. So you could see Davkos sort of looking in other angles like, okay, if he's doing that, where's the other guy? The other guy was next to him. But it was just the fake to try and mask any extra footsteps to make sure that his teammate 100% would have got that trade kill. Unless they lined up, which, well, Davkos has done it before, but that would have been a bit of a miracle. They've gone back to the double AWP setup on the CT side, so we might be expecting a little bit more aggression and speedac. We always seem to see him grow into confidence. Jo even going to dunk one out of the round with the HE. And this is going from bad to worse. I'm not even sure what that was an attempt for StarX. Just run into the crosshair of the remaining opponent. Pro play, 1v5. Not happening.
Man, how the tables have turned here for Nemiga. It was 8-7 in favor of one win in the first half of Nuke. It was 9-6 in favor of one win in the first half of Mirage. And now it's 11-4 in favor of them in the first half of Inferno. Albeit on the CT side, but let's be honest, no matter how biased the map is, that looked so dominating out of Nemiga for so many rounds in a row as well. I mean, you can see there, they won, what, 8 rounds in a row on the CT side straight? Lost 3, then won the next 3. And most of the rounds they won on the CT side, at least in the beginning, they had like 4 more players left.
It's those pistols as well. Like, you look at the ones that were actually won by the T side, and they were really close. 2 players, 1 player, 1 player. And then you have that round where, I think it was MDS just gets 4 kills while using a pistol to start and then retrieving an AK. And that was it. Like, that was the chance for one win to basically get up to 6, maybe even 7 rounds. And instead, that one round from MDS shatters their economy, and that's it. That's the half done. So, yeah, Nemiga pulling out all the stops, having the big plays. 2 players as well on 19 kills. That's impressive. That's exactly what you need. And both of them on B, which it kind of means I don't really have to analyze this and say, okay, they really did go B an awful lot, and it did not work.
I just wonder if they can transition that success from the CT side onto the T side. I mean, if one win get the ball rolling, if they get, you know, a nice little pistol round, they get the utility they need to defend Banana early on and get aggressive like we just saw before. We very well could see them, you know, claw it back and pull it, you know, close to a tie and potentially a victory here. But the momentum is definitely on the side of Nemiga, especially as you mentioned before with Jo and Box both having 19 kills. They have to be feeling super confident. Even speedac, I mean, you saw him the last round. He pushed up middle, peeked towards alt mid, got an early kill, backed away. Confidence is something they're definitely not lacking, and now one would have to seem to take that out of the hands of Nemiga and use it for themselves. Take that confidence, because they're going to need it on the CT side. Just one slip up could cost them a chance to get through into the major qualifier.
Pot flash Tony Black into Banana. Does work, but he's taking damage at least. Not too much just yet, but the dinks start to roll through. The CT side, however, are going to be rotating in. Already 3 players, a 4th coming, and only 1 man left on the other side. Pro Play actually drops the bomb initially, just trying to tap shots from the back of sight. He's got StarX to support, a distraction that works wonderfully as he ends up with 3 to his name, and Lollipop looks to scurry away. Now, he won a 1 versus 3 in the pistol round on Mirage. Similar scenario. If anything, he was further surrounded then. This time, he has an opportunity to get a bomb plant, make some money for his team, and then fight back from there.
There's no way he should win this. There's no way. I'm not saying he can't do it, but there should be no way he's able to win this. All 3 players come from CT spawn. He's pushed up aggressively. He might get caught out in the transition towards Archway, and yes, he will. Travis will quickly shut that dream down, wake him up out of his slumber, and get one win the pistol round them up to 5.
I like the idea, at least.
Yeah, I mean, it's at least the bomb plant, right? So.
Yeah, I wonder if teams will still continue to force this round, because we've seen it before where because of that extra bomb plant, you would come in with like a few AKs, maybe an SG, and just go in with Galils on the remaining players. They're going a completely different way. Now, this seems one more suited to a map like Inferno. Like, there's so many positions that you can fight with close range battles. You run up Banana, there's not really a ranged position for the CTs to hold unless they're right back onto the site. You go through the apartments as well, which is probably my personal favorite. It's quite difficult for them to hold. Now they're going to wait for the nades. be patient. Okay, Box is a little bit impatient as he sits back. But they're going to have a full execution onto this B site and then have the MAC-10's leading point to try and get the bomb down and do some damage. Now, if this gets into an afterplant and they can even trade evenly, there's a good chance that they win this round.
There's the Molotov coming through. Let's wait for that to be thrown out. Tony Black kind of misses his flash, unfortunately. Smoke comes in. Jo doesn't get spotted trying to jump over the smoke, though. And Speedek even throwing a late Molotov into the site. He's not really going to catch on to anyone. There's going to be one more player there, and Speedek's able to get it by himself, coming in a little bit late. The bomb going to go down, and the momentum from the pistol round, from all the kills they were able to get, just completely being shut down. Even MDS going for the long-range taps with the MAC-10. Dominating performance out of Nemiga this round. Yeah, I was expecting maybe the Molotovs to come in a little bit earlier, the smokes to come in a little bit earlier, but that contact play on the site completely catching them off guard, and Nemiga now up to 12.
That's the worrying thing is I actually think that the Molotov was well timed. Like, you have to consider that Jo took 99 damage from it. Like, he just ran all the way through and manages to get a kill afterwards. The same for the rest of the team. They just managed to dodge it. Maybe it was slightly misplaced. That's the only thing I can really say. And some of them managed to get round. But that's a fantastic round. But that is a round that is, I don't want to say unique to Inferno, but pretty much that. Like, it's very difficult on most maps to get that close to a team, get up in their faces with all of that utility, and do that much work. But it's really difficult once the B site falls to take it back, and that's a lot of the time why you see a lot of counter utility and maybe even 3 players in early rounds to make sure that that can't happen. Now, one win, they're going to force this up. If they lose this round, that's basically the map.
Well, we got Tony back, push up Banana with the Give us some support out of Pro Play with a flashbang. Flashbang comes through. He's got one more to throw, and they're obviously looking to try to catch someone with this. Nade comes through on a Tony. He's dropped down to 63. That's the flash not being thrown just to help him escape, which originally was going to be used to help him get a kill. And now the utility on the B site, well, there isn't any. No smokes to stop them from pushing through. Even calling the rotate to come in out of Davkos to help out. And Nemiga don't even need to commit to this push, but they're going to go for it.
Yeah, clearly feeling confident. Jo only managing one. Tony Black doing a good job, but he doesn't last long. The MP9 able to trade. Davkos trying to sneak his way through the angle. They're hoping that he'll spam a few shots away or something and actually just go for a more default plant. They do have Lollipop on Banana, so to plant anywhere else other than on the coffins has its risks. Smoke going to be going down. He's actually just going to wait inside it, looking to try and sneak through. They don't expect him to be there. Sure, he takes some damage on his way out, but it doesn't matter. He's got the kills. MDS holding within the site is going to close this round down. And now things become very, very awkward for one win. They've got less money than in the previous round. They have no saved weaponry, and they're very close to this map and match being over.
If I'm not mistaken, luckily 2 teams from the CIS region do get through into the CIS qualifier out of this tiebreaker. So still would be a chance for one win if they do lose this match. They're going to be up against Prosto later on today. They'll be brought to you by Mitch and Dean. Again, Molotov's being thrown in towards the B side, out of the T side here to prevent any sort of forward play. And even the deagle to Tony, he was looking for it. He's thinking about it, but the Molotov being thrown directly on his head forces him back. He's still playing out aggressively, though. Trying to play a little bit of an off angle there, but he gets completely overwhelmed and dropped. I'm not sure if I fully agree with that. And now it leaves one player to himself, Pro Play, on the B site.
Not going to last very long. Lollipop. He's hoping to pad those stats a little bit, get that HLTV ranking up. Instead, he actually dies. So that is a chance for Travis to try and retrieve an AK. You can see how many players are watching it though, and Speedak is not going to allow him to escape. 14-5. We edge ever closer. Bear in mind, the last time they played this map, it was a 16-6 in favor of one win. It seems like Nemiga are searching for revenge. It's always interesting to me when a team lets the 2 maps that you previously lost to a team go straight through into the same series. Sure, not in the same order, but they were happy to play this again, and I'm sure they must have gone over the demos and maybe just felt like they didn't play to the best of their ability, because whatever is happening here today is nothing of the same regard.
If I was the team that beat them, and then we got like 2 of the maps that we beat them on last time, I would be like wondering like, uh-oh, wait a minute. This isn't going like I thought it would.
Oh,
no! Tony!
Oh no! I've never seen anyone do that. He sprayed a full clip into his teammate's back. I feel like if you did that in matchmaking, you get banned.
Oh no!
I have never seen anything like that. Surely there was a point where pro players gone, I'm taking damage, I'm taking damage.
And Tony's like, I got your back, I'll spray it down,
Exiting
bro.
B, exiting.
Oh no. Oh.
Oh, that couldn't have
Poor
gone
Tony.
worse. Travis, he's managed to at least get a kill. There's only one man defending B site, however. But it looks like the CT side might go all in. I like it. Take a risk. It's right towards the end of the match. You can't afford to lose this round, so just throw everything you have into the B site. And the CTs are going to be well placed for this. The Ts will be completely unaware as the push begins to come in. Molotov's being thrown over. MDS already getting the opener. Starix only able to get one. And Davkos trying as he might, but he cannot hold on here. 15-5. Nemiga 1 round away, getting themselves ever closer. And in fact, if you do win a match, as long as basically it doesn't go to a 3-way tie, I assume that means you're through.
Well, we're gonna get our admin Michael in here to discuss that right after this match. No.
Just
Yeah,
for the record, he hates us
learned...
every time we do that.
Oh yeah. And I've learned from the past casting with you, Tom, that I should never try to break down how tiebreakers and stuff work, because it always seems to go the wrong way for me. So I'm just gonna say, sure, to your statement. But 15-5, I mean, Nemiga, yeah, looking good, looking very solid here, especially with the help of Tony Black being a double agent. 3 players over towards the B side that have gone for the stack, and I mean, to be fair, that's where Nemiga has pretty much gone every single round.
3 players here, but the weaponry is not ideal. Box just trying to survive in the corner, but it's actually Geo to get the opener. Nade dunking in. Box is still alive on 5 HP. He's just stuck in this corner, just waiting. His teammates are going to leave him behind. It's like, yep, no, sorry. We're just gone. I'm sure Box is saying, take me with you, but they don't agree. They know that the majority of players are here, and while Travis, you have got to go big. There are 4 players even looking to close in this position. This actually goes alone, but it doesn't even matter. The aggression from Jo might be a little bit oversold, though. He's given them an AK, and he's also given them a much better chance in this retake. Bomb planted, no kit, a singular flashbang, 1 win. They're trying to survive.
So many angles to clear, no kit in their hands either. So if they're gonna go, they have to go now. And Speedak, well, he was quiet in a couple of the maps before, but he's starting to show up here. A crucial kill in the Davkos to help shut this down and guarantee them their victory here on Inferno. The Molotov even buying more time. The bomb is taken away. They're gonna have to go now here, Tom, and Lollipop's able to get 1 and then be traded out on. And now it's a 1-on-2 for Tony. And he wished he had some more teammates to help out on, but the bomb, I think, is almost too far gone here with no kid, and that will do it. We will see Nemiga pick up the victory 2-1 over 1 win and get 1 step closer to playing into the main.
Yep, of course, that is our first match of the day done. There is plenty more to come on this channel, so make sure you don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break, as I believe we'll be jumping into the Asian side of the road to Rio. Don't go anywhere.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
sports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads, so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running roads, so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Yes, I was running. I know. I know. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from
stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again, dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge, ain't come alive. Go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place, ain't come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge, ain't come alive. Go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place, ain't come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again, dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge, ain't come alive. Go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place, ain't come alive.
Come alive. Come alive.
live the way I slide in with the rhymes that make the dimes. I'll close their eyes and fantasize. I'm divine, calling their phone number. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. I'm just for that one's gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young, black, successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round again.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixes 'cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life. Holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. We're going to be going into our second game of today. It's going to be, of course, our guys of GG Ho playing off against D13 Esports. You know, my boys. I'm going to be brutally honest here. I don't want to lie to you guys. I don't know much about these teams, but luckily I am joined by an expert in Asian Counter-Strike, Jason Kaplan, everybody.
I have spent extensive time researching these teams, and I think we're in for quite a banger of a match, actually. I don't want to go too far in depth with it because I don't want to give away any strategies if anyone's, watching or something like that, or, I want people to be surprised at home. So I don't want to spoil anything just yet, but it's going to be an exciting game because we have someone like Annihilation to cast. I'm not going to do the other one because that one's just too easy. It's just there.
Mr. Cap.
Yes.
Wow.
But to kind of reiterate what this is a tiebreaker qualifier for the Asia region. So the top two teams from this will go through into the main event, which is going to be the qualifier for the Road to Rio. So right now, these two teams are going to be fighting for their chance. It's going to be a round robin. I know people in chat were asking earlier on, where's Aquis Club? They actually dropped out, so it's going to be a 3-team tournament. I guess it's just round robin, and then top two teams advance on through, just like the CIS qualifier we just had.
Well, admitting that I don't know too much, I'm looking forward to learn. I think that's always the thing with a lot of these qualifiers. You find out about new teams, you gain information about how they play. Asian Counter-Strike, it's one hell of a drug, and well, an aggressive play from Annihilation. He's going to be pushing down the ramp, already getting a couple of kills in to get that bomb down onto the B site, and the retake is looking pretty bleak for GG as they look to try and open things back up. Igor is going to be able to find one back in. Of course, this is a mix between the Chinese and Russian players, so definitely an interesting roster. Of course, there is a border between the two countries, so I wonder if they live close to it. That could be something. Maybe I'm just wrong, but we are gonna have CTs already. Second kill back in, make that a third. They don't have a kit available, and there's the classic strat, the old and gold, as they throw the Molotov onto the bomb. It's gonna burn away the time. Tamir just waiting patiently. They have to try and get on this defuse, and even then it's gonna be close. He tries to deny it, and they're just about gonna get it. They found a kit in the end. That was the reason why, unfortunately, the classic strat did not work.
Now, I don't want to be the only one here to say this, Tom, because both you and I did discover this yesterday. I did not know that there was a border between China and Russia. Good old U.S. geography they teach you. But I'm interested to see actually how they play about this for GG How and for D13. I mean, obviously, come on, it's just one. It's just one. Calm down. All right, Banks.
That's Bison's cool, like MP5.
Okay, that's true. You are cooler than Banks because the Bison is cooler than the MP5. But yeah, like these teams. I mean, I think it was GG How ended up replacing eHome. I don't know if they couldn't fill the roster or necessarily what the condition was. So kind of like a last-second stand-in here for them. They have a chance to get into the major potentially, and this would be a massive start for them as they're already able to take the pistol round and looking to close out on the second round relatively easily.
Yeah, that is definitely something to mention. Of course, there's lots of opportunities here for teams that wouldn't necessarily get them. Like we spoke about it in the last match with Nemiga being a team that, yeah, maybe they would get to like the minor or something like that, but they're going to get opportunities to play against teams like potentially like Na'Vi if they manage to get through. So that's not something you're going to see on a day-to-day basis. It's going to be a massive learning curve. There could even be a position like we saw with Godsent where a team might play against someone who plays very well, like Madden, and then just buy him and pick him up and bring him into the roster. Like, even as an individual, this is a huge opportunity for all of these players, all of these teams. So it's great to see. Of course, this is the tiebreaker. GG How are going to be kicking it off on that CT side. A decent buy for them here, although they've had to spend a fair amount of money. So there's not so much of a bonus round. The T's gonna be looking to try and find something initially, and they're going for the classic, the 4-1 setup. Gonna be Mad left all on his lonesome, but the rotation after no initial A hit will look to bolster that defense. The T's more so just waiting patiently. Plenty of utility, so they can just wait for the CTs to use some of theirs, but it's Igor getting a bit aggressive now. Annihilation did great work in the pistol, and he's looking to try and continue that form as he gets the opening pick for D13.
You forces Mad to come back from the B site back towards A in case they did decide to execute in that direction, which it looks like where the smokes are set up, they might be going for. Especially with the bomb carried by Tamir going to be heading over towards Ivy as well. Martin's going to be under a lot of pressure. He's got 2 towards Pop to worry about, even looking for potentially a boost over the box maybe if they want to go for that. But he's actually going to push up and close to the smoke. Doesn't really have much backup once these smokes to dissipate. Luckily has time on his side. 30 seconds left to go, and D13 are going to have to pick up the pace here. Annihilation gets another rate. He's going to be able to get one as well. And it looks like a relatively clean take here, actually, for the side of D13 until Mad just threw the smoke catches right.
Excuse me. What is going on here? 2 kills straight through, same angle. CT side have actually got an opportunity here. He's waiting patiently, maybe a bit scared to peek into the same angle once again. Wang also finds another kill, and now it's left onto Mad to try and close it out, but Score is ready and waiting. D13, they have their first round on the board. It took a little longer than they probably would have liked, especially, you have to remember that start in the pistol round. They managed to get 2 opening kills and then lose the round with an afterplant, so they've definitely made some mistakes. Now, this is what I meant when I said that there was a lot of money actually spent by the CT side. You have 2 Deagles, a CZ, an MP9, and sure, Wang basically has the buy that everybody else hoped to have, but this now leaves the T's with a chance to get off to a really strong start when it comes to this T side. You have to bear in mind, nowadays, statistically, okay, Train is probably the most CT-sided map in the game. It's not by much, but, like, it is definitely up there. Teams get bogged down quite regularly. But with that start, a wonderful double nade setup, which, I'll be honest, you don't really see too often. DON trying to get himself a pick back in, but won't find anything.
That double nade. I don't know, how often we expect to get a double kill there, or just even a single kill in that position. I guess trying to use the economy that Gigi Hao did not have to D13's favor, realizing they'd have to go for something cheeky, maybe up close with a shotgun or an SMG. But, you know, ignoring the first round and the second round, which was kind of a toss-up anyways, D13 have had some super clean rounds. Like, the only times they really lost players were, like, 2 through the smoke in the last round here. I'm just trying to spot out where, you know, TLN was. A solid start, and Annihilation's up to 7-2. Already 4 rounds in. He's having a phenomenal game so far.
Yeah, and most of it's been entry fragging as well, which is always great for your side. If your first player is top fragging, well, it's either things are going really bad or they're going really well. Like, it's the case in most teams. Like, if Dupree or Apex or someone like that is at the top of the board, normally those games are won. It means that they're getting so many opening picks that it's just impossible for your opposition to really do anything. Nice to see a full execute actually come in and around where there's only pistols available for the CT side. They're trying to make things really awkward for this stack, like Molotoving all the positions. I have to say, like, from some of the stuff I've seen in the past with, like, questionable strategies, it seems like D13 at least have a decent structure. Now, they lost a couple of players, but they did push into a full 5-man stack, so that's still not a bad round for them. But it's nice to see, because as I said, like, in the past, I remember watching these qualifiers. One team would have an insane amount of ping, would be lagging around corners. Sometimes, I remember a round, I think it was Tyloo threw the bomb out of the door in an apartments on Inferno, just threw it into the site and still won the round. Like, I've seen some of the craziest stuff ever in, like, Asian Counter-Strike, and so far D13 have seemed like they've got a decent structure, using lots of utility, and this round, they're just trying to brute force blast their way into the site. Smoke's still full, few gaps inside them, but they're hitting every shot.
I mean, brute force, that's the perfect way to describe it. They're just hitting every single shot they possibly could. They're not even having to set each other up with smokes or flashes. And they had the initial smokes at the beginning to work around, but D13 is dominating this game. I mean, yeah, the scoreline 2-3, they're only up by 1, but rounds they are winning are looking so damn clean. Score on 3 puts them up to, if I can count correctly in my head, so you got 7, 6 in total. And Gigi Hao, I mean, they don't have money to buy in this round either. Like, they went for a 5-man sec with the USPs. Yeah, okay, fine. You're not really going to necessarily win those. But I do like the nade stack they have going on. 5 players with nades. Maybe throw those all into team main. Maybe hope for a kill or 2 here. Give them a little bit of a taste with their own medicine. But unfortunately, no one's going there. They're going to hear these nades. So they're going to now know, like, all right, let's just hit B.
Nuke dropped, but leave nobody there. Annihilation, happy to take a free eco frag. The right call again for D13. I said that they've looked decent so far and already getting up to the 5-round marker on a map like Train. I think if you get to 6, you're happy. Like, anything more than that, and you really start to worry for GG How going forward if they're going to be able to do anything. Because you get 10 plus rounds on the T side, or even like 8 or 9, and you're starting to think, oh, what's going on there? Still managing to do work with the USPs. No doubt that they're clinical. The goal here is to try and save whatever gun was dropped, but Wang has been unable to find it. And the second he does, Tamir is quick to make sure that gun is traded out. The remaining CT still looking to hunt down a couple of guns, waiting in towards spawn. Great. Just cover that one off. No guns saved. Still 2 players killed. A little bit of extra damage, but I don't think D13 are going to be too worried, especially if you take a gander at the amount of money they have.
Yeah, I mean, what? Rates on 13K right now? Scores on 10K? Like, no end in sight for the funds currently. Again, all going back to how clean these rounds have been, and of course, winning 5 straight in a row. This is D13's map choice, so, you know, take that however you want to. And we do have Mirage as a second map, and we do have Nuke as a third and final map if we get there. So, interested to see how actually the 2 teams would play out Mirage, actually. I know a lot of people, a lot of pros are hoping for a rework of Mirage next. Still one of my favorite maps in the game. Just waiting for Tuscan to come in.
I think
GG How, they do have the double up setup this time.
I think Mirage was always one of those like Asia home maps as well. Like that's where most of the upsets seem to happen. Brain always had its issues, it seemed. Now the AWPs have come into play. A clean take so far from the CTs. They've lost a couple of players, but the AWPs are just wrecking face. And nice work from Wang. He will put down 3 players. Give them another round after the pistol. Now, as said, 5 rounds. It's not great for the T side, but it's already not a bad position. I remember like watching some of the earlier days of MVP, and they were another team that they were really good at the T side of this map, but their CT side was weak. I don't know how much of a common trend that would be within Asia. As I said, I haven't seen a lot of the like qualifier teams in recent times, so we'll have to wait and see how this actually plays out. I think now that the AWPs have come into play, this should become a bit of a different story, and almost needs to be. Such an expensive setup. CT side can't afford just to lose this round back and run out of money.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the upside double up gives you so much extra control in this map. The downside is the investment it takes to pull that off. And considering how weak the economy is at a GG How at the moment, they need to have a clean round here. Clean couple of rounds, so even if they do lose, they can afford to go back into it. Some early damage was done. I think that was at a score on Tamad as he was pushed up, got him shot through the wall. And D13 changed things up, slowing the pace down a little bit. Instead of brute forcing, respecting the double op setup, they do have the smokes and definitely the flashes to dislodge a lot of the angles that GG How wants to use for it. Looks like they're going to be sending 2 players over towards Ivy. Unfortunately, there's going to be at least a 2-man stack in that direction. Oh, they're actually rotating away. So they actually have a clear sight towards CT side. No one's actually even watching directly in towards Ivy, and now it looks like the execute will be coming in with about 30 seconds left.
Yeah, the worry is the wraparound. They do still have a player in place. It's going to be Eagle. He's doing work with the AWP now. This double AWP setup has been real tough. We've broken down. The spray not quite working out, and now it's left. All on to score. He won't be able to close it. A double for TLN. Again, this double AWP setup able to hold on. They're still going to be able to buy it back up, but only just. Igor with the exact amount of money for Kevlar and an AWP. Even still, the T's are going to come back with a purchase of their own, so they are still right on the brink of setting this CT cash back to 0, especially with these couple of rounds being won. Their loss bonus is now diminished to 2,400, so they wouldn't even be close to getting this setup back in. It's also interesting as well that they kind of have it playing 2 towards the A side for the majority of this rounds, but Jesus, I can't even take a breath. They just go straight bombarding into the site. Gore tries to get that opening pick. Instead, is traded out, but Rate has found one over into Ivy. This has just become an A brawl at the moment, and Martin is going to put it firmly into the favor of his side. Rate 1v3, and this is only 30 seconds into the round.
I wonder if GG How tried to get Martin to change his name, because it's such like a weird name compared to the rest of his teammates. Though I would love to see a team with like names like Steve, Jeff.
It almost reminds me. I think it's in
Tom.
like Deadpool 2, where they like get all of these superheroes, and then there's just one guy who's just a normal bloke.
Yeah.
That moment, it's like you've got Igor Light, Mad, Wang J, TLNTW, and that's Martin. He's my friend Martin. He's coming along for the ride. Like, it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit, but I enjoy it. It makes me laugh. It makes me happy. So keep it, Martin. I'm enjoying it.
Well, we've been able to finally see Gigi Hao able to put up a defense, though worrying to me is the fact that it all comes off the double op setup. If they ever lose the double op setup, are they still going to be able to put up that kind of defense, in these next few rounds? Because as you mentioned before, the most heavily or statistically heavy CT-sided map in the game at the moment. With already 5 rounds now done. Like, you imagine if they can break the economy out of Gigi Hao, you're looking at what, like 7, maybe even 8 rounds if we can get to that point. And then I don't know what you do to come back from that if you're GG.
One AK save at least will sit them in a position where everybody can continue to buy. It's not ideal though, but with the way that they've been playing the last few rounds, it has just been a straight aggressive rush in towards the A site. A lot of the time you're not going to need all those extra grenades. Like, sure, the Molotovs would be nice, and the initial executions they were doing seem to be a little bit better than the ones we've seen over the last few rounds, where it's mainly just been a couple of smokes and one player trying to get entry kills. And by the looks of it, we might be about to see a similar thing once again. A little bit more patience, delaying themselves to at least allow the Ivy players to get into position, but still looks like they're going to try and brute force this A site eventually. Maybe just take a little bit more time. Mad. Well, coming under fire, he's actually going to force a rotation, so that's something. Just that extra bit of damage that occurred initially has meant that GG Hao have to double up their defense. And with that kill from Annihilation, a man who really has been getting the opening pick the majority of the time for D13, there's now a good chance for them to get their 6th.
Ooh, Bigger pushes up this time and he gets the kill. So Annihilation now down and ties things up at 4 players left. A minute left to go. I wonder if brute force, if there's more depth to the strategy out of D13, or if brute force is typically like what they're going to be going for. We are seeing some setups here, but Igor Light is just, he has something else to say about it. He gets 2 kills and a 3rd as well. He's just been a stalwart defense for his team with this AWP.
He's been lights out.
I wish you could see my face. I wish we had a video call going right now so you could just see my face.
Don't worry, I'm not proud. 6-5 though. Yeah, it literally just seems like in the early rounds when there were no AWPs available for GG Hao, the pick play worked perfectly for D13. They could get these openers, they could run into the site. As said, their utility forced players out of position, but now GG Hao can play much further back. They can sit in spots, they can wait for the pushes to come in, and I think this is where we're not really seeing the depth I'd like to see from this T side. Like, they're starting to struggle already. They haven't been able to even just outpick the AWP, but I think also maybe getting one of their own could help. Like, they haven't actually just tried to counter one of these AWPs. Every single time it's just been, okay, we now go running into the site. And even when they've worked the pick initially, they're normally still re-peeking angles that, I'll be honest, are fairly easy for someone like Igor to hit. Like, he's just going to peek into main quite regularly. If they run out Ivy, he's going to be able to hold that corner. And that's where you need to have smokes. That's where you need to have counter precautions taken. Or even just, like, rotate back towards the B site where there's likely to be more of an opening. And they're finding it. Even with a Deeg, Rate is going to get that pick. Allows the bomb to rotate over just about as Tammy gets leg shotted. And these AWPs now back in play once again. Wang has made this very difficult for the T's to hold on.
Making it very hard indeed, and the Molotov coming through as well, able to burn out a lot of damage against Tamir. But again, the double op, making it hard to retake. Luckily they have TLN to get the first kill, and well, they will get the defuse through, and that should be them up 7-5. So maybe the first couple of rounds are a little bit of a fluke, but still, the rounds they've been successful on have been the rounds they've had double up. So I'm still really curious to see how things would play out on like the next map, like Mirage maybe, or if it's just trained that they need to run a double op setup. Obviously, again, we don't know a ton about these teams, from this region, but this is an opportunity to see like what they really can bring to the table, and if they can contest the likes, you know, of your Vichis and your Tai Lus when it comes to the Asia qualifiers for the road to Rio.
Oh, we still have one lone Krieg surviving in a sea of AKs. I feel like this is more how it's meant to be. They're going to throw these same nades out onto the A side though. A couple of smokes baiting out counter utility, keeping 4 players over here, and they finally decided to venture towards the B side. The only issue is their initial fake, they took a little bit too long to actually get in the direction of the B site, and the CTs have basically just gone, well, they've thrown all these nades, there's no one here, chances are this was all an illusion, and they're going into the B site. Their push begins.
So flashbang on a rate as well to help provide some cover, and a great shot on the wing, and Mad just tag teaming him down. Igor's able to at least get one, but Rate was able to do so much damage to get him in towards the site. Tamir with the SG, again, we've only seen, I think, now once so far today in the first best of 3 enter this one, and Igorlight again being gifted opportunities to hit the shots down to a 3-on-3, but so many players are pushed up aggressively here. Again, Martin gets another, TLN gets one, it's all in the hands of Score. Oh, but they've not seen him.
Oh, what? Okay, 2 1-taps in a matter of seconds. That Molotov won't deny him. He's going to have to run onto the bomb, and he's going to get the spray down. What a clutch from Score. That was so clean. The first 2 1-taps, I think I'll be dreaming about that tonight. Dear Lord. But that's what it took for them to get back on the board after what has been a 5-round streak from the CT side. And after they got 2 entries while pushing into the B site, it still came down to 1v3. The CTs have been so good in their retakes.
And with double up, that's the thing that kind of surprises me. I mean, okay, one thing I will say, I will criticize for this, is that D13 did peek a lot of angles into the double ops to give him a couple of kills. Like Igorlight got one relatively easy towards the bomb train. There was obviously some hard shots being hit, but they're gifting him a lot of these opportunities too. But still, like you're saying, like 1v3 it came down to clutch that out, and is able to just barely skate by with the help of the Molotov and then running around the corner AK spray. But 6-7, and because of GG Howe's, you know, victories they've had round after round after round, they're still able to afford the double op. But now, if they lose this round, they won't be able to go back into it, and then we could see potentially D13 take the 8-7 lead at the end of the half.
Seems like streaks is the way this match is going so far, so if anything, we put the T side in with a good chance. Eagle's now going to be pushing up a B. Again, an opening pick, and he actually manages to escape. It looked like he was dead to rights. Tammy has to be careful. Man, just playing close. He spotted him again. He seems to get caught in this position so regularly, and he's just going to wait patiently. This is smart from Tamir. Play the close angle. It's not something you can shoulder peek as easily. However, the bomb still waits around Ivy. So the T's are still looking for at least a wraparound here. They're not really playing off of Tamir, but he's doing a great job. He's found a second kill. He's baited the full rotation. Every CT member is looking to try and hunt him down, while in the meantime, the T's are going to plant on A. This man was just supposed to be selling a fake. Instead, they've fallen completely into his trap.
I mean, Tamir's playing Gladiator, and the rest of D13 are playing CS at this rate. I mean, he just goes to the B side by himself, gets the kills like that, and baits the full rotate. He basically just won the round. If they can close this out by himself, though, it doesn't seem to be that easy. Score gets shot from the backside, eventually able to pick up the kill into Martin, though, and now it's just all on TLN, which I would imagine he's just going to be saving this since they don't have too much money. And D13 will tie it up, but this is a couple of rounds now we've seen this, right? And the round prior, Score just walks into the B site, gets 2 kills, and then they win, you know, a 1v3. This time, Tamir comes in, gets 2 kills at the B site, and it's a little bit cleaner, but still, it's a little bit rough for D13 to win rounds based off that individual brilliance.
I think all this is really evidence of is that the risks that GG have been taken to fortify the A site have actually left the B site fairly weak, and there's been the rounds that have actually been lost by D13 have been retakes. Like, the bomb was down most of the time. It was just that their after plant positions weren't that great, and they seem to let a lot of these picks go in the favor of GG Howe. But if they actually just fully forced into that B site, I think that they would win that round most of the time. It's just that the times that they did do it, they did so badly in the afterplants that they actually let the round slip away. So this round, I don't mind them going back into the A site. There's no AWPs left. That was the main issue for them to counter in the early rounds. They were absolutely trouncing anybody who was on that A site. In these 1v1 duels, once again, it's going to be Rate to kick things off. A 5v4, a lot missing for this CT side. See if they can pull this one out of the bag.
If they will, I'm looking towards Martin and TLN to be the ones to do it. Clear out that Ivy position. The bomb is going back down towards Team Main. Wing's going to push up aggressively towards ladder. He's able to get one. Again, unfortunately, that's all he's going to be able to secure. But still, at least getting one kill with the SMG keeps them almost on equal footing. They still have the two M4s alive, and they have Mad with the Deagle. And speaking of Mad with the Deagle, he gets one, not able to get the second, but does spot the bomb out. Then the B side. The rotations could come through. The problem is Rate's already pushed out of Ivy. He's gotten around completely behind TLN and Martin. And now it's all on Martin alone in a 1-on-3.
Oh, he didn't last very long at all. Another big round coming up from Rate, and I feel like that's a lot of what this came down to. D13 able to sort of turn rounds based off individual brilliance. The clutch from Score still like just stuck in my head, but all in all, it just seemed like the B site was almost just left by GG Howler. It was so reliant. I believe it was Mad who was playing over there, currently bottom of the scoreboard for his team. And sure, the A site hold was fantastic, but once D13 seemed to realize that, okay, we can exploit this a little bit, even if it's just sending a player in, that was where everything fell apart. And as said, 8 rounds, T side of Train, that is a pretty damn good half of this map. So it's going to take something big from GG How to turn it. At the same time, I do always wonder, especially when watching like teams I don't know too much about, how good their CT side's actually going to be. Are they going to have the decent rotations? Is the structure going to be there? Do they have that solo player who's able to hold on to the B site individually and not necessarily like win every single duel, but slow down anybody actually trying to take the site using utility? I always give Nexa as like my prime example of a player to watch if you want to get better at trying to be that solo player, because he is not only fantastic individually, but just in terms of the way that he plays a lot of those sites, it's so hard to just kill him off and take it quickly. Like, he's very good at burning down the time and very good at taking players with him.
You know, it's funny. I think, like, back in the quote-unquote olden days of CSGO, you know, like the early days of it, I always felt like it was harder to play the T side than CT, but it feels like in, not recent times necessarily, but over the years, it's kind of switched over where it's harder to play the CT side, because T's have just gotten so good at being able to execute things correctly. And I've been looking at Twitch chat every once in a while, and some people have been saying GG How's better on the T side, and we know Twitch chat is always right 100% of the time. So I don't want to count them out just yet, but I think they still have a lot of work to do, because we've seen Annihilation be so good at these entry frags. If he can just hold an anchor position really well, he's gonna be hard to kind of overthrow. And then we've also seen like Rate score, Tamir. I think Mister's been the only quiet one, but that's because he's only on 4 kills at the moment.
Yeah, I can see why like Twitch chat would definitely be in that direction though, because as said, in the historically, some of the Asian teams I've watched, they've had very good T sides, just because individually in terms of like raw skill and aim, they're off the charts, and the AK pretty much sings the praises of that. I'm hoping we will see maps slip a little bit back towards the CT side, just because now the Krieg has been nerfed into oblivion. Well, not into oblivion, but to a point where it's like, it's usable, but not overused, I guess you could say. So it could make things a little bit more interesting. I still think this can be one of the toughest T sides to play, but already to witness the pistol round for GG Power. They're going to be getting aggressive in towards this A side, just looking for those angels. They've invested into a P250 on Martin, but the fact is, they're already getting the bomb down. They planted it. Now it's the after plant situations where we saw their opposition suffer previously, and already the CT side have brought this down to just Wang. 1 versus 3. A lot still to do, and being surrounded does at least get a kill for his troubles, and a bomb plant might convince them to invest into this next round. But even still, D13, they get themselves that pistol round. 4K for Mr. Cap. You mentioned he had 4 kills in the last half. Well, he just doubled it.
Yeah, I was just going to point that out. Really well done by him on the CT side with that USP. But the bomb plant, what will it net for GG? How will they invest into this round, knowing the economy at a D13 isn't going to be as strong as they'd like to? I mean, you can see the you've seen all got a score, a scout out of Annihilation. But it looks like GG How will just go for the full save. So with the one flashbang, they're obviously going to be trying to rush in towards one of these bomb sites and hopefully look for another plant, ideally. They did even go for the 3 P250s to join in with this one. But what's going to be waiting for him? Rate has no utility, and he's the only one holding the B site. So there's a realistic chance they actually could pull off a bomb plant here. They just have to kill that first player.
Rate trying to use his utility to slow them down, but it may not be needed. A bomb plant looking likely, as they don't really have too many nades to kill him off. That's going to be something at least, but that should be all she wrote, as it will be a 10th now for D13. A second bomb plant, though, that is pretty big in a round where you already got one in the first. Like, the buy in the next round was already going to be spot on. They were going to have plenty of cash to spare. Now, with almost $6,000 on every single player, if they want an AWP, hey, if they want 5, they could get one. But we'll see. The investment actually just going to be onto Wang. And then the rest of the team are going to stick themselves with the AKs. And we'll see whether or not that T side is now going to be dominant. Because in this round, they have definitely got a better buy than their opposition.
Which is so weird to just hear if you're not like an avid CSGO watcher, to lose 2 rounds but still have the better buy against a team who didn't really lose too many players or too many guns in the last round. Here we go. Looks like Mr. Cap's gonna get aggressive towards Ivy at least. There's gonna be 2 players that are waiting to receive him. I do like seeing what just noticed how to score though. He's setting up a teammate with a flashbang into T main. Him and Tamir. Not really netting anything, but I like seeing that teamwork to allow early kills, especially for the CT side, to really solidify even a stronger chance to take another round. But if Wang, like, if this is a clean round for D13 and they can, oh, that's unfortunate for Martin if he saw that. If D13 have a clean round and they rescue the op out of Wang, like, that's the double op setup and it cost them basically nothing. But GG Howard's still taking the time. They still have a lot of utility left as well, so a lot of time to play with and work with. But will they expect Tamir pushed up this far? I think with that smoke going down, they can maybe assume that he's going to be inside of the connector, but they don't really have an angle because the pop smoke going down blocks off Martin. Tamir is relatively safe and has to worry about that one angle. And they're keeping Rate super far back at B to play for full retake if they did hit that site.
I'm a little bit worried about the bomb going in that direction. Mad is going to go for the peak. Now, Wang knows he needs this trade, and that's exactly what he gets. So that now still makes this a possibility, but I like the positioning. They've given up Ivy, but it's intentional. However, Martin has just hit 2 pinging shots, even looking for a third as he rounds the corner. It's the AWP, and make it just the scout to try and clutch this one out. Nice dig at least, and there's only 15 seconds. Now, if he can retrieve that AWP, look to fall back. If he can somehow drop the bomb, there's a possibility, but manages to cross. That should be enough. Looking in the meantime for the 1 versus 1, and he finds it. It's all on to Rate versus Wang. Both players with the AWP, and Wang rounds the corner and finishes the round. A very close attempt from Rate, but ultimately it's not enough, and look what it's done to their finances.
Unfortunate, because if Rate hits that first shot, he actually drops the bomb. And then ports it into the 1v1 where the guy's going to have to make the jump across to actually get the bomb planted in time. And the economy, you mentioned it, there's really not much to look at. There's going to be some armor, there's going to be some deagles, a couple of P250s. GG How now. I mean, they don't have much money either. But if they can have a clean round, then they're going to start to build up some steam and looking closer to tying things up at 10. You see the 4-man, 5-man stack at a D13 on the outside site. So unfortunately, the eggs they put in this basket for Easter is not really going to net them much of a surprise.
Come down to the timing, though. If the T's take too long, CT side will start. Expect maybe they're in the direction. You can already see Annihilation making his rotation. He's going to spot the smokes. The issue is the rest of his teammates will be a little bit further behind. He has everything raining down upon him. But they will make their way through. And there could be a couple of players even coming in on the flank. So there is potential here already. Rate is going to get one straight through the smoke. Annihilation misses his shot. Martin's able to turn 2 back in his favor. The remaining CT's just that little bit far behind. Nice shot onto Wang, though. That's a free AWP if he can retrieve it. both coming in from behind now, but this might just be an AWP save, and even that will be a massive bonus for this CT side.
Yeah, I know you talked about Martin as being like the guy from Deadpool. You know, he doesn't have like a crazy name or anything like that. He isn't like a superhero. But right now, 17 kills. He's starting to prove it. Maybe to me, he's more like one punch guy, where he doesn't need anything special. You know, just do those push-ups, do those sit-ups, and run your 10 kilometers a day, and you can beat anyone. Because this man, 2 kills yet again. He's leading the way here for GG How. I know you don't watch anime, so you have no idea what I'm talking about. So I'll just continue to move on.
I was going to say, it could just be like one of those massive cliche like quotes that people post on Instagram where it's like, never know, one day you could be the hero. Or just something like really cringe. And then it just says,
like me?
and then it just says dash, Martin.
The savior of the world. Might be the savior of this map. GG How getting very fast out of the team main position. Mr. Cap, though, able to get the kill. So Martin's now down, not saving the world in this round. Molotov's being thrown in to really force him into some awkward spots. Molotov on the bomb train as well, and somehow Tamir gets that first kill without being traded on. Wing's gonna fall. Mad's coming around the side. He has a spot onto at least one player. He gets the spot onto the player back towards Pop into E-Box. Able to at least get things closer to equalizing, and TLN looking to push up Ivy. What they expect him to be here? Mister is gonna get the spot, but not the kill. He gets the dink, and now it's down to a 3-on-3.
Score. Doesn't want to look his opponent in the eye. It's actually rate to save him there, but even still, they've got this back into a 2v2. No kit available currently. Moving into the side. Rate's going to get a freebie, though, as Eagle's looking the wrong way, and now it's Mad to try and clutch this. First kill goes his way. Rate just dances around the bomb train. Kicks in his favor. Survival is an option, and he's going to get both. A wonderful clutch. GG start to string rounds together as they get 3 rounds in a row. And now the CT side, well, they can invest a few pennies into the pistols, but ultimately this can't be an investment from them.
Nothing's seeming to work for them, too. Because GG How, I mean, that last round was just basically a brute force out mid, which is exactly what D13 were doing in quite a few of their successful rounds on the T side. They had a lot of utility to use. The Molotovs did some decent damage, again, forced them to some good angles. But just like one player sneaking through and getting into a position a little bit far pushed off, like towards Olaf, and the in-betweens was enough to like shut down the defense. Even with Mister getting a couple of kills towards Ivy. Bigger light though, Martin. I mean, it's just pistols, right? You're not really expecting too much out of D13. It looks like GG How should be up to 11 now. And again, this should be a clean round, it seems. So, kind of stabilize the economy here, which would be perfect for them. It's all on score. He does have a deagle, but 5 players to find and a bomb plant momentarily. Might as well just save the deagle and the armor.
It's definitely not an ideal scenario, but with the loss bonus now building up, he could in theory drop an AWP over. Nonetheless, he still has the cash anyway, and D13 now looking to get a buyback onto the board. It seems like so far so good for our Twitch chat and analysts who have told us that they are better on the T side, because so far they have been. 4 rounds in a row. Streak starting to get dangerous, and actually I think the CT side might agree. They're going to take themselves a pause. Going into a buy round, always a good time. We make a decision of where to play initially, if we're going to see an aggressive peek into upper B, maybe try and take an AWP there to section it off and allow the stack to be a little bit safer on the A site. Are you going to be stacking up grenades? Is there something that you want to try that's a little bit cheeky? Because we've seen them do a few different setups when it comes to their CT side defense. Like, not necessarily holding Ivy all of the time. Do they get aggressive into pop? I'm a big fan of the 2-man pop setup. One facing towards the ladder, the other facing in towards A main. If one of them goes down, obviously the other can switch and peek in the other direction. There's plenty you can do on Train. It's definitely a dynamic CT side. So D13 clearly was something to talk about here.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of a tech pause here. Ping's running a little bit high for D13. I can see them all at a basically 160 ping. So, yeah, obviously want to get that fixed before we do get back. Yeah, I don't know when that started. I'm assuming it was this round. But either way, there might be a little bit of a pause coming through. And Tom, one thing I have learned from my almost 8 years of commentating now is that Twitch chat is always right.
Sure. Why
That's
not?
why everyone in Twitch chat follows me on Twitter at twitter.com/JasonKaplan. But we still have one more game to come up today after this best of 3. Obviously, we're waiting for this to get fixed. It's Prosto up against One Win, where One Win did unfortunately lose out earlier on against Nemiga. But if Prosto win that match, then I think it guarantees Prosto and Nemiga are through into the qualifiers for the CIS region. So
I'm guessing they
Don't
will
quote
still
me on that.
play. They will still play each other, of course, because I believe there will be a seeding or something like that. So I
Yeah.
think because their match will be tomorrow to like finalize everything. But yeah, I think you would be correct because it would be impossible for One Win to earn one win. Of course, if one win, dear Lord, that's gonna get annoying.
My head.
Then we could have a tiebreaker tomorrow if Prosto managed to beat Nemiga, which is definitely a possibility. Like, those teams have been quite close in the past. I think that's what makes the CIS tournament actually fairly interesting, is the fact that all three teams in the tiebreaker have beaten each other before, have played each other, and obviously probably even been in teams together for the majority of the part. And you go into the later stages of the tournaments, there'll be some old rivalries, some squads that have played together, have come through together. So I don't really see that there being a sort of underwhelming section of the Road to Rio. I think EU is stacked. I know that we're going to be looking at some of the NA stuff in the evenings, which, like, I actually prefer this. Although in terms of it all being online, that's unfortunate. But, like, to see every team play to build into a major is so exciting, because there can't be any questions then. Like, always when we have our Legend stage, there was always the question of, like, should this team still be here at this point? Should they still be holding on to that spot for so long? Like, they've kind of been underwhelming for the last 6 months. Do we kind of, like, lead them away and go, that's not really fair for them to still have a spot? They've changed players. They've got one of them as the coach. Like, there was always some weird things that were thrown in. This, there are no questions. Like, if Team Liquid go on, win straight through the NA1, they've earned their spot. If anybody upsets and manages to do the same thing, like you get some surprises along the way, they get beaten by a Cloud9 or a Furia, that person has earned their spot too. Like, they played against each other. The only thing people can really argue now is, okay, this was online, but everybody's in the same boat. Sure, maybe some people play a little bit better from home, but ultimately, whoever wins gets the spots, gets to play in the major. And I think that's exactly how it should be.
Just imagine how big of an upset it could be if, you have someone like Astralis or Fnatic or, anyone that was already qualified through into the major just not make it, just because I kind of agree, like, because of how far back this major is going to be in November, I think you should requalify. I don't think you should have a chance to hold on to that for basically a year, to have that, that spot saved for that long of time without proving yourself, especially if you're underwhelming for a period of time. I believe we're still having some tech issues, by the way, with ping for the teams. I'm not sure if we're going to be heading to a longer break or if we're going to continue to fill during this time. I'm not sure if you're looking at the admin channel.
Yeah, I think if it's going to be an extended break, then we probably will go to hopefully a quick pause. It might be a little bit longer, guys. Hopefully the match will be back fairly soon, but stick around. Of course, make sure you check out all the Twitters and everything. I know you love to do that so much, but yeah, we'll be back soon, hopefully, and make sure you don't go anywhere. Well, that pause was actually fairly quick by the looks of things. I've been told that we will be going live in a matter of seconds, so I didn't even really need to throw it to a break, but, you know, I thought rather than us waffling, you could listen to about 4 seconds of music. But, you're still joined by Jason Kaplan, and we're going to be going back in. Great.
Yep, looks like everything's fixed. I think they just have to, yeah, on our end, have to load it. This is around GoTV and we're delayed. Yeah, should be good to go here. If you guys are just joining us, this is the tiebreaker for the Asia region. The top 2 teams will move on through into the Asia qualifier for Rio, for the next major coming up in November. 11 to 10 currently for Gigi How. This is the first map of the series. It's Train. We have Mirage come up next, and Nuke as our third and final map if we get there. This map was chosen, by D13. I had a brain fart there. And if you missed out on the earlier game, we had Nemiga up against One Win. I'm not going to spoil who won it if you still obviously want to go back and look at it, but it does set the sights on how the CIS region tiebreaker will play out over the course of today and tomorrow. But now getting back into the game, Gigi How on the T side and D13 on the CT side. We are seeing the double up setup though this time at a D13, Tom.
Yeah, and this has been a streak of rounds for the T side for anybody who is just joining us. Aggressive play coming through into Ivy and Mr. Cap. Well, Cap's got nothing to sit on anymore. His head is gone. Left into a 5-on-3 as the T's have found entries elsewhere as well. TLM able to open up onto score. Mad actually just taking that AWP away. He's got to be careful. There's still a man sneaking in behind him. Rate may be able to just catch out a couple of players. He gets the first. He needs to kill Mad as well, but actually just decides to try and get around the corner, even going back for a little bit more. This is aggro as hell, but he manages to make it work. And now they have a chance, a slim one. Annihilation with the AWP is able to get another kill, leaving it into a 2 versus 2 situation. Igor wrapping around is going to hit the taps, and it's left onto the man who started it all. Rate, 2 kills to his name, 10 HP, and a 1v2.
Well, the upside is they don't know where he is. No one's even looking in his direction. He's wrapping around on the back of Ivy. He's gonna spot out TLF. I thought he was gonna go for the trigger discipline here to spot out the second player. Now he has no idea where Igor Light's gonna be, and Igor knows exactly the position he's coming from. On 10 health, we're not really gonna survive that one. Gigi How again taking another round on the T side. That got really scary though, Tom. And I was actually surprised, very surprised to see Rate challenge out against Mad. On the AWP. I feel like that wasn't even a percentage play. It was just like more of a feeling where he felt like he could get that kill. Obviously, they were in, I think, a 2-on-4 at that time. He gets that kill onto Mad. Annihilation gets a kill on the outer bomb site, so it puts it into a more feasible position. But trying to make something happen there out of nothing, and unfortunately, it doesn't work out for them. They lose the double op setup, and now they're forced back up into this round with 2 FAMAS, 1 SMG, and 1 AWP.
It almost looked like he initially was just going to fall back and then realize the situation was like, okay, if I don't do something here, we are screwed, so I'll give it a go. He's got an AWP. There's a chance he'll miss his shot. So I feel like that was actually a more calculated risk than it might have seemed. They are going to get aggressive into pop. As I said, the opening duels have been so good for the T side so far. Great flashbang though. Is going to get one, but the trade back is fine. Still a lot of damage done to some of the remaining T side players, and these are risks that almost have to be taken at this point from the CT side. They've got barely any utility. They don't even have the strongest of weaponry, so they have to try and catch out the T side and not allow them to just go with the same structured rounds we've seen over the last few.
Looks like they're going to regroup up and head in towards the inner bomb site. Rate's going to be waiting. There's not really much utility left for D13. Just the flashbang out of Mr. Cap, which has just been used. Rate's going to have a lot of company here, but they get the spray down. Only able to get one, unfortunately. Annihilation's going to be there to pick up a kill with an op. And now very realistic out of D13. A 3-on-2. They currently do not have a kit with them. Wang, though, in the meantime, is able to take down Mr. Look how far pushed up, though. I think that's going to be score towards the bomb train. Annihilation's trying to cover his upper position. You can see Mad just trying to score. He's trying to find out what the player to take score down. Now it's all Annihilation, and this is going to be tough to win with no kit. I feel like he just has to save, and yeah, he's just going to run back towards CT spawn, save the op for the next round. My question is, will Mad actually chase this, considering the money they do have on Gigi Hao's side? Take that op away, and you have a very solid round coming into round 24, but it looks like Annihilation is going to escape. and GG How will get themselves up to 13.
Yeah, well, they've lost so far is the pistol and the round where they basically ecoed and still got a bomb plant. So they have been
Prove that
flawless
Twitch
on the
chat's
T
always
side.
right.
Sure, in this scenario, they were correct. I will agree. I will say I was also somewhat correct, but let's not talk too much about that. No one cares if I'm correct.
I was like, what does that have to do with this? You try to like gloat? I was also correct.
Yeah. You know, it's the small victories in life, Jason.
I'll give it to you because it's been a while since we've casted together.
CT side, mostly saving money here. They've got the saved AWP, few pistols alongside Kevlar. They will have max loss bonus now. These are the sort of rounds that can work because a lot of the time the CT side try more unorthodox strategies and you see a lot more aggression. Annihilation is going to do just that. Peeks in, finds that opening pick. Chance of retrieving the gun at the moment are fairly slim, however, as Igor is going to be waiting patiently. Mr. Cap is just looking to defend, and in the meantime, they're going to go playing in towards this pop position, and one by one, everybody falls. Igor, 1v5.
No, exactly right as well. P250. That's all Mr. Cap needs. By the way, every time you say his name, it confuses the hell out of me because I keep thinking you're talking about me. This is my last name. But well done by D13.
There's like a pizza place in Ukraine called Mr. Cat. So that.
Why would you order a pizza from a place called Mr. Cat?
Well, if I get a margarita, there's only gonna be pizza.
Yeah, but what's the cheese from? You can milk a cat.
It tastes pretty good. Oh, I won't lie. But yeah, no. That's every time I say Mr. Cap, I want to say Mr. Cat. I think it might be in Polish. Mad opening again though. They go back to these brute force rounds. These fast-paced picks coming in, and already they have a massive advantage. Annihilation and Rate just trying to cling on to life as Mad is going to run straight through a smoke to execute his opponent, leaving Rate all on his lonesome. This would be a massive clutch to take, but I can't say I'm a believer.
Nah, he's got to save this, right? The money, they have decent money, but I think with the drop, they can afford the AWP as well. We're not going to have a chance either way. He will fall. D13 now. On the brink of losing the first map, and more importantly, their map choice. Don't forget that. And GG How looking pretty unstoppable. Like, I think Annihilation's had some good op shots, but we've been seeing, just like Igerlai, he's been having some great shots as well. 20 kills for him. Not going for the T set op for his team. It's going to be Wang to pick it up. A double op yet again for D13. And this is basically their last charade, their last chance, I think, to save this map. They need to win this round. They need to win it cleanly.
Is looking right on the brink once again. We're going to see this aggressive play in towards the A side. Seems to be the bread and butter of D13, but unfortunately, they're not the ones holding the knife. D13 have managed to shut them down, leaving Wang alone on the site. PLN actually somewhat stuck. Still, Wang is going to manage a kill, and he's waiting patiently for Tamir to actually come and peek him. But by the looks of it, he's just going to continue to face in the other direction. Flashbang going to come through. Absolutely perfect. It does, however, allow for TLN to get himself into position. I don't know if that smoke is far enough over. I think he's just about going to claim the bomb, but with 13 HP, he needs some clinical precision. And he's not going to get it at all. D13, they're back on the board, and they finally quelled this aggressive push that GG How have been taking over the last few rounds. However, the T's just about still able to buy. CT side still on the brink.
Problem is, D13 didn't rescue the double op setup. Annihilation had to buy one up, and that means he has no other utility except the smoke. So no flashes, no nade, no Molotov to help out in this round. Luckily, the rest of his team will at least be able to secure that utility for themselves. But Annihilation's been hitting some good shots. He's currently, what is that, 18 and 18. But to be fair, most of the team is kind of around that point anyways. But it needs to be magical here to kind of stop the rot. I mean, GG How, they only have the AKs. Their money will be completely broken after this round. So if we see a 13th on the board for D13, we can almost expect a 14th. But I don't want to count them out at all. We've been seeing them pull off some great play on the T side here of Train. A very patient, slow play out of the T side is still looking for that entry.
Actually gonna get a wonderful kill. Freed the Nake here as well. He's the man without any weaponry. Once again, they don't actually have any utility going into this take, but it hasn't really bothered them too much. Annihilation is going to catch one rotating through Ivy. A second picked up off the AWP as well. Mad eventually trades one back, but it might not be enough. He's going to have to do it all. And as they push through, Rate still gets the kill. He was unaware of exactly where Mad would be, and Mad was even homed in on his position. But D13 have come alive at the perfect time. Difference down just one round. And now all it can be is a few pistols. This is not going to be an impressive buy from GG How whatsoever. See if they can do any damage at least.
Looks like the play might be just a rush inner. Tiger Light with the CZ gonna lead the charge. Only one person to defend. It's gonna be Rate, and he might be overwhelmed. This Alta comes through, stalling them for time, and look at that, Rate just burning them down. Wang's gonna get the kill. I don't think he's gonna be able to get the plan off of this. Nade comes through, just barely gets the plan off. So some extra money on their side, but it still will be a 14-14 tied score here on the first map of the series.
Good delay the defuse just so they make sure they get all of the extra rifles. Pretty sure Rate's utility damage will probably be through the roof because of that round. Actually, only one in front of his own teammate. 52, not bad. 111 ADR. I'm sure that his stats were padded at least a little bit that round. Here we go. Wang back on his AWP. B-side with full utility. Wang looking like he's going to go for that opening pick. There's going to be a player waiting, and actually the flashbang leaves Annihilation completely blind and out in the open. A great start to the round for GG How. More of the same on their T side. Nade over the top from Rate will do a little bit of damage. Not anything in comparison to the player they've lost.
I feel like though if Tamir had an opportunity to get that kill on the TLN, then that'd be so much control, given that even losing that first player wouldn't matter too much. It's an early investment of the smoke out of Rate to lock down the lower control. GG How taking the time here. I mean, man advantage, why wouldn't you slow things down? Slowly trying to make their way in towards the A site, which is actually going to be lacking players. It's only going to be Rate there. I'm still looking at TLN and potentially flanking behind once the execute comes in towards B. Should have an easy kill. And Rate with the incendiary grenade needs to replicate what he did in the round prior. He needs to time this one perfectly, but the problem is he's looking in two different directions. He has to cover off so many different angles here. Smoke's flash is going to be thrown in. Sorry, just a flash actually being thrown in. Rate's going to get one. Sorry, Tamir's going to get the first one. But Wang's going to be holding lower, and he gets the connection onto the man in Z, and that's going to be score falling. The bomb going down, 4-on-2.
Yeah, they can't go for this. They just don't have the finances to warrant any more aggression into this round, and DT side are just going to be playing for overtime, so it has gone the distance in this first map. We are getting the full 30. Question is, are we going to get GG How taking things over the line and getting their map victory? Is it going to be D13 fighting back into this one? Whose choice was this map? I remember you saying earlier. Who picked Train?
This was D13.
Well, they're definitely going to want that last round then.
I mean, what do they have here? They do have the double up. So to force it into a tie. I mean, that flashbang onto Annihilation, by the way, was fantastic. Like, I think it was TLN that threw it. Then Wang went for the peak. I mean, you saw he was completely blind. He didn't know exactly where he was. Able to convert that into a round win, more importantly. They even have like an aggressive stance out of D13 towards Ivy to go for some early control or some early information, more importantly. But Martin, he's been able to push up. Been at least able to take the halls here. And again, Rate's the only one to defend.
Knowing how important the control of Pop is, he's going to be able to hold on to it just with a singular smoke. Fact is, though, this is all bait. They're just trying to hold him back from a rotation. Will be Rate once again. He's dead within the first few seconds. Martin gets the opener. His utility damage is going to be off the charts. Another round where his Molotov has slowed them, has damaged them, but it hasn't taken anyone down. And now it comes down to a double AWP retake. Definitely not the ideal weaponry. They've cleared oil at least as nobody pushes from that angle. It's a aggressive hold from the T's, just not in the positions that they're necessarily expecting. And Wang is going to drop one. The remaining T's looking to clear things up, and it's all onto Tamir, the man flanking him from behind. This would be a massively impressive clutch, but it's not going to be happening. The initial map will go the way of GG How. They're going to take their opponent's choice, and we're looking to try and head into the next map to see if they can turn things back. It'll be a short break. Make sure you don't go anywhere, as we'll be back right after.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Son intelligence de jeu, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we would hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby you feel like home.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be going into the second map for the Asian tiebreaker. Once again, I'm going to be joined by Jason Kaplan. And you know what? The last map, it was pretty damn close, but GG Hao managed to take it over the line on their opponent's map choice. Now we head into Mirage, a map where I feel like I enjoy watching Asian teams on this map a lot, especially with how aggressive these teams have been with the AWP. I'm actually quite excited for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, what we saw out of the AWP out of both teams, like Annihilation had some sick shots. I'm actually looking more towards Igerlight because he like hit so many consistent shots as well with AWP, and they were semi-flashy. Like there was one time, I think he got like 2 kills over towards Ivy, and then I saw him just like not move, so I thought maybe he had like an issue or something like that. And he died right after, but then like a couple rounds later, he gets a triple kill. He's looking pretty solid, and I'm also like hoping to see some like crazy strategies come out. And I know that's like something that kind of makes me sad about Counter-Strike, is that most maps are almost pretty much fully figured out, you know, these days, except when they change like the skyboxes and stuff like that, which is why I want to see more maps included in the game. But I want to see something maybe a little bit different. I want to see some window play. We have this map earlier on with Nemiga up against one win, and no one went middle into the window a single time. Though we did see Davkos pretty much putting his foot down on quite a few of those rounds, but it looks like it's going to be a quick hit over towards the A site. However, D13 have actually pushed up aggressively there as well, so they're going to actually catch him off guard and try to set up the smoke. Doesn't seem to matter, though. Mag comes around the corner, but Ray gets a triple kill, even while blinded up, shuts this push down. But can they close up the last 2 kills?
Okay. This has been filth. This pistol round has been just clean headshots. Let's get ruined by the final attack onto Eagle Light. Gonna have to try and face back. This is the whole Wrath. Outside, or sorry, D13. It's gonna be the first round going the way of the CTs. That was a sick round from Ray. Not only he gets the 3 kills, he closes out in the end, and he was under so much pressure on the ramp, but he comes through for his side.
Even while blinded up, too, he hits the shots, more importantly. Like, so well done by him. And great thought from the rest of his team. I also like how he gets the kill and then, like, stays alive, too. I'm a big fan of just even, you know, just 1 killing back in a way I would have been happy with because of how much strength it really gives you for the rest of the round. But well done by D13. More importantly, Rate is up to 4-0 already. He's got an M4. We do have a scout picked up for Annihilation, who did a little bit of damage to Igerlight, it seems, but he's been knocked down to 47 health and score in the meantime. Shouldn't have done any sort of palace push. What I'm curious about, though, Tom, is GG How. We saw them do so well on the T side of Trame. Are we going to see the same thing for them here on Mirage? I know it's a completely different map, but I wonder if they have that same ability here.
Martin certainly does. A couple of deegs to give them an opportunity in a round where it didn't seem like there was too much. Double scout, definitely not ideal. We're trying to take a site. Martin's still going to be lurking around. You can see Rate just trying to watch in towards the murder hole. Takes some damage, but deals out far more. And in fact, the T's might be about to try and pressure in towards the A site. The thing they have to be careful of is Score. Waiting on the ramp. If they try and plant for that position, they don't have any smokes. They don't know he's there. And that's going to be a clean kill onto the first. Martin's so desperately low as well. He can't even really afford to fight this. Going to leave a lot of tagged players at least. And now, a challenge for the B site.
Oh, Mr. Cap low on health. They do have actually a flank around towards the apartments. Martin's able to get the kill with his last bullet, I believe that was out of his deagle. So the bomb should be planted here, but will they expect a player in towards Palace? It's going to be Score. Sorry, not Palace, the apartments. And they got Rate as well, going to be pushing in from middle. They're not looking up towards Score, and this is an easy opportunity to clutch us out. Spots at the first player, holds that trigger discipline. Able to spray him down and get the kill. But they don't know where Martin is. He's going to be towards short. He gets the dig again, but Score again, long range. Martin had 4 kills in that round. And unfortunately, 4 wasn't going to be enough. And Score should be able to close this out with the defuse here.
That's unfortunate. I had a really nice try from Martin, especially considering the investment. I wonder if they'll go for this. He can get an AK, Wang can get an AK, Galil's on the rest. They've done so much damage to the CT side economy. Sure, Score has made a decent amount of cash in the meantime using that MP9 and could drop an AWP over, but I think this is 100% worth the risk for GG How. They can break back early, put the pain onto D13's economy, and have the chance to basically crush that T side once again. And with one of your players doing so well in a round where he basically had a deagle and armor, give him an AK, who knows what he can achieve.
Well, hopefully for his sake and his team's sake, a couple more kills in this round. Annihilation does have the op, though. He's going to be playing over towards the connector position. Meantime, GG How looking to go for it. Looks like maybe a 3-2 split towards the A site, 2 towards mid. TLN going to be smoking off towards short to allow him to push in towards connector, which again, Annihilation will be waiting. And the rest of D13 at the A site playing up close towards ramp, and they line up! Wang! Slaps it to him, knocks down 2 players, opens up that A site. But Tamir, wow. Okay, he pulls it back. It's 2 kills in middle.
And they've got to be careful. Mr. Camp is actually rotating in. Almost gets the job done and finally does. Igor's going to go down. They've still got the AWP and the Galil to try and continue this retake, and with Wang already tagged down just 30 HP, it's looking like more of the same. Martin is the only one remaining, and his spray is just not going to connect. He's trying to hold on, but too quick round the corner is Tamir, and he's going to be a savior in this round. 4 kills, aggression into middle that pays off, and then he's able to come in and shut down the remaining couple. 3-0, D13 definitely not making it easy for themselves, and GG How another bomb plant, potentially another buy.
I just have no words for them lining up on A ramp. A quick double kill. That should have been GG Hao's round, but Tamir able to push out short and get 2 kills with the SMG from that with that kind of range. Ridiculous stuff, honestly, for them. And now GG Hao going to be investing yet again. 4 AKs on the Galil. D13. Again, it wasn't necessarily as clean as they had hoped, but they luckily were able to save out the round. Annihilation on 3.6k. Again, looking to get aggressive towards the ramp. They didn't learn from the last time. But with the smoke coming down, they buy themselves a little bit of a buffer for any sort of push in towards the A site.
Already, though, another opener. Annihilation from the back, but it's scored to do the majority, and now stuck in the corner. It's going to be Igor. The remaining players were actually pressuring into mid and B, like holding different angles to try and split him with the rest of the team. Molotov going to force him out, and an easy kill for Annihilation. Luckily, though, Wang steps up, looking for a little bit more. And he's going to have to find all the frags. It seems like different players stepping up in each round for GG. And Wang is trying to do it all on his own. The spray's so close. But it's not quite enough. We've seen a 4k now, a 3k with just 20 odd HP left. But none of these rounds are going the way of GG. And they finally come to a point where they can't buy. They didn't get a bomb plant. They don't have the money. And D13 will get, well, somewhat of a respite.
These, like, individual moments, they can't keep happening, can they? I mean, Martin got a 4k. In a round, he only had a deagle. They almost won the round. Wayne gets quite a few in that last round. Almost able to win it out for his team. And basically, what was, like, what, a 1-on-4? I don't know if it's D13 getting lucky or GG Hao getting lucky to be put in that position to potentially pull a round back like that. Great. Oh, my God. Just snapped to the head of Igerlight. He falls. Give me one more player towards ramp. Bounce back at T-spawn, so they aren't looking to go for the plan anytime soon. And Mad will get 1 kill. I don't see how he's going to fight his way out of these 2. Scores up close. Annihilation there with the AWP, and Mad just runs back, tries to hide away, looks for the 1v1s. He gets it against Score. And again, making it expensive for D13. The bomb making its way in from T-spawn. I mean, technically, if they could take down Tamir, they could potentially go for a plant, but they're actually backing off to go in towards Palace now. So maybe trying to sell a little bit of a fake towards the B site where Annihilation's currently in connect, and maybe get him to rotate off.
Trying to take the closest angle to the bomb site. Looks away. The timing could be perfect. He's going to spot them now, though, and now can get the AWP home back in. Has Tamir to support him as well, and eventually finds the shot through the wall. Again, a round where you almost see GG Hao winning it, but not this time, and D13 continuing their flying start. 5-0. We're finally going to see what I would consider a full buy for the T side after being a little bit more patient.
That's like, what, the 3rd round now? It could have easily gone the way of GG Hao.
Yeah, basically only the pistol was dominant. Other than that, everything got way too close for comfort, but they continued to force buy, and yeah, if they had broken one of those rounds, it really would have been so valuable for them. Instead, they've almost given D13 a head start. Like, it's a decent start to the match. Of course, still a long way to go. Seen them streak rounds back in the past after what was only 7 rounds on their CT side of Train. They managed to take home that map on the T side. Very much possible they'll do the same on the CT side of this, but get some rounds on their T side first, and with a little bit of aggression into the apartments, it's looking like we're going to get our first opening battle. Tamir peeking around the edge of this smoke. Now it is going to start to begin to fade. Martin not going to want to have a nade out when this goes down. Flashbang is spot on, and Tamir is going to get both players. They were waiting for him, and they still go down. Tamir just going ham. A 3rd for him already. Bomb down, and GG Hao have been shut down.
Doesn't get any prettier than that, does it, Tom? The flashbang has set up a quick, nice double kill for him. And now it's just all on TLN against 5. Saving the gun. He's got 30 seconds left, so he does have the possibility to do it. You can see that D13 aren't really chasing it because their economy is not too stable either. It's 6 rounds straight for D13. I mean, they had something similar on the, was it CT side? No, the T side of Train. But will it continue this way, or will we see GG How finally able to take around the T side? And if they are able to get around, will they be able to chain it into more than that?
PLN looking like he's going to be allowed to keep his rifle. I like the fact that the CT side aren't over hunting here. Although they've won 5 rounds in a row prior to this, they hadn't kept them clean. They'd been losing a lot of players, even to the Deegs. But to have a 5 alive round, that's perfect. Now they have a buffer.
Yeah.
They have a chance to basically buy up if they need to in the future. The T's, in the meantime, they're having real issues. You mentioned Igor Light as one of the players we thoroughly enjoyed watching. First map, 0 and 6 at the moment. PLN, 1 and 5. It's only really been sort of the couple of rounds attempted from Wang and Martin that really had anything to write home about. They're going to go back to this B site. Now, I will say the chances of Tamir getting away with what he did in the previous round is fairly slim. If they do go for this again, it would be very risky. Instead, Mr. Cap saying, nah, this is my turn. Like, you had your moment in the sun. This time it's me, and he's still going to catch the kill. But this was a ruse. The thing is, the ruse hasn't worked because they got aggressive into the apartment. So the CT side already know, well, there's no one in B anymore, so we might as well just stay here.
They're aggressive on the A ramp as well for the CT side of D13. Of course, they're playing Raid as well. Raid has just been able to get so many quick kills on the ramp side now. The pistol round, this round, 7-0. This is the map choice of GG How as well, and yet it doesn't seem to be. 7 rounds straight. With only 7 rounds played, and my question is to D13, are they ever going to stop winning rounds? 0 and 7. Very good light. Good old James Bond coming through. And you already mentioned before in the last round, he was one of the impact players for GG How when it came to Train. But it seems like the rounds that have gotten close have just been coming off of the ones of individual brilliance, right? We saw Wayne get quite a few kills. We had Martin get a quad kill. Not able to really lock down the round. And we haven't really even seen, like, I feel like a round that was necessarily close for GG How. It was always coming down to those, like, one-man plays. We haven't really seen great, like, executions towards any of these sites. The times we saw, like, the fake towards B just now, well, they got pushed on, and they lost a player right off the bat. They haven't been, like, allowed to really attack the way they wanted to, it seems.
I don't even think we've seen entry kills. Like, it's mostly been, like, as you said, a clutch player or, like, 1 or 2 rounds where they were able to line up a couple of people. Annihilation's just used his USP. Bit risky. Doesn't actually have any support either, so there's a chance to go down. Score's trying to help him from afar. And Martin is actually going to potentially get his hands on an AWP, but, well, not for long. Tamir, quick to rotate. They have managed to bait a player away, so maybe they can try and overwhelm Mr. Cap, but he spotted them just as they look to push in, has all the information, calls it to his team, and he doesn't even need the help. 8-0, they lose 1 player in this round. Money is completely through the roof. They've had 3 rounds now with only 1 player dying, which, well, you could say that's unacceptable, if anything, for GG How, and I'm wondering if this is already getting to the point of no return.
Wings to be back on the op in this round. Though, again, as you pointed out, not really any entry kills really coming through from them. And you can look how passive they're playing as well. They're too, not necessarily scared, but afraid to challenge up close when it comes to T-mid. Not looking for the shot in towards the window. Then again, Annihilation really hasn't been playing those angles. But they've given up a lot of mid control to GG How. Like, where's like the window boost or just the jump into window to kind of sneak through? We saw it in the last round. It's a 1-for-1 trade. But do that with an AK potentially. Maybe try to sneak in towards kitchen if you're able to, though. I think the Great's still going to be up since no one did go in towards window off the bat. There you go, the first real chance in a while for GG How to take a round.
Got the boost in play. Now, this gives an angle into window, but there's no one peeking it. It is a really interesting setup from D13. They haven't really been playing mid at all, which, as said, that's something that we've seen teams in the past, like players like Snappy have brought that in to basically just force teams into executions. But they're not even playing around the window. It's completely open. Someone could easily boost window, flank into B, and no one would know. But I think I'm starting to agree with you that GG don't even look like they're comfortable taking much map control anymore. And it means that they have to go for these late round executions where the CTs have still held on to a lot of their utility. And Incendiary going down with 30 seconds left. A smoke just to enable them to sort of clear a lot of these positions. Molotov having to go onto default just to try and clear out some of these spots from the T's. And that's their last grenade. They're going to be so reliant on entry kills here. Now, Mad has been able to get one, but Mr. Cap is just going to hide, sit in this corner, make it impossible for them to get onto the site. And he has played this absolutely perfect. That was a full man push onto the B site with only him defending it. And he barely even takes damage.
I really just want to ask the admins, did they write that correctly of who chose what map? Because it doesn't seem like it. Like 9-0. And there's only been like 2 rounds that have been close. I don't know what's necessarily going on, but GG How looking like a completely different team from the last map we just saw on Train. They don't have an op this time. Maybe they're going to start to poise for mid control. Actually, they're going to be looking to rush up towards A ramp. Annihilation getting caught with a nade out, but still gets the kill either way. And escapes, checking out towards the palace. And Rate's there to help spray them down. And this looks like, I mean, almost a standard game of matchmaking where someone calls rush A and then 2 people go out and the rest run away.
But they didn't even have any grenades. Like, there's not a single smoke has landed. Like, I've seen teams try to beat the smokes by throwing them and running in, or throwing them maybe after one player's run in, but to just not throw any, that's not really in the strat book of any teams I've seen before. PLN gets an opener. They're still checking for Rate. They know he's here somewhere. But in the meantime, even just him surviving here is buying enough time for a rotation. He is going to go down eventually, but as said, now his teammates are in spot. Mr. Cap already picking off one. It's left onto TLM to try and clutch this, and before I could even finish the sentence, he's already dead. A better round, I suppose, in terms of damage, but in terms of what they actually attempted, I feel like that's as basic as it can get in terms of strategy.
Tom, I want to know, where is the timeout? Where's the minute breather just to talk some things over, to figure out what they can do differently? Like, when you're down like this, why keep, batting your head against a wall? Why not just talk it over and figure out what they can potentially do differently? Again, window just hasn't really been utilized too much. Short, they've gone short a couple of times, but I think every time they've gone short, they've been gifted it. It's not like they even had a challenge out for it. It's just they weren't able to pick up the kills in towards the B side, or they had like 20 seconds left. Oh, TLN. I don't know if he caught that, but that was ridiculous.
Nice shot. Annihilation, though, is happy to have more targets to aim at. Mir, if he goes much further, he's going to find the bomb. And that may not even matter. He's going to kill everyone before he even finds it. 11-0. This is one of the most dominant matches I think I've ever casted. Like, there's been nothing for the last few rounds. Like, when the closest round is still having 2 players surviving, like, other than that, everyone survived. 4-4. Like, it's not even been particularly close. Like, we're having 3 players over 100 ADR on the CT side. They've not even got, like, many flash assists. It's not like they're doing anything too fancy. Utility damage is okay. I suppose that's mostly on the B side. But it's just raw duels. They've just been handed easy kills. And the T's have tried nothing new for about 6 rounds.
Well, out of the 11 rounds we've had so far, there's only been 2 bomb plants.
Those were at the beginning, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah,
they were. I think they're back-to-back rounds.
Those were the first 3 rounds.
So they haven't even been able to really get into a site. They've been shut down, like, time and time again. We think back to, like, for instance, any push towards B with a nice flashbang to allow him to, was it Tamir to get a quick double? They also did with Mister in the round after. Here we go. This might be something. With the mid control given up, they have an opportunity to hit in towards the safe site. Thielen takes down Tamir. Warren trying to get the player in towards Sandwich, takes down Score. So a realistic chance for to get the bomb down. We'll expect the player in towards Shadows. A Molotov comes through. Rate will fall, but Annihilation's still going to be here, and he looks like he might poise for a shot. Unfortunately, he's not able to hit the shot as Mad takes his head clean off, and it looks like finally Cal might be able to stop the rot here. However, Mr. Cap, he's not done. 1-on-2. Do not tell me he clutches this.
Be as painful as it gets, but thankfully Wang is going to be there. Of course, the CT side, you might think, oh, why are they not saving the AWP? They have stupid amounts of cash. it will at least mean that the T's get one for free, which I guess would be the only benefit of like sort of running away or throwing it out of the map and keeping your AK, is you make sure that it couldn't have gone into enemy hands. But it seems like the CT side are just having fun with this at this point. And again, that was a round that I don't know how easy that's going to be to repeat. It was just a similar strategy, but this time it finally worked. So 11-1. CT side comfortably able to come right back in with another purchase. Finally actually seeing some proper mid control attempted by the CT side. I guess they were just saving it for when they finally lost a round, and when it never came, they just kept doing the same thing over and over again. But they've now got 2 players around the connector. They did have a man in window, but Samir's going to make the rotation. They didn't spot Martin, who just ran out onto the B site. He went for a little wonder. That was almost a double in itself. Annihilation hits Wang in the back. Same time, though, the CT side out of spot, out of position. Don't really know what they're going to do here. Is it worth challenging? It seems like there's a attempted peek being made from Annihilation. He's confident that they can take it, but the rest of the team, passive and just going to hold on to their guns.
Kind of surprising considering the money they have. Got Mr. Cap on 10k. Score and rate on about 5k each. Annihilation as well. I mean, make it a little bit expensive for the T side if you can. Maybe look for some exit frags. Instead, I think they're going for that full save. And we'll see Gigi how finally get some rounds on the board. They're going to get 2 straight. I don't know. Looking towards the CT side, I know people were saying their T side on train is much better than their CT side. But, you know, a potential, what, 4-11 first half? Will their CT side be good enough here on Mirage to be able to pull that back? Can they even get the next 2 rounds? That's going to be another question we're going to have to ask ourselves as we move into round 14. They're still going to be up against the full buy, but a D13 in the meantime.
It seems like that round as well is, again, just one in isolation that, like, Martin managed to just walk into the B site and then lined up a player who was sort of on the site and one in window and gets, like, a headshot through the other. So it's like, it's a fantastic round from him, no doubt. Like, sure, give the man an award for winning them around, but I don't know if he's going to ever be able to do that again, because that's the first proper mistake I think we've seen Mr. Cap actually make. Score as well is going to start aggressing. Now, they're just switching sides. This was A, then it was B, now we're back to A again, and there's only one man to defend it. Ray is just going to be patiently waiting for the push to come in. This has retake written all over, especially now that he's already got the initial kill. The bomb, however, is actually trapped on ramp. So the CT side are fully rotated in, and the bomb's not crossed. This is a bad scenario for the T's, but they are going to make it across. But Ray, he peeks out through the smoke. There's nobody holding CT. That smoke is not a brick wall. He can go through it, and he's dropped the bomb in the open. This is looking like we're back to the easy pickings of the last few rounds. It's left all on to Martin. He needs some sick lineups here if he's going to win this, and he gets 2 at least. But that was just, again, another round where GG Howell made countless mistakes. I think the bomb needed to move quicker. I don't know how you don't have anyone covering CT. Like, how does Rate run through a smoke and drop the bomb when you have a player sat in the back corner?
I like this Tom using. It's a smoke. It's not a brick wall. You can run through it. And I wish more people in my matchmaking games realize this. But yeah, like, well, how does he cleanly get it? Like, I know there was a flashbang thrown in from a teammate, but the person he killed wasn't blind, and I didn't really see anyone else really that blind off the back of that. But to be able to stop the bomb from being planted, almost single-handedly wins the round for them. Looks like it was trying to be a somewhat quick play out of Martin towards B, but he gets shut down, knocked down to 3 health. And now it looks like Gigi Howe's gonna go back to a little bit of mid control, I say, as Mad's gonna be the one there and get some support out of Igrelite. And they even have Wayne to cause a distraction or maybe look for a pick over towards the A site in from Palace.
Yeah, they're back to that pick play once again. Or clinical as ever. Try and re-peek, and he finds some information about the players looking to challenge into middle. They do have to be careful of rampant. Ooh, jumping across that was risky. He's going to get punished for it. Finally, they've utilized the window properly. Now a decent opportunity. Now Annihilation is in the backlines. He tries to remain in the Molotov to at least slow them down. Even looking to try and peek through the smoke, but he's caught for it. Now it's left onto Tamir. He's been fantastic throughout this half. But there's more trained in. He manages to avoid it, but his opponent avoids his bullets.
I'm a little bit confused though, Tom, because we saw them try to go for a plant for short. I mean, it wasn't like the typical short plant, you know, by triple stack. It was kind of on the side of it. And yet, there was a player short anyways, like watch him. He actually kills him and gets the bomb down. I'm not sure if that was miscommunication or expecting a smoke or a player to be watching that position, but that could have potentially have cost him, you know, their third round they're able to accumulate over the course of the first half. And now swapping over, I mean, you look at this, one pistol round can pretty much just solidify the loss for them in this map and take us onto a third map of Nuke.
Yeah, this would have to be one hell of a CT side from GG How. Basically a pure replica of what we've just seen. And I feel like a lot of that will come down to D13 playing poorly. Like, to not get 4 rounds on your T side would be pretty abysmal after having such a good half. I feel like confidence is going to be high. You're going to be talking about what's going to be going on in the next map if you could just close this one out. And the CT side have actually just gone full Kevlar pistols, so not really investing much into this in terms of utility. No kit available to them either. So if the bomb goes down, we could be seeing a tough after plant situation for GG How. And as said, they lose this, it's pretty much over.
I wonder how both these teams are when it comes to a map like Nuke, though. Obviously, as we said before at the start of the series, it's really hard to kind of research into these teams. You know, you head over to Liquipedia, and most of the players don't even have a page to look at their history. Either like Nuke, I mean, that could be an Opera's Paradise for Annihilation or for Igrelite, who has been having a really rough game. I think he was like 0, 1, and 14 for a while, and that last round might have given him the 2 kills and the assist he needed to kind of get back into this. You look at the side of D13, you got Tamir at 17 kills. Their lowest is at 11, which is score, which is the same as the highest amount for GG How, which is Martin. I mean, again, looking at the round difference, you can expect that, right? You'd expect some ridiculous differences in terms of score, but I think it's also showing that D13, like, everyone is hitting their shots because everyone's just so close within kills alone. It's not just one player who's been carrying them on the CT side. It's been the whole team.
The round is about to begin. A couple of smokes available alongside flashbangs for E side. They also have themselves a P250 onto Mr. Cap. Like, heading in for what is a take of the A site. They have the smokes available to try and section off different positions. I wonder if it's going to be more stairs and maybe in towards the connector just to try and allow them to take control of CT. Then again, with a couple of players around B site, might try and gain control of jungle instead, which would leave them in a decent spot for the after plant. They could play from the connector and plant more in an aggressive position. So there's a lot of opportunities with these few grenades. Are relying quite heavily on Mr. Cap for those, or Mr. Cap, I knew I'd say eventually, for those entries.
That's a split coming in towards the A site. You can have a player in towards window to catch the rotates. Going to take down Igrelite right off the bat as he's tucked away in towards Shadow. Martin, though, able to take down scores, so it actually alleviates a lot of pressure that was coming their way in towards the A side. Martin's going to continue to push through the smoke. He gets another kill. Looking for the man inside of Palace, Mr. Cat. Trying to stay alive here with that P250, and now it's just Tamir by himself on ramp. They know exactly where he is. The bomb's being defused, and Martin again. Another quad kill out of him, and GG How, they take the pistol round.
An important
start on purpose there, by the way.
Fair enough. I wonder if we're going to see an investment, though. We saw it in the other half from GG How. They invested into these rounds. They forced it up, and eventually that was what gave a big lead in favor of D13. Like, even just looking at the scoreboard, it was 11 rounds in a row, which is pretty damn ridiculous. They are going to take the risk as well. We'll see if they can do any better than their counterparts. Got a couple of Galils alongside an AK and a couple of Deegs. It's definitely not the worst buy, and you have to remember the CT side don't have all the finances available to them either. So the risk could be worth it. At the same time, when you are this far into the lead, I wouldn't be against if they had just saved and waited for the big buy in the next round. Like, they can afford to give a little bit of leeway over to GG How, but you don't want to allow them to get the same streak of rounds that you had at the start of the last.
Yeah, I mean, especially with how Train went for D13 on the T side. Like, they got some momentum going. It took a little bit of time for GG How to, you know, stop that, get their own going. Bigger light, nice little spray through the smoke, gets a second. Not gonna expect the next player to push through. Mr. Cap gets revenge. Bomb was spotted over towards short, but it's not actually gonna be pushed in that direction. Looking to hit over towards the A site, which might be a little bit susceptible. Tamir looking to push around, spots out Wayne, gets the kill as well, making it now very possible for D13 to turn this around. They're still gonna have a player to worry about though, and that's gonna be Mad.
Already giving away his position though. Bit of a risky plant considering his spot, but they are going to get it open. Didn't really throw a very good smoke down though. It gave a gap over the top, and TLN has spotted the remaining player. I'm pretty sure he saw Tamir going in that direction, so they should have an idea, and they'll definitely hear him jump down into mid. So this should be as easy as you like, although it seemed like he had a chance, at least for a second. Still, the bomb will be defused. 12-5, couple of rounds in a row, and we are getting some similarities to the previous half already. I do wonder if they're going to continue this force buy or just go for some pistols. I'd like to see them now just take the hit, don't invest too much, make sure that you get the full buys coming up sooner rather than later, and you don't allow GG How to just start really rolling in these next few rounds.
Yeah, I'd say, I mean, with... Actually, was it Wang was the T side opper, and I think Igerlight was more of the CT side opper for GG How. So I think if you get Annihilation on the AWP and you can challenge out on him early on, kind of stop that momentum from coming through. GG How at the same rate, looking to get some clean rounds. Like, they can't really afford to lose out on too many, so building up that economy early on would be perfect. Wang down to 4 HP as he gets spammed out on rate. Not able to quite connect the shot over towards B either, as he's eventually able to take down TLN through the side of the wall. And even gets a tag onto Martin. What is happening for the CT side of GG How? Finally, Igerlight's able to at least stop this pushing towards the B site. They've left mid open, A site with only one person to defend. That's going to be Mad. They've lost window control, which we're currently seeing Score flank around on. I don't think GG How are expecting this.
Oh.
Did they just pass each other?
No, he let him walk past. That's genius from Score. He wanted to make sure that he could get further in, but Wang is able to turn around on just 4 HP, and now the rest of the team look to continue. 2 extremely low players within this B site. Slow it down once again. Waiting patiently. Maybe trying to force a rotation back. Martin just on the edge of the smoke is not going to be expected. Annihilation just waiting patiently now. They haven't spotted anyone else. I wonder what it takes for the CT side to start rotating players away. I also wonder if maybe the moment has passed. The CT side with a better crossfire. 20 seconds left. They have to go into B now. I think they're just waiting to try and bait a player to move back, but no one's going anywhere. GG How are convinced it's going to be this site. A singular kill, the bomb dropped, and now just a fade away from Wang. I think he knows at this point he has done enough. And a bomb plant, the second it goes down, just going to try and spin to avoid any bullets, but it isn't going to happen. A really nice attempt of a round, and I feel like maybe even just waiting a little bit too long to pull the trigger. I think they should have probably gone as they had Score going in from behind. If they could have timed that right, well, anything could have happened.
Yeah, I think also GG How stuck towards the B site because they didn't want to let any of those weapons go. Like, they didn't want to like rotate towards A and then give them a chance to get the bomb down B and then pick up the weapons and then have an after plant. Either way, somehow GG How pulled it off. I honestly thought they were going to lose out on that round, and that was going to be D13 on the rise. But GG How, in the meantime, they lost out on quite a few players. They're hurting money-wise. D13 back on the buy-up. And look at the difference in play styles as well. Like, D13 straight mid control. Whereas GG How on the T side kind of didn't bother to go that way. Like, does he actually expect Tamir to push through the smoke? Oh my gosh, Tamir, another kill coming through. GG How just not getting a break.
This man takes serious risks, but they seem to pay off the majority of the time. Gotta be careful, he's being watched. This can be a fairly simplistic trade in the end for the CTs. Still, gonna try and make their way in towards a nice pop flash into the ramp. Wang actually sprayed down. Annihilation able to get the kill. And now it's left on to Mad. Sat in the corner being spammed away. He's at least a kill here, and he does get it. He's being Molotoved out and forced out of position. And now it's left all onto one. A quick cleanup in the end from D13. 13 to 6. CT side out of cash and maybe out of time. Looks like they're going to try and force the issue. Wang will buy up another AWP, but if this doesn't work, we're going to a third, Jason.
Yeah, I'd agree. That would be Nuke if you're just joining us and you don't know what maps we'll be playing. And again, as we were saying in the first game, right? You win one match, you have a really good chance of moving through then into the main qualifier for Rio. Obviously depends on how the other games play, but D13. I mean, considering their T side on Train, I thought, okay, D13, they've got this. Probably a quick 2-0, considering how well they were playing on Train. But I have to give credit to Gigi How to be able to pull that one back. And now D13 are looking just to lock down Mirage. They're pretty much choosing or winning on the opponent's map choice. I think a lot of it, at least in their success on the T side, has come down to Tamir. Like you said, the big risks he's been taking has been actually paying off quite well.
Round, they're going to gather up for a hit into the A site. 3 players here, including the AWP, although one starts to rotate away. Wang going to get that opener. Tamir already gone. With a quick trade, and that's going to allow them presence onto the connector. Mad has to be careful. He knows he needs to kill this man, but can't quite do it. A flank even coming in. Annihilation eventually goes down. Still a possibility here. Wang still with his AWP actually finds the kill. Looks for a second, pings off another, and leaves it all onto Rate. Knows where one man is at least. So low on HP. He's going to try and get close to his position. I think Igor bot him crossing. Gonna wait patiently, try and clear this man out and succeed, but took a tag, and that could be the difference maker. Down to just 9 HP. If he gets that kill for free, well, I'd almost bet on him in this scenario, but instead, gonna try and get rid of the AWP, maybe tilt his opponents a little bit, maybe clean up one of these remaining players. It isn't gonna happen. GG How do cling to life. An important round S7 for them to win. The T's, money's not awful. It's not great either, though.
Yeah, do you take the hit now, and then with such a big lead, you can afford to go for something like that, or they invest? And well, there's the answer to that question. But again, like, they took the op out of the hands of Wang by throwing it out of the map. Now they have Mad on an SMG. They have 2 AKs and 2 M4s to at least eliminate like that long-range battle they have to deal with. Though, to be fair, I feel like Annihilation has won that trade even with the AK more times than not. But they're setting up for a big hit towards A. And GG How still with 3 players in the vicinity. They're gonna spot them out and get the first kill. A little bit of a TK coming in. Helps out GG How here. Keeps it into a 4-on-3 man advantage to them. The bomb should be planted here. It's going to come down to the after plant situation.
Through the smoke. This time there's no AWP in the back lines to ruin their day. Love is going to be going over. Nobody close to that position. Tamir potentially going to peek out, but takes a lot of damage instead. Being pressured and jumping shot from Mad on the MP9. It's now left all on to score. Gotta hope he killed his teammate just to gain some extra strength, and instead, technically 3 kills for him in that round, but it doesn't matter. The drag back continues. 5 rounds now the distance, and well, the side, again, they've got enough for AKs. I'm kind of hoping they just pick up some pistols and save.
Only 1 Tech 9, I'm a little sad. Mac 10 though for Rape. This is gonna be a quick hit towards B. Just rush straight through. There's gonna be at least some Molotovs to help defend this. 2 players in towards middle as well. Actually, 1 going back towards connector. So the rotate could be there in time. Smoke's already being thrown in, so it looks like they're gonna go without stopping here. Martin defending himself with his own smoke to kind of keep him at a good angle. As they rush in towards site, Martin's already able to get the first kill. The Molotov burns them a little bit low. It seems a little bit too easy for Martin and Wang. Scores to get the jumping CZ kill. And GG How again will take another round. The D13, again, not much invested. Not gonna be buy up the 8Ks. I'm assuming we're gonna see an op. I think Scores should be dropping that to Annihilation. Or are they just gonna click for the running gun, and it seems like they will stay that direction. Hasn't been really working out for them though, to be fair. They've won 1 round on the T side, which is just so weird considering how dominating their CT performance was in the first half.
Yeah, it seems like both teams struggling on the T side of this map, at least for now. And the thing is, for GG, how it now gets worse, because... Well, no, for D13, sorry, because they're in the lead, but the more this slips back, even if they're still in the lead, it's going to feel a lot more uncomfortable than if there was a bit of a back and forth and they'd had not so dominant a first half. But the pressure's on. Tamir, this time, he tries the same plays, and that's the thing. They've started to fall a little bit flat. Luckily, Igor, maybe a little bit over-eager, is going to peek in towards the connector. Lose his life. The jump up should be a free kill. A little bit messy for TLN, but gonna get the kill nonetheless. The remaining T's look to try and make a play in towards the B side. Now there's a boost in the meantime coming up onto short, so they're a little bit out of position, and that could play into the hands of the T side. TLN gonna be the first point of contact, and he did not realize they were that far forward. Martin still watching for short, but they're already on site.
With the op, though, it's going to be Wang playing in towards kitchen. Martin still on top of the boost. How are they actually going to execute back in towards the site? You got Mad here to support Wang. You got Rate trying to play close to that smoke. You need the pressure from short, and it's going to be Wang unfortunately falling as Mad will trade out. The short player is going to fall. That's Martin now going down. It's going to be Mad alone in a 1-on-2. Time taken away. The bomb getting ever so close to exploding. Getting D13 up to their 14th round. Playing around this perfectly, trying to bait and switch each other. Mr. Cat will get the kill, and D13 finally do stop the rod, and finally can breathe a sigh of relief as they're finally able to secure a round. Feels like it's been forever since they've been able to do that on the T side.
And it actually started very well for GG High in that round. I do think that Eagle making a bit of a mistake. It's definitely not been his map so far. 7-20, off to a very slow start, and fortunately, they finally get going, but he hasn't stepped up to the plate just yet. They will have a purchase in this round at least, but ultimately, they're in a position where they lose this round and it's done. Luckily, that seems to be where they actually step up. When their players have performed better, we've had a turnaround at least from the likes of Martin. Wang still playing quite well. Wang about to be Molotov'd off though. Does have a smoke of his own, but a little bit of a waste. Martin getting aggressive and will spot out an aggressive player waiting for him in B. That just is forced back off the angle, so still information is left fairly minimal for the CT side. They know that there was someone outside B, but that really doesn't tell them too much about the direction of this push.
Well, as we see, it looks like it's going to be coming in towards the A site. You can see Tamir. He's had some questionable plays as well, thinking back to a couple rounds prior, pushing through the smoke with his own flashbang and the two players waiting to receive. They'll be looking to apply the pressure yet again. Oh my gosh, that flashbang completely catches out Igor, but it still doesn't matter. Weir's going to fall eventually, not checking his corner. And it looks like GG have been able to hold off this push, however. Able to push their own smoke. GG How taking their time with the man advantage. Igor Light able to get a second as well, so might not have that many kills so far in the map, but he's been able to get some crucial kills in this round, and there we go. Martin, Mad, and Wang able to chime in at the last few seconds to get the kills and put things now at 14-10, still in favor of D13.
I mean, he's gone from, like, I feel like there hasn't been too many levels to his game. Like, he's gone from basically being able to get away with these entry kills in the connector to doing exactly the same thing, but just dying every round. Like, he hasn't had a kill in a while. I think he was 20-12 or 20-13, so just statistically, you know that he hasn't been able to do too much, and it's reminiscent of other players. Like, I know that Esperanto has been one that loves playing connector, but when connector doesn't work, sometimes the levels to his game don't seem to be there. And it seems like Tamir is having a similar sort of issue here, where when connector was working, when he was able to run through a smoke, get kills, fantastic. Now he's trying the same things, and GG How are ready for it. He's losing Jules early in the round, and they're basically losing at least who was their best player over the last like 10-15 rounds. So it's becoming an issue. 14-10, they're going to invest into some pistols.
For me, Tom, though, it's like, if he just checked stairs, that could have been their round.
Yeah, for sure.
And to not check that angle when you have like a beat set with a flashbang as well is a little bit unfortunate for him. But yeah, it definitely didn't work out in his favor that time. Hasn't worked out in quite a while, as he pointed out with his current kills. or lack of kills we've seen in the last few rounds. Martin, go for the peak, still towards B, able to drop rate, but it costs him 90 of his health. But still, I mean, it was a 12-3 half. I don't think there's many people out there would have guessed that Gigi Hao would have been able to pull it back already this close and potentially able to get themselves up to 11. Flashbang allows Igerlight to go for the shot, but score was not blind either way. And yeah, this is just clinical. Look at that, just dropping them one by one. D13 didn't really have anything invested into this round, bar the pistols and the Kevlar, but Gigi Hao has not lost a single player.
This was 11-0. Like, 12-3 sounds pretty nice, but 11-0. It's a crazy scoreline. To even think about bringing that back is slightly ridiculous, but they're giving it a damn good go. 14-11 still. Any slip up can be enough to at least guarantee overtime for D13. I'm sure that will still be demoralizing as hell if they manage to throw away an 11-0 lead. D-side a MP9. Now, of course, keeping the extra cash to fight for overtime is nice, but I'd rather see Mad have himself a rifle here. Maybe it's down to where he's actually going to be playing, looking like he might be a little bit more aggro onto the ramp, but even playing under Balk, I'd like to see him have a rifle. Like, they have the money for it. Sure, saving that extra cash is important, but no, the bomb actually got dropped there, so I wonder if he's close enough to hear that hit the floor. Well, it's not the loudest of sounds, but it could be some information. They're going to have at least 3 players here. Mad's getting burnt out, but he waits for the flashbang, and the MP9 at least comes through for one. The counter flashes from GG have been on point, but even still, a man-for-man trade, not too bad for the T's whatsoever.
They do have a man flanking for D13 and towards middle. Score could easily be linchpin in this round if he can just get this kill. He's been spotted out. Now he's looking to jump in towards window. He's going to fail the jump, unfortunately. TLN, in the meantime, they take down rate. And Igerlight locks down the control of connector. Look at this. Gigi Hao again able to take a round here as Wayne closed it out with the double. 14-12. D13 have had money to buy in so many of these rounds, and yet they just can't seem to find that magic equation to win a round. Or at least win them consistently.
Yeah, I said, like, some of the counter flashes we're seeing at the moment from GG Hao have been on point. Like, the pot flash just behind. I think both teams have had their moments for sure. But I didn't really see a way that Mad would actually get away with anything there. Like, it was him just running at the players on ramp. And now the T's looking to take a leaf out of his book, just running straight out into middle. TLN the only player really anywhere near the action. See, in the meantime, the CT side have decided that need to smoke off some of these positions and leave the A site well bolstered with players, expecting maybe a split in that direction. It has been the more common split of the two, but at the same time, aggression could cost them. They've got to be careful. Look at TLN's position. It's a bit of an odd one. I don't think it's going to be expected. Never mind, Score just peeks into it. Maybe he's seen that one before, but whatever it was, finds the instant kill. Maybe saw the barrel of the gun or something. I'm not quite sure. Now, the T's, 2-man advantage. A good opportunity to get themselves to 15. Mad at the back of the site, being sprayed down to just 23 HP. They now have full control here.
Still 2 players low on the T side. Bomb going to be going down. Tamir down to 19 health. Score at 18. But all 3 players on the CT side will be coming in from CT spawn. Flashbang to allow him to get in. Spots at the first towards ramp. Thing is, Tamir's going to be holding from connector, and they're going to be walking directly into his crosshairs. He's able to get his first finally. Wang, though, 1-on-4 with just the AWP, and he's going to fall from the flank out of Score. And D13 finally do get themselves up to match point. It's taken a hell of a lot of rounds to get there. But now you have to ask themselves, can they win this one to close out the map and take us over to Nuke?
Well, if it does go to overtime, we're going to have a wonderful pattern on the scoreboard of 3-1, 3-1, 3-1, 3, which, you know what, just like, for my slight OCD, that would be quite nice. I wouldn't mind seeing that, but ultimately, it's tough to tell. Like, GG Hao have definitely done a good job of bouncing back. They're going to go for this aggressive play in towards middle. Tamir ready and waiting, but it's still the CTs to come out on top. At least you might think, because Score is going to be able to trade things back, keep it somewhat even. Both teams with a slight tag on either side, although Score definitely taking the worst brunt of that. Meantime, I think we're getting a free kill here. That's as easy as you like. No one's spotting into connector. And now the pressure looking like it's about to come onto good old Martin. As he's got two players making his way in his direction. His teammate going back towards A just to make sure it's covered. He needs a minimum of a kill. Sprays the first and isn't going to allow Score to refrag. Just hides, just waits for the rotation to come in, gets back onto the site. This is smart stuff from Martin, not taking any risks. Now he will have friend look after him.
I don't know if you were watching the score there, trying to pick up the bomb. With a kill, by the way, from TLN onto Mr. Cap in middle. He saw Mr. Cap trying to smoke connector, and I think that was like the nice little bit of information they needed to say, hey, they're going to be coming B. He didn't see anyone else in mid. Obviously trying to alleviate some sort of push in from short. The bomb would make its way back towards the A site, though, with about 27 seconds left. So he's going to have the time, a little bit of an opportunity to walk when he needs to. But there's just so many angles he has to clear. It all comes down to TLN to hit this initial shot to shut down the bomb from being planted. Or he can just wait for the rotate to come through. Score walking in. Oh, the timing. Just perfect for him. And there you go. 15-13. GG How. They might have lost the last round. Might be on match point for D13, but they're not out just yet.
The time is looming. And as said, at this point, I feel like when you go 11-0 down, although it's sort of like embarrassing, it's demoralizing, I feel like pressure's off. At that point, you go, well, whatever happens from here on out happens. That, for me, means that all the pressure's on D13. Because if you throw away 11-0, well, firstly, that's a 2-0, you're done. That's a 0-1, and you've got to try... Well, you have to win your last game and hope that your opponent manages to beat GG How as well, which... You never want your fate to be in someone else's hands, ever. Like, that's the worst thing in the world in a tournament where you're just praying that somebody else wins their game. Instead, only 2 rounds needed to get them back. GG How could be close to pulling off a massive comeback, and then, well, momentum's going to be in their favor. They're going to be feeling confident after what was such a poor start to the map. I feel like D13 have to end this, and they have to end it soon, and, well... Here we go. A-site take.
Oh my god. Annihilation. How should you be allowed to do that? Igerlite only able to get 1 from Shadow, though. Now it's a 3-on-2 with the retake to come through to save the map here for GG How. TLN with the AUG. Martin with the M4. And Tamir wasn't able to get in towards window. I don't know if they're actually expecting to be here. There's actually going to be 2 players with him and Rate together. Martin's going to be the one to push up, and he's got to be the savior for his team. He's got 2 kills to find here towards his right side. The smoke comes in. Rate playing in front of it, but Rate gets the kill. And now it's just going to be TLN against 3. They've had quite a hell of a comeback, but the bomb taken away, I think that's just going to do it. There we go. Rate locks it out. It's taken a hell of a long time, but finally D13 do close out at 16-13.
Well... With the last map and with this one, it is going the distance. So we are going to be going to our 3rd and final map. Make sure you stick around as we will be back soon.
Son intelligence de jeu, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time, and the towers looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. Look into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night.
I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. I'm divine, calling their phone number. Girl, you know I love it. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats on stage just for that one's great.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into our third and final map of the series. It is the 9th round about to go live, and of course, one of these teams is going to be getting their first win onto the board. And, well, to be honest, it can be pretty decisive. If you lose 2, you're out. You win 2, you're guaranteed through, and then, well, everything else in between. You don't really want to be relying on your opposition to make sure that you're getting through. That's not exactly the best way everything could go down. Of course, most maps we don't really talk too much about in the 9th round, but I feel like a CT side start when it comes to Nuke is always nice.
Annihilation alone in the 1-on-2.
Oh, don't do that.
Doing his mating call of spinning around in circles, trying to keep his distance from the last 2 players. As Gigi How, he's looking to run away, trying to body hop. This is not Foon. You can't pull this off, son. You can't run away forever. With only 59 minutes left to go, finally he takes it from the backside, but luckily it wasn't from Wang. It was Martin. And Gigi How take the knife round.
Oh, we lasted 2 maps before we got a Wang joke, so I suppose that's acceptable.
I've
right?
had many Wang jokes, you just have not caught on to them.
Well, clearly they were subtle then.
They were small jokes.
Hey.
Tee-hee-hee.
Likely to get GG out to pick the CT side start now, and we will be getting into things relatively soon. Of course, there is another match coming up after this, which will be the continuation of the CIS side of the bracket. So, of course, I'm sure, I think that'll be Dean and Mitch covering that, so they will explain everything that's been going on. Of course, so far it is just Nemiga with their first victory on the board, and one win are going to be in a bit of a awkward position, because if they don't get 1 win, then they are out.
Then they have to rename themselves to 0 win.
0 win, yeah, not quite as good. Either way, quick push coming in. Annihilation going to be leading the charge, and already an opening onto Eagle. They did choose the CT sign, but it's definitely not the start that they were looking for. Is everybody in heaven? Yep. Every single player on the CT side is coming through heaven. Well, let's hope there's somebody watching that angle at least. Wang already managing 1 back in. He's the man with the kit, so they do have a little bit of extra time. He's got smoke available to drop onto the bomb. Trades back, but the bomb's being defused. Wang's just sticking it. They're going to try and deny it, and it's close. But he sneaks the ninja right in front of their eyes. They know it's happening, but there's nothing he can do about it. And it's going to be GG How scraping a pistol round.
I mean, you can't be too happy about that, but it's still a win nonetheless for Gigi How. They do lose out in the kit, and they do obviously give out quite a few kills to D13, which have been able to invest into the triple AK and the Galil and Deagle. So actually having kind of the better buy off the back of this, though they are lacking a lot of utility. Gigi How is going to have the advantage. Yeah, that's just unfortunate that happened. It's like 1 more bullet in a different direction. They would have been able to take the pistol round, and on Nuke, getting the pistol round would be phenomenal. Let's see, it looks like it's out low. But into the their deaths as Martin just drops directly on top of him, gets himself 2 kills. Mad gets the other 2, and Tamir's wondering where the rest of his teammates are. And he's gonna fall as well. That's gonna be a lot of AKs picked up too. Upgrade straight from the SMGs.
I'm actually quite surprised that they go for an A-site rush considering the investment. Like, if you go for heavy utility, MAC-10s, pistols, yeah, topside rush makes perfect sense. If you go for AKs, I would have thought that you'd want to pressure outside. Like, you want to try and take the long-range battles, take the battles that favor your guns. But instead, they try and rush topside, and well, there's an MP9 waiting on the top of HUD to wreck the first few, and you basically gave GG How the exact jewels they wanted. They were like, okay, please get nice and close to our faces, and let us spray you down with 1,000,000 bullets a second. Ah, thank you. And now I've got themselves some free upgrades, as you mentioned. The T's looking like they're going to attempt a vent dive. Well, the bomb made it down. Unfortunately, it can't plant itself.
That would be weird if you could.
That's actually a new ability coming in Valorant. Self-planting bomb, or spike, I should say, because you're not allowed to say the word bomb.
We also not. Well, I'm not gonna say anything because who knows? I might cast it one day, so I'm not gonna dig my own grave. Yes, other games. Haha. 3-0, GG How.
At least it's
I
not
am
Overwatch,
hoping...
right, Jason?
Oh, I'll trash Overwatch all day long.
You literally wear like 94% Overwatch clothes.
It's not my fault. Blizzard make really good shirts that fit me really well. I'm not wearing one right now, though. I'll tell you that. Because I'm not wearing a shirt. 3-0 for GG How. As they still have the SMG for TLN. D13, though, looking to, well, not rush out HUD this time. Oh my, don't tell me he hits the shot. Doesn't hit the headshot. I thought Fake was going to connect there. Just left looking a little bit flaccid, unfortunately. The nade coming through. Not able to connect either. But at least they didn't go inside through HUD and rush in the upper bomb site with the AKs this time.
Taking their time, trying to clear majority of the angles as they do make their push on the lower site. Going to be Eagle waiting around the corner. Did well in the first map, quieter in the second. We'll see what comes out of the third. Does manage to at least get an opener score, trying to take things into their favor, and he will. A double with Mr. Cat trying to hold on to the top site. Ultimately, the bomb still sat down the bottom. Easy kill for Tamir, and he's actually just going to take the bomb to A. Wanted that free B kill to make things very awkward for Wang, who's now in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Well, it comes up into heaven. Unfortunately, the smoke's going to plume at the exact same time. Now it's going to save the weapon. Smart play out of him. Keep the AK, keep the utility, and even the kit and armor. But D13, I mean, I wonder if they're going to continue with the outside play now. They've already shown that rushing inner or hitting towards the inner bomb site is just not really working out for them. Even when they did get the bomb down, it was just diffused through a smoke. But that's the start we needed to see, and you know, Score get a nice little double to open things up with. If you can do that over and over again, we could see D13 potentially take a lead, because the economy of GG How, it's going to be running a little bit light after this round. I know Mad's still on 28. Martin hasn't yet to buy up. You know, you think back to the pistol round. What would the score be at right now if they didn't lose the pistol like that?
Yeah, that's always the issue, especially when something like that happens. It's going to be the ifs and buts, but they have at least made a resurgence. Of course, now we get the AWP into play on Wang. Interestingly, he's going to be playing aggressive ramp, pushing all the way through. There's a lot of information for his side. It means they can bolster up their defense elsewhere, as they've spotted all the way into the lobby. There's no one here. He's currently playing outside. I think Score might have just taken damage while falling by the looks of it. Not ideal. This position is going to make things super awkward for the T's. The second they realize, the peak comes around and Mr. Cap goes, yeah, they've got lobby. We can't really play that anymore. Outside is under the control, but I'm a little bit worried about the bomb. Like, where's the bomb going to go here? Is it going to wrap around outside? By that point, a lot of the smokes will have faded. Is the plan to just try and bombard the A site so much that he can just walk through the door at the end in style? That would be nice, but it's not looking great at the moment. And it seems like Martin's well aware that there's players in heaven clinical to take down the first coming in through Mini. He has his teammates' support as well, as everything just seems to be falling apart. The bomb's only just making its way towards the site. Martin gets the same kill. An identical shot to kill off Rate. That leaves Mir alone. Does at least hit the headshot. A little bit of an aim punch, but that is flawless from GG How. It can't get better than that. Well, unless I guess Martin keeps himself alive to 100, but who cares?
I was just imagining that Rate as he like dropped down on top of, you know, Mini, went inside. He's like, hey guys, I'm here. His whole team's just basically dead.
You've killed everyone. Ah, no. Those aren't my friends.
A little bit of a slow start for D13. Rate, or is that Annihilation at 0-4? No, it was Rate at 0-4, unfortunately. He was a big player, actually. I think back to Mirage on the A site. Playing on CT side. It seems like GG How has been able to gain some confidence. I know there's people in chat saying we're saying it a little bit wrong. Well, you know, I never learned Mandarin growing up, so a little bit hard for me to say it.
Even Mandarin.
I don't know. I'm guessing. Because Ni Hao is like hello.
Sure, someone can tweet us them saying it perfectly, and then we can learn for the future games, especially if they are going to be continuing the way they are. Wang.
I think it's like Jeji.
Yeah. Well, let's hear someone else say it, and then I can maybe have some belief, but I don't trust you.
No trust.
Tees have managed to get quite far into the B side, though. They have the bomb on their back. Mr. Cap actually looking at a late rotation as well, which could cause problems later on. Of course, they've only got a couple of AKs and pistols here, although I say that, Mr. Cap's just retrieved an AWP, and it doesn't matter too much if they can get in these close angles. The pistols doing the work, leaving Martin alongside Eagle with a lot to do. Martin with a nice double entry, but his teammate achieves nothing. And this should just be an attempted save. I say attempted because getting out of here might be easier said than done.
It's really weird for me to see D13 make it into the bomb site with pretty much nothing. No, not nothing in terms of utility, but like nothing in terms of like action. Seems like they're basically just gifted that one, and will now be able to get themselves another round. A much needed round considering the money they had as well. I think Rate was able to finally get on the board in this round with his first kill. So I think they've shown that the inner bomb site, that's pretty much locked down. That you're not going to be, you know, successfully make it into there. The D13, it looks like they set their eyes on the lower bomb site because that's the one that's been working out for them.
Yeah, it was what I expected from them in the first couple of rounds, just with what they'd purchased. But yeah, it definitely seems like the A site is on lock. I wonder if there's going to be much adaptation, though, from GG to try and basically change things up if it is going to begin to go wrong. Of course, they have managed to keep some weaponry here. Martin saved the AK, and the rest of the team were able to buy. Not comfortably, of course. Mad without any utility. TLN with a singular smoke. Definitely not ideal for them here. And maybe the cracks can begin to show, especially if, I believe that might have been a missed smoke. I don't know why you'd smoke the top of Hut. Maybe there's some next level play that I just don't know about.
Score's gonna be going by himself on the outside. Matt actually just pushed up straight in the lobby, gets the first kill into Mr. Cap. Martin's there to help out as well, but the drop down from Tamir is not gonna net him enough kills. And Mad gets himself a double and escapes more importantly. They're actually making their way towards the A site. And Mad gets a third. Not expecting to be still inside of Hut. You can see Rate trying to come around the side. And Mad's got players in both directions from him, but it doesn't seem to matter. He gets himself a quad. The ace in the cards for him. But unfortunately, Annihilation is on the outside position. And Onais is spotted out towards red.
He's going
I think
for
Matt's
it.
gonna go for it.
He is.
He wants it.
He's got his teammates flashing him. I like to see this. Most of my friends just try and steal the ace, but they're almost trying to set him up. Not the best nade in the world, let's be honest, but yeah, not bad.
Tom, for them to steal your ace, you have to have gotten 4 kills. Unless you just say every time they get a kill, they steal it.
Counter-Strike player. Like you don't even know. Like I played with Esperanto once, and he had to drop 67 kills to carry me through a game.
My
so
God.
you know that's how good I am at Counter-Strike.
Wait, did you win?
Yeah. He dropped 67 kills.
Bro,
if we'd
you
lost,
can lose
I would
games like
never
that,
have come
trust me.
back. Oh dear.
Oh, they missed Molotov.
He's great at killing, just not so great at nades. Do I wonder if he has a really good round? A lot of people type like mad question mark. Does he just put the question mark because his name's already mad?
Or does he do bad question mark?
Oh. Beam.
I mean, if you're gonna BM, you might as well go all the way in, you know. You
Name's
don't
already
half-ass
mad. It works for the meme. Like you just put a question mark and they're like, oh, what is it? Oh, his name's mad. Yeah, I am now.
I'm furious. It looks like with a minute left, D13 gonna take their time on the outer bomb site. They still have the smoke being set up by Mr. Cat. Going for the cross here. So waiting for that other smoke to be put down. So a lot of time being taken off the block. And a lot of damage being done through the smoke. Right down to 46, Annihilation down to 55. You see the rest of the team just dropping down to the lower bomb side, and Igor's already there. It gets the first kill with the mirror.
ELN, bit of a quiet game for him so far. 12 ADR hasn't been ideal, but they're going to need him here. Molotov will force out Wang, and he at least, bare minimum, needs a kill. 2 would be ideal to at least give his team a chance, but he's going to get sprayed through. Luckily, in the meantime, his teammates are doing decent work. Wang has found a frag and leaves just one man standing. Annihilation to face off against 2. He's already got one of the kills. Unfortunately, he'll be caught reloading in the corner, so going to be another round on the board for GG How. They're definitely struggling more with the B side. I think that's evident with how things have been going. If they can continue to win rounds, I don't think it matters. It might just be the fact that Mad plays A. Like, he's 13-4 at the moment, and he has had some ridiculously clinical rounds, whenever, especially when he's had an AK in hand.
Well, the thing is like with that one play they made towards Hut as well, with it being so successful like that, that also prevents D13 from kind of ignoring that position. They have to keep a man on it or keep, you know, the idea that someone could push out and do exactly what happened the round prior where Mad got 4K off of it. So it seems like D13, like they're just committing to outside. Smoke up the cross, go that direction. They've tried going ramp before, and they've, well, had, unfortunately, a not so pretty surprise as Wang was there, and nothing's worse than a surprise Wang, especially over towards ramp.
Yeah,
and now it's just the pistols for D13. It's too easy, Tom. Too easy. Trying to be subtle here. But just the pistols here for D13. Maybe pick up the pace could be what they need. Maybe hitting ramp really quickly. Or maybe just trying to go for the drop down. They don't have a bomb set up in a position to even get down towards lower right off the bat, so maybe quick play isn't in the cards.
Well, you say that. Rate has other ideas. He's just run into the site. Mad's there to trade. I think they're sick of players playing on top of this hut at the moment, as Martin's just going to sneak his way back through, bomb down, and Tamir seems a little bit surprised at how quick that push went in. Still, he's stolen the AWP. Get dinked up. Of course, no head armor. It gives him the aim punch. Be careful getting his way down, of course. CT side just opting to play together here. Unless they line up, that's easily the best play to make. And AWP is unlikely going to be able to correct his aim quick enough to hit the second, especially with the kickback from the AWP. Ooh, they almost separate, though, and he's managed to get down the vent. That should at least give him a bomb plant. Smoke to try and delay the push a little bit further, and he wants to get this plant off the ramp. The only problem is getting there might be impossible. Incendiary to try and deny him almost killed him. 7 HP is all that's remaining, but Tamir has got himself into a winnable position. He can hit the first shot, fade away behind the wall. He can just use the time to his advantage. The CTs are stuck behind the smoke for now. There's the first shot, and now he just swings back. He waits for someone to tap that defusal, and he knows exactly where he's planted for. There's the tap. Not quite being diffused just yet, but I think he spotted that there's nobody currently on the bomb, so he's just playing that time down, getting it further and further in his favor. Spots out the last, but I don't think it matters. He didn't quite do enough. It was a very nice try, but unfortunately the 1v3 isn't going to happen.
I was almost expecting him just to spray through the wall there. I mean, what do you got to lose where he knows you're there in that position? It was super low on HP too. But still, I mean, a good job nonetheless out of Tamir, right? I mean, considering what he had in his hands, it was a CZ at the beginning, gets the kill into the Opera, in towards Heaven, and still manages to get the bomb down when the last two players know exactly where he is. It's not too bad. So D13 able to buy it back into this round. Not a lot of money left after. But it looks like they're going for a quick ramp hit, and I don't know if anyone's expecting it. No, completely decimates him, even with the smoke, just running straight through it. And this is a quick lower take.
And CT's already rotating over 3 players. Martin only able to get 1. Gore holding on to Wang will make this all the more difficult. Mad. Oh, a little bit of a panic spray. He's going to leave Eagle alone. 1v2. He's already got 2 kills to his name. Money is awful for the CT side, so he's just going to go rotating all the way around. But the footsteps have been heard. There's a player close. There's so much information for Mr. Cap, and he's just got Score holding it on the angle. I think even if Eagle gets a first kill, the chance of him getting the second is slim to none. And with the time ticking, he has to go for it, and he's not even going to get that first. Score has been fantastic over the last few rounds, starting to rise up the scoreboard, now hitting 5 kills with 3 of them in that round. And D13, they finally do what they've been attempting for a while. They've smashed the economy of GG.
There's a real chance now for them to get up to, you know, 4, potentially 5 rounds on the T side of Nuke. Which, the funny thing is, I don't really know how to judge these teams when it comes to the map and how many rounds they win on a side, considering what Mirage, it was a 12-3 first half score to D13. And then you think back to Train, where D13 had an 8-7 first half score on the T side. But hey, getting any extra rounds you can here on the T side of Nuke would be ideal, especially when you swap things over. Thing is, it's all about Martin and Mad for GG How. I mean, they have 24 kills combined between the two. And it seems like, all right, well, if we stop going A, if we stop hitting that upper bomb site, then they can't really get the kills that they've been able to put up. And I think that goes back to that game plan of just consistently going outside or looking to hit towards that lower bomb site. Just avoid those 2 players. Kind of what teams try to do against Zywoo. And, well, opens the door directly into a bullet. Mag comes around, gets the AK, so they know they're going lower now. I think they spot him off the cross with the smokes. But will they really be able to get the kills they need to call this one back?
And, like, those players somewhat isolated. Wang, nice attempt. Now Mad actually forced into this round. An AK save wouldn't be the worst, but I feel like with how he's been performing, he's going to be taking the risk and trying this one. So there's a man on site. That's the free kill. This is where the remaining 2 currently are. And I don't think he has any idea that there was still a man remaining around the vents. So try and kill both of these players off in time is going to be very difficult. Clears upper. That's at least something gone, but it means that both remaining players are behind him. And I think this might just be the moment for Mad to take that AK and run. A decent attempt. Some damage done to the T's. Keep their economy honest for when they do eventually go for a buy. But ultimately, D13 have done enough. And yeah, it's been the B site pretty much every single round they've won.
Was that not kind of awkward? Like, he able to push into site, get a kill, and then he backs away up ramp, like, with no one peeking him. I think even he thought, like, okay, someone's bound to peek me right now. There's no way they're just going to let me walk away with this. But I think he's going to be happy that they did. You see the weaponry they have on the side now. See AK for Mad. Looks like the rest is going to be going for the standard pistols, with P250 and a CZ in there. I mean, the thing is, I still don't want to count them out because the person who has the AK is the guy with the most kills on the server at 16. So he can definitely do some serious work here in this round and potentially save a round now for GG How if he can. But where is he going to be going? He's actually going to be pushing on the outside. The first time we've seen them go for this play.
They've almost done a complete switch of positions, though, as the T's went straight down ramp. They know that the B site is their safe haven at the moment. They're going to be able to get the bomb down without any resistance whatsoever, so looking like another round for GG, or sorry, for D13. Still looking like they want to try and attempt some damage here. A good opportunity to hold some players into the site. Unfortunately, the T's have full ramp control, so they can just back away. They don't actually need to really challenge this too aggressively. Or, of course, with a Mac 10, going to just farm up as much cash as possible. He has his teammates clean up the remaining mess. 2 players lost, but they did lose the AK as well, which I don't really feel like was worth it in the end. It would have been better to just keep that AK-47 in play. And you can even see now that one player's had to drop down to a FAMAS. There's still some utility missing. It's not an ideal buy for GG going into what could be a crucial round. If this one slips away, D13 are going to be looking at a pretty damn good T side.
Lacking quite a bit of utility for them as well. Martin with just the smoke. I wonder if that's actually going to force them to put more presence towards ramp, because that's not the first round they've been able to just completely take it and get down towards the lower bomb site. Martin's been a little bit quiet in these last few rounds too. Not really able to get the weaponry he's needed, and I guess the positions as well. They have not had an op either for such a long time, and I don't think they've actually even invested into it. I think they've had it 1 or 2 times, but in the meantime, they're going to be pushing out a putt, pushing out a mini, and they get the upper bomb site. So the site that actually worked out the best for GG How turns out to be given away to D13 in this round, and net themselves a 6th.
ET's not in a great position to go for anything here as well. They don't have a kit. They do have a bit of utility, but it's all flashbangs. The only thing that could make things interesting is that kill, but I think the remaining CT players are too far away to go for anything now. So, yeah, D13 switching things up. They've gone outside so often now and pressured the ramp that I don't think the CTs were anywhere near ready for just a bombardment of that A site once again. I think also a lot of the rounds that came through were actually more based off aggression coming out from Mad than like patiently waiting on the site. And most of the time when he had those clinical shots, it was with the AK. So just comfortably trading him out, set off the round nicely. And 6 on the T side, yeah, that's a decent half already. With the CTs still having a problematic buy in this one, sure, they'll have rifles on every single player, but even then, it's not going to be ideal. Wang actually I thought he'd save a bit of money maybe for AWP in the next round, but instead just going to invest all the way down. And yeah, it's a bit better than the last round, but it's somewhat similar.
Yeah, it's like a little bit more utility, but that's pretty much it. And with how, you know, D13's been able to win the last few rounds, I think they might use that extra utility just off the bat to really prevent any sort of pushes. I almost want to see them make like a hut play again in the next few rounds. Try to catch them off guard. They've only done it like, what, once this game? And that's the round that Mad got a 4K?
Yeah, that was their main bit of a... I think they tried it once more, but they caught out, I think it was Tamir, but then the rest of the players had gone outside and rushed all the way down into secret, so they've attempted it, it just, the timing hasn't quite been right to catch the remaining players. Minute left. Once again, we're going to see these outer smokes throwing in a bit of a different round, only to go back to what has been so successful. You can't really blame the T side for wanting to play on this B site when it has been where the majority, I think all but one of their rounds have actually come through. Igor is going to be ready. Still loses the duel. Not quite able to transition from that initial headshot. TLN is here, and he's in a similar boat. Hits the headshot, but instantly gets traded out. Something that D13 have been quite successful with. Now, Wang has got a quick rotation. In fact, so quick, the score's not expecting him to be there. This 2v2, probably one of the best chances GG have had in a long time.
Didn't expect Rate to be there, but they still get the kills either way. Great little flick onto his head, and that's going to be finally GG How able to stop the Rot. It's been 4 rounds straight for D13. Not even going to touch that one.
Yeah, why?
8-6 though. We're going to the last round of the first half here on Nuke.
Always
By
good
the
to
way,
show
Tom,
your teammates gratitude.
Did you know that after this round, or after this this map, you still have one more game to come up? And you know who's going to bring it to you?
Not us.
No, it's not going to be us. It's going to be Dean and it's going to be Prosto up against One Win. It's going to be a very important match to see potentially which 2 teams should be getting through into the CIS Road to Rio qualifier.
CT side, man advantage. Wang has managed to get that open. Now, flashbang going to be coming through, but Martin's very happy to just sit on top of this hut. It's an irritating position to clear. I think it's better if you have a wraparound from Mini to try and get that opener onto him. Instead, he can just sit here for the majority of the round. You can see he'll switch up just to check Mini a few different times. Lots of utility going to be expended. Wang already rotating. The trades are more than comfortable. Orp even going to kill off the remaining man, trying to get that bomb down into the vent. And now it will leave a one-man army of Rate. Nice shot to kick things off, but he's taken a tag in the meantime. Seen some close clutches, but nothing really coming through so far. Don't have much time to play with, and the issue is that bomb's gone down the vent. I don't even know if he'll expect Wang to be here. Well, he will now, but luckily for Wang, he will not miss. 9-6. Good, or an okay CT half, you could say, in the end, but I think D13 won't be too unhappy with that, considering how they started.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was, what, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-2 at one point, and they're able to take 4 straight. I think they'll be happy with that, considering everything. But again, like, I don't know what to expect going on to the swap now into the second half, considering how, you know, Train went. Again, D13 had 8 rounds on the T side, and then still ended up losing the game. And then we had Mirage, where it was a 12-3 first half in favor of D13, and then they still barely won it 16-13. Maybe even those 6 rounds they got were needed to have like a good chance to, you know, take the series. I don't want to count them out just yet, but just looking at the past results we've had so far, even with leads on maps where you shouldn't have a lead, or the big leads that they've been able to have on the map like Mirage, it still almost was just barely enough.
Pistol round as always. Play important part. Of course, not as impactful as it used to be, but based off like bomb plants playing a big factor as well for the Ts. They can come up with early round purchases, and for the CT side, you have that risk or patience to try and get the earlier rounds. They come a bit quicker than they used to. It used to almost be like 3 rounds guaranteed if you lost the pistol round. Instead, we're going to see an investment, a smoke on 2 players of the CT side with some flashbangs and a kit to boot. Igor going to be the only man holding utility. Interested to see where he'll actually place it, because smokes outside won't really be too valuable. Might just be used in towards this site. Maybe smoking. Instead, they're actually just going to go straight down in towards the B site. Like they're just going to try and overwhelm the player. Looking like Rate is waiting. Onto some of the players. He's going to be patient enough to get himself a kill. Make that 2 as the bomb goes down for Igor. This man is trying to do it all on his own. A 3rd kill in the pistol round already. As the rotation comes back in from TLN, he needs to win this duel, and finally they've managed to put Rate down. And the remaining CT is a little bit further behind. Still in with a decent chance, though.
TLN, how's he going to defend this wing there? He's able to help him out. They line up for him! Annihilation helps out TLN. Gets the damage onto his teammates like Tony Black all over again. And now it's 10-6. I'm not sure. I mean, they were obviously calling for a tech pause into that round, but I'm not sure if that's a replay of the round or what. But either way, for like a 2-on-4 for Gigi how to pull that off. Not too bad at all.
Well, yeah, I was mainly watching that from Rate's point of view, but was the man who was playing on ramp just disconnected?
I think he was typing, or he had the loss problem.
Oh, okay. I wonder if after Rate gets 3 kills to get... No, carry on.
Right.
Carry on. No. What do I mean? There was no loss. And then when the lineup came in, they probably wanted that pause back. It doesn't look like anything's going to come of it, so it's been sorted by the admins. We got another Bison. Love to see it. In fact, we have 2. Double Bison T side. Ah, good day, Jason. It's a good day.
Well, now they have to get kills, though, right? Because it's gonna be a bad day if they do nothing.
It's got more armor penetration. That was the buff that was given to it, so more damage limited to armored players, of course.
Does that mean you penetrate walls better as well, or just armor?
I don't know. I don't think you're going to be wall banging too much with a PP Bison, I'll be honest. I feel like
you got so many bullets. You got so many bullets. Why not?
I think it's still a bit of a pea shooter. I don't think they buffed it. They didn't put the decimal place in the wrong point. Now it can just go straight through walls. That'd be nice. Insta-kill Bison. Tamir, he's going to spot out both of them. Almost gets both Bisons down. Or will live to fight another day. Just 2 HP.
I mean, decent damage being done. Score now looking to actually push back in towards Secret. The problem is the bomb's not heading this direction. He's going to have one player to find. Race pushes up towards Radio. He's able to get the spray down onto one. So, he had a PP Bison, and he dropped it. How does that make you feel? I mean, it's for an AK. That's Mr. Cab gets the kill with the Deagle, though. He's going to have one more player. He's on 2 HP. Able to quite connect the shots. The problem is Martin's like nowhere near to help him out, and he's trying to rush down towards lower. Looks like he will make the jump with 2 health. He's trying to go for the plant with about 10 seconds left to go. They're on hot pursuit of him, and he looks like he's gonna be able to pull this one off. No!
Oh, no!
Annihilation comes around the side with the scout.
And that ended up being quite a messy round for GG. Like, everything seemed to go wrong all at once. They took so much damage at the beginning. Even the MP9 able to do quite a lot of work on ramp, and by the time they actually stabilized, they ran out of time and then had to try and rush things back through. And yeah, it didn't matter how much health Eagle had. He got headshot with a scout. So PT side bounced back. The T's are going to invest into this one. It's mostly just pistols, but a singular Galil to try and be that catalyst. Whereas on the other side, they've retrieved 2 of the AKs, bought up a FAMAS and an M4, and it's only Score with an SMG still into this round. So we're in a pretty good position here.
Ooh, that nade. Yeah. Nades are always so disappointing. That was better.
It's okay. Done a bit. They've whittled away. Great. To pad those stats even further. 3 kills in the pistol round. Hoping for a few more. Do look to pressure onto him. Tagging another low. Seen Wang elsewhere get a kill, but I believe the last couple of players are so low. Even still, a dink through the floor doing minimal damage, actually. Will be D13 converting now with a real chance to build into this CT half as the T's. They can't really invest anything into this round.
You know, honestly, I kind of miss the 1.6 nades. Because when you threw it, it was like you were throwing a brick. Like, it just didn't move. It was so slow and so big. It would blow up through walls.
So basically you're saying that the in-game models have hit the gym a bit. And now they can launch them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Looks like we're going to push in towards the outer. Trying to get in towards Secret, and it looks like Walter is able to get there. Oh my god, scored. Like the last bullet in the clip gets the headshot. Matt and Martin. I only think we're going to see a bomb being planted here. Martin, in the meantime, is actually able to pick up a kill, but that was short-lived, and Rate will use to prevent the bomb from being planted. And just like that, we're 1 round away from D13 tying things up at 10 apiece. Currently 10-9, still in favor of GG How. If you guys just joined us, this is the last map of the series before we do head back to the CIS region for the tiebreakers. That'll be brought to you by Mitch and Deem. Be Prosto up against 1win, who currently has 0 wins so far in the round robin tiebreaker. We have the op picked up for Annihilation, FYI. We haven't seen too much success, I feel like, with GG How when they had it on Wing. I wonder if Annihilation's going to be able to do a little bit different result from it.
It's nice to know that their duo combination is either mean or ditch. I like both combos. Either way, it sounds like an insult, so quite happy with that.
Wait, what?
Dean and Mitch.
Oh.
Ditch.
Yeah. I mean, we have Thompson.
Yeah, it's not great, is it?
What's the other one? Jam?
Or just, if you do Biz, then you could do Bap.
Oh, no, I got it. Budget Moses and Budget Summer.
Ah, yeah, there you go. He's once again, they're going to make their way towards the B side. This has been a fairly B-heavy side. That's a nice name. Whittling away each player. They do continue their push in that direction, trying to get the bomb down on B. It's going to be Annihilation sat up top with the AWP, who has to try and fall back. Watching for the shot, and we'll find it at that. Great here to support him. He's, in fact, in a very aggressive position, but if he's taking names, I don't think they're going to mind too much. Waiting for him to cross, however, will be TLN. And Eagles actually caught another. However, the 3 remaining players all around the ramp, just watching for anybody trying to retrieve that bomb. TLN with another. Doubles up, but his teammate's gone, and Annihilation will finish as he started. 10-10. T's once again just going to have to go for some pistols. And, wow, you have to feel like D13 are now in the driver's seat.
Has GG How gone for like a quick upper hit yet? I feel like they haven't.
Pistol round is the best round to do it.
Yeah. I mean, they got the Deagles too. Looks like they're going to set up for... I thought they were going to set up for an outside push because they had player in spawn going to set up a smoking scene. But yeah, no, everything they've been doing just has not really been working out too well. They won the pistol round and they lost the next 4. Mad comes in from above. Gets the kill into Tamir. But again, Annihilation's going to be there with the op. The nade comes through as well. Gets winged down to 59 health. It just seems like everything GG How's doing here on the T side is just not working out for him. You know, guns or no guns. There hasn't been too much success yet.
Try and sneak his way through into heaven, though. Being watched, he might be able to find a free kill. In fact, there's 2 players here. He doesn't spot the one close, which is the saving grace. Meantime, Bomb trying to sneak his way through the vent. That's a problem. The remaining 2 actually had ramp firmly under their control after the kill on Rate. But now they're on more of a retrieval mission. If they actually spotted it, went down the vent, which they did. So Mr. Cap is going to be watching that. He's got his teammate in support. 40 seconds left. Who look to try and make their way back around. Annihilation getting slightly caught out. Gonna just have to try and be a burst down to pick up the bomb. Nice shot from Eagle, though. He's given them a real opportunity, but how do they opt to actually try and get this back? The Cap just going to be waiting. Drop down doesn't work, and neither does the second. Clinical as ever. D13, well, that almost worked. But unfortunately, the CT side continue to get more rounds onto the board.
Well, at least in the position they were in, they had to go for that play, right? They could not rotate a player around behind them. They had to kind of just drop down and hope to get the kill. Or hope to get the bomb and get away. So really great shots coming through. D13. Gotta give them credit, you know? And some of these games, it feels like they were just grinding away at it. You think back to the train where they had such a big lead and that finished off 16-14. And then again, over on Mirage, they were up 12-3 and only won 16-13. It's been a real slog of a match for both these 2 teams. But I feel like D13's been kind of in the worst seat of the 2. Considering like the leads they have had on these maps. It's just more been GG How able to fight back, which I don't know, with the way Nuke has been going so far, I don't know if that's really gonna happen. It seems like they're just mostly being shut down wherever they do go. D13 seem to have the number. This time looks like Tamir's gonna push down towards the outside, so again, a lot more information gonna be given. Actually put a lot more outside presence than we've seen in the past.
Oh, around from these, looking like they're about to build up into another take of this A site. The Cap waiting on the edge of the smoke if they are going to go through, but they're being slaughtered as they attempt to try and run through the door. It is done within a matter of seconds. 12-10, the round failing miserably, and another buy looking inevitable for the T side, but they have lost 6 rounds in a row now. Yet to really had much in return.
They've had no entries. Like, I don't know. We saw Martin do decently well on like Mirage, but no one's been able to really crack open any of these sites for them. I mean, even in that round alone, you saw them just kind of push through a smoke out of Squeaky, and it just seemed like a last-ditch effort. Like, all right, well, we gotta do something. We might as well just go for it. We're not really seeing any set executes in towards the upper bomb site. Scores have a field day here potentially as they run out one by one, but luckily Martin's able to trade them away. Are they going to know about the player on top of the hut? Gonna at least spot him out now, and finally, GG How do make it into the upper bomb site, but Annihilation's still going to be there. He gets himself another kill. He's going to push in through the Molotov looking for another. Not going to be quite successful here, but at least keeps them within striking distance, considering it could have been a 4-on-2.
Great timing. Perfect for the first man, but can't do anything about the second. They're actually going to go dropping down the vent, and that gives an opportunity now. Annihilation, climb one. Drops down, almost baits it. I think Wang's a little bit confused as to what just happened. Like, it drops down, then goes straight back up again. Thinks his way through. This is a possibility now. The CT side looking to cut this out again, but Wang gets his triple kill. Finally puts another round onto the board that's going to leave the CTs in a bit of an awkward position. They do have the money to buy this round, but if the T's win this one, all their good work, all the streak back, could be completely meaningless.
And again, that wasn't even down to entry frags. That was just a return frag coming through. Just kind of trading out the first player that went out for Squeaky. But Wang, yeah, I mean, really coming up big. 3 kills. Looks like Rate wants to get aggressive, potentially over towards Radio again. Does have a forward smoke. He's not really had much presence, bar, I think, like the pistol round. It's actually about like 2 rounds in total they've gone this way. Here again. He played this position last round, but no one spotted him out. Plays it a second time and gets himself 2 kills and 1 step closer to taking the match.
A big play in a big round. As said, the T side, well, both sides you could say, are suffering. At least the T side have a loss bonus, but like they're going to put pressure onto Ramp. Rate waiting, and he spots the players. He's not taking any risks here. His teammate, however, Annihilation, wanted to. You could tell he was taking a little bit of a cheeky peek. Won't spot anything out. Gonna have the majority of the work to do. Flashbang to try and leave him blind. He's still gonna find the kill. Has now support from the door as well. Keep backing for a little bit more and hits the dig. Even gets the jumping spray down. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. A little bit of he's going for more. He just jump shotting at this point. I don't know if that was a knock of the mouse wheel or whatever just happened there. It's gonna leave just one man alone. TLN. He needs to at least make this costly, and he can't. A flawless round back after one that was quite punishing off the back of the T side, but now they're the ones who are low on cash and probably just have to take the hit in this round.
Problem is, there's not many more rounds they can take the hit on. And they have about a couple of pistols and a little bit of Kevlar, but you lose this round, then you're potentially giving them match point the round after. They've not really gone towards outside much either. Getting back to the way D13. Oh, actually, speaking of this, we're going to see a quick little hut play coming through. Kill him straight out. Gets the first kill. Annihilation's going to be there, and I can't even count all the kills coming through all of a sudden. It's going to be Igor by himself, and he's going to fall. No chance to plant the bomb. D13 now going to be up to 14. GG How. They got money to spend, but they need rounds to win.
Yeah, this is what they were saving for. Next round at least, they're still going to get maximum loss bonus, so no matter what, they'll be a buy in the next round anyway, of course, but don't want to allow D13 to get to that map and series point, of course. Every victory in the tiebreaker is so crucial. 2 wins is all you need to make yourself through. Lose one, you're kind of hoping that your opponents do the work for you. Risky again from Tamir. How's he getting away with this? They've got to punish this man more often. It's similar to what we saw initially on the T side of Mirage. Big risks, but even bigger rewards. 2-man advantage in back-to-back rounds. Solo off this man. He's even managing to just control the outside. He's not even fallen back. I'm not sure I like this. He could give his frag right back over, and well, that advantage has at least been diminished a little bit. Maybe a little bit overzealous, but to be honest with what he's been getting away with, you can understand why. 50 seconds left. He's looking to re-challenge for outside control. Now, bear in mind, we've seen this a few times now, where the bomb has been nowhere near the take. Now, if this happens again, where the bomb is left isolated, it's going to be so tilting for the side. They are going to try and split him together, but Igor a little bit late with his peak. And now with just 4 HP, might even be worth just holding on to the AK.
Well, he can try. I know exactly what he's doing now, and going to be pushed for many. 15 to 11 now. One more round to go for D13 to get them, honestly, really close to getting into the Asia qualifier for the road to Rio. Since this is just a 3-group team, or 3-team group, let me go the right way of saying it. You win one game, your chances immediately drastically improve unless we see a 3-way tie. Well, here we go. Potentially the final round of the series. We do have the buyout for Gigi Hao. They have an op for Wang actually on the T side. I'm curious, where is he going to go with this one? Looks like it's going to be towards door. He gets naded by his teammate. Smoke comes through. He's already off to not so great of a start, down to 64 health.
Seems like they're going for much more simplistic ideas, just hoping to get these opening picks, but the CT side are fairly comfortable sitting back in this round. The ramp challenge once again. They've not done a great job of getting rid of rate. I believe this time might even have a little bit of support, being able to be rotated fairly quickly. Needs to spot though, gets the instant kill. Looking to fall back and actually picks up a second as well. Not bad, does a decent job slowing them down. Annihilation looking for something through the smoke, but in the meantime, it's Score down the bottom of the site. This is looking over. It's all onto Mad. Keep them alive in this matchup. He does manage one. The second is tagged as well. It's been turned into the 1 versus 1. Mad is trying to do it all on his lonesome, but he has absolutely no idea where the remaining man is. Currently looking to try and come in from behind. He's expecting, of course, that the cap will be on the site, and unfortunately, that is his undoing. That is it done. The second match of the day, and D13 have taken the victory. They'll go 1-0 while their opponents will be sat 0-1. We've got, of course, got more games of that coming up tomorrow. But for now, that's it for me and Jason, but the stream will be carrying on. There is more action to come from the CIS side of Road to Rio, so make sure you stick around, as it will be Dean and Mitch, also known as Ditch, bringing it to you after the break.
Son intelligence de jeu, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Young, black, successful, gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move, bringing summer to you.
Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round again.
Under peach yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away.
All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. Book a plane, fly away. We will never be the same. And as long as you are mine, come on and run away. We wanna run away.
We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. I was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive.
so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time. In the towers, looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside.
I got no control. Show me everything I need to know. Said I'd find a way to turn my heart into something gold. Knew I sold my soul to the devil long ago. I rode it all along on your way right before it broke. Time was thrown down the well, so I let you go. What I do right now. What I do right now for you. Carolina skies in the night, floating by your side. I fell up when you fell down, but we stayed in flight. I'm laughing to myself, cause I know that I can't deny. I can't find what you can't hide right inside my mind. What I do right now. What I do right now for you, for you. If you ever I was born like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive.
I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me. It's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Come alive. Come alive. Come alive. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime. Come alive, come alive, come alive in the nighttime.
Come alive.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Hello everybody and welcome to tonight's matches. Apologies for the delay. We had some trouble getting onto the server, but it looks like everything is good now. We're in round number 2. Prosto clearly won the pistol and they followed up with the second after losing the B-bomb site, but performing a successful retake. My name is Mitch. I'll be taking you through this series and I will not be alone. Alongside myself is the wonderful, beautiful, and I heard freshly groomed Dean. How you doing today, buddy?
Freshly groomed. What? The barbers aren't even open, man. Are you crazy?
You're
But,
running the home setup, right? I heard you were cleaning up your beard for the last on-cam
yeah,
broadcast.
I have been. I only tidying it, but it's still super long and out of control overall. It's more so the hair. I wouldn't touch that myself. But yeah, no, I mean, kind of predictable so far. Again, apologies, we missed those first couple of rounds, but Prosto taking them relatively cleanly, keeping 3 alive there. But one win, I believe, did get the plant there, at least in that previous round, so not the worst. They come into this first gun round in a good position. But this is where they definitely need to start off strong, because I would say they are a pretty big underdog here. And right now, they're just actually rushing straight out onto B. They're able to actually find that opening kill on Waylander. We see the rotation from Yekin there as he tries to see if he can find anything from Connector, and unfortunately just isn't successful. At this point already, Prosto pretty much forced into that save.
Indeed, a very successful B-take again coming through from one win. We saw them do it on a low buy in the previous round and now doing it very successfully when they've got those rifles out. Not losing a single player as well is a massive advantage for them this early on. Prosto at least saving those 3 weapons gives them something to play with, but they need to do a lot more to bolster down that B defense. They will have, for the most part, full utility on some players in the next round, and hopefully that means things will be a little bit easier dropping down the mollies in the early round. Now that we're all caught up to speed on what's been going down, I guess we can talk about the series overall, Dean, and how we expect things to go. For me, at least, off the bat, I would be looking at Prosto as the favorite to take this one 2-0. I don't know how you're feeling.
Yeah, I don't think too many people are really going to be different from that opinion right there. I mean, definitely a capable team over on the one-win side. Travis, I'm not too familiar with. I've definitely seen Proplet around. Obviously, then, other than that, pretty familiar names. We have Starix, I'd imagine being the in-game leader. Davcost with the AWP, also a very experienced player. And then Tony Black, who most people would probably just know as Tony Black now, but he also did have quite a bit of experience under his name of Kabakin. He played for Navi at one point. So they are an experienced team, but up against a team like Prosto, where they just have so much firepower, I think it is going to be very difficult for them to do much here, especially on a map like Train.
Well, one win luckily chose this map, so we're hoping they've got some level of preparation behind them on it. The next one up would be Mirage, where I would probably, at the start of this series, have pinned more towards the favor of one win, because they'll be able to come in and pug it a little bit more, but we'll see how they manage up. I mean, Prosto have been together a long time. They've got a lot of practice in Train. I don't think it's a map they're going to be unwilling to play, at least it's certainly not, based on what we've seen coming through. And never been a fan of Nuke, and banning it out in this series is probably a wise choice if one win are happy to pick tactical maps off the bat. And we'll finish things out on Dust 2 as well, which is, again, it's going to give a bit of a up-in-the-air approach to the last 2 maps, but like you mentioned, Dean, the fact that Prosto have got so much firepower, I doubt it's going to be very easy for one win moving into those latter stages. Here we've seen the opening pick go towards Waylander, and then one win just hit the brakes. They're not moving forward, just looking to find out some picks if Prosto leaves some options open. But the thing is, the CTs don't need to play aggressive at this point with the man advantage. They're tucked back and waiting for the execute.
Yeah, indeed. Just having Nickelback spotting that A main push, was able to go in as he did get flashed, eventually gets a bit of info about that push indeed being committed towards this A bomb site. And so far, it's only Travis who's actually found anything in return. Eventually, Proplet gets 1, but I mean, at this point, already 20 seconds. If they can continue to run this time down, then they should be looking good. World Edit getting actually tagged up there on the middle of the bomb site, making things a little bit awkward. Davcost actually able to catch himself one in hell, and now it's all on Waylander. Gets the first trade, goes out alongside the flash, as you see Proplet getting ready to turn, and even slightly blinds himself, but it manages to work in his favor. 3-1 is Prosto. It is a close round, but they do importantly manage to return one. With that previous round, though, having been relatively convincing from one win, they do still have a pretty strong buy here, so they can keep the pressure on.
And those B takes certainly more successful for them in the early start of the rounds.
I think I hear a B, I might die.
What?
I think I hear a B, I might die.
You hear a B? Not again. I remember it was Train as well last time when you got attacked by a B and had to leave me.
Just, I had to take my headset off because I could hear him buzzing. I might have gone out the window now because it has got quieter. Let's hope. Just in case I go missing.
Let's hope and pray. If you hear Dean scream at any random point throughout the night, you know what's happened. It's got him. We'll just have to accept that he's gone. But yeah, for one win, those fast B plays, you can't repeat them over and over again. They're deciding to go in for just a straight-up A split. Opening duel goes their way. This time, great trades down towards Ivy. And as they close to the bomb site, they know there's one stop sign, but they haven't yet spotted that it's an AWP in the hands of World Edit. Playing around Con, doesn't matter what weapon that Waylander's got, though, because he's taken down. He's headshot out of this universe, and as World Edit tries, I mean, once that smoke fades, he's dead to right, so he has to play passive on the bomb site now. And it gives one win a little bit of time to recuperate.
100% they hear a B. We'll just keep going though. The Mystic actually gets time in there to be able to catch that bomb carrier up through Ivy. Despite the trade there from Proplet, it still wastes quite a bit of time now, him having to go retrieve that, and of course with that World Edit rotating around in through the back lines, he isn't really going to be able to spot anything here, but I don't really know what the options are for Proplet. Time to go towards B maybe could have been there, but it looks like he does just want to approach A from the main position instead. And I mean, having that up over towards Ivy, World Edit is in a great position right now and is actually posted straight on the angle that he needs to be. This thing is getting closer. Apologies. Yeah, this isn't good. 1 minute.
Well, there's at least a 30% chance that Dean's dead at this point, so we may have to go on without him. It's a sad reality, but this is the world of bees. Something about Train. It just doesn't work well for him. You can see here, actually, Pro still have to go down to an SMG on Nickelback, but it's not something they're going to really be terribly upset about. If he was playing B and had support, but in fact, he uses his utility on A and tries to get close up to PopDog, despite having a very late spawn out. That was risky, as it was a strong possibility you would see someone like OneWin just blitzing out and looking for the aggressive play. Luckily, though, that didn't happen. And as they go up towards B to repeat that round 2 strategy after losing the pistol where they successfully got the bomb planted, we'll see if they manage to do it this time. Waylander is here with an M4, and he's supported by World Edit, who's already made the rotate thanks to the aggressive pop-dog control they have. As they push out, the flashes are good to keep the players back, and they even find an opening duel. Yes, lots of players are low, but pistols up close, they can be dangerous, especially for an op, and World Edit's dropped a 4v3. They're coming out of Connector, and the bomb is planted. OneWin can just stay passive, but Davcost goes out for picks. He's got one, not good for the second, as Nickelback shuts him down on the SMG, and the clutch is left to Propla. A Deagle in hand, no armor to play with, and he's coming behind Connector. They haven't spotted him just yet. Oh no! He whiffs it, just the double shot, but Nickelback surviving on 5 HP, spins around and takes him down. And with that, Prosto win the round. But at the end of the day, I think this is a win for OneWin, considering they've got a bomb plant and 3 kills, ever weakening the CT economy.
Alright, I've lost it. I'm hoping it's given up. So I'm back for now, but I really don't know where it's gone, and I'm itchy all over. I really don't like bees.
Fair enough. I can't say I'm a big fan.
I had a bad experience when I was young. I got stung multiple times by, I don't think it was a wasp. Whichever one can sting multiple times. I got caught in my jumper when I was in like primary school, and it just, bad experience. But yeah, it doesn't seem like I've missed a lot. I was still glancing from outside my door while I was hoping it would leave. My mom came in, sorry. She's wondering if it's gone. She also doesn't like it. But right now it's just a straight up A rush. And trying to take that speed up a little bit, and actually have managed to catch World Edit towards Connector, having the smokes down around Sandwich so that they could swing together and take that fight, and it's really not going too poorly. They've managed to come into this 3-on-3. Now there is still one player though around that stop sign, and combined with the double peek, or rather that peek from PopDog, it was strong for the crossfireman, but in the end rather, Yekindar ends up getting caught trying to fade back to Connector. Davkos was just sprinting out of A main there, honestly. I didn't expect him to hit that shot. It was on the other player's point of view. But OneWin, they managed to make that one work, but a very scrappy round that does come down to a 1v1. It's not something you can replicate consistently. Fortunately, it has actually destroyed the economy of Pros, though. So now they have a chance to try and actually build off of that. It's not the worst buy we've ever seen, though, to be fair, for Pros, though. I mean, 2 M4s, a FAMAS, a couple of pistols. Utility, again, also could be a lot better. They also don't have a defuse kit, so really it does come down to perhaps finding some sort of early opening. And that definitely was the goal. It was actually Yekin there. They sent alone down towards Ivy. I'm not sure if maybe someone had flashed him in, but for the moment, at least, there's no one else who is nearby. So he ends up going forward, just gets taken down, doesn't really get to do anything. No, none of his teammates, rather, get to do anything about trying to trade it back. So considering they already do have the weaker of the 2 buys, it's not the start that they would have been hoping for. Also actually managing to find that Molotov. Travis falling behind the Molotov that was in towards PopDog as well, getting himself into a good position for the repeak, and suddenly it's just the two rifles that remain. I mean, I kind of like the setup that they were going for here. One just up on the train, watching towards Ivy, who could also then peek back and help towards main if needed. Then the one player also over towards the brown train, so he can watch towards main and also Pop Dog. So they definitely are in positions where they can help each other, and it does seem like the bomb might still come towards A. For the moment, at least, Tony Black is outside A main alongside one other player. Once that flash comes in, though, I think that could deter them.
Yeah, sending over the AWP to Travis makes sense here. Let him stay back and survive. The AKs lead the charge. World edit for one, but not much more. Nickel back in with a spray. He's got two, but that's all he's getting away with today. Live on the board for Prosto, but 1win are hot on their heels. And this is the thing about the T side of Train. 1win can build up those rounds slowly but surely, and especially now that they've come in and really hurt the Prosto economy. The CTs can't buy. There's no possibility to even touch a rifle in this round. And so that means more than likely we're seeing a 5-4 scoreline. Those are good foundations built by 1win early on in the half. And certainly the possibility and the likelihood of taking it further with how things are going. Showing why this is their map pick, and you expect them to be comfortable on the T side of their map pick. Tony Black with an SMG wanted to push down early and get some info on ramp, but he's pushed back by a flash coming up. But really, Prosto, with nothing to work with bar those P250s, they're gamble stacking on A with the 4 players very close around those trains, looking for the tighter angles to bait in some Ts with the guys up on top. And the rest of them capitalize on multiple different angles. If they can find 2 kills here, I think that's going to be a positive. And really, I'd even consider it a win if they can just not die to Tony Black and avoid giving them the SMG money for free.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like they have a lot to lose themselves in what they've invested. I mean, it's 3 P250, so $900. So, yeah, I mean, that's not the biggest of deals. As you said, it's only really you don't want to be feeding all that money over towards the opposing team, because despite 1win having taken a couple rounds in a row, as you said, their economy's still not the strongest. So they are looking to try and keep this clean. It's been very slow, though. They are expecting some sort of tricky stack like this, potentially, as you said right now. Prosto just looking to try and bait the players into each other, try and see if they can combine with a couple of these pistols and just do some damage. And it will eventually come in towards A. So it is indeed going to be an opportunity here for Prosto to do a little bit. Who knows, maybe they even can steal around the way. But so far, that is not looking like the case. Okay, World Edit and Nickelback do find 1 each, doing at least enough damage for them, as we said, to be happy with that round, considering they had so little investment. Tony Black, I believe, also able to get himself 1 kill there with the SMG, so a little bit of extra money over in his way. Overall, not the biggest of rounds. It's really here that we're starting to worry about it now, because again, the economy still isn't the strongest we've seen for 1win. Prosto are coming back onto their bye round, so this is a very important round for both of these teams.
Yeah, very important for Prosto. I mean, realistically, if 1win find this one, they've already got a good half under their belt. There'll be no money for the CT side, and we're looking at then 6 on the board. And 6 rounds on T-side Train, that is workable if that's where you end up finishing. With 1win looking preferably towards the B side. Again, on an important round, go to what works, and so far, B has worked for them again and again. Waylander holding a more aggressive position at the close train, and World Edit from further back, but without the AWP this time to support. He's actually got the AUG, giving him, I suppose, a better ability to spam through the likes of the smokes as they push on down. Flashes over, World Edit on the spray, but nothing lands! The bullets to Travis don't even take him down. There's a bomb plant, and again, Prosto should probably be saving this immediately. This is a devastating start for them. 1win just own this B bomb site. Like, they're having very few issues when they go towards it.
Yeah, I mean, it was the first gun round as well, I believe, where they just rushed straight out B, took out Waylander, I believe, found the rotator then as well, and it's just pretty much what happened right now. Just absolutely decimated the round and didn't give Prosto an opportunity to fight into it at all, and left them saving. That is the case right now. This time, they don't have enough to drop, I believe. Before, they did have 2 players with a bit of spare money, so they were able to drop over, get that full buy-in. They do obviously have some loss bonus here, but they're only getting the 2,900, and without any money spare on these 3 players that are alive, it's obviously still not going to be enough, unless they're complacent with just getting out a couple more from asses. Although, saving these weapons is not 100%. Starix is trying to hunt it down. He was the only one close enough to actually have an attempt at taking one away, but isn't able to do so. Instead, Nickelback drops him. So again, still slightly chipping away at the economy here for 1win, but it's getting to a point now where that's not that big of a deal, just because already 1win do have 5 rounds here on the T side. If they can add even 2 more, they're already feeling pretty good. At that point, 7 on the T side, you're like, yeah, great half, guys. Let's move on to the CT. But obviously, if they can keep this up, they could get a lot more than that. So, I mean, this is getting a little bit dodgy right now for Prosto. They haven't spent too much in this round. I mean, Waylander spent down to 900, but with the full loss bonus, he will still get the main things he needs.
Wow, Waylander with the aggressive push off the flash. It works. Trying to be proactive. He goes to the P2000 for the kill on Travis. And they're wiping them up. It's only Starks left alive, and he's going to have to IGL himself to success. And that's what we need to see from Prosto. A little bit of reinvention. Now, yes, it probably comes off the back of them having no money. And then you're trying to make the most of the likes of the SMG. But, hold on, Waylander's in trouble. He's got to take that headshot, and he's not able to do it. There's a kill to start us off. Stark still has the opportunity to move down towards A if he wants to through Pop Dog. So it's a bit of a risky spot to be losing a player there. It opens up possibilities for him, especially as it's an SMG on 32 HP with no armor. That's left holding upper, but I think he might just have gotten the timing. But again, the HP comes into play. There's still a minute on the clock, Dean. I mean, this is winnable for Stark if Prosto keep giving him picks.
Yeah, I mean, they need to be careful. Oh, he does actually get spotted by the op again. So he knows there's one towards upper B. He should have a good idea, obviously, that there's one around the A main side holding for that push. The question is, was there another player towards A main as well so that they could play off of each other? That may be what he's expecting. I don't know if he'll think about Yekin there actually being towards the bomb site itself, but we'll see, because he does have to move pretty soon. I mean, time getting low, there's 28 seconds if he wants to actually make an attempt at this. He needs to go right now, and actually Yekin there is rotated back through connector towards B, so this gives him a chance to at least get that bomb down, and with that potentially position himself in a strong spot to actually try and play this 1-on-3 off of the bomb.
And they hear him start to plant. They're rushing through, and they've got an angle. Okay, Dimasix got it to shut them down. But yeah, this is the thing, right? Prosto reinvented their B hold. They're on a low buy. That's where you're going to naturally be forced to change up how you're holding a bomb site. You're not going to be able to hold back, have your player up close and your op. If you're on a pistol or something like that, it's not optimal, or indeed the SMG that they had. Although it still worked out fairly well, or that hold could work out. The aggressive push I like because it doesn't rely on the same strategy. One Win twice have pushed B on the full buy rounds when Prosto had everything they wanted to work with, and twice there was no issue. So change had to come, and I'm glad it came before One Win managed to hit 6 rounds. They're still in an uncomfortable spot if this ends on 10-5, and that's what Prosto are hoping for now. They're kind of at the end of the rope. You can't give them too much leeway now on the CT side. If they lose a round from this point forward, it becomes quite bad. Oh, that's a good little spam from Tony Black, and he takes Waylander as well. Opening duel for One Win, and it's towards B. You know Prosto are a little bit paranoid about that bomb site, so immediately the rotates coming through from Nickelback. And with the 2 AWPs holding down B, A is ripe for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, they do have one player up close to the brown train, or around E-box, actually it is. Demasic right there. Then also, of course, Yekin there towards Ivy. Strangely enough, they put both of the ops onto the B bomb site, so I mean, even if they do lose this bomb site, trying to rotate back in and retake with the ops would be near impossible. So I guess we need to actually see these players who are forward defend a little bit. Right now, though, I believe the bomb is moving back through the halls, and at this point, they actually have gone ahead and rotated one back towards the A bomb site. So good work by One Win, initially getting that pressure over towards B, of course, faking it out that they could be going towards A, having actually already pulled in the rotation, and at this point, just making Prosto doubt everything that's going on. And once we do actually see action go down, it's pretty brief. 2 kills come in favor of One Win. We've seen a single return, but unfortunately it's not towards that B bomb site where One Win have got the control and have now got that bomb planted. Once again, they just walk onto B with ease.
It's a little bit scary, although One Win are obviously, like we said, they're a very capable team and have a lot of experience at a high level across that lineup, but Prosto have been together a long time now. And coming into a tactically adept map, you would imagine they'd be able to put up the figures and put up the fight against One Win, who comparatively ain't been around the scene that long as a 5-man.
Even just looking at the stats of the map, I mean, One Win have played it 6 times and have only managed to actually get a victory on it once. Prosto, I mean, it's not great for them. 8 times they played it. I think they've won it like 3 times, so it's not the worst of results from them. Just overall, this best of 3, looking at the maps, you would definitely say Prosto. They play the maps more often, they have better results. But if One Win can keep this performance up, I think that they definitely could take this series. Right now, Prosto are not looking like what we normally see from them. And we've seen that a couple times. It seems like they do kind of have their days hit or miss. World Edit has always been a little bit like that on the AWP, and that was something that I was thinking about coming into this. If he isn't actually performing, then there obviously is that opportunity for Davkos to maybe be the winning impact for One Win.
The thing for
the key player, rather, is what I wanted to say.
The thing for One Win recently, they've been sticking within a fairly domestic Russian playstyle in terms of our circuit in the teams they've been playing against, but of those, you've got Hard Legion, Unique, Gambit Youngsters, teams that are pretty damn hard to beat and like playing terrain. Whereas Prosto have had more of an international mix, but I wouldn't put it down to being a much more difficult set of opponents either. Like, in terms of the team's overall ability, I would say they're probably in and around the same ballpark. Just Prosto should be ahead on the teamwork, and even with a flash in there, Dimasic fails to take Travis down. He's barely below half HP. And another opening duel given to 1win. The proactive map control I like from Prosto. They're choosing their fights in different locations, different timings in the round as well, so it's not easy to read. But the issue is they're not winning those duels, so it doesn't matter. Here's a flash through, and Travis is fragging again. This time, grabbing a player with his back turned as he tried to fade backwards. With 2-man advantages to play with, 1win can do whatever they want. Literally, any bomb site they go towards, they're likely to face a pretty hefty advantage, because at most there'll only be 2 people holding it. And as they sit in upper B, it looks like we might be moving down pop in a second. With that flash, at least that's what they want the CTs to think. But instead, it's movement to B, and they've dragged that rotate completely.
Perfect. Yeah, no, World had begun rotating as soon as that flash went down in the pop dog. He's going to walk back out now, spotting multiple players. Did actually see one pushing upper. Unfortunately, doesn't hit the flick the first or second time. If he had been able to take down Travis there, then that could have been the opening that they needed to actually attempt this retake. But I think, again, like we've seen multiple times already, they are going to just force the save, especially now as they actually have 2 players who could drop over no longer. Yekindar is gone. Davkos able to catch him there on the op. So, yeah, I mean, this isn't looking too good right now for Prosto. 7 rounds already here on the T side for 1win. This next round as well is going to be a little bit iffy for the CT side. Thankfully, oh no, actually, they only get 2,900, so it's not even the full loss bonus. So, yeah, indeed, I think they're going to have to actually just take one kind of half buy like we've seen from them before around these 2 ops. Maybe Yekindar could bring out a rifle. He does have quite a bit of spare money in comparison to the rest of his teammates.
This is a really grim spot. I mean, I said if Prosto gave over 1 round, so if we saw their opponents making it to 6, that things would be grim, and yet here we go. It's 7 on the board. 1win looking really good. You're seeing why they picked this map. I said it was a brave play because we know Prosto played a lot. And again, team. They're a team. They've got opping power. This probably wouldn't be my kind of choice. I'd maybe want to face them on more of a Puggy map, but certainly not train. But 1win, their T side is so well thought up. They're keeping Prosto guessing, and Prosto are never getting the right answer. It's a multiple choice, and they're ticking the wrong box every single time. Happened to me in the past. Into a 3 versus 4 as they blitz into A, but cut off by the second player in Ivy. They weren't expecting Yekindar, and with that, he's recovered the AWP of his teammate. A flash is about to go out for a wide peek as Yekindar gets lit up. The flash doesn't come. They've seen him on the bomb site. They saw the barrel. Tony Black good for the kill. It's himself and Davkos, a pretty mighty duo, but as Davkos checks the back, Tony Black continued to move forward, lost his life, and it's a 1v3 with the first kill going towards him, but he's got plenty more to do. I don't think he's getting away with this one. Hold on. He's already suspecting up on top of the trains, but Dimasic's faster on the shot.
Yeah, it looked like he nearly had the angle there to actually spot the top of the head. And if he did, then maybe we could have seen it drop to the 1v1. But indeed, Prosto able to bring that round in their favor. I like the idea from Tony Black there. He was in a bit of a tough spot, was already tagged up. I think he heard the player in towards the connector. It was either dropping a nade or reloading. I can't recall at this point, but we've seen him just jump straight over to the top of the connector and see if he could catch that player off guard, which would have given them a massive opening. Obviously, didn't work out. And Davkos not really in a position where he could have helped them from A main, but right now it's still a good spot, obviously, for 1win. They've got the 7 rounds already. They have a chance there to try and add an 8. Even if they don't, they've still got a very strong T side for themselves. And look at this Yekindar. He could be caught off guard. Actually manages to get the M4 out in time. Looked like he was going to be caught with the flash in hand. Davkos goes down, and it looks like the player who was nearby is just going to retreat back a little bit. Doesn't want to stick around too aggressively for this fight. So as long as Yekindar doesn't get further, show any further aggression, then he should be all right for now. Dimasic actually extending that advantage as well. So this is looking pretty good for Prosto. They might still be able to get those 8 rounds together, which isn't the worst half.
It's manageable, right? But actually, if you look at how Prosto have been playing so far, the rounds they've been losing have been a lot down to comfort. Yekindar, no! He gets the headshot, but the superior weapon, the AK, comes through to answer with a headshot of its own. And with that, the kill. But it makes it easy for Dimasic to find the trade and maintain that Ivy control. Now, they have no idea where the rest of 1win are going, and it looks like it's towards B. This hole has been weak, but I don't think it's this weak. Nickelback down below. Oh, he's being blocked up above. His hood probably blocking Tony Black out, but eventually he finds him, and as Kabakin falls, it's all onto Travis. They're going to just swing on him, and easily done. 8 rounds on the board. It's not ideal. It's workable. Realistically, though, we need to see a huge step up from them now on the T side, now that they can't be put under pressure by those fast blitzes from 1win and left blindsided by the lack of information that they were picking up.
Yeah, no, I do think that we're going to see a little bit more of a stronger T side here, definitely from pros, though. As you said, B was really their main issue right there. They were going to get an exploited on it. They were unsure of whether they needed the 1 or 2 players there. They were always kind of in between with their calls, and kind of just the fact that they had lost B so convincingly twice in the opening rounds just made them throughout the entire half be very kind of, I guess, it looked like they were questioning a lot of times about their rotates. But indeed, the T side, I do think we'll see a better performance from them. But if 1win keep up what they had in that previous half, with everyone fragging everyone on a consistent level and contributing to the team, then there definitely is the opportunity, of course, for them to take this one. And as you said, Mirage and Dust 2, they're maps that can go either way. Just in general as maps, because they can be a little bit unpredictable, especially Dust 2.
We've had a bit of a tech issue, evidently. You can see Prosto have got a player biggity bailing.
Yeah, Yekindar had loss apparently, so I would imagine just quickly restarting his internet, try and get rid of that. Loss is very annoying to play with, so that is understandable.
Yeah, we've experienced our fair share of that, certainly in recent times with how the internet has been from time to time. He should be back soon, though. I can actually see the chat. I'm now noticing.
Can? Oh, you didn't
I'm so used to having it off. I'm sure everyone here is going to be polite, Dean. I hope.
It's Twitch chat. You can't have hopes that high. 2 to 3 minutes, apparently. That's what we're being told. Again, you said they can see it anyway. Normally, we have to
in case
have
someone
the other
can't read.
person update.
There might be someone out there that can't read, Dean. We have to be. I don't know how they made their way to the
just want
Twitch
to hear it
channel.
in my voice. I don't know why they'd want
That's
that.
true. You can do an official announcement like T-2 minutes.
I think you've just done it.
You can do the next one.
If we get another update. Yes. Because I haven't been counting, so really I'd just be lying if I was to say a minute and then it's not a minute.
I prefer if you were being Tiger, if you know. Because, oh, come on, guys, come on. Too much.
You're going to need to use the laugh track you have for that one because no one else is laughing.
I heard people in laugh track.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure it was people in your house that were laughing. I don't know where that sound came from, but
oh, you actually played your thing.
Of course. I mean, no, the people in your house were laughing.
That, I believed you because people in my house can be loud sometimes. He has returned though. Yekindar is back and hopefully without loss. Indeed, they are ready, so I'd imagine that means that the loss is fixed. Either that or it's not fixed and he's given up on it. I hope it is the first one because obviously we want it to be as fair as possible. Yekindar, though, is having a bit of a struggle in this game so far. 7 to 11. Definitely one of the standout players as well on Prosto, so you definitely want to see him taking it up a notch here on the T side. Nickelback, actually, the man who's been top fragging for them so far. Which, I mean, he is a good player, but as I said, I'd expect Yekindar and perhaps Demasic to be up there. Waylander, he's sometimes one of those players. I think more so you can expect him to be more around the middle of the scoreboard, consistently do his job. But hopefully we should be back in soon.
A man can hope and a man can dream.
Destructive Spartan can't read. That's impressive, though, that you can write and can't read. Well done.
Yeah, he can understand the spoken word. He can type. So, does that mean you can never understand if you've made a typo? As soon as you've written it, it's like, oh, I don't know what I've said.
To be fair, he didn't use an apostrophe.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll excuse it in this one instance. Just this once.
Twitch chat, though, even though I don't type correctly. My thoughts just go out into the keyboard. I think that's just all Twitch chat. Yeah, just in general, when I'm typing, my sentences get confusing because my thoughts just keep going into it, so it should just run on lines for ages. I'm sure you're used to it by now.
Oh yeah, well you and I both text the same way. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's like there's two kinds of people, and like one is just a paragraph, and the other is a person sending
7
one
messages.
text. Yeah, one sentence per text. That's you and I. Just
we were meant to be.
Exactly.
We'll have to show them that picture of us. But here we go. We are getting back into it. Unfortunately, the halftime break was slightly delayed with that tech issue, but both teams now ready to go. And of course, this round being extremely important here, especially for Prosto. Obviously, the 1 win, they want to get off to a good start on their CT side. And right now, it looks like Starix may be challenged over towards Ivy. Indeed, takes 1 bullet there to the chest, nothing too substantial. Gets a small bit of info about at least one player probing around that area, but for the moment, the majority of the forces for Prosto are actually focused around A main. One player looking to try and sell a bit of a fake gun towards B, being Waylander, and he does get spotted by Davcost, forces that player back down, but it doesn't seem like it's really going to do much about pulling extra rotations away. Instead, these two players still up close in Pop Dog, the first of them being Travis, is actually just tapping them as they come out. Two already being found. Waylander gets the time and finds a double in Pop Dog. Suddenly, it's been swung straight back in favor of Prosto, and this is a great position from Yekindar that I don't think Tony Black is going to expect. Indeed, gets cut off in the rotation through that connector, and now it's all on Davcost.
Well, he's actually got the position. He's been left unchecked towards the bomb site, but they see him. World that it just finishes planting the bomb, pops up his head and goes, oh, he's not my friend. Now Davcost left alone. The fact that they know where he is, they'll just play super passive on these angles. They don't need to challenge him, not in the pistol round when you can just pop 3 heads and have the game sorted. And it is very important for Prosto to be claiming this. Oh, okay, spotted again. It cost them a player. There's a smoke in play. He goes down, drops it, sees the player in connector. He's going to stick it. 3 seconds left. But as he swings his crosshair left to right, he hasn't got a chance. So a clean enough now round for Prosto, taking the pistol win, getting the bomb plant, but connecting this one here should be fairly easy, provided one win go for an eco, which they're not. We've got a scout coming out on Davcost. With it being such a scope-centric map, I don't mind seeing the double scout setup, especially because they wouldn't be able to get an AWP had they have just saved up their money. This and Dust 2 probably the best places to be pulling out double scouts.
Oh yeah, no. We've always said how we like the double scout setup, especially when you combine it with normally Deagles, but they've actually gone for a Deagle, a 5.7, and an MP9 here.
3 smokes.
Yeah, I mean, the smokes you definitely do need. It's not as important on a map as maybe like Inferno, but definitely over towards B, you want to have those smokes here to try and hold off that lower ramp. But for the moment, actually just leaving the scout to see if he can maybe do a bit of damage as they advance forward. One shot, I believe, being connected initially on the World Edit. It's probably then on the Deagle, though, that manages to pick one off. Nickelback goes down. Not really going to be able to do anything else in this round. The bomb at least should be planted, but they're continuing to lose players here. It looked like maybe another could have been found over that smoke. Fortunately, Yekindar pulls one back. They do at least still have, of course, the favorable weapons here. Waylander deciding to just take these fights at long range where he is, of course, going to be favored for sure. Eventually, will drop the Starix. And, I mean, with the damage that's been done, this is definitely still winnable. Unfortunately, obviously not having a kit, full 10-second defuse being needed, I think that's kind of what limits him in being able to do too much else. And surprisingly, Yekindar was just willing to go straight for that fight. If he went down, Demasix was on like 5 health, so that could have been a little bit scary.
Could have been even worse because a nade was thrown up to heaven, and if that had been thrown 2 seconds earlier, it would have been a 1v1. And at that point, I think you kill a player heaven with a nade, you're going to be looking ramp. So that round definitely could have swung around into the favor of one win, but now, as they've sought one win in the rounds in the last 2, they're going to have to take an eco on the back of that failure. Nickelback, the one looking to farm a little bit of cash. They shouldn't be losing too many players here, but at the same time, one win have gone in for 2 Deagles, which could be pretty dangerous on range. One lucky headshot through, and all of a sudden the round could spiral out of control.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some nasty rounds, even just with default pistols even being stolen away at points, so any sort of upgrade definitely does improve your chances a little bit. Oh, okay, that was actually a nice thing on the Yekindar there in the back, as they did take down Demasik as well. Unfortunately, I don't think much else is really going to be done here, considering it is just Davcost pinned in the back of the bomb site, 6 health with a USP. They managed to deal with that, keep 4 players alive, so overall a nice clean round there from Prosto. But this is, of course, now where they start to go up against the rifles. This is where one win have their chance to try and get, again, something going relatively early here on the CT side, despite losing the pistol round, which also was the case back on that first half. I mean, they went down 2-0 before coming back with the first gun round. And then actually went down 5-1, yeah, indeed, before coming back and managing to come up with a very solid T side indeed. So, I mean, it's definitely still winnable.
Sure, but I feel like one win's success came off the back of a couple of missed shots by Prosto and a very solid B attack.
That's weird.
Yeah, not what we usually see that jump through the smoke, but okay. More players going through smokes by themselves. See, Waylander is out on A site. We've already had a player try to push down B ramp, and his teammates are all the way back in Ivy. Not a lot of this round really makes sense from Prosto. Especially considering they know one win we're going to be bought here. I don't know what the plan was, but if it was go in and die, they've been very successful at it.
Yeah, A1. Just Nickelback. I mean, that was just really strange. I guess the idea was to just kind of cause chaos all over the map with the one player going out B, one going out A, kind of working around those smokes, and then the other three of them just waiting to see what happens. But they lost both of those players. Suddenly they're in a 3-on-5, and they just have to keep trying to take those gambles. And if none of them work, it just ends up being what we've seen right now, absolute destruction. Nickelback already being dinked. I mean, a bit of damage being done out towards Starix, but he needs an ace clutch here with 10 health. That is just not happening.
Yeah, maybe caught up in the success of things in the last couple of rounds. I thought they could just style on them, but that was, I don't know, I'm still scrambling to look for the logic in it. Or, never mind even the logic, you can definitely see reasons why maybe they would do it, but in terms of risk-reward, it just does not seem worth it to take that kind of a gamble. Not surprisingly, Nickelback is dropped. Now, for Prosto, the issue I had on their CD side was that B-hold was atrocious. They were being cut off. The mollies weren't down to stop aggression coming through. They weren't spotting it from upper B. The ramp player was constantly... The only one or two, I think maybe twice we saw him trying to spot ramp, with the exception of when he ran up it, and both times he died before he even got back. So you can't get back and get a molly in if you're dead. Your teammate then obviously has to hold it for just the rush coming down. So that's the issue I feel led to them having such a poor CT side. Now on the terrorist side, they can't be put under pressure in the same way. They dictate the pace of the game, although they very oddly dictated it in the previous round. I think that puts them back in the advantageous spot. Again, we've mentioned the fact that they're a more solid team overall, certainly in terms of experience and length of time this 5-man has been together. A 1 win, we know they're decent at train. They've shown us a good T-side. They've shown us the ability to come back after losing a couple of rounds in a row and still fresh-faced, think of new ideas, and hit it. Although often it was just that, the B that they could go to again and again. I'm hoping that we don't see the same from Prosto in this round, and indeed we haven't so far. It's been slow, it's been steady. Now they're looking for map control, and they're going to come out A, wait for it, together. That was that was something that was missing in the previous.
Yeah, I mean, the previous round they went out B and A at the same time, but only with one player in each. Oh, there is still that A main aggression, but they have to deal with. Travis manages to get at least one. I mean, slightly delays. They do at this point realize no one else is in towards A main, so Prosto still get themselves this control. But the smoke being down does slightly delay, and of course having that split in between IQ right now, there's already one player who's creeped all the way up towards this position, but he doesn't actually realize Davkost is in behind the blue train right there. Fortunately, Nickelback will manage to deal with it. And now it's only Proplet on the actual bomb site itself that they do have to remove before they can get this bomb down. Tony Black coming in through the back lines. The issue is the bomb is dropped around stop sign right now. Proplet is watching this in a horrible position though once they peek him. Nowhere to fall away to, and now it's all on Tony Black in a 1-on-2. The bomb should be planted. Indeed, plenty of time. He's just going to go ahead and put that straight down. They don't have a lot of time to reposition, so it looks like they do want to try and just swing on this together, and it does work out perfectly. Nothing being connected by Tony Black. He goes down. Prosto managed to get 12 now on the board. And it is beginning to run away from 1 win at this point a little bit. Despite such a strong first half, and that was after losing the pistol, going down 5-1. They came back, got 7 on the T side. But just having a poor start, a slow start here again on the second half isn't enough. We've seen, I mean, what was it, 5-1? Now it's been 4-1 on this half so far. Prosto just getting those opening rounds is giving them so much to work.
It just felt like 1 win had the perfect cards to counter Prosto at every step of their T side. The B pushes were perfect. They were isolating players, taking fights that they always won. Every time 1 win, with the exception of the ramp push by Waylander, tried to actually reinvent themselves, go in for aggression, late map control, and pop dog or up B ramp, or anywhere near Ivy, instantly dead. They were losing duels again and again. They were getting no information that stopped them. The fact that they were losing all these aggressive plays meant that they stopped going out and looking for information and instead just sat turtling on the bomb site, waiting to be pushed on. And we saw again and again 1 win were in an advantage when that happened because their executes were well handled. They'd flash out B. You'd have World Edit not able to help because he's blind, being swung on, killed. Waylander up close because they flashed out the player connector. They deal with him immediately. Or he'd swing to try and help his teammate, but there was always a lack of utility. They never had the molly there when they got the flashes, when they suspected an execute to be able to slow them down. And I think 1 win realized that. Now that they're on the CT side, it's 1 win that are in the position of having to wait down, not apply pressure to their opponents, and hope the executes come in favorably for them, which they just might with 35 seconds left. Prosto haven't got Pop Dog, barely any control towards Ivy, and they're going to basically just split out main with 4 players and have that one lurk in Ivy who needs to get a lot of damage done. These players need to be focused up in towards main, but look at the control they've got. They've got them boxed into an alleyway. Stark sprays them down with a double headshot. Yakindar's low. Oh, he didn't see him, but the smoke is blocking Starks from being seen as well. And with a 3rd kill, he's eventually deleted, but it doesn't matter. The rotates are in, 10 seconds left, no time to plant this bomb, and 1 win. They've just destroyed them by doing nothing. They just sit down, they hold their positions, they're patient. Prosto are waiting for someone to push up, but it never comes.
Yeah, that was just a great hold there, especially by Starks. The amount of damage he was able to do getting those 2 initial kills, then also dinking down the player who was coming up through sandwich afterwards, being helped out by one of his teammates. Can't recall who it was actually got the kill, but either way, locking that down, dropping the time, and finally giving themselves a little bit more here to work with. They can't manage to get reset though, like they did on that previous one. Obviously, you can't get fully reset, but they haven't built up any loss bonus at this point, so they would only get 1900 if they were to lose this round. So that would, at that point, very likely just lose them the game. So we need to see them come out on top of this round cleanly. We need to see them in that next gun round as well. Ideally, not be dropping too many players because they have a bit of a way to go to really start getting back into this. And that's a decent start, just spamming through the smoke. Waylander taken down. Again, very little investment in this round. They didn't really have any to put into it. Even spending this much on the pistols is a little bit dodgy considering Prosto themselves are in the same position where they only get 1900. So it is going to leave a couple of them a little bit low on money. So ideally, they do need to find a couple of kills here to slightly boost up their own economy, potentially get that bomb plant down. I don't think they realize Yakindar is actually creeped out in towards Olaf already, so he could maybe catch one off guard. Travis up on top of these trains is entrusted with a couple of different angles.
The benefit of having the AK, though, just being able to swing down and start spraying. Yakindar falls, good flash. There's another free kill. The spray continues, or just halted for a second for Starks to find the next. And with that, I mean, even if Nickelback got the timing, which now that he's been spotted, he won't. He only had a Glock. He'd probably get a dink onto Tony Black and then be dealt with very quickly by Davcost and Tony. At Prosto's previous buy round, I feel like that was just... It felt like their CT side again. They were scared to push up and take any extra map control. I mean, they had the one player that was up above in Pop Dog. They had the one player that was down in Ivy, very slowly pushing down. And all 4 of them just waited. They waited for an upper B push. They waited for some contact on Ivy. But nothing happened. And eventually 4 of them blitz out. They get smoked off on the right-hand side. So they're forced to go down the little alley towards Olaf. And from that point, I mean, the CTs know where you are. There's only Ivy and that small alley between the trains you can be in. 2 choke points. And that couldn't play out better for the defense.
Yeah, and even then, the Ivy smoke that was put down was actually a little bit of a gap, as you pointed out, for Starrick. So he was kind of able to play around that, get the info when he needed at other points, just use it to cover himself off and fight one angle. Right now, though, this kind of half investment here could do some serious damage from Prosto. They've already closed in the distance towards the bomb site. Unfortunately, the only one who had really reached that destination so far had been Nickelback, so he will go down. Waylander trying to get up onto the bomb site and see what he can find, ends up getting dropped as well. And that's actually just bombed now, just in the open for one win to see pretty easily. They don't even need it anymore because they've gone ahead and just picked everyone off. So a good recovery there despite a decent opening from Prosto. And they definitely weren't looking afraid in that round, but that's normally what you see when a team is on a weaker buy like that. They do feel a little bit more free. So the question is, are they going to go back to performing like those opening few rounds here again, now that they do have the rifles in their hands? And Waylander, he spent quite a bit in that previous round again, so he is limited to the Deagle, so it's not a perfect buy.
I want to see something different from them. Oh no, they're going fast. Okay. If it fails going slow, like we're going 0 to 100. Super slow round, wait for 30 seconds to push, doesn't work. Okay, let's blitz out A. Mollied off, as they come down through Pop. Luckily, it's the Deagle leading the way, so it's not a huge tragedy to lose HP on him. And he doesn't even get dropped. He makes it out of there alive. The main player here is Yakindar. He has to make something happen. The smoke's about to fade. Oh, he hears Stark shooting. That's a free kill. He knows it, and he misses the first shots, but luckily connects them afterwards. There it is. Now your Ivy player can push up. Now you've got 2 players coming from that angle. The A main have a lot more support. And this pulls a lot of pressure onto Travis, who's trying to slowly make his way back. He doesn't want to make noise. until he's further away, and he gets there. He gets to the bomb site. They've still got an okay-ish hold, but they're going to be under a lot of pressure. Many angles being challenged here by Prosto. They're even coming down. Pop the molly forces the players off the top of the bomb site. Travis swings out. He's being heard. They know he's there. World Edit going to swing with Yakindar. Travis already dealt with. So too is Davkos. They know where Propla is. They're happy to plant. Going up into heaven. Not the right play here. Nickelback was watching for it as soon as he heard the ladder, and Tony Black on the flank is all that they've got left. A 1v4 has to be won by him. Their money is decent enough, but he really wants this under his belt. They haven't communicated. Waylander goes down as well, and now a 1v2. Much more winnable. He's lost barely any HP and has full utility, but the bomb is ticking away. They're still challenging. The op eventually pulls back, though. They need to be careful because in the positions they're in, they can't fully deny him from defusing this as the smoke goes down. Time is low. Another kill as Dimisic falls, and he goes for it. He's going to stick it, but Nickelback's close by. He's spraying. He's... Oh... The headshot, at least. He was full HP. I mean, if Nickelback didn't get a headshot there, that was going to be a defuse.
Yeah, but it was such a straightforward angle for him, kind of just shooting along the side of the train, you get me? So
Yeah.
I was thinking there's no way he can miss this. But it got a little bit closer than I expected. So it was certainly a nice attempt. But 13-11, Prosto managed to get themselves another round here. Not being a clean one, though, obviously, when you live with one player, you can see, again, it's not the greatest of buys for them. This time, they at least get out 5 rifles, while they're, again, somewhat limited with the Galil. But the main thing that they're missing in this round is that utility. And they even have a couple of players who don't have helmets. So up against those M4A1Ss, obviously, that could be a bit of an issue. Obviously, one thing's seen a lot more M4A1Ss now that the price is being dropped. That cost was looking adventurous towards upper B. Backs away just as Prosto actually begin to have a little bit of a gander around this area themselves.
I mean, things are getting dangerous for one win. They started out so well, but pressured out by losing those early duels. Well, mid-round duels, but the first ones. Yakindar being able to make it out of A main was such a huge play for that previous round, but what do they do now? They haven't got that. They default back to playing 3 towards Ivy. It's a bit of a change from what we've seen in the past. They're hoping to get a challenge. It doesn't come through, and so they start to slowly push forward. Looks like we're going to see a flash come through, but World Edit's not blind yet, and he's really damaged Starix. They've got access to CT. The molly slows them down, allows Davkos to reposition, or so he thinks, but hold on, bomb's already through. Yakindar's being spotted. They know the bomb is now in CT, and he goes further forward. He falls. Now the CTs have control of that bomb.
I mean, that was obviously very risky, getting cut off from his teammates with that bomb on his zone. The fact that he went forward again, I thought he would have been complacent with the first kill. But right now, it is just a 1-on-3. World Edit in a very difficult spot where he doesn't really have the time to do anything with this either. And even then, surviving is going to be very challenging because Starix is coming in through Ivy and does catch him off guard as he begins to fade away. Fortunately, at least goes down, obviously, before the time runs out. There was like 10 seconds left there, so it is not the biggest of deals, but it is a little bit worrying, I would say, for Prosto, because having a look at the score right now, it's beginning to close in. We've hit a 13-12 scoreline. Surprisingly, we actually get a pause in from 1 win. I think Prosto, though, definitely will be happy with this little bit of time themselves to actually have a discussion. The main issue being that they can't buy in this round, so I would imagine most of the focus is going to be on this upcoming round where they will get the guns out once again. 2,400 in the next, so they'll have a pretty good buy. Won't have the op, unfortunately, but they will at least have that utility. Well, I mean, they could get the glass cannon out on World Edit if they wanted.
Yeah, one win with the pause is a curious enough choice. I'm guessing that this is a bit of a question mark around whether Prosto would have any cash. You got to take into consideration the bomb plants and stuff that they had. And also knowing that you really don't want to be losing this. If they had enough to maybe buy P250s and armor, one would need to make sure they don't just get rushed out on the B bomb site, which might be what happens here with 4 players quickly blitzing their way up. There's only 1 defender, and that's Tony Black. He's got a well-timed nade. Actually, no, it perfectly splits in between the 2 sets of players as they move forward. Luckily, there's already a rotate towards B. They're seeing no contact A, so you got to reinforce the B bomb site. And I'd be surprised if Prosto get a bomb plant here.
Yeah, me too. I mean, Train is one of those maps where you have a good chance to try and actually get the bomb down on these rounds, but normally that's when there's just one player on the bomb site. If you're able to get that first kill, you can perhaps get the bomb down, then usually holding it obviously is going to be a whole nother story. Actually, with those pistols, trying to hold an afterplant is very, very difficult. This time, though, not allowed to get that bomb plant, pretty firmly held by the 2 players on the bomb site, only one dropping. The pros, though, either way, are coming back onto their buy. As I said, they did have the option for the glass cannon up if they wanted on World Edit. Deciding against it, though, which is understandable. Already kind of lacking a bit in terms of the nades. Go for the full set of rifles, get out the nades, and maybe shows us something a little bit different here in this round. What are we going to see them going for early on? It looks like they may just split up and go a little bit standard. I don't know. Maybe 2 players could go towards Pop Dog. They could be looking at a bit of a quicker A split. But it does seem like it is going to be more so just the standard default. Split up in the beginning, see if maybe any aggression comes in, feel out what way the defense are actually playing, and then make your decision based on that. And right now, they may be able to find some aggression towards A main, because Travis has pushed in on his own. Nickelback holding this angle. It looked like Travis was tempted to peek, but probably for his for the best, rather, he does actually begin to back away.
I think he has a little bit of a read on what he can get away with and what he can't. There's a point where map control, given up that freely, is too good to be true, and you know there's probably a player waiting around the corner. It's good game sense by Travis to pull back and not get greedy to hold too aggro of a position. So far, whenever Prosto have been left to these slower rounds, they tend to default towards the A-bomb site, whether that's for better or worse. Well, I guess we'll find out soon, as again, things slow down. 50 seconds left on the clock. Yakindar moves towards B to drop a smoke down lower, and that's going to be the full extent of their 150 IQ fake. Now they're going to start to move out towards the A bomb site. Nickelback looking to catch a player up above, and he finds Travis, looks for more, and he's got that lineup on Starix. This is bad for 1win. They have rotates coming through, but at the moment only... Oh no, they're leaving towards the B bomb site. Are they calling a save in a 3v5 before the bomb's planted?
So. It does seem like it. I
With
mean,
money?
It kind of makes sense. Tony Black wouldn't be able to buy in the next round, but everyone else would have been able to. So it wouldn't be the worst position to be in. But I guess when you're at 13 right now, you're like, okay, we can afford to give up that one round and just ensure that in the next round we're going to actually have the best buy possible and just come back and get 16-14.
I respect the decision making 100%. I don't think it's a... It's not that it's not a strange call. It makes sense, and it's a call I'd like to see. At the same time, we don't see a lot of teams doing that. If 3v5, you got an op in play as well. They're going to push into you, especially because Davkos was the op on a bomb site. Maybe you get a couple picks, you're back in that game, but they don't even try. And
especially with how it's gone so far there, I think they just definitely need the utility and such. Because you even pointed it out that early on in the half, when they were scraping those buys together, they were finding no success.
That's the thing. I respect the calls by 1win. Not many teams at this level would have the patience, I suppose, or the self-awareness to understand that it's probably not worth taking this risk, and let's not get greedy for it. Same way we saw Travis not continue forward in team main, but instead backing off and holding map control for as little result or payout as we got from that. Early ramp push coming through from 1win. They go straight on up with 2 players. Davkos left holding it on the AWP. Oh, his booty's been seen, and his booty's been spanked as Yakindar takes him down. A slap to the face and a 5v4. Man advantage for Prosto to play with, and they haven't yet even decided where they want to go. They're happy to keep on perusing the shelves and see what catches their eye.
Yeah, I mean, now that pros, though, do already have a man advantage, as you said, they can slow it down and just see what's going on, and it looks like they might be given more. I mean, Travis, he's been a man who's been very aggressive so far. Most of the time hasn't got over aggressive, but in this position where they're already down by a man, they do need to take some gambles, and unfortunately, it is not working out. One more player close to E-Box, only successful for 1 kill. And Demasic, I think, may have timing on the Starix as well. A little bit awkward there as he flicked his crosser away, but managed to transfer back, get that spray on the head, and this time, I don't think the save is even really an option. Tony Black just has to go straight for it. With Davkos and Propla having 4,800 already, they're going to be getting 1,900 in the next round, so they will be able to get a relatively okay buy. I mean, they should have the 3 rifles. They can get the op included in those 3 rifles if Davkos wants to go for it. And then we'll see Starix and Travis a little bit more limited. But 2 rounds for overtime is very achievable. But it does kind of rely here on Tony Black also saving, because already the buy that they'll have in this next round is going to be quite a limiting factor. It was looking like World, and it might have went in towards the CT spawn, but has for now just decided to clear out this B-bomb site. So I think he is going to at least be able to save that M4 over. It's looking like it will be the case.
That gives them at least a majority rifles. You might think Yakindar's holding for a push-up ramp, but in fact, he was just staring at those apple-bottom jeans. And those boots. Oh, with the fur. He's got the AWP now, at least safe forward, so that's a nice little boost to their economy. Not that they need it. And with 2 rounds left, Prosto are stacked in the bank. And 1 win have got a big task on hand. 2 rounds in a row to take it to overtime. They've conceded this after a very good T side, but again, this is what I was saying in the first half. Prosto were under so much pressure, you could see they were a little lost in how to hold that B bomb site, certainly without the utility that they couldn't find. And now, when they move to the T side, they've got more freedom, they dictate the pace of the game, and that's where they come ahead, that's where they have come ahead. But will they finish there? Great opening by Davcost, but he's being held now by the AWP of World Edit. He's got to be very careful about re-peeking that angle. So far, 1 win have been patient, and they actually went out for it, but luckily Davcost wasn't punished. Man advantage maintains as Prosto make their way towards the A-bomb site.
Yeah, Waylander almost got 1 player there on the bomb site jumping. He is at the moment just trying to be a nuisance and actually does get flashed over. Okay. Catches Propla on the bomb site, decides to go straight back up as well as he looks for more. This is going to be the A commitment. Starix, though, is a good position to catch that creep through the smoke. Drops the Mizik, trades out to the AK. And Starix has been playing spectacularly throughout this game so far. He's had a couple of rounds where he's really stepped up when needed. And it looks like this will be enough for 1 win to get this round for themselves. It's all on Nickelback. I mean, he has a minute remaining at least. That is one positive. And with Travis being low, it's definitely still a winnable situation. And I believe for the moment they aren't really sure of his position. So he has that element of surprise as well.
He heard a scope in towards CT as well, so he knows where Davcost is at least roughly. But that might not help him all too much. Getting out here and planting the bomb is going to be difficult. Any angle he chooses can be almost immediately swung on, or could have been, but Travis has continued to push. He's moved up to the B bomb site. That allows Nickelback to plant for Pop Dog. Problem is he doesn't know that. And as he goes up on top of the train, it's going to be a swing on Davcost. He baits out the shot, doesn't find the kill, and he's waiting for someone to peek. There's no way he can know he's clear to plant this bomb. He's hoping Travis will come down, but the timing isn't going to be right. Travis shouldn't peek this, but he gets baited in eventually. Luckily, wins the duel, even with the FAMAS and the low HP. 15-14, 1 away. If 1 win find 1 win, then we could see more of 1 win than if they take the OT. With just 4 wins, they'll have 1 win on the board, moving on to map number 2. That's 1 long road, though. I don't think they're, we can quite jump to conclusions yet. Still lots of life left in Prosto.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, also Mirage and Dust 2 are maps that can be a little bit iffy, but I do still think that Prosto, kind of with the more free-flowing style on Mirage and also Dust 2, will have more success. But if 1 win can get their own map choice here, and I think they're definitely still in with a chance of trying to take one of those 2 following maps. Probably more so Dust 2, just because we haven't seen them really find any success on Mirage when we look at their statistics. But overall, they've been very surprising in this game. And again, another thing you need to keep in mind is the fact that they did lose both pistols. And not the first gun round in the first half, but they did immediately lose the one afterwards and then go down by another 3 rounds. So considering they had such poor starts, this has been a very competitive game. The question is now, can they continue with that and bring it into the overtime? A minute and 5 seconds remaining. So far, not really much to have gone down. We do just see Prosto with a couple players outside main. They've got Yekin there down on the ladder in Pop Dog. I think just staying like that in case someone flashes in to try and take the control, I guess. He has finally now kind of committed to the position. But the bomb in the meantime is over towards B. These couple of players kind of working around this area at the moment. They're just trying to see if they can pull some rotations off of that B bomb site. And it looks like it may actually work. I was going to say it will because there was 1 player beginning to leave, but they actually end up finding that opening beforehand. So immediately we see 1 win beginning to move back in towards this B bomb site. And they have actually traded 1 back. The bomb's yet to go down. Eventually, World Edit actually, he was on the bomb site the entire time, wasn't committing to the bomb plant, instead wanted 1 kill before putting it in place. Oh, and they're just managing to swing all the kills in their favor now. This is crumbling for 1 win.
Oh man, that was such a risky play by Yakindar peeking an upper, but it's paid off massively. Starix left alone, and he may have won some rounds for them pretty much single-handedly on the A bomb site, but he can't get it done on B. That's going to be it, and we're going to be moving over to map 2 with a 1 map advantage to Prosto. Up next is Mirage, their map pick, so stay tuned to catch that one. We'll see you real soon.
gym looking like a running back. How you know the flow got him coming back? Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move.
3, 2,
bringing summer
1,
to
drop.
you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so so what? I'm so that means I can't describe.
Son intelligence de jeu, enfin, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense qu'il a, c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
I see you way there, and I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever who we are, no matter if we're cast away, a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we'll again.
No pulse and all alone. Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. As the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to you bring me to life. It's been the road less traveled, all alone. Feeling my body leveled on my own. I can just feel it, no way to stop it. The sounds of the music so through my bones. I can just taste it, no need to fight it. 'Cause I'm out here staying, it's life to my soul. 'Cause lightning and thunderstorms are never stopping me before. This night is never over, not until
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers 'cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We are ready to rumble with what is going to be the map number 2 of One Win versus Prosto. We're coming in here and sadly One Win were not able to find One Win on the first map, and now they seek their first win here on map 2 to bring One Win to 1-1 in terms of wins. Dean, pleasure to be here alongside yourself. My name is Mitch, folks, for y'all at home, and we'll be taking you through this series, and that's all we've got for you today. How do you feel like things are going to change now, Dean, moving on to map number 2? I mean, it's a whole different world when we come to Mirage, right?
Yeah, I think this should be a bit more convincing here for Prosto. I mean, the previous map, you wanted to bode well. I mean, if you look back, it's good signs overall from One Win, considering that they weren't able to win either pistol and had a poor start on both halves and were still able to make it a competitive game. The only issue is I think that train definitely was a necessity for them, because here on Mirage, I'm not expecting them to really be able to do too much. I think what they needed was to get train, Mirage to maybe put up a good fight as best they could. It's not a map they play a lot. They played it 3 times and lost them all pretty convincingly up against Nemiga, Hard Legion, and Gambit Youngsters. As you said, not the worst teams, so I think maybe they can put up a fight here, but I don't think it's going to be a win here from them. So I am feeling that 2-0 for Prosto in all honesty. I think I'm going to stick with what we initially predicted.
Yeah, I feel like we're also looking at a fairly decent showing from Prosto just because of the individuals that we've got on this lineup, regardless of the side they're starting on. It doesn't play that much significance on Mirage, but just based on the previous series, I'm happy to see them begin on the T side. What we saw from them on Train was a bit of discomfort when it came to One Win's aggression. They weren't really able to handle it when they were playing the CD side. They were pushed back from playing aggressive and maybe lost a little bit of confidence. Certainly that's how it seemed from where I'm sitting. Now we get to see things pan out again at their pace, and this is where they thrived on Train, where they really came alive. And we'll see what they've got in store for us as we move in towards the first round. P250 ×2 in play. Dropped over to Yakindar and Nickelback, so they've got armor to play with, raid bosses of sorts, and this should be a fairly difficult one to deal with for One Win, but a very nice opening for Travis as he passively watches a boost up into window and catches the players as they try to make a little bit more map control go into their hands.
Ooh. Shoulder has been spotted though by Waylander. Has a chance here to maybe return one, give them that opening towards A that they do need, and indeed they do find that opening towards the steps. Unfortunately though, Travis flicks over, gets that one. We're going to struggle a little bit, but had the help then from Tony Black as well immediately. So that puts it down to just Nickelback and Yakindar. I mean, at the moment, Yakindar over towards short, I believe that is. Indeed, trying to see what he can find from this position. They know Nickelback is around Palace. Of course, they've had him pinned in that position for quite a while. And now that he's the last man left standing, you really don't expect too much more to be found from this. Maybe he has a chance to try and get another kill or two. You seen he even got the dink there on Starix. But in the end, the peak then immediately comes in from Travis. There's just too many angles for him to deal with. And that's what we needed from One Win. They actually managed to get the pistol this time around. On the CT side as well, if they can be the team to get off to a strong start here on Mirage, then I could eat my words. I mean, I do predict the 2-0 for Prosto. I don't think there's going to be a win here from One Win to be able to bring it to Dust 2. But that doesn't mean I don't want to be proven wrong. I want a competitive game. I'd like to see 3 maps as well. And if they can come in and look as good as they did on Train at points, then it's definitely possible.
I can definitely echo that sentiment. Look at this aggression coming through from Davkos straight up to mid. The confidence early on definitely on display for One Win despite the previous map not going their way. They were competitive the whole way through. That's going to be a nade and should be a kill on the back of it. No, in fact down to 7 and 3 HP for Waylander and Nickelback respectively. But the Glocks, okay, they do some damage. Davkos wants to just shimmy on out of there. Even if he's not going to be using the SMG, if they decide to upgrade, you definitely want to keep the armor over. He's done his bit. Now it's time for some of his teammates to, I love this, take the SMG and go out for their own frags. I don't see that too often either. It's nice team play to maximize the amount of money you can earn, not just on yourself, but on your buddies as well. And it's put a smile on my face. Ian. How many times have you heard me give out about players like 10 HP and they let their teammate walk past them with a rifle and peek, and you're like, come on. You could have gotten an extra couple $100 if you just swap weapons there.
Yeah, it's the little things that a lot of the time you probably just won't think about in the heat of the moment. But once you do get tagged down, you should be thinking, okay, well, like, I can't really use this weapon too efficiently anymore. I should give it to him. I should just play safe with the rifle and make sure it's saved.
Yeah.
While the SMGs, of course, have the chance then to try and build up some money. But it was well played. A little bit of economy, of course, being built up by one win off the back of that round being quite convincing. Not perfect, though. They have gone for a bit of an upgrade here with the op coming out on Dav cost. So ideally, they do still want to be taking this round because they would be in a bit of an awkward spot in the next one, only 1,400 coming in. So this definitely is a chance for Prosto to try and get some control here early on. Looking for that mid-control. Speaking of control, Nickelback looking like he could be in trouble, though. He's been loving Palace so far, and it hasn't been working out for him. Tony Black gets a nice little upgrade there to an AK, even.
And Prosto have got the all-important mid-control, and even more important now that you can solo boost in through the window. We see Waylander go for that, but Travis, he shuts that down on the spot. Molly behind Yakindar as he continues to move forward. Travis spraying, but not ready for the player to already be up on stairs. Now things get a little bit dangerous. With that opening duel eventually going to Prosto, they have the A bomb site at least semi under their control, but as they try to secure CT, there's an op waiting for them, and as they spot a player, Tony Black starts to move back over towards Palace, and he'll look down to the bomb site to help out these players retaking. But Davkos is shutting them down all by himself with the AWP.
I mean, maybe there's a bit of a chance here for World Edit, but there's under 30 seconds left. He's going to be rushed by a flying MP9 in the hands of Starix as well. And yeah, that was just very difficult. I mean, once they lost the player up in towards Palace, Nickelback it was, I believe, that went down. It was just so awkward because Tony Black pushed in. He keeps that control for himself. He's not peeking out, but they know he's still there. So it's always in the back of their mind. They're trying to actually take that fight against the op and the CT spawn. You see one player having to go into the Palace to take it just because he doesn't want to expose himself to the chance of being shot in the back by the Palace player while he's trying to fight. And that's the angle that's being held by the op. He walks straight into it. The kills just keep being extended by one win. And right now they're just doing a really good job here on the CT side. A clean round. Lots of weapons even being upgraded where they needed. And in this one, at least, it is only pistols, but that's a strong opening by Yekindar. Straight around that smoke gun short. Waylander trying to go out quickly on Bido will allow for it at least to be returned. There's the rifle.
It is something to work with. As they move forward, it's the Deagles taking the initial fights. Tony Black being pushed down on. Yakindar's up close, faces the M4, but finds it successfully, despite going down right afterwards. Prosto not in a bad spot. All in all, that bomb about to make its way towards the A bomb site. The flank not spotted, actually perfect timing for Nickelback. He hears the steps in CT, and he knows he's got the opportunity. And more importantly, actually, the map control, because now Prosto, they've planned it in for jungle and for connector. They can play nice and passive there around those angles, knowing they're safe. They're only looking at CT for the most part. And as the players come out, this is going to be hard for one win now with all they've given up.
Yeah, just with the health on a couple of these players. They've actually smoked on the bomb site. World Edit's already sitting in that position, so he just goes ahead and takes out his knife. Looking for the knife on Starix, does some damage, but it's not enough for the kill, and it looks like they could actually pull this one back. Prosto, though, looking to try and stop it. Demasic, he gets all 3 kills. That was probably very close. Oh no, did he get the defuse? I didn't even notice it was so close, man. I was going to say that was probably extremely close, but he actually got it. My bad. Damn, though, there was so much going on. It's hard to follow in those moments. I was on Demasic himself. Oh, I mean, a close round considering Prosto had no investment, pretty much, apart from just those pistols. I think they had Kevlar and like 1 or 2 players. So they can be overall pretty happy with how that went. And it does make up for the fact that those previous rounds, they really weren't being able to get any damage at all. So now they've kept the economy low. Now they actually come onto the full buy. They have the up on World at all the nades they could actually ask for. But they do need to get this round for it really to matter.
What a round, though, still coming through with the Deagle shots. It's a shame they don't manage to connect it, because they certainly made the flashy plays. Almost a spray down.
Yeah, with the Deagle. I didn't expect that 3rd kill to be found. That's why I was initially thinking the defuse was going to come through, but then when I saw he got the kill, I thought he stopped it.
Yeah, no, it was definitely hard. It was all so fast and so close together, but unfortunately, with the lack of the or without stopping the defuse, it doesn't matter about the kills. You still lose the round. For Prosto, They're looking to pull back into it on the rifles. Nickelback's already on the bomb site, and he catches Travis off guard. Opening duel their way. Now they look to catch them out, block them out in CT, but Tony Black finding access where there shouldn't be any. He's eventually mollied, but not to death either. And as he escapes just about with his life, could flick down by Davkos. He knows there's a player up close. He bails away and just holds the angle. Oh, if he wide peeks this, he's in danger, but World Edit goes in for the flash, runs into Davkos and takes the kill for a 2v3. A round that started out so well for Prosto, but Tony Black, I mean, he's done the work to pull this back into their favor. And to a point that they're very likely to take it across the line. That bomb has to be planted with 30 seconds left, and their CT's watching every angle. But as Tony Black eventually falls, that does open up the connector plant, or so they think. But Starix might still have something to say about that, and indeed he does.
This is really one that could have went either way right there. If they had got that kill a little bit quicker, if the molly actually flushed that player out from the corner a second earlier, then maybe they could have had the safe position to plant for. Now it's Demasic, who of course had already been tagged down extremely low. He ends up actually just getting spammed through the corner of the box. Either way though, he was screwed. Starix was coming up the stairs as well. So 5-0, one win. I mean, despite that previous round being so close, the fact that they had to come out with a last second defuse and kind of the almost ninja situation as one hopped on, the rest tried to distract. They immediately redeem themselves. I mean, it's another relatively close round, but obviously now they're up 5-0. They have a chance at least. They come straight back in with another full buy. Obviously, actually being able to take that round was the main thing. But it's still in a pretty, I would say, insecure spot here. They do need to ideally try and keep 3 alive in some of these rounds. It's mostly been 2 that's been surviving. Well, it was 2 in that one. It was 0 in the one before. So they do need to start building up some money if they want some sort of comfort. But look how aggressive we're actually seeing Prosto be. They do have a smoke down towards the top of connector. It's just looking to try and actually get that initial control and stop one win from really having any info early in this round.
Big nade by Propler. That lights World at it down to 38, making it much easier to take a duel against him. I mean, the AK essentially ops him, or very, very close to it. But for one win, just sitting down and waiting for Prosto to make a move is the name of the game now after their nades in mid and giving up that control. And Prosto can try to bait them into taking some earlier rotates, and I see certainly with the presence towards B, there was a risk of that happening, but without finding the kill, it's unlikely one win really gets scared. They're pushing up ramp though, trying to get the information, suspecting it to be a B play, but they lose a player. And now things fall apart a little bit. Propla fails to get the kill. Again, major damage done. The second player he's put down to sub 50. But they are still out of man disadvantage. And the flash comes over here to try and allow Travis to get some presence. He's going to push through ramp, and he spots that nobody's there, and he can now start to face onto the site, but it doesn't matter. He's killed either way.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. I think he didn't really expect that player to be on that angle there. He was out in the open kind of clearing things, started spraying a bit too early and just wasn't able to adjust it then to get the kill. And with Travis going down, I think that is this round over and done with. Prosto, with that bomb being planted, I mean, there is still a couple players that are tagged up pretty heavily, but considering, as I said before, the damage that had been done in these past couple of rounds to one win, they can't really afford to even attempt this. I mean, what, they get 1,400 here. That will actually give enough for them to drop a couple of rifles over from Davkos and Propla, so it's not the worst position to be in as long as they can manage to save with all 3 of these players. But again, it is a chance for Prosto now to capitalize on that damage that they had been doing. They have an opportunity if they can manage to get this next round to very likely bring themselves up at that point towards 3 at least.
And yeah, you're touching on that. The fact that Prosto have been losing the rounds, but never too convincingly. They've at least been ensuring one winner walking away with some casualties. And although, at the end of the day, a round's a round, you end up in this position on the CT side where you're never fully in control of your economy. It's never stacked up to the point that you can afford to lose 2 rounds in a row. And it's hard to get to that spot where you're super comfortable.
Yeah, even here they couldn't afford to lose one. It was only the fact that they managed to save with 3 that actually does give them another fight.
Yeah, exactly. And you can see even that save, had they have lost a couple more players along the way, wouldn't have even helped them out that much.
Had they lost different players, then they mightn't have even been able to drop. So it's very fortunate that it went the way it went. But yeah, I mean, as you said, this is the chance for Prosto to take some control. One win, if they can return it again, obviously Prosto aren't in the greatest of positions themselves. They do have some spare money though, and they also have a couple of openings already towards connector. Spamming through the smoke for the first. Ended up catching Propla then as they pushed in. Tony Black eventually returns 1, but still with a man disadvantage and with so much time here for Prosto, they can slow things down at this point. And you can see it's obviously, of course, 1win that do have the pressure on them to try and make some sort of a play here. And that's the attempt by Davkos to the shoulder. It was spotted. That's quite unfortunate. Demisik has a free kill knowing he's coming around that corner. And now all they need to do is just go somewhere together. They have a 4-on-2. As long as they work with each other, they definitely will be outnumbering the defenders on whatever bomb site they go to. I'm a little bit worried right now that Waylander has gone out earlier than the rest of his teammates. If he gets dropped, then there is a chance here for Starix. If he can get a second. And yeah, it's crumbling.
Starks is having one lights out performance. This is unbelievable. He's even dodging op bullets. This man is John Wick.
Matrix.
We've confirmed it. He's 100% John Wick.
Same person the other way.
Well, maybe he's not John Wick, but he's the person that the movie is based on.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. Tony Black for one. I mean, he's not going to get the second here. It's all down to the boogeyman to come on through and try to take them out. He's watching the right angle, and not lucky this time. Eventually, death catches up to him. Prosto. I mean, look, it's Demisik has to pull out a 3K for them to win that round, though.
I just don't know why they were so willing to, they were in such a rush to commit before getting all their players together. I guess they presumed that it was only going to be one player on that B, that there was going to be no one on the B bomb site so that they could walk Waylander out. He could just take the control for himself for free. But obviously that wasn't the case. We found out he ends up going down. In those situations when you're 4-on-2, just make sure you work in together, because in that case they would have just got the trade and then they likely would have just had the bomb site. I mean, the other player was already rotating through kitchen, but they likely could have just locked him out of sight at that point.
Yeah, there's no need to be rushing if you get it, because
damn it, Mitch.
Yeah, I'm sorry. For Prosto, there is very much a need to be rushing, or rushing, but rushing maybe not so much. On a 5-2 scoreline, things are recoverable for Prosto. It's not the end of the world, but 1 win. They're not in the greatest of spots, really, considering the start that they've had. Should they lose this round, which, again, if you just look at things in terms of what weapons they have, they're likely to do, Prosto get up to 5-4 because Anika would have to come through. And then that early advantage, winning out so many rounds towards the start of the map, just fades away. And all of a sudden, you're in equal contention despite that that early boost of confidence. Travis falls here on the site. They're doing well to deal with the pistols, but Yakindar lit up. Did he just lose like 5 HP to a shot? I know it was a wall bang, but still, he's very lucky to be alive.
Indeed he is. It looks like his teammates elsewhere, though, are going to find most of the success. So at this point, he's just going to be trapped over on B and likely won't survive too much longer. But okay, he's got the first. Seems to have the read that Propela's gun in behind them. They're both up close in the smoke right now. Not quite hugging. They are for the moment following social distance and regulations, but there we go. Eventually, Propela, he deals with it. That gets him an AK. And at this point, he's probably just going to try and back away. The question is, though, will Prosto allow this to be saved? They've not got the greatest of economy, but they do have a little bit to spare. And indeed, Nickelback already making his way through kitchen. He didn't really have to go any further. He ended up just getting peaked in the end. And with that now, we are going to see Prosto coming up to 4 rounds. I mean, we can see maybe a few pistols being upgraded here, since they will get 2,900 after losing this round on the side of 1 win. But even then, I don't expect much. Most of the players can't even afford to pull out Kevlar with it. So probably a little bit of damage really being the main goal in this round for 1 win. If they can take a couple of weapons out of hands of Prosto and don't let the economy get into a ridiculous position, because they're building up a pretty decent economy already. It's not amazing, but it's better than what we see in 1 win managed to actually build up with their opening rounds.
Oh, well, Prosto have rolled the dice, and it looks like they're getting... I don't know how to play dice. Snake Eyes is bad, I know that. So they're getting something that isn't that. They're going to the B bomb site, and B's completely open. So, pretty jolly stuff. At least it's what it looked like with the early mid control and the push down short. They're seeing it's clear. Nobody in apps. Let's go. Let's move it along. At this point, I expect Demisik to start getting a little bit scared. You know, they're calling out, okay, Van is clear, App's clear, I'm back. The wood's not broken either. Doesn't look like anybody's lurking on site. And Dimisik's like, oh, okay, I'm going to just slowly back away from all the pistols I know are waiting for me on the A-bomb site and try to make it away without making a sound, you know? He's being chased down, but hold on, he hears the flash. He knows they're now coming in towards the T-spawn. But luckily, they decided not to completely commit towards the push, so Demisik survives here. He's not going to be overwhelmed, and his teammates are scattered around, holding some off angles, looking to catch some free kills through the box. Why not? Nickelback regrouped up as well. So you can see here, he's got Yakindar behind him. They're watching both 2 different angles, and when they hear pistols coming, they can make sure they're not isolated in fights, just like Nickelback was. Because Yakindar actually bailed and started hunting into CT. That's a free rifle for 1 win, and it's a small win, but they'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to help them out a little bit in this next round if they do manage to carry it over. Travis able to get himself that first kill, but the aim punch in the end is a little bit too much there as Demasic ends up coming through and cleaning up. So no weapons being saved. That would have helped a bit. As you can see, there's 2 players there with just like 5k, so it would have maybe given them a little bit of a boost in terms of the utility that they have available. But it's not the end of the world that they aren't able to bring it.
A giant shout out to Auto Director for sponsoring that round and giving us absolutely no action in the late save.
Sometimes,
it's just like, oh, there's 4 or what was it, like 8 people around the A bomb site. Let's watch the guy running through apps. Like, cool. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
It has a mind of its own, and sometimes it just wanders.
I wasn't ready for that one, so my apologies. Cam Tours in chat, guys. Make sure to hit that up. But we are doing this. You know, we're juggling production here due to the situation globally. These things happen. Not the biggest deal anyways. They don't save the weapons. Good opening duel as Yakindar falls. Now 1win. They look to go down through connector, but hold on. Waylander's inside the smoke. There's 2 players behind him as it fades, though. So he's not getting away with that one.
Yeah, I mean, this is just kind of falling apart. Pros, though, been keeping up with what they've been trying to do this entire T side, I suppose, so far, going very aggressive, hoping to just win out the fights in areas in usually those 1v1s. This round, though, doesn't really work out for them. A bit of damage is at least being done to Travis, as you can see, but right now, World Edit and Demasic left alone. They're going to have a bit of trouble trying to plant. I mean, in theory, they could maybe get it down towards the connector if Demasic was to cover it. The issue is, as soon as they tap that bomb, those 3 players in the CT spawn will try and face, or perhaps they'll face before, because Starix is taking a little peek out. He's gone down. World Edit able to get 1, and that was a very close shot from Demasic. Fortunately, Davkost, he is the man that's able to connect this, so we'll come down to the 1v2 for World Edit. But this is a lot closer than it was looking to be, and this is still winnable. He's actually going to run this straight back over. I don't know if Travis is going to bother rotating onto B just because he's so low. I think ideally they're just going to wait at A together and let that bomb get planted and try and retake with each other.
It's definitely the right call considering the HP especially. And if Davkost was to play and get isolated with the AWP, well, your one-shot capability's out the window unless you're gambling on the headshot with 19 health. World Edit, though, gets a great opportunity to play post plants here. The bomb's planted for him in the apartments, but the problem is, with this AWP, you really want to be in a position where you can catch a couple of people. Where you can, while they're pushing up through these positions, you find that opening duel. Now he hasn't got that, and he's going out onto the site. The players are already there. They've smoked it as well. A massive enemy of the op, but he takes Davkost down. 19 HP on Travis. He's going to go for the spam with the op. Down to pistol. Maybe it would be a free kill, please. Spamming away, but he can't get him. He even hit him once, but it wasn't enough. Not with the Glock.
He was already low. He had been hit earlier.
It's devastating.
He hit him once again with the Glock.
Yeah, he did. He was 19 HP, and he got dropped down to 4 by the Glock shot. Oh, it was like in the shin.
It was just a wild spam. Yeah, he was just kind of spamming either side. One must have just hit him in the leg, but oh, that is horrible. Both of those op shots were extremely close as well. Like, it looked like either of them basically could have connected slightly off to the side, unfortunately. And 1win managed to steal that round away for themselves. To be fair, it was looking like it should have been theirs initially. That was a lot closer than it should have been. They do manage to just about salvage the win. But again, Prosto had built quite a bit of money over those rounds they've won. It's finally having a little bit of a dent put in it. But they've still got the full buy here. They've still got a bit of money left over. And obviously 1win don't have the greatest of buys themselves. This pressure is being kept on. And Nickelback, we've seen this so many times. He's just walked up connector and found these openings. He's really reminding me of Nickelback just doing the same thing over and over again. And it just keeps working.
Well, I don't know if I'm watching the round live or if this is a photograph that Nickelback's trying to get me to look at, but the A bomb site again has a bomb on it with 1win looking for a save. This is, it's deja vu.
Starix and Profla are far away. It's another song by the movie.
Yeah, I got that. I got that. Oh, man, look at Nickelback. Not quite having a rockstar performance, but he did all right. Starix on the AK looking to save it through, but he's being surrounded. It ain't gonna be all too likely. If he wins the fight against Demasic, maybe, but got an answer to it pretty quickly.
Yeah, that was another kind of straight
Google's Nickelback
round from Prosto.
I thought you were like Google Nickelback song. That was a hold on.
No, I'm just kind of more so worried for 1win. They just got walked over. I mean, there was 3 entries in the space of like 4 seconds there as they walked up connector. 2 of them coming from connector. No one was watching. I mean, that smoke was a little bit deep. They were able to just creep one player around the edge of it, get the opening kill immediately. Then they burst another player out onto the stairs, and the A-bomb site was just gone. The round was over already. You see the pause coming in from 1win, but it's already kind of out of control at this point because very likely Prosto get a 6th round here before we see the guns again for 1win. And 6 is already a decent D side. I mean, if they can add even 1 or 2 more rounds onto that, then they're looking extremely good. And a reminder, this time we actually did see 1win managing to pick up the pistol and getting a good start. The opposite of what we've seen back on Train. This time it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. I mean, considering Train was so competitive when they had gone down convincingly at the beginning of both halves, the fact that they went up 5-0 here, you're thinking, okay, this is going to be a really good game for 1win, but it just begins to crumble. It was the fact that they didn't get any sort of economy built up in those opening rounds. They lost 1 and they were just ruined.
It was a nice opening by 1win. I mean, even though their economy is ruined, as you said, there's a good spot for them to play from with a duel going their way. Tony Black, would you stop it, man? It's gone through with 2 kills. Travis on the USP and Prosto, they barely got out of spawn. They're being shut down by what a lone P250 on armor. Kevlar, not even the helmet. Not that it matters up against Ops and an AK, or AKs and an Op even. This is madness. Prosto go for mid control, so they're being pushed behind, and they've got short and sight to worry about. World Edit deals with the flanker. And so that's the start of the recovery, but this is going to be so difficult. They've got to play this together. Look how spread out they are. Nickelback's pushed through a smoke on connector. This man's got balls of steel, but sadly no brains left. They've just been shot out of him. Tony Black takes the headshot. Easy deagle kill for Starks, who just holds the angle and waits. That's not how you play a 2v4 against mostly pistols. I'm so surprised, because they were together in mid, and all of a sudden they're like, yeah, let's split up. Split up, look for picks.
Yeah, I don't know. Prosto just make interesting choices all the time. I mean, even just back on Train when we seen them go for that crazy round where they randomly sent one player out B at the same time as sending one player out A. They try stuff, and it can work, but it's just if it doesn't work, then you're completely ruined for the whole round because you're already just in such a big deficit to try and actually recover from. And as you said, when you're in the 2-on-4, when you're against the weaker weapons, ideally stick together, make sure you can just try and actually use the firepower that you have to overcome those weaker weapons. Right now, though, it is another buy from Prosto. Obviously, they're going straight back for this mid-control again, which has been kind of a main point of their attack so far. And with that Molotov, with the weapons combining, they do force that first player out of the connector, and Yekindar instantly follows up with a second on short. The mid-control just immediately being swept up by Prosto. Nickelback is in a bit of trouble. He knows Tony Black's close and actually gets the headshot, despite having been legged down.
And the Glock was the right play with the low HP. They lined up. Waylanders down to 15. So close to the collateral, but unfortunately Davkos is getting no more done. There's Prosto now up to 6. Dean, what was the score? Was it 5-1 at one point?
Yeah, it was.
From 5-1 to 7-6. I mean, that's a big downgrade for 1win.
That's what I said. I mean, it's the opposite of what we seen back on Train when it was 5-1 at one point to Prosto,
yeah.
and then we seen 1win being able to come back and still have a very strong half themselves on the T side of Train. So we were thinking, okay, this time they got the pistol. We expect them to have a stronger half overall, considering the fact that once they did get the guns going on Train, they looked really strong. But no, Prosto, I mean, it's understandable. This is their map choice as well. But ideally, you need to see 1win coming out with the remaining rounds here on the CT side. Try and get 9 if they can, and that's a pretty strong start. Yekindar being dropped as he comes out ramp. Waylander taking some damage towards top mid. And right now, 4 players around this area that can try and hold off A. The issue is the smoke down, making things a little bit more difficult. Fortunately, the flash coming over does help out. Travis and Tony Black able to get 1 each. And again, it's left in a 2-on-4.
Okay, they saw World Edit go back. That's huge because they don't suspect Waylander to be in mid after clearing it less than 10 seconds ago. And as the bomb now rotates, they've got B control. Let's not talk about the KZ. Let's ignore that.
It happens. Movement can't be perfect.
No, Dean. He decided he wants to hold window instead. It was a conscious choice.
That's the way he wanted to land.
They legit could lose the round because of it, and they did. KZ kids.
Well, I mean, there's a small chance. The issue is they know he's around window still because of the fact that they didn't hear all that happening, obviously. So
I heard him jumping 7 times.
Watched. Yeah, so an easy kill then for Davkos. And 1win, I mean, they have a really good chance now of actually getting those 9 rounds that I said they need. I mean, World Edit can drop one over, I believe. It's actually not even needed. They've already managed to get the full buyout on everyone, so he can just go ahead and get his op. So there's still a full buy here from Prosto. If they can get that 7th round, they're in a spectacular spot. 6 is still a pretty good T side, especially, as we said, considering they're down 5-0 at one point. But ideally for one win, if they want to feel actually really comfortable going into the second half, especially being down one map already and on their opponent's choice, they do need this night.
It's so sad, though. Like, how do you have made it through short? Whole different world. 2 players in the bomb site. Maybe they win the opening duel or at least trade it. Bomb plant secured. Things could look much better. Fast play down mid here from Yakindar. Again, sitting inside the smoke. He's done this like 2 or 3 times so far on that 1 minute of scene. And look at that, spamming through as they run into him. Not able to find a kill, but Tony Black always good for some! And he's got a double. This round is pretty much over as Prosto. They're falling at the first hurdle.
Yeah, and another 2 versus 5 now this time. Both players actually are in towards mid. This is the first time in a while we've seen them in spots to at least try and help each other. That's a decent kill. Starrick's getting definitely over-aggressive there. That's not really needed. He knows there's a player on Delpan. I'm pretty sure they had spotted Yak in there spamming away through the connector smoke as well. So at that point, he didn't really need to face. The bomb just now being retrieved as well back towards the spawn by Nickelback. Again, not really in spots now to help each other. I'd imagine they will move back and try and take this together, perhaps over towards connector. I mean, judging by one player still being underneath connector or underneath window, I would imagine that that is the case. For the moment, one win, they're keeping it pretty standard themselves, and considering it is such low health on Yakin there right now, it's going to be really just Nickelback who has to find these openings, and unfortunately he walks straight into the op scope, so he gets taken out. Travis, he's going to find the jump up in the window as well, and there it is, 9-6, one win. Had a great start in the half, it got a little bit shaky, but they did recover in the end. At least they come out with still a half they can be happy with.
Now, well, honestly, I'm worried for Prosto. We've had the questionable T-side decisions make another appearance, as we saw over on Train, in that first buy round where they decided, let's have 1 rush ramp, 1 rush, was it main or Ivy, and the 1 rush main, yeah, and the others just stay super passive and wait. It was a very odd round. And right there, Prosto, it feels like they lose their head a little bit throughout the halves. There's like 1 or 2 rounds where everybody just switches off and plays their own game, which isn't really how you want to be looking at Counter-Strike. But at the end of the day, the issue that we saw for them on the CT side of Train was being caught off guard by One Win. They weren't able to predict their movements. They weren't able to seek out information because One Win played slow rounds and punished them for any aggression that came through, meaning that Prosto pretty much never had a prediction on which bomb site it was going to be, so they were just playing a default 2-3 hold. Here on Mirage, I think they're going to be a little bit more comfortable. Certainly a map that won't allow One Win to manipulate those choke points and punish Prosto as much on any CT aggression. But at the same time, that's more of a hope from me that we don't see that. Because if this is the same CT approach as what we saw on Train, One Win should be walking away with this map at least.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely could be the case, but I agree with what you said with Prosto definitely going to be more competent here on the CT side, or at least they should be, of Mirage. But again, we do just have to wait and see. Right now, taking it relatively slow on the side of One Win. They spotted that initial player, obviously peeking the underpass. They forced Nickelback back out of that position. For now, though, not really too much map control actually being taken. It seems like kind of showing that a bit of initial presence towards the underpass, and then immediately moving this back over towards A, where they only have 1 smoke and 1 flash to actually take this bomb site. The question is, where exactly are they going to put that? 1 player up in Palace, so I don't know if it's really worthwhile to put it towards the steps. Perhaps it could be, just to give them the opportunity to maybe move forward and perhaps even try and challenge around jungle together if they wanted. But instead over towards the deep connector. So it gives the same idea. They can go in here and actually fight around jungle, try and actually work together and avoid the players who are in the CT spawn, take themselves this control to work with in the after plant as well. And a 1-for-1 trade so far is not too bad. Spotting 2 more players now around window, a 3rd one as well popping out. But I mean, that's not really going to matter when all of the headshots just light up the kill feed for Prosto. Suddenly, Starrix is left alone, and he's trapped in towards the Tetris right now. So there really isn't much that he can do, especially as immediately he just gets headshotted by Demasic.
Well,
I like the idea though. I mean, little bit weird. I don't think they really done too much early on in the round. It didn't really pull any rotations or anything because they showed the presence in underpass. So a lot of the time when you see people working towards underpass, it is going to be that A split.
I can't really fault One Win for the post plants over towards window. I mean, Yakindar just hit some nutty shots coming in through the kill hole, tapping away those 2 heads. Like, when that happens, you gotta just accept that, like, someone's doming you with USPs in the pistol round. GG. accept
Yeah,
it,
there was
move
three
on.
of them because there was 3 angles to deal with because there was one player up on ladder as well. There was one in the window itself and then the one coming through the murder hole. So yeah, as you said, you can't really fault the after plants. I was just a little bit more wondering about the early round. Were they trying to pull rotations or something? Because it didn't really work out for them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Opening kill, though, has been done this time by 1win, and Prosto continued to remain aggressive, fighting around mid, and they're just continuing to lose players at that as well. Suddenly it's a 3-on-5.
Travis in with another to bring the advantage further towards 1win. 4 versus 2 with Waylander swinging out for 1, but they've lost the B-bomb side, and as he's blind walking back to the side itself, Starrix is waiting for him. Cup of tea, as the kettle was already on. And Davcost holding top mids, cutting off the rotate through short, and Tony Black's about to spot the final play here. Alright, Tony Black's about to absolutely beam the final player. 10-7. 1win answering back very quickly. They're not going to allow this half to slip away. And Prosto, they're forced down to just pistols. Pistols and armor with a lot of players double eco. There was no other choice, really.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaking round for Prosto to lose. I mean, having won the pistol, given themselves the hope they're to be able to get a strong start on their CT side, immediately losing the force buy and only getting 1400 here to actually... 1400 here to actually fund their force buy gives them so little to work with. If this round doesn't work out at that point, it's likely 12-7 before they actually get a full buy out. Right now, though, in towards middle, there is a chance maybe for something to be found. We've seen a little bit of damage there being connected by Yekin there, but he goes down. The smoke's then in place as well towards window, and the top of connector stop anyone else from being able to fight in. So that is just 1win early on, getting themselves both a man advantage and the full mid control with the advantage of weapons that they have, setting themselves up for what looks like it is going to be that B split. It's been kind of read by Prosto at this point, though.
Oh, wow. Okay, a double kill coming through. 1win have Travis and Davcost destroying the pistols and making sure that even though they go towards B, one of the places the pistols can be more threatening, they have no worries. It's all on Dimisic now with the Deagle. And realistically, his opportunities are to play this nice and slow. See if they try to hunt him down, give him some opportunities to pick up a rifle and a kill or two. And that's the best this round can realistically be expected to go. Even by the looks of 1win, like their body language right now tells me they're not going to be exiting towards CT. Should be just back through apartments. And yeah, indeed, you're seeing apartments in short is where they're going. So Dimisic's just going to be sat down and spawn, waiting for this timer to tick away. There is still an advantage to that. He'll have Kevlar in the next round, and you can see that there's only 2 players that, well, 2 is actually more than normal, that he'd have to worry about one-shot headshotting him, or dealing significant damage at least at range with the M4 or the Galil. Not that buying head armor was going to be even thought of, considering they're on 1900.
Yeah, no, not really able to buy up anything in this round. Having the Deagle and the armor even is a bit of a reach here, so I'm not expecting really anything in this round. This should be a clean one for 1win. I think even if they lose 1 or 2 players here, they'd be unhappy, considering how much actual investment is in this round from Prosto. As we said, despite having the strong start on the previous half, they did end up letting it slip away a bit because of the fact that their money wasn't built up, so they don't want to let that happen once again. Let's see, again, going for that mid control, this time being a lot more cautious, and that probably is a good idea, because right now there is actually a stack coming in. 3 around short, 1 in window, and 1 in connector. Unfortunately, they don't have a flash. Normally when you see a stack like this, you're going to have a flash coming over once the noise is made for everyone to peek together. Not the case right now. That Molotov in window made it very difficult for one of the players to really do anything, and in the meantime, one was actually forced by an AK, so looking pretty easy so far. I mean, eventually a bit of damage being found, but again, just the kill slowly being picked up in favor of 1win, just chipping away at the already weak CT side.
This should be clean and clinical by 1win. Don't lose players. These rifles are still valuable to you moving forward. Build up the economy. It's already looking fantastic, and really the next round is the defining factor. Prosto need to win 3 full buys in a row pretty much before we see 1win struggle at all. But that ain't easy to do. Maybe Prosto's map pick. The one thing that we credit them with is the fact that as individuals, Mirage and Dust 2 should probably go towards them. But at the same time, look at how Starix is playing. Like, this whole series long, he has been huge for them. Tony Black is pulling some insane holds out of his belt as well when it's needed. I think it's fair to say that the entirety of One Win, certainly on Train, were a really tight-knit unit. I think they finished the half with everybody, the first half, with everybody between 13 and 15 kills. And that's a really nice distribution to have when you know everyone's turning up and ready to frag. Dimasig, okay, you're not saving this time, buddy. Doesn't really matter, though. The reinvestment into Kevlar is all that it really costs him. But just the fact that you come onto Puggy maps then with your team having an all-round good performance, that gives you a huge place to answer from, because that's where it's needed. On the Mirage, on the Dust 2. And they're already warmed up and ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, One Win are just surprising me throughout this entire series so far. I mean, the fact that they were able to keep, as I said before, Train so close with such poor starts. The fact that they're able to come in here now on Mirage, a map that I didn't really expect them to show us a lot considering their previous results on it. And they're looking spectacular overall. I mean, as you said, Starix has been contributing, especially back on Train. He had so many massive rounds that really did keep them in contention for that map, despite it in the end not being enough. But this is the round, as you said, where it really begins to kick off for Prosto. They do need to win a few in a row to really run down that economy that we've seen built up here by One Win. So this is potentially do or die for them at this point. Right now, the mid control only at this point being pushed forward for One Win, and immediately Prosto actually just want to challenge. I think they knew there was a couple of players around the B apartments, having heard a couple of footsteps, knowing that at most maybe 3 or 4 there on mid, so they do peek out and just decide to take the fights together. And Waylander also makes it back to the bomb site in time, but ends up actually getting flashed. Starix does some damage as well. Tony Black finishes him off, and now the bomb should be able to go down, although as I say, that World Leader has creeped onto the bomb site, so he's been a bit of an issue. They molly him out, doesn't matter though. Finds one through the corner of the box, and at this point is just looking to keep wasting time, so his teammate, who is also over on short, is going to be in a position to just find Travis as he's forced forward, potentially. Oh,
Good kill by Travis. Yeah, he's looking around for that player, but sadly picks up the bomb and goes for the plant. He thought short was clear, that he had to be coming from kitchen after no one peeked out to help. But I'm not sure. I'm not 100%. Maybe you can clarify this for me, Dean. Did he flash his teammate on site there in the 2v1? When the flash went out, I feel like that was for the short player to swing, but I think I saw the flash symbol above his head, which might be why he didn't peek. But I'm not 100% sure.
I'm not sure exactly what happened there. Waylander, I'm not sure how he got blinded up close to the van. It was just all around a little bit of an awkward round. That did end up going in favor of course, the CT side. So around that, as we said, they did definitely need. The only issue is it is a close one. They only lived with the one player in the end, obviously. So it's really a position where they do need to take this round as well. Otherwise, they're immediately back to step one with absolutely no money and One Win just getting closer and closer to that finish line. And of course, haven't actually lost the opening pick here in this round here. With Waylander going down within just seconds. I'm not even sure where that happened because I didn't expect the action to come in so quickly.
Now that man advantage isn't easy to deal with, especially as they've conceded mid-control. That's the headliner here, really. One Win have everything to work with. They can go towards whichever bomb site they want. Still plenty of util. And they smoke out window. Give them access to short, slowly creeping forward. If Yakindar can find this kill, maybe they have a chance. It's not checked properly. Travis sort of subconsciously checking it and thinking it's clear. Mollied off, which almost gives Yakindar the ability to just watch behind apartments. I think it's a fairly positive thing for him. The flash misses the window, excuse me. So Yakindar not blinded at all. He gets shot in the back, but that tag actually gives away the position, and Tony Black is down. Apps control stays to Prosto. A man advantage looking for and sought after by One Win. But instead, they get traded out. Starix now on 22 HP, and this is going to be a really difficult hold for them, with Prosto coming from both Kitchen and Apps.
Yeah, I mean, Yakindar has really been just such a thorn in their side so far throughout this round. Unfortunately, he is actually now left alone. Starix catching one towards the kitchen. Starix is low himself, but Davcost as well over on short at this point, just looking to waste as much time as possible. Peeks out, but without a kit, Yakindar, he doesn't have anything really that he can do about this one anymore. Starix begins to back away. Will he survive? Yeah, I think he should be fine. Yakindar obviously going to make it away as well to save over that 1 AK. But that's all they're going to have pretty much in this round. Other than that, I think they have to take the 1 eco, let 1 win get up to 14 at that, and at that point try and take 8 rounds in a row if they actually want to get this win in regulation.
Big problem there for Dimisic as he made a step in the kitchen. That really is where the round just got out of their control completely. Yakindar did an amazing job. Obviously, a 3K is fantastic, but the fact he was holding such crucial map control for them. But Dimisic, he goes to jump out the window. He stepped a little bit too early, gave it away. Starks was staring at him, saw the barrel as well, so he knew 100% what was going on. And even despite being 22 HP, it's a free kill when the guy jumps up. Takes a minute before the accuracy kicks in. I think Dimma might have even started shooting before he was landed. This round, the pistols are getting torn apart, with Dimisic being the only one that really mattered on the AK, but he's shut down quickly by the AWP, and that should conclude it and put one win up to 14, leaving them to more than likely close out the map. Whoops. I will say the nades for 1 win have been questionable in the last 2 rounds. Not quite hitting their mark.
You see those days sometimes just for teams. There's just nothing works for them in terms of the nades. Will this window smoke land? I hope it will. I've seen that be missed a few times as well. That's actually something that popped into my mind. I've seen that happen a few times to teams in one game. They could maybe get caught off guard. Okay, probably definitely spotted the shoulder there. It was only a USP either way for World Edit, so even if he did catch that first player, maybe he got a dink, maybe he got the second and got 1 kill, but it would have been impossible pretty much to find anything else. So the bomb is going to go down. Waylander only having a deagle at this point. He doesn't really have anything to lose. He likely will see if he can perhaps take himself a couple of exits, but he only gets 2,400 in this next round, so a little bit short on money. I think ideally he does need a kill here to be able to actually fund his full buy in this next round. Unless he's happy enough to just keep the deagle, maybe go for an SMG and some nades and Kevlar. That always is an option. When he may be able to find one here. I'm not sure if Stark saw anything there. Apparently didn't. Takes a few shots rather, but he will eventually get 1 before going down. That's probably better than just saving the deagle, because now we can get an M4 and body armor at least if he wants, and indeed that's what he goes for. Again though, utility being extremely limited for Prosto here in this buy. If they lose this one, obviously at that point 1 winner on map point and probably going to be able to take the map win here for themselves pretty convincingly. And as I said, if they make it to Dust 2, that's one where I think they could be maybe a little bit more successful. I wasn't expecting a lot here in Mirage. That's why I was worried when they lost Train. I felt like they did need to take that so that they could make it to Dust 2. But, I mean, the Mirages look spectacular, especially since swapping over to the T side.
It really sucks as well. Like, for 1 win, starting out on Train, it was so close, 16-14. And really, like you said, when it came to these maps, that's where there was a question mark. We knew that Prosto were a really solid individual team. Or I say we knew they were. I mean, we know they are. Oh, Waylander, he gets control of the spray eventually. That Molly should deal with him. Or the spray, yeah. One or the other. As he falls, the op fails to trade it out. And not a man advantage, but 4v4s, we always talk about them favoring the T side. We'll see if that comes through. Good kill by Nickelback, though. That's any flankers completely dealt with. Yakindar can now focus up towards short. He's got a player supporting him in from kitchen. Any peek on short would be detrimental. It looks like that will come through, though, because they are going to finish on B. With 40 seconds left, the bomb's just rotated up. Flash comes over, and here they come.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I mean, if they can get the player on the bomb site immediately, then there definitely is some hope. Because, I mean, despite having a second player around this area in kitchen, he really couldn't do too much. It's Nickelback that actually gets 2. That second, catching the head of Travis over the bench, and suddenly it's fallen all to Davkos. Finds the first on the player through the window there, but it is being held currently if he decides to peek back out from the bomb site. And World Edit, indeed, with his crosshair in place already, just has to press mouse 1 to find that headshot, and it will give a bit of a lifeline here to Prosto as they do get a 9th round, but there's still a long road ahead of them now if they want to make this comeback happen. There's still economy. 1 winner going to be coming straight back in with another buy. And we do see a pause here. That's not too surprising. I'd imagine this is from Prosto. It could be from 1 win. Actually, is from 1 win. They're being a bit proactive, like, okay, we're running a bit low on money. Let's make sure we don't give them any openings back into this game. Let's just immediately shut them down now in this round. Prosto probably not too worried, too disappointed with a little bit of time to chat themselves, because with that round being so close again, they are limited on the buy.
I really like in this series seeing how one winner is so conscious around using those tactical pauses. They definitely seem to be much more aware of when they're coming into a round without a fully thought through game plan. That's probably something Prosto could learn from. I mean, you and I saw them at LAN, right, being very much the same. They didn't take pauses. They go in games to win, and that's pretty much all they need to know. But because of that, I feel like, because they don't take a breather, they end up in this position where some rounds happen, and at the end of it, they're like, why did we do that? Why was that the strat? I've seen it once on each map, at least, that we've noticed, or where it's gone wrong. Maybe it's happened more times, but it's worked. Who knows?
I mean, we don't know how they reacted. There was definitely some weird decisions made at point. Right now, though, very aggressive on this hold from Prosto towards this A bomb site. It's good when the smokes come down, obviously, so they're not cut off. But it can be risky. Opening kill, though, being found by World as he gets the head of one towards the ramp, and immediately that forces that second player who was in that area with the bomb to just fall back. 3 of them focused around connector / window area, actually 1 boosted up. So it seems like the goal definitely was to split on towards A. They may be reconsidering at this point because the bomb's made its way over towards the B apartments. They might just leave Tony Black here to cut off rotations and go for an A split with the other 3 players. The issue is the bomb's alone, and there is 1 player again pushed up in the apartments. It's Waylander. And there we go. Bomb's dropped. Yekin there gets a kill as they're coming up short as well. This round's done pretty much.
Man, can I just press pause? We just called a timeout? A timeout? To have the strat turn into an op solo pushing apartments with the bomb? What? What's that?
I think that was more of a panic once they lost that initial player towards ramp. If they were relying, when they only have the 2 players there, I don't think they should really be risking peeking 1 out in the beginning.
No, definitely not. And certainly the reaction should not be the solo push with the op. When you've given up control.
If they were planning such a quick play, like if they boosted 1 straight window as well, they needed those ramp players so that they can make that A split happen if that was the goal.
Yeah. And the thing as well,
I mean, it might not have been. Maybe the goal was a fake and then to go back to B, and they needed that second player still alive, and they wanted him in apartments as well. But either way, just once that player gets dropped, you just don't leave the bomb alone.
Yeah, definitely. And if you're in this crazy world where you want to solo push with an op, you can't give up control of apartments and then go back to it. Like, no, it doesn't work for exactly the reason you saw. There's a nice kill by Starix at least to pull it back, taking down Nickelback. Okay, man advantage. 1 man have got it. Now, provided no one picks the bomb and just decides to run down mid by himself, we should be seeing this round play out slowly. They don't need to commit towards anything or take any gambles at the moment. Wait for Prosto to react. The CT side are down a man. You know they have to try to take some aggressive map control to make up for the lack of manpower they need information. And at the moment, I think this is being handled quite well. Prosto have gotten aggressive enough mid-peak coming through, so they know that there's nothing happening towards top mid. The problem for Yakindar is he can be peaked from bench, so World Edit has to stick around. No, World Edit, no! That was not the play either. So aggressive, no flashes, no support. Just individual play, and on the individual prowess, they weren't able to win at least the start of that. But Yakindar, he's here in full force.
Oh, and that's the bomb again down now, unfortunately. Propla dropped in mid, leaving it all on Tony Black. He's creeped on their palace, but he's about to be spotted, and now that he has 3 players to worry about, all nearby already. Does he know leave a 6 on ramp? I mean, he does now. Unfortunately, he learns it because a bullet hits his skull. So he does go down. 11 now for Prosto. I mean, they're definitely clawing their way back into this game right now. I guess crawling could have been the case as well, because it is going to be, it has been and will be a slow comeback. Of course, they've still a few rounds to go, but this is where it gets a little bit easier. They're finally going to be actually up against an eco, and even then, I'm not expecting much investment at all. You see mostly just a few nades being pulled out, some P250s being upgraded. And with 3 smokes and also 3 flashes, I think they're just executing straight on towards B. That's a smoke towards short, I believe.
Now, this is a very fast blitz towards B. 4 players, and Yakindar's dealing with them on the AWP. Molly's down to stop them actually making any sort of space or creating extra angles, and it's dealt with about as quickly as you would imagine. Get the eco out of the way, and here it is time to blitz on through. 1 win. What are they going to do? They're asking the same question, Dean. They're calling the pause. I respect, these guys are using their pauses very sensibly. They're taking their time. They're not rushing into rounds and not knowing what to do and just saying, hey, let's get this, let's out-aim them, let's whatever. None of these crutch words coming through. I mean, maybe they're calling the pause to say that, but I would be very surprised. I like 1-win. I think it's nice to see them keeping it together.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of what you'd expect. They have the experience, as I said,
yeah.
at least on the majority of players. Starix, Tony Black, and Davkaz definitely Propla. I've seen him around for quite a while as well. Maybe, obviously not playing on the highest level of teams, the same level of teams rather as the other guys. And Travis, I'd say, is kind of one of the newcomers as well. But that's what you want. They do have a lot of experience to try and actually mold these two players. And Travis is playing extremely well in this map. He's 24-18 right now. I haven't really clocked how well he was actually playing. But obviously, that lead that they did have is slowly beginning to slip away. It's been 4 in a row for Prosto. If they get this one, then there's a chance for them to equalize it at 14-14, especially if the bomb doesn't go down. That's when they'd really have the opportunity to be looking at most likely just pistols in the next round. And there's some decent damage as well with that off connect and a shot early in the round.
They look to make up for the HB disadvantage. Now moving in towards the A-bomb site where Starix opens it up on the world edit. The two players pushed up close to ramp are no longer able to hold there with their backs now exposed. Nickelback's taken down. Hello on the bomb site and goodbye just as quickly as Dimisic takes his leave a little bit early in the round. Prosto, they've lost control and they've lost all their manpower. At this point, it is just going to be a save from the CT side by the looks of things, and a decision I agree with despite the economy being quite healthy. 2v5 is just a little bit too unlikely. And that was over before it even began, it felt like.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it was a decent start with Propla being tagged down as he tried to shoulder peek the top of mid, but then they just got a smoke down the window. They spammed a bit to force Yakindar off the angle. Rushed straight up connector, got the opening there, and just split the bomb site and overwhelmed it completely. And as you said, Yakindar and Waylander, despite having money, they still don't want to go for it because a 2-on-5 is very difficult to win. So you're best off just saving everything they have right now. Waylander couldn't buy back into the AK. Obviously, you can't get the AK on the CT side. Yakindar could have got the off back, but it's just about making sure they have everything in this round. I mean, now with this, Yakindar can drop over perhaps a second up. If he wanted to keep one himself, he could give one over to World Edit, of course. I would imagine that's going to happen. Yeah, there's actually already one on the ground here. So, I mean, just a little bit of money left over. Wasn't really needed, but I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see Yakindar just drop a rifle to Nickelback so that he'd be able to get a kit as well, just because this could be the final round.
A 1-win have fought damn hard for it, and it looks like they're going to rinse and repeat. We saw this from them on train. B works, let's hit B again, and keep doing it till it stops. Now it's the A side they think is a little bit weaker. Certainly was in the previous round. Have Prosto made the correct adjustments to come out on top? That's the question, and here's the answer.
I mean, a decent setup, but you see that smoke actually kind of forcing Nickelback out from the under palace position. He did get the flash in, but it still wasn't enough initially. Dimisic doing what he can with a double, but Travis, the man I pointed out, has just been a tremendous fragger so far. Steps it up yet again. Davkaz successful on that trade as well, despite Waylander giving us his best efforts, and now it's all on Yakindar. And he's in a very awkward spot. Even if he gets this first kill, he is out in the open. I was going to say Travis should have had the chance to just catch him immediately, but instead he does transition towards triple, which it doesn't seem like Yakindar has any idea about. Looking to actually stick the bomb, but Travis, he should have it, and indeed he will. It was getting a little close on the time there, so I was slightly worried as I swapped over. But in the end, it is 1-win who managed to come out on top here on Mirage, meaning they do equalize the score in the series at 1-1, and giving us Dust 2 next, which is what I'm really excited for.
Yeah, we're back to the Puggy maps up next, but until then, we've got to take a quick break. 1-1, Dust 2 on its way. Stick with us and we'll show you that in full.
Son intelligence de jeu, enfin, même quand il avait 6-7 ans, c'était assez incroyable.
Donc au début, on était meilleur que lui.
Je pense qu'il a, c'est à partir de ses 14 ou 15 ans qu'il a commencé à être meilleur.
Au début, quand il perdait, c'était un très mauvais perdant. Hein.
Oui, je me souviens très bien qu'il cassait beaucoup de souris.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Again, for the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause I was running roads, so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my it's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife, and when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I'll check it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads, so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up seeing red. Ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around and fitted, seen high and lows, but you won't. Look into your eyes, I see the colors of your soul, and I recognize every single line, every single roadblock. We are two hearts that beat in time. In the towers, looking down all night, blocking out the sun that we need. Maybe we can change our stripes and colors. You're the only one I see. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.
are the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. Sleep through the sunrise.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said say you wanna be somebody. You say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody. And you say you wanna be somebody.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately, I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. Need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow.
Hello everybody and welcome back to map number 3 of One Win versus Prosto. We've just had the teams trade out each other's map picks on Train and Miragi, and here we are on Dust II. Taking a look at this map and how things are going to play out, it's kind of hard to predict. Prosto put up a good performance on map 1, 16-14, but One Win, man, they looked much, much better overall when it came to Mirage. The individuals were stepping it up. They had the plays when it came down to their terrorist sides, again keeping Prosto locked out of the game, and honestly, it's looking very, very good for them moving forward into this. Game's going to be going live in just a couple of seconds, but before then, my name is Mitch. I'll be bringing you the action alongside my beautiful co-caster, Dean. And Dean, what are your thoughts on Dust 2?
I think at this point I kind of have to go One Win, just because of the fact that I said if they had got it to this point initially, that I was thinking, yeah, they get trained and maybe they could come in and actually get Dust 2. I was counting them out completely on Mirage. I think the fact that they've now actually come through and got the Mirage win, the fact that they made Train so close despite going down extremely hard in both halves in the beginning, I think they're just looking like the much better team at the moment, and I am going to stick with them to actually be I am going to rather switch to them now to be able to actually take this 2-1. And we are kicking things off already because it is actually just going to be a straight up B rush. Probably going to be the man here to try and slow this one down. Unfortunately, does get blinded up, eventually dropped by World Edit. They did get one kill elsewhere, at least to keep it in a somewhat fightable position for the round. But the issue is, despite having a 3-on-3, they have now lost that B bomb site, which of course is extremely difficult to retake.
Especially when you're losing a player before it even begins. Man disadvantage, and it goes even further as Yakindar isolates Tony Black, and Starrick's looking to come up behind to finish this one off. He's been huge, but he needs 2 more headshots, and it ain't looking all too likely. Moves out, player at car, they're going to swing with each other. He would have to be so damn fast, and it's just not possible. 1-0, Prosto go, picking up the pistol. May just instill some confidence in them. This has certainly been something that's lacking. I mean, One Win were 5-1 up when it came towards the start of Mirage, and Prosto never really recovered from that point on their terror side.
Yeah, it's definitely a little worrying. I mean, they did manage to recover pretty well. If we're referring to the first half, of course, where it was 1 win, it went down, they managed to come back and get a good few rounds. I think it was the second half then when they slowed down slightly. But right now, trying to rush straight in towards B on this Prosto side, it's dangerous when you know, of course, that you're very likely going to be up against the force buy. They did actually lose that opening player. Fortunately, also catching that aggression that came through the lower tunnels. Oh my god, the no-scope actually connects and manages to drop the bomb. That's definitely going to delay. And the follow-up shot ends up tagging down D-Mysic. This is definitely winnable right now for One Win.
Well, retaking with the scout's never ideal, but man, if you're no-scoping them through walls, hell yeah, let's do it. See what else you got up your sleeve. He's starting to move up towards the window. Dimasic's already got the plant down, though, and as Travis comes to try and split, he's being spotted. Good shot, though, onto Nickelback's head, and another connected. Dimasic falls to leave the defuse into the hands of the CTs. 1win answering back in round number 2, not wasting a damn second. I feel like when 1win had that early lead coming into Mirage, 5-1 up, we saw it go 7-6 at one point. But ultimately, like, the 9-6 half, you see how much that impacted Prosto not being able to get in there early on. And now, they're in danger of the same thing happening. I mean, they find the pistol, that's great, but in the modern-day Counter-Strike, you have to be winning that second round. It's much more daunting than it used to be. Round 2, back in our day, Dean, that meant people were going to have CZs. They might have a Tech 9, but these days it means they've got rifles and pretty much the same kind of gear you do.
Oh yeah, I mean the Tech 9 and the CZs weren't far off rifles, to be fair.
Back in the day, yeah.
But it's more so the fact that if you win the pistol rather, or if you lose the pistol straight up, you do get an elevated loss bonus. If you win the pistol and then lose the force buy, you're getting the 1400, which you would have got better otherwise. So it's very demoralizing knowing that, okay, we might have been better off just losing that first round. But obviously, that's not how they're going to be thinking. They are coming back in on the side of Prosto. They've actually managed to get themselves a pretty good buy overall, of course, having the 3 rifles and an opening kill in their favor, taking down Starix, who has been quite an important player for 1win throughout this series. And another opening kill being found. Dimasic pops up with that flash in from Yekindar perfectly. Another flash goes over. Davkos nearly getting caught as he takes a small bit of damage and gets forced back down into the CT spawn, where he is going to get peeked by a couple of players from long. That gave some opportunities maybe for the kills there to be taken back. World at it, realizing he's low, doesn't want to continue to fight and give any openings over. So the bomb does get planted. Davkos and Tony Black at this point left to just try and save. And they've done it. Prosto have fought right back in with a force buy of their own.
Yes, indeed they have. I said they were in danger of being left in the dirt without answering in those those earlier rounds. The first 2 to 3 to 4 have been very defining for Prosto. They've allowed 1win to walk away on the previous map with a significant lead, but right now they're saying no, enough is enough. I'm putting their foot down. The 1win won't be in a position to force buy up after this. Tony Black actually lands a kill there, and he could get away untraded. Oh, he's tucked up on long. He will be challenged at least once more, and we don't get a conclusion to that fight. The round ends, but what matters is Tony Black survived. He's got head armor and Kevlar. He's got an SMG. It would actually be great if he had a deagle or something, because then he could have that scout to Davkos, drop a deagle to one of his buddies, and all of a sudden you've got a pretty good, well-rounded buy with only one player being low on money. But instead, we get this mix-up with SMGs, a deagle, a 5.7, and that all-important scout on Davkos. That makes every single weapon in play much more viable. Fast out through long. Yekindar holds the edge of the smoke and picks up the kill. They try to nade him off, but Tony Black, that flash has been spotted. They're going to line up for him as well, but he doesn't connect all of them. Tony Black, again, an agent of death, and it never seems to claim him.
Well, no, you jinxed it, apparently. At that exact moment, Nickelback actually ends up finding Davkos, who had rotated in to also try and help out. So they do overall just get mowed down on long, rather. Once they lined up, Tony Black, I mean, he wasn't able to do much more. Maybe if he had just hidden the pit a little bit longer, tried to stay alive, they perhaps could have wasted some time. Maybe Davkos could have gotten a better position once the smoke began to fade away. But instead, they are left with just Starix. It was a force buy, obviously, in this round, and it hasn't worked out for 1win. So with that Prosto now, they managed to actually get a couple rounds together in a row, get themselves some control, and very likely just go up against an Eco in this next round, giving them the chance to take that 4-1 lead and potentially build up a lot of money off the back of it as well. Because, I mean, it looks like they will survive a 4 here. If they could do that the same even in the next round, 4 or 5, obviously, if they can, they'll be putting themselves in a nice and secure spot in terms of the money early on. Starix, though, he is trying to save the 5.7 in Kevlar since they have nothing in the next round, but I think he's also hoping that someone will come towards him and give him a chance to steal away a weapon.
Those opportunities sadly not presenting themselves, so in the 5.7, all that remains. I mean, there's some viable things he can do with this, holding close short or over towards B tunnels. There's plenty of things he could do to try and catch a couple of players off guard, but realistically, that will be all that they have to work with. I don't want to see 1win really spending a single penny outside of this. It does kind of suck, though, that Starks is the one with a flashbang. Obviously, having saved it, he's the only one that could. And Tony Black's bought up a Deagle. It could impact their future buys. Certainly down to utility. But Starks, he pops his flash over. He's hoping that gets them a kill, and indeed it does, with Travis following through onto Waylander after the 5-7 hit him up. That's potentially... is it a rifle that was down on long? I didn't actually catch what weapon Waylander had.
Yeah, I believe that is an 8K right there. And they should be able to get it now that the Molotov, of course. Demasig back out. He drops in a Molotov of his own, combined with the spam. It decimates Travis. He got destroyed. Dabcott wants to try and follow up. He is going to, unfortunately, suffer the same fate. And yeah, with that now, they pretty much have the bomb set. They have one player flanking up True Long. That's Yekindar, of course, who walked up short, was able to come around True Long, make sure it's clear now. With that, they can run the bomb towards the bomb site, but they are taking their time. Do they know Starks is in mid? He's been tagged up, so they definitely know he's in the area. It's surprising the bomb is just going to stand there like, it's grand, I'll just fight him. It's World Edit, he isn't op, he was trying to fight with a Deagle as well. It's an interesting choice.
If I'm not mistaken, if Prosto take this, that guarantees them the spot, right? Because they would be the only team that, Sorry, excuse me, no. At the moment, Nemiga are up 1 and Prosto, sorry, I got confused with my results.
Yeah, Nemiga took down 1 win in their opening game, 2-1.
Yeah. But only 2 teams go through, right? So yeah, if Prosto win this, then it would be 1 win that don't make it through, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe that would be the case.
We'll have to confirm that.
Well, it makes sense since 1 win lost to both teams. To be fair, we weren't exactly explained how it works because it was a last-minute change. There was meant to be 4 teams in both this and the Asia qualifier as well. I
think there was a point a few days ago where everyone was trying to figure out how it worked, including the teams.
Yeah, true.
Like, wait, how do we do this with 3? Well, yeah, in a 3-team round robin, right? If one team loses to the 2 others, it doesn't matter about the other result because if Prosto and Nemiga play,
unless they play for seed or something.
Yeah, well, they may play for seed, but that would be all they would be able to play for, right? Because it would be a case that whichever team lost, that would still win on head-to-heads. So 1 win very much need this to still maintain any sort of hope of proceeding forward. Then it would just be the loser of Nemiga Prosto that don't.
Looking like they want to charge a player straight out mid. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what you expect from Prosto. I think Dust 2 is a map like where this can definitely work. As we said, though, it also can backfire a little bit. We've seen that at moments on both Train and Mirage, and that's kind of what's happening right now. Yekindar went straight out mid on his own, up towards B. Unfortunately, gets taken down. Obviously, since he rushed out so quickly, he didn't have any teammates nearby to try trade. They try and get something from tunnels, but Waylander goes down. And suddenly they're left in a 3-on-5 now. Make that a 2-on-5. Okay, 1 being pulled back by Nickelback, but they're still in a very tough spot here to actually try and recover it around. That's the issue. I think I prefer when Prosto kind of played around a little bit slower, or at least when they do that initial aggression, like they do over towards long, to just go together. Because we've seen one player just deciding to take matters into his own hands a few times, and it, as I said, backfiring.
Sneaky push down here by Starks. He's just tucked in, waiting for an opportunity to steal away some heads, but he's actually going to be bailing back before they properly reveal themselves. Smoke down to stop them from pushing. 30 seconds left. Nade's good, actually, for lots of damage. Shadow gives Nickelback away before he's anywhere near the edge of the smoke. And with that, the round is over. As expected, 1 win take it and put themselves up to 2. And for Prosto, buy is easily going to be coming in. We'll see a bit of a different strat, I would imagine. That early blitz in towards middle, it can work a couple of times, but as soon as it's really being heavily contested, you know there's an AWP that's dancing around as well, looking for those picks. Eventually, he's going to be relocating himself towards that area to shut you down. And instead, it looks like long is where they want to go.
Yeah, straight out, and I mean, this is somewhere where they have found a lot of success, and Starix was blinded up the entire time he was crossing over there. Almost made it into a safe position, but eventually did go down, but it's Travis who actually is beginning to recover the situation. He's brought it back to the 3-on-3. Notice there's one up close to the smoke, that's the main issue, and they've also lost the bomb site, so Nickelback just swings out, long-range headshot. And suddenly it's left on Tony Black and Propla now, both coming in from the spawn. And a flash going to go through to try and let Propla take that challenge. Unfortunately, it didn't catch Nickelback. He was able to turn from it. Easy reaction, and then decides to just jump up on the site and take that final fight as well. I mean, some scary fights, some dangerous fights being taken. But when Prosto are hitting their shots, that's just what they do. And it's very difficult to play against when they are actually hitting their shots.
Yeah, that was incredible by Nickelback. I mean, a 4K coming out, completely clutching the round, putting himself almost on double digits already, very early on in the game, breaking 1win's economy and putting them down to pistols. A really impactful one, because now they're pretty much guaranteed the 6th, provided they don't allow 1win to pull some crazy pistol strats. But this is CIS Counter-Strike, and we know force buys are always won by the team with the pistols in this region. It's a thesis. It's not yet proven. But from my days of CIS qualifiers, I've seen my fair share of rounds that I count a team out of that they end up getting they end up dominating in.
Yeah, I think that's kind of just online CS in general. We see crazy rounds like that. Travis has gotten 1 here for 1 win. I mean, that's 1 win in the round. Davkos, though, pushing in through tunnels, probably going to cost him his life. Although he does actually just shoulder peek slightly and get tagged up. Not really going to do much, though, for them. At this point, a little bit of extra damage being dealt in. I mean, Demon Stick and Nickelback now are both low, because Nickelback has been dinked down a little bit further as well. So this definitely could get awkward. Waylander, though, realizing that he tagged up that player slightly on B, knowing that there's at most 2 players here, I guess. They did spot at least 1 elsewhere. So he just decides to push in, hoping that he can maybe catch the player off guard. Instead, he finds out that the player has vacated the bomb site completely. B is open. The bomb should be brought over. Yekindar, though, he just kills everyone. Doesn't matter. That's all you need, I guess.
Yep. Why would you worry about strategy when you can just dome? And that's what they've been relying on with Nickelback and Yakindar, at least for indeed most of this series. 10 kills on the board for Nickelback. And I mean, on Dust 2, this is where it really makes a difference, right? Oh, this is where we talk about, especially in the CIS region, they love Dust 2. It's like them and in EU Germany.
The Germans.
I don't know why.
Yeah, the German teams.
Yeah, Sprout, Big. They were picking Dust 2. They got wrecked on it, but they were like, nah, we're gonna keep picking it.
Even going further back, the old German mouse sports teams used to love it.
Yeah, even more recently it followed through, and it was so odd seeing these teams week in, week out, picking Dust 2, getting wrecked on it, and going, hey, we're gonna pick it again. Suckers for pain. But at the end of the day, you know, if you feel like you're a better team than the others, like your aim is superior, this is where you want to be. And for 1win, having Starix, Tony Black, the way they're playing right now, Travis from time to time as well, this is a fantastic map for them to have. The only problem is that at the moment, they're really struggling to match the firepower the Prosto have brought. Evidently, a flame's being lit under them from the previous map, which, well, didn't go according to plan.
No, I mean, there was still hope after the first half, but definitely the latter half of the game falling short for Prosto, but a much stronger start here. I mean, I was very worried after they, of course, won the pistol, lost the round afterwards, but since then it has just, again, been pretty much full control bar that 1 round, which we immediately seen them actually bounce back from. Right now, though, looking to try and just creep out on short, playing things a little bit more different rather in this round than what we've seen before. Normally taking some control early on. This time, though, not 100% sure of what they were peeking into. Unfortunately, it was the off-scope whirl that eventually gaining some ground. It does post up on the angle, and that should give them the bomb plant. I was going to say there's a chance maybe for Starix to do something about it. Unfortunately, Nickelback peeks out, gets into the exchange. It is a long one, but eventually it goes in favor of Prosto. Has been killed so far over towards mid, and yeah, that is just swept up by Waylander. 7-2, another very convincing round from Prosto, and again, 1win just pushed straight back onto the pistols in this round. I mean, that's all they're going to be able to afford. They're averaging around 3,000.
Look at Prosto's money, man. It is so heavily stacked as well. So this isn't a situation where 1win need to get lucky and pick up a round and then they can follow through and build up the score. No, they need to figure out what's going wrong and they need to start consistently winning rounds, because Travis is just nasty. Because again and again we're seeing that Prosto are going to be able to buy up 2-3 rounds in a row if they keep losing. So one win will never get the solace of being able to sit back and say, it's all right, they're on Glocks this round, guys, because even by the time that they manage to drain that bank, the loss bonus will have built up so much. Like, they're even going to rob them of an AK, throwing it up on top of the dumpster, ensuring that there's no way one win can pick it up. A wise choice. And one win fully stacking up the A-bomb side. That's a big call, but one that might pay off as Prosto are giving up control everywhere else. And it looks like it will be a 4v4 on the A site with all those pistols. 3 Deagles, 1 P250. This is the best possible result for one win.
Yeah, I still think it's going to be pretty difficult, though, for them to hold this one, unfortunately. Having the P250 on Davcost at least up close, so... Sorry, a little bit of background noise there. But yeah, I mean, Davcost is the only one with that P250, so at least he's up a little bit closer here. Obviously not having a smoke right now. They just need to try and kind of drop that Molotov down, a couple flashes, and hope that they can take these challenges. And it does work out. So that's kind of what I was expecting. As you were saying, there was at least some hope with the stack being there. It's just, I feel like even then, trying to hold a long push with those pistols is very difficult, unless you hit some crazy deagle shots, which is always possible. But now, when they come back onto the buy, they get the ops out. They actually go for the double op setup here between Davcost and Propla, which is a little bit of a change. I don't think we've seen Propla pulling out the op yet, have we?
No, I don't believe so. So far, it's been Davcost pretty much exclusively, right?
I mean, it could have happened on Mirage, but I don't think they needed it. Their CT side was quite dominant. Same on Train, it could have, but didn't. I guess they were struggling for money a lot of the time on that one.
Oh,
Here
man.
we go. This is where they need to start pulling this back.
Big read by Prosto, moving towards B. The rotate's on its way. Propla comes in on the AWP. He catches one onto Nickelback, but if he pops his head out again, he's going to be in trouble. World Edit cuts off a rotation through middle, and it's Starix that's deleted, a big clutch player for the team. Someone else needs to step up, and Waylander, well, he hears steps, and he just tracks him through the smoke. No problems whatsoever, except for his HP, which USP to get taken down, but it's Propla. 1v3. He needs an ace clutch, and the bomb is not going to go towards him. It's going to shimmy its way down towards middle. And I thought maybe I was listening out to see if he could hear Propla coming behind him. It doesn't sound like it didn't sound like he could hear it. And Propla is going to get a long rotate through spawn. That means he could potentially catch Dimasic off guard, or if he goes through A-long, actually, maybe even gets to the site unnoticed. Because at this point, you would probably presume he's still around the B site, maybe even trying to save the op.
Yeah, I mean, not much he can do. Obviously, just as you said, committed into the save at this point once the bomb goes down. 550 in the bank. They do obviously have the full loss bonus, so it would give them enough to drop a rifle, but obviously only one player survive, and they will not have enough to really go around. So again, it's just a position where one win are put back on towards the pistols and Kevlar pretty much on everyone except for this op that's being saved up.
Said something about an op being saved over?
Yeah, that got completely denied there in the last second.
There's a CT timeout. I commanded one win's timeout usage in the previous, or in Train and in Mirage, but at this point, they need to figure out some serious strats. I think they need a couple timeouts, a couple notebooks.
Yeah, I'm surprised this is the first one we've seen from them, considering how often they were willing to use them, even on the maps when they were winning.
They were 14-11 or 14-10 when they called one, and then 14-12
I guess
they
when
called
you're in
another.
a good mindset, it's easier to keep that mind of, okay, we need to pause at this point. When it's going wrong, maybe that's not what you're thinking about.
True, yeah, especially if you feel like you lost it because of a pick here or a frag there or something that went wrong on a minute detail. It can be very much a, okay, our strategy's fine, just fix this. And that doesn't work. Okay, just fix that thing. And after 3 or 4 different interpretations of how to fix it, all of a sudden your opponents are 7 rounds ahead because of the ecos you've taken in between. Now you're so far behind that conversation had better be damn worth it by the time you've waited for it. I think they've made the right call taking pistols. It's very difficult to be 9-2 down and say, let's take a light buy here and play for the 5 rounds and a half. But it is Dust 2, and it's the most forgiving map when it comes down to weak CT sides. If this was on Train, I would I would be happy to say Prosto have got it in the bag, but there's definitely wiggle room here for one win. And that's even provided they lose this round. The potential for them to claim it is here, but as you said before, Dean, when it was an A stack, you've got to be hitting nutty shots with those Deagles. They have only got one flash on Propla, and that's it for their utility, so it's just going to be heads-up aim duels.
Yeah, that is the issue, and I mean, a bigger issue there is that Travis trying to make his way over onto that angle there to see if he could get on the boxes, hold that short peek. Unfortunately, gets caught. He goes straight down. Propla up close on mid is going to be cleared as well. And it looks like they might just fall straight back after getting that kill as well. At this point, probably just going to go ahead and commit it all up. No, the bomb's actually going through lower tunnels. I guess they are aware, I believe, there's a second player around here. Davkos definitely being spotted now, so just the one on B they have to worry about. No longer a worry, because he has been neutralized, and it's all on Starrick. So, done as expected, not looking like any damage is even going to be done at this point. The economy so out of control, it really doesn't matter at this point anymore. There's only 3 rounds now remaining, and there is plenty of economy for Prosto, even if they were to start losing a couple of rounds here. So, one win, they have a tough task ahead of them to even try and recover the last few rounds of this half. They kind of need to bring it to 5 here if they want to be in any wad of a decent position, really, to start trying to make the comeback happen themselves once they swap to that T side. To be fair, though, you can see these games happen on Dust 2 where one team gets a very solid half, and then once they do lose momentum, it can just kind of spiral out of control. I feel like Dust 2 is the map where that happens the most, just because there's not a lot to swap up.
I mean, like I was saying earlier, it's probably the most forgiving map in the pool for a bad first half, regardless of the side you're on, really. When things swap up and there's different skill sets required, change the pace of the game for your team, well, it can be a completely changed game for your team. The boost here with the AWP might net them a pick. I think, though, they're a little bit too late with it. Nobody's moving towards tunnels anymore, and Davkos just floating up there, not being given any opportunities. It looks like it's going to be a B split, and that's a very solid position for them to play from because B is completely open. One win have called a stack on the A bomb site, and they may soon regret their decision. No spams, no utility being returned on the B site. At this point, Waylander's thinking there's either an op here or there's no one here. And as he pushes forward, doesn't get spotted out by any scopes, nobody's peeking him. I think the latter should start to become a very real possibility, but he has definitely taken it slow because he doesn't want to walk out and find out, oh, the op was actually window, and he was waiting for me, and now we're back to a 4v4. A really responsible decision. It may be frustrating to look at and say, just go, B, go, go. But in the same regard, if there was an op there and he died, we'd be the very same people saying, what a noob. Why was he not waiting for his team? So I like that. He just kind of poked the beast a little bit with shoulder peeks and then said, guys, come here. I want to check it. I think it's clear. But I want you to trade me if it's not. And that's... I normally wouldn't highlight that too much, but that's a different face to what we've seen from Prosto in the past, right? Where they're just like, I'm just going to run, hold W and see where it gets us.
Yeah, sometimes they're a bit, as the kids years ago would say, YOLO.
I think the kids are still saying that, Dean. We're still young. We're cool. We're trendy. We're hip. It's fine.
I'm definitely not cool. Never was. But, oh, okay. I was going to say they're in trouble here trying to save. They're being hunted down, but a couple of kills coming in quickly. Demasic eventually dropping Propla up on the A-bomb site. And now it gets a little bit more worrying. Ideally, they just have to hide at this point. The smoke at least holding World Edit off on long. I was going to say the time may not permit the players to actually rush down long, but it does. But it still doesn't matter, because Travis gets 2, Starrix finds 1, wildly jumping through the smoke, which is the last man in World Edit. So a lot of damage gets done in the end. But as I said, though, that really doesn't matter. They can afford to throw all those weapons away. They just went for it and just threw themselves at 1 win at that point.
Well, we've got plenty of scopes in play this time, and no, it's not the Kriegs. That meta is
There's
gone.
Another one.
Praise the Lord!
Come on, Yakender. Is he going to try and just rush B? Yeah, they're doing it.
No,
they're getting the one player out on the B.
Okay, they do very little damage to Tony Black, so we need to look at Yakindar. If he finds the kill now, he's mollied off, so that faster strat isn't going to work. They leave their auto snipers on the floor where they belong, and it looks like we're going to just see another default slow round coming through. One win, get away with murder there, really. Being able to cross to B, only lose a couple HP and not lose the bomb site. They also still only sent 1 player there, despite that being, I think, a pretty clear intention. When you hear auto snipers on top mid, you're presuming that if they get the opportunity, they'll fast rush B. So still leaving Tony Black there alone is a bit of a butt clencher, but hey, it worked out.
Yeah, once you put the Molotov down, I was still very worried, as you said, that Yakindar could still just run in and win the 1v1. It was probably a worthwhile risk, but once the molly went down, he didn't have that choice.
I think, though, say there was a second player there, Yakindar could have smoked it, second guy flashes high tunnels, then all of a sudden, you're in a very real position to do that. Oh, no, he's walked right past him. Starix, 300 IQ inside the smoke. It's a good play. I like it.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Yakindar. Couldn't really expect it. He did look back at the smoke as well and just didn't spot the player, unfortunately. He was a little bit more in it. I think he was slightly blinded himself as well as he was turning back. So a nice advantage for 1 win in the beginning of this round, and they do need this. They want to try and bring it back up to 4. At that point, definitely is in a somewhat recoverable position. And they're at least again able to get that trade there. That is very aggressive from Starix, just going forward there, already having the 1 kill. But I guess he gets himself the extra frag, importantly, but he also was able to get quite a bit of info about what's going on. Unfortunately, it still leaves Tony Black actually alone on that B bomb site. Only able to get himself 1 more, but the time for that bomb plant, I'm not quite sure if he's made it in time, because it brought me back over the world at it. But no.
Luckily getting the kills there in the end, so 12-2 we go. I mean, that was very tight. World Edit had to land 3 shots with the AWP.
Anyway. I just had the plant anyway, rather.
Did they?
I think, I'm not sure. Because I'm pretty sure the bomb plant popped up right before the round ended, before that last kill was found. It was extremely close, though. It was so close that it was really hard to tell at the moment, because I started focusing on World Edit, because I thought it was probably just going to be up to getting that kill in time.
Fair enough. Yeah, our live scoreboard and all that on HLTV is behind, obviously, because we got a delay, so it's I can't check that one out, but yeah, it doesn't really matter either way. They won the round, and I think World Edit, thanking his lucky stars that he managed to find himself all 3 of those shots. I mean, the first, sure, but the wall bang and then the connection afterwards without going down. Starix turned from the flash. This man owns short. I think Prosto should have the message by now. Just don't go there. Starix is going to dominate you.
I mean, it's still working for them overall. They're up 12-2. So I don't think they're too afraid of anything.
Good.
I mean, Starix has looked good throughout the entire best of 3. We have got to give him that. Him and Travis have kept it up a little bit on this map. I mean, they've had their moments. Overall, no one's stepping up enough, obviously, on the 1-win side. But they've kind of been the standout players for me, surprisingly. For Starix, and I didn't really know what to expect from Travis. Speaking of the Mando, he has been taken down, was up close on a long there, only had an MP9, unfortunately wasn't able to get anything done with it. And Waylander, in the meantime, as well, has finally taken back control as short. Starix, he turns out to be immortal after all. He wasn't able to keep it forever. And with that long and short control for Prosto, they can just walk straight onto this bomb site and get that bomb down. The question is, can Waylander survive on short? He cannot. He's been pushed down by a couple, so he does end up falling.
And as one more player goes fallen, Keota is what you're asking. 1 win, well, not much is what they're going to say. Certainly not the round wins. They're not going up at all. A 1v2 for Propla to try and get 3 on the board. It's not likely. He swings out, there's a crossfire in play, and he was dead from the moment he thought about peeking that angle. 13 on the board for Prosto. What a turnaround. Their map pick of Mirage didn't go this way at all. It was a 1-win show from start to finish with a small cameo from Prosto. But they were not in the second act.
They were just in the end of the credits, really.
Exact featuring.
Yeah. No, but this isn't what I expected. I mean, I said I thought 1 win after seeing them on the previous 2 maps, seeing them go so close on train, seeing them dominate on Mirage. I thought, yeah, this should go pretty well for them, because Mirage was a map that they hadn't even got a win on in the past few months, and one that they don't really play very often. So I was thinking, yeah, they're probably screwed here having lost train. And I was like, okay, they've made me believe I'm gonna go with them here for Dust 2, and then just like, nah, get wrecked.
That's the thing. It's so surprising because you wouldn't expect a big turnaround from Mirage to Dust 2. They're very similar maps, and if one team comes in having picked Mirage, doesn't perform fantastically, Dust 2 shouldn't be a huge difference on that. And yet from Train to Mirage, there was almost the smallest change. It was still a relatively tight game. 1 win put up a good performance and ended up, well, the first half was tight, then the second was just a runaway for 1 win. But it's funny that the biggest change in the series comes on map 3 after being on Mirage. Dust 2 doesn't play out nearly as we expected in the first half, but will Prosto fall asleep at the wheel, and can one win actually overtake them and take the victory?
Prosto definitely haven't been taking as many gambles. I think that could be a factor as well. I think the fact that they realize, okay, this was map 3, we have to take this as serious as we can. That could have been a bit of a factor, because we haven't seen, apart from that one round where Yakin there went straight out mid in the zone, which is a fairly common play. Other than that, they've, as you said, been playing a lot better as a team on this map so far.
Definitely. There's been no round where we were sat here scratching our heads going, what the hell were they thinking? Oh,
Yakin
not
there
again!
that smoke the entire time.
Oh,
Somehow got 4 kills from it. What the hell is Yakin there doing? They were back to back. He's got the 8. Get wrecked.
Dean, what is this guy? What is it with pistol rounds and Yakindar that he just doesn't give a shit? He's just bang, bang, popping everyone in the head. I can't deal with him. It's unreal. Give this man a USP and he'll give you a round win. 14-2, 1 win. I'm sorry, but you're being embarrassed.
Yeah, no, that's what that was. I mean, I'm kind of surprised they weren't even slightly expecting the player to be in that smoke, because it is a relatively common play. I mean, it's not something that doesn't happen, so normally when that smoke goes down in that position, you do think, okay, we have to be careful in case the player could have pushed up and sat in it. Right now, though, we are seeing the force buy go extremely well for 1 win, with Davkos actually picking up 2 opening kills. Demisik ends up pulling back a couple over towards Long. The bomb immediately begins to retreat in the hands of Propla as they realize, okay, we can't really commit to that anymore. We need to try and work together, and they do actually have a player on B, so if Tony Black can hold this down, then they have this control to run the bomb over and get it planted, and now do so even with a man advantage. That smoke also going to help out with holding Nickel back from the bomb site. He does still want to move forward.
Well, they've taken down Yakindar. I mean, that's step number 1 that you've got to do, apparently. You don't do that, you've lost the round already. Nickelback hasn't been spotted at the doors here. He gets a pick on the crossover. They trade at least. So Dimisic now in a 1v2. They've lost the B bomb site. There's a very slow rotation by Davcost, and Tony Black is hesitant to go for the plant. He decides to, as they know they've got tunnels mostly under wraps. And as Dimisic closes in the gap towards the window, Tony Black better hope he's hitting his shots on the Deagle. The scout actually enough to one-shot him, and that's exactly what comes through. 1 win answer back, eventually. And losing the pistol, winning round 2, that's fine. That is manageable. You know, we've mentioned a couple of times that you actually end up in a better financial spot. Yeah, they got to do it again. And again, and again, and they've got no room for error. If they want to win without hitting an OT, it's got to be a consistent 13 rounds in a row. Regardless of the map and how forgiving it is to bad first halves, not many maps are, you know, 13 consecutive round kind of maps.
Nah, I mean, Nuke like 6 years ago, maybe. But nah, on most maps you're saying 9-6 1/2 is really the most you want to, anything past that. If you hit a 10-5, no matter what map it is, what CT size or whatever, it's normally favoring one team pretty heavily, the one that has the 10. Right now though, Prosto again fighting right back in with just the pistols of their own. No success being found as they try and push out B. See a couple players being shut down over towards the tunnel, the bomb being dropped then as well in the end, and that was quick. Jesus Christ, I didn't expect that to fall apart so quickly. I was just trying to finish my point quickly, and that probably is the end of the game now. It's 15-3. 1 win with a little bit of hope that they get off the back of their force buy. It's just completely smashed.
I mean, Dean, this is ridiculous.
This is
like,
just crazy.
Map to map, how does this happen?
We get the Yak in their ace first round, then we see 1 win steal away a round with a force buy, which I don't think many people were expecting. And then Prosto just take a flawless force buy. Okay, is this coming back? Are Travis and Propola finding 1 each? Maybe we're still going to see some hope here for 1 win. They've even got an op.
Yeah, that's not a bad pickup by Travis at all. He's been dominating this series for 1 win. Top fragging both of the previous maps. Let's see if he can do it here with the AWP winning out the round. He's closer to it. He suspects now the player to be on the left with the shots ringing out. Nade around the corner. Doesn't do a whole bunch of damage. And on the fadeaway, an AK picked up, but Travis keeps going. Jumps up on top of the box to take down Dimisic, and they know where Nickelback was. So the bomb is just blitzing to A to get a plant. 1 win. Have this round in the bag. If Nickelback wins this, I'm just going to quit. Well, it should be 15-4.
it will be. I mean, the bomb's been planted as well. There's no way he'd be able to make it through everyone who's hunted him and then still reach the bomb in time to get that defuse. At most, maybe he gets some kills here. Perhaps he can survive, but that's probably not going to happen either way. Everyone right now actually hunting down players on all sides. Peeks in towards B, gets dropped by Davkost, and there it is. 4 on the board for 1 win. They do manage to come back again with a force buy of their own, but I mean, right now, Prosto are like, we're happy enough. We'll keep trading back and forth if that's what you want to do. Obviously, Prosto already on map and series point. Just going to buy back in. Could have afforded an eco here if they wanted. I'm not sure. Maybe a couple players were a little bit low. I didn't catch the money exactly on everyone. I think Demasik got 1,400. Yeah, so I think that's what limited them. He would have been on the double eco. Everyone else not so. It's understandable though when you're up so convinced.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I would have rather see them just take the double eco or take the eco, the single eco, and have Demasik on a pistol or something. But no, I mean, hell yeah, they've got enough of a lead that they can kind of get away with that messing about. I could force by 5 rounds in a row, and I still wouldn't be mad about it. One win have to be super cautious. Well,
5 in a row would make me quite mad. Not gonna lie.
I'm being a bit facetious on that one. I was exaggerating a little bit, but for 1 win, they've got to be so careful. Like you notice how they're playing right now compared to the previous T sides. They're so slow. They're not even going in for map control. They're just holding passively. Yeah, you come to me, let me get the kills. And this is why, those pistols can do damage. Demasik, he finds an AK. He's bailing back to B. Can't actually be chased because they've got the bomb. Davkost has the bomb and an op, so doesn't really want to be taking that fight. And slowly fades out towards spot. Oh, is he going to flash his teammate? No, he's not. And Travis goes in for the dry peek and dies. Please don't lose this round. I'm going to lose my mind if Prosto end up winning this because of this buy. It would just be ridiculous.
They don't have all that much time. They just have to run their straight back up short. If Nickelback can get 1 or 2 kills here, this could be the round back in favor of Prosto. I am actually sweating right now for 1 win. I am very, very worried. Nickelback just hiding on that bomb site. Should hear the steps very, very soon if he lets them get close to this MP9 because there is damage. Davkost is low even. He's the man with the bomb. He has 8 seconds at this point. Has to just go ahead and stick it. The spam true, not quite able to get the kill, so the bomb goes down. And actually, they managed to somehow get that final kill at the exact same time. Cropla is spinning around. I'm not sure they can catch that from his perspective, but either way, they managed to come out on top. That's way too close, though. They're letting these rounds be ones where they really can't build up any confidence. It's not about building up money and such. You want to start taking these rounds convincingly if you want to get such a convincing comeback. I mean, they need 10 more rounds, and if they keep going that close, eventually we are going to see Prosto coming out on top of one of them.
That's exactly my worry, Dean. Like the fact that they look what Prosto went into that with: a couple SMGs, a couple pistols, and they end up in basically 1 second away from winning.
Did you see that?
See what?
Davkost just randomly lined up a wall bang on mid doors, and there was a player standing up against it. And he just got wall banged in the face.
I was watching.
It was up close. It wasn't even a conventional spot. He just randomly shot at the door and got a headshot.
I was watching Tony Black go out and own on long.
Okay.
But that's
owning across the board apparently in this round for 1 win. That's good.
Yeah. The fact that they're not being destroyed by just pistols like the previous round, but like it was literally defined by 2 seconds. 1 bullet, actually. 1 bullet of that SMG going onto the planter. Round's over. GG. You've lost the game. That's not really how you want it to go. Travis, he knows what's going on. He's part of the hive mind. Got the info. He put a cam down there, Dean. No pistols inside that cam, though, luckily. 15-6. Prosto, they're in danger of losing this. 1 win building up round after round. They could make the come. Yeah, no, I mean, it's got to be 15-12 before I even think 1 win can do this. It's been 2 down dominant by Prosto.
At 10, I start believing. Because at that point, there's maybe 3 gun rounds left, depending on if they actually save weapons or not. So that's when I start getting some hope. For the moment, though, I'm still in a position where it does kind of feel like Prosto have been playing so good that they will get this one round eventually. Look at this, though, from Travis. Okay, he tries to rush straight out mid. There's an op posted up on short as well. World Edit. He smacks down Starix. And that is what I said has probably been the 2 most impactful players in this best of 3 so far.
Nickelback's going through the smoke. A very important round, 4v3 man advantage. He doesn't care. He's just going to push them. And it's a ballsy play, but it might just pay off. He's took down, but hold on. He's not going to take contact. It's Yakindar out on long. Swings with the M4. There's the kill as Tony Black falls. Molly down. They're going to run through it, or one of them is. Leaving Tavkos behind in a 1v4 to try and clutch this out. And well, Dean, it looks like this is it.
It's all ogre.
It's all ogre, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's really just counting on mistakes being made by Prosto. That's the only way he has any sort of chance. Someone needs to give him an open, and I mean, there's a small opportunity here. Nickelback tempted to peek short. Not really peeking up at it himself with the op, unfortunately. He does flick over, takes a small bit of damage, though. Now, of course, his position being known as well by that CT side. They've got one player pushed up in pit. They've got a player at car who can watch the short push. They've got one over on B. So this is a pretty decent setup. In theory, could give some chances for some 1v1s, but they've set up especially over towards A here in a position where they can help each other and where they can really slow this push down, but it's not even needed. Yakindar being the first line of defense over on the long corner, hits an instant headshot with the AK, and there it is from Prosto. They take it 2-1 in a very convincing fashion on map number 3, which neither of us were really expecting after we seen how map number 1 and 2 went. But kind of would have been what we would have predicted in the beginning of the game before it actually begun, before we seen how strong 1-win were able to play on both Train and Mirage.
Nickelback, aka the Quad Killer, and an absolutely spectacular performance from Prosto coming into that final map. It was shaky getting here, but damn, once we made it, they were not letting their foot off the accelerator. That's it for today, though, Dean. We are Dunsky. And so it's time to throw things over to one final commercial break. Thank you all for watching. From myself and Dean, we will catch you tomorrow if you're around. We'll be doing some more streams here alongside Jason and Tombiz for more of the Road to Rio quals. We will see you real soon. Enjoy your night, enjoy your day, and we hope you enjoyed the casting.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. See Look into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up